unmistakable, even from afar. The ferals had their own fierce splendor, but the regions nearly glowed in shifted colors in the changing light. Katrin drew a deep breath and prepared to face her destiny. Opening herself to Ishtra's power, she focused on becoming the sword Strom had made for her, sharp and dangerous, but finely tuned to work for good. She found the sword in her hand and raised it high, issuing a battle cry from the core of her being. From the deepest part of her gut, she released all her frustration and channeled it into deadly intent. Energy crawled over her body as she waited, knowing Chiron would guide them to her. Soon Katrin could see the crew of the slippery eel, and she smiled at the thought of fighting alongside Kenward and his shipmates. Tempted to swim out to meet them, it was all Katrin could do to make herself wait.
"There!"
came Kenward's shout across the water, and Katrin waved her arms.
"I told you! None of you believed me, but I told you she'd be there, didn't I? Ha ha! I told you all her dragons spoke to me, and you didn't believe me. Now who's the crazy one?"
For a brief moment, Katrin grinned, knowing Kenward's crew would not hear the end of this any time soon. Her grin vanished, though, when the ship slowed and lowered from the skies into the dark waters. Ferals dived at the ship, and only the maddened defense of the regents kept the ferals from tearing the slippery eel to pieces. Unable to contain her energy any longer, Katrin aimed her sword at the nearest feral and unleashed a torrent of energy that crackled with life. It struck the beast in the chest and knocked it from the sky. The seas around the slippery eel roiled as dragons continued to strike the surface, some dying, some fending off attacks. Only a few regained the skies, and even fewer with riders still in place. Having seen her strike, the regents raised a call that stirred Katrin's blood. They recognized her. A boat dropped from the side of the slippery eel, looking tiny and vulnerable in the frothing waves. Katrin feared it would capsize, but the men aboard knew their business and somehow managed to brave the dragons and the surf to make their way to shore. Katrin recognized Bryn and Farsi. The former was as red-faced and freckled as ever. Farsi looked as rugged as the sea, his leathery skin hatched with lines and his graying hair pulled back into a braid. Even his tattoos were faded, but his smile shone brightly. Racing ahead, Katrin looked for the best place for them to land, a place with more sand than rock, and they made for the same place. As they approached, a rippling wave followed them, a monstrous head rearing from the water. Bryn smacked it with an oar and was knocked backward when Katrin's attack struck the beast under the chin, snapping shut its massive jaws. Moments later, a regent struck the mostly submerged feral dragon from above, and Katrin had to concentrate on getting into the boat, hoping no more ferals waded beneath the frothing waves. The ride back to the slippery eel would haunt her dreams. Chapter 14. We can reach our full potential only if we are willing to learn, which means we must occasionally admit we are wrong. Master Jarvis, Teacher. Kenward grinned as he grabbed Katrin by the arm, pulling her on to the deck.
"Welcome back to the slippery eel. I told you all she was here, now didn't I? None of them believed me."
In a quieter voice he said,
"It's a good thing you're here. I was starting to wonder if I'd gone as mad as Nat Dersinger."
Kenward's wink brought back mostly fond memories, but now was not the time for reminiscing, though seeing Bryn and Farsi brought joy to her heart in spite of the darkness that surrounded them. "How did you do it?" Katrin asked as soon as her boots hit the deck. "How did you make her fly?"
"I thought you might ask that,"
Kenward said, his grin not fading.
"I present you with my flight master."
From the prow approached a lithe man dressed in loose-fitting silks that shimmered as he moved, giving hints and glimpses of his taut form. It was his face that shocked Katrin, for she recognized him. "Pelivor? Is that really you? By the gods, look at you!" Stepping forward, he lifted Katrin into an embrace.
"I knew we would find each other again. I've learned so much from you, though I've had to do it from afar. Now perhaps you will teach me in person." "Right now, the two of you need to get us out of here,"
Kenward said, and his words were reinforced by the thrumming of the ship. The slippery eel had come in perilously close to the rocks, and it would take only one strike from a feral to send them onto the jagged formations. "Would you like to do the honor?" Pelivor asked. "I'd love to study your technique." "Actually, I've only done it a few times, and that was years ago. Please, show me what you've learned." Pelivore nodded, and Katrin noticed how much more confident he'd become. Not arrogant or vain, he was simply comfortable being who he was, and secure in his knowledge and skills. He taught Katrin to speak Jonlander, and how to read High Script, and there was no doubt he was among the most educated men she knew. Seeing him spread his arms and open himself to Istra's power made Katrin beam with pride. In that, too, he exerted calm control.
"You should have seen him the first time,"
Kenward said, seemingly reading her mind.
"He nearly sunk us."
Pelivore turned his head and raised an eyebrow, and Kenward went silent, save a quiet chuckle. The slippery eel gracefully left the water and turned on Pelivore's will, gliding just above the water's surface. Katrin watched him, wide-eyed. When she'd first discovered the ability to make a ship fly, Katrin had been able to achieve little more than raising the ship up and riding the wind. What Pelivore did was much more impressive, as he seemed to command the wind. Even as Ferals continued to swoop and dive, he maneuvered the ship as easily as if he held the wheel, but with more agility than any ship's captain could ever have hoped for. It did not seem that Pelivore had access to even a fraction of the amount of energy Katrin could pull from the air around her, yet he exerted such fine control that he did not need as much power to accomplish the task at hand. Katrin felt clumsy and inefficient after watching his precise control. Standing beside Pelivore, she took his hand. There was no lurch, as Katrin remembered from when she'd been interrupted. Truly, Pelivore had found mastery where she was inexpert, and required the use of brute force. Slowly, she opened her energy to him, and he turned to her, his eyes now wide.
"You have so much, and you need so little," Katrin said. "You amaze me."
Slowly, Katrin began to see the intricacies of what he did, the way he created a latticework of energy that was equally strong, yet required much less effort than Katrin's wing formations had. She considered lending him more energy, but he did not need it. Instead, she concentrated on what she could do to make the ship go faster. Her efforts sent cargo shifting, and Kenward held onto the railing.
"Here we go again,"
Bryn said, and Kenward grinned. Pelivore observed for a while. Then he interrupted her.
"Everything you do is so big. Let me show you something. I can't do it for long, but I think perhaps you could."
He took her to the stern, where a strange apparatus had been erected. Resting on a pedestal of iron-reinforced timber, a hollow tube of wood looked to have been carved from a single tree trunk. There was nothing else, no moving parts and no ornamentation, just a strangely shaped tube of wood, with a flare in the fore-opening and a smaller opening in the aft. Katrin watched closely as Pelivore took a long breath and drew as deeply as he could. Dividing his attention had a negative impact on the amount of lift his latticework structures provided, and the ship seemed more like it was bouncing across the waves, like a flat stone skipping over still water. When he applied his will to the air in front of the flare, things changed. Air clung to air, and as he forced it through the chamber, more came of its own volition, allowing him to compound the amount of force generated. The effort came at a price, and Pelivore soon had to stop. The slippery eel slowed abruptly as the hull once again found the water, and Pelivore dropped to the deck.
"Do you see?"
"I do," Katrin said.
"I'm sorry I did not help you. Are you well?" "I'll be fine in a moment. For some reason I can't seem to do two things at once. Perhaps with more practice."
"You did very well. Already I'm learning from you." Pelivore smiled. Kenward watched the skies.
"That burst of speed gave us a bit of time, but the dragons are gaining on us."
Katrin turned to see a writhing mass of darkness rolling in and out of the clouds, some attacking and others defending. It was aerial chaos, and the thought of being on Dragonback during such a battle made her stomach hurt. Perhaps that was why Chiron had brought the ship to her instead. Grubb, the ship's cook, brought Katrin and Pelivore some of his restorative broth, which they accepted eagerly. It was always wise to take what Grubb offered. His skills in the galley were legendary, and Katrin was not disappointed. Though little more than a light soup, the meal warmed her belly and brought clarity to her thoughts. In a short time the broth was gone, and Pelivore turned to Katrin.
"I suppose I should get us back in the air. If you want to try working the aft, just let me know, and I'll do my best to maintain control."
Seeing Kenward and the crew looking equal parts excited and terrified, Katrin grinned.
"Let's do it.
Those words sent everyone into motion. Anything loose was secured, and the crew found places where they could hold on.
"I've waited a long time to say this."
Kenward raised his voice and said,
"Katrin, Bellevore, let's fly."
Bellevore exerted his will with the same level of quiet confidence, and Katrin did what she could to emulate his control. Slowly, she gathered air and forced it through the narrow chamber. A low, howling sound grew in volume and pitch as the stream intensified. Soon it was accompanied by another sound that matched its intensity.
"Woo-hoo!"
Kenward bellowed as the ship moved forward, faster than anyone could have imagined. The sails exceeded the speed of the wind and slowed the ship rather than speed it along, and Kenward shouted for the crew to trim them.
"You're doing it!"
Bellevore shouted, sounding triumphant.
"I knew it would work!"
Katrin looked back from the stern, watching as a spray of water rolled behind them, curling in on itself, racing into the space that had held the ship only a moment before. Dragons still filled the skies behind them, but the battle was breaking up. Feral and regent dragons alike retreated to the clouds. The sun sank below the horizon, clouds obscured the moon and comets, and darkness enshrouded them. Knowing it would be foolish to fly blind, Katrin eased their speed, and soon Bellevore lowered them back into the water.
"The landings are the hardest part,"
he said as his shoulders heaved from the effort. Though she knew she should rest, Katrin's body throbbed with excitement and anxiety. It was a heady mixture that she knew would prevent sleep.
"The seas only know how good it is to see you, Katrin,"
Kenward said as he wrapped her in a warm blanket. He and Bryn guided Katrin and Bellevore into the galley, and Grubb appeared with food more substantial than the broth they had earlier. Katrin was grateful, since flying ships, or even propelling them, gave her a mighty hunger, and hearty fish steaks were just what she needed. From the wonderful taste, she knew Grubb had not gone light on the herbs and seasoning. "How did you learn to fly the ship?" Katrin asked Bellevore when he'd finished his meal. For the first time since she'd arrived, Katrin saw him flush, and he seemed slightly embarrassed.
"It took quite a bit of time and many tries, but Kenward kept explaining to me what you had done, at least to the best of his ability. Finally I started building models of the ship, and I played with him in the wind."
This statement seemed to embarrass him, but Katrin admired his creativity.
"One day I found something that worked, and after countless failures, I found some success. Kenward, of course, wanted more, and I began practicing every day. Each time I got a little better. And now," he shrugged, "you've become a master."
Katrin finished for him.
"He doesn't drop us from the sky as often as he used to,"
Kenward corrected.
"I almost had to throw him overboard for trying to fly us into low-lying clouds. Who knows what flying through clouds would be like? We'd be blind, and we might even drown."
Bellevore flushed and would not meet Katrin's eyes. "It's wet, true, and very difficult to see, but you can breathe just fine," Katrin said. Kenward involuntarily spit out the wine he'd been drinking, and broke into a fit of coughing. When he'd recovered, he said,
"When will I ever learn not to try to match wits or questionable behavior with you, m'lady?"
Katrin shook her head. Coming from him, that was no compliment.
"Did you really fly through the clouds?"
Bellevore asked. Katrin told the tale of her and Kyrian's flight from the Godfist. It was difficult to get through without crying, but she managed. Just.
"We nearly made it to the Godfist," Kenward said, "but Bryn spotted dragons, the nasty-looking black ones, and we turned back. The devils gave chase, and it took everything Bellevore had to keep us in one piece. The greenish ones, like Kyrian, came not a day too soon. That was when I started dreaming about you being stuck on an island."
"I'm glad you came," Katrin said.
"None of this lot believe me,"
Kenward said for what seemed the 12th time, and Bellevore rolled his eyes.
"So why are we going back to the Firstland?"
"What?" she said, standing up.
"Well, every time I dreamed about you being on that island, sometimes even when I was wide awake, mind you, I'd always see us sailing back to the Firstland. I figured you'd know why."
Katrin said nothing for a time. Every part of her conflicted. Nothing mattered to her more than getting back to St. John and Prios, but she had no idea what had become of those within Dragonhold, or even if the defenses had withstood the assault. If they still lived. Katrin's chest ached at that thought. Her chances of getting inside were dismal. Letting their defenses down to admit her and Kyrian would open the doors for the horde of demons, and Katrin did not want to put her loved ones in greater peril, Yet staying away went against every instinct she possessed. She clenched the top rail of her chair and stared down at the table.
"Do you want to go back to the Godfist?"
Kenward asked.
"Yes,"
Katrin said. Kenward sucked in a deep breath.
"I'm not sure we should do that."
"Then why did you ask?" Katrin snapped. "If you're just going to sail to the First Land regardless, then don't bother asking me."
"I'm sorry, Katrin. I just wanted to know what you desired while still advising you on the dangers."
"I know, Kenward. I'm sorry. It's just... St. John. How do I abandon my son, my husband, my people?"
"I don't know,"
he said, her pain reflected in his eyes. Not able to look at her companions, Katrin gripped her chair and looked down at its seat.
"I'll take you home, if that is your wish, Katrin,"
Kenward said. Silence hung between them for a time. Katrin made no move to respond, and Kenward started to stand up from the table. "I can't leave them behind," she said. "Even if it takes me to my death, I must go back." Kenward swallowed.
"I understand."
"I don't want you to take me, though. I'll call for Kyrian, and he can take me home."
"But how will you fly if you no longer have your saddle? You said that was the only thing that kept you on his back."
I don't know. We'll just have to find a way."
"I don't know either, Ket, but I've seen dragons fight, and I don't think you want to be anywhere near when that happens. Maybe you should let me sail you home."
Again, silence. A feeling crept over Katrin, but she pushed it away, not wanting to let anything alter her course. She was a mother. Nothing could stand in her way, but that feeling which fostered doubt would not be ignored. Gripping the chair so hard that she thought she might snap it, a thought occurred to Katrin. "Kenward, what is your cargo?"
"Spices, seeds, a variety of things for homesick Greatlanders living on the Godfist, and a pair of boiling heavy stone thrones for your highness."
"That's it. I can use one of the thrones to travel back to the Godfist."
"Oh, no," Kenward said. "I'm not going through that again. The last time you tried that, you nearly died. And how do you think I'd feel with your dead carcass on my deck? No, sir, not me. Nope. Besides, you can't get to those thrones. They're acting as ballasts and are underneath the rest of the cargo."
"Surely we can manage to get one of them on deck," Katrin said.
"No. It took 10 men and a hoist to get them where they are. And even if we could move one up here, I wouldn't. That would make us top-heavy, and we'd likely capsize. I'm sorry. No." "You owe me,"
Kenward said hours later, looking more agitated than Katrin had ever seen him. Shifting, she tried to find a way to get comfortable on the cold, hard stone. She reminded herself that the throne was designed not for comfort, but to act as an anchor to her physical form, which would guide her back to her body.
"I can't believe I let you talk me into this. What was I thinking?"
Looking out at clear blue sky, Katrin knew better than to smile. The hastily cut hole in Kenward's deck provided just enough of a view for her purposes. Bales of herbs had been stacked as strategically as possible to provide the proper acoustics and the separation of the two individual chants. Many of Kenward's crew, including Kenward himself, knew both sides of the chant from their harrowing voyage to the First Land in search of Archmaster Belegra. Those memories brought fear and mourning, and Katrin tried to put that out of her mind as she concentrated. Before her, Pelivor knelt, looking up into her eyes. "I'll attend you, just as I did all those years ago." Katrin smiled. "I know I can count on you." She also nearly laughed when she heard Kenward complaining that he should just start keeping drums on his ships so he would not have to constantly make them from whatever was in his hold. Voices rose slowly on either side, each with their own cadence and melody that uncannily merged into seamless harmony. When the drums did start, Katrin was impressed by the amount of vibration she felt. The crew had done well. Those vibrations allowed her to slip beyond her mortal shield, and Katrin flew free in a rush of exultation. The open sky welcomed her, and she soared through it. Behind her a silvery thread ran back to her waiting form. She, Prios, and Brother Vaughn had been right. It was indeed the mixture of metal and stone that created the anchor effect. Had the thrones ever reached the Godfist, everything could have been different. Katrin and Prios would have had the ability to safely travel astrally anywhere they wished. They could have been so much better prepared. Instead, she and Prios had nearly been killed, just trying to travel a short distance to save their son. Katrin did not blame Kenward for the horrors they faced, but she did shiver at the memory of them, and wished again that Kenward could have come sooner. Instinct guided her as she sailed straight towards St. John, her course direct and unerring. The waves raced beneath her, a feeling of bliss nearly overcoming her as she flew. Such freedom! Twisting and spinning, she reveled in the glory of being naught but energy, free of burden and driven by pure purpose. Only the nature of that purpose brought Katrin out of her revelry. The thought of the demons that ravaged her homeland brought with it a dangerous odor, and the wind cried afoul. Those who stood against her overwhelmed Katrin's senses. Single-minded hatred engulfed her, and it was that obsession that frightened her the most. It was not as if each of them hated her for his own reason. The hatred was homogeneous, and felt as if it came from a single, dominating source. An oily and cloying feeling encroached on Katrin, and she felt insignificant and small. Every sense told her that she would be dead already if not for something surrounding her, protecting her. "No!" her spirit cried, as she sensed the falseness of the will that was trying to subvert her, and she recoiled, but it pursued her with relentless vigor. Only when another energy came close did the oppression wane, and Katrin could feel Kyrian as he reminded her what it felt like to be truly protected. "You should not go back. Yet." Katrin wanted to scream at him, to accuse and blame him. Lacking the form to utter the words, she cast angry energy at him, and still he remained unwavering. "We are not ready to face them. Yet." "I cannot abandon them!" Katrin wanted to scream. The world spun as Kyrian overwhelmed Katrin's senses with a vision, a projection of his thoughts that felt as if they were her own. She experienced not some memory of Kyrian's past. She lived his fears as if they were her own. He bared his soul, showing her the things he knew were to come, as surely as if he were a prophet. The future horrified her, but it was not enough to dissuade her. No one and nothing could convince her to leave St. John to his fate. She had to see him. She could sense his fear. He needed her. "I must go," she thought with all her might. Kyrian relented, but stayed by her side. When the attack came, he thrust himself in front of her. Katrin screamed as his energy was torn apart. Her spirit shouting a reverberating battle cry, Katrin gathered her energy and attacked. The silvery thread that trailed behind her blazed furiously, and energy raced along the thread to devastating effect. Dark forms gathered in the air around her, each twisted and deformed, as if nature itself had been subverted. Each single-minded rage and malevolence was difficult to face. But Katrin's web of lightning knifed through the air, seemingly random in its path. The tendrils were well-defined and tightly wound, which was a product of what Pelibor had taught her. Now she could create larger, more powerful structures using less energy. When the beams of liquid light struck, they severed the bonds between the demon spirits and their mortal forms. She could feel them as they were freed from compulsion, freed from a life of torture, and returned to the well from which they'd been sprung. More came, and Katrin attacked again and again relentlessly, feeling no pain and no weariness. Voices called to her, but she ignored them. She was winning. She could defeat this enemy and find St. John and Prios. She was going to win. Kyrian's spirit overwhelmed her as his energy embraced her. "You must go back, now." "No, I'm winning." "The cost is too great. You will die. The darkness is drawing you in, and can strike at any time. You must turn back now." Katrin didn't care if she died. It was not her life that mattered, but the thought of St. John growing up without his mother made her soul ache. A sparkling cloud of threatening energy gathered around the god fist as she approached, and she could feel the pent-up charge waiting for release. What she'd seen so far had been but a feint. What awaited her now was a full assault. The enemy had tested her defenses and knew her weaknesses. Soon she realized that Kyrian had been right, but it was too late. The attack was swift, without further warning, and deadly. Katrin felt something akin to all the air being sucked out of a room, and the darkness reached out all at once, hurtling toward her with the most foul intent. The hatred battered her senses. Katrin opened herself to all the energy she could pull across her lifeline, which now resembled a bolt of lightning racing toward her. When it struck, Katrin felt herself become the conductor. She felt as if she, too, were illuminated from the inside out, and that she shone like the sun. The brightness fought the haggard darkness that reached out to her with lethal force. Without thought or reason, Katrin released the energy in a single pulse that sent a wave of light radiating out from her like a massive wall of water. The darkness was tossed before it, and lost in the wave it dissipated and vanished. It was a small dent in the massive cloud of darkness, but it gave Katrin heart. Kyrian soared around her, keeping her safe as she gathered energy for another attack, ready to give all she had left to annihilate this threat to all she loved. The air behind her began to sing, and Katrin turned to see what new threat she faced. A howling form flew straight toward her, and it took her a moment to recognize Pelivor. His speed was terrifying, and had she been in her physical form, Katrin would have taken a step backward. As it was, Pelivor's scream grew louder and louder, and Katrin realized it was not a battle cry, but a warning to get out of the way. Pelivor was out of control. As he screamed past, Katrin felt a wash of energy douse her, and she could see the fire racing along a glowing cord attached to Pelivor's spirit. Just before he struck the cloud of darkness, he lit up from within, and, flailing wildly, sent gouts of fire and something that looked like boiling air into the darkness before him. Without another thought, Katrin followed him, and, using what energy she could muster, blasted a trail before her. Still the darkness clawed at her, its grip madness, its odor cloying and sweet. Issuing her own scream filled with horror and fear, Katrin felt the darkness close in behind her. No feeling could compare to being cut off from the light, to lose touch with all that is sane, and to be immersed in chaos. Before her, only the vision of Pelivor gave her something to hold on to, and she tried to get to him. His screams slashed the air, cutting into Katrin's soul, but she could not reach him. The same darkness surrounding Pelivor, and falling on him like a pack of starving dogs on a fresh kill, also assaulted her. She barely felt the attacks. Twice, bursts of light drove back the darkness, and Katrin ignored the demonic forces and the voices demanding she come back. The only thing that mattered in that moment was Pelivor. Each pulse of light he sent out gave Katrin a chance to get closer to him, and she felt as if she could stretch out and touch him, yet he was just beyond her spirit's fingertips. Screaming violently with effort, Pelivor reached out to Katrin wildly and savagely, lacking the control of experience. When he and Katrin did connect, there was a flash far brighter than any of those that had come before. In the next instant, Katrin opened her eyes, back in her body. Standing above her was the most hideous visage she had ever seen. Gray and twisted, the face of the demon spoke of a slow and painful death. A curved blade gleamed in the light, and with a warrior's precision, the demon reversed its blade while raising it for a devastating strike. Something dark slammed into the side of Katrin and the demon. The demon's blade threw sparks into the air as it struck only stone, and Katrin realized it was Kenward, who had saved her by tackling the demon. Trying to regain control of her body after the astral travel, Katrin was dismayed to find that she could barely move. Her arms trembled with fatigue, and a glance to her left showed that Pelivor was not faring much better. The demon, though, was struggling to get Kenward off its back, and Kenward looked small and weak against the massive beast. Reaching over to Pelivor, Katrin grasped his hand in hers. He looked up at her, met her eyes, and nodded, knowing what was to come. The demon was overpowering Kenward, and Katrin released all caution. She drew as deeply as she could on her own energy, and what she could get from Pelivor. His eyes went wide, and the air between them sang a high-pitched note before light arced between Katrin and the demon with a crack that sent Kenward stumbling backward. Nimsy arrived a moment later and finished the demon off while it was still stunned.
"Are you hurt?"
Katrin asked, not knowing exactly whom she was asking. Pelivor shook his head, but could not or would not speak.
"I'm fine,"
Nimsy said, but he grew quiet as Kenward straightened suddenly.
"What was I thinking?"
Kenward asked.
"It would be great to sail with Katrin again," he continued, mocking himself. "Nothing bad ever happens when Katrin's aboard."
For a moment the comment stung, but Katrin remained silent, letting her old friend vent his anger and frustration. When she looked up and saw 2 jagged holes in his deck and down to see a dead demon in the bilge, it occurred to her that he was probably right.
"We'll just cut a hole in the deck. How could I ever have gone along with that, I ask you? And now look, 2 holes in my deck, and you darn near took Pellavor with you. And why is it that as soon as you 2 trip off to play in the skies, we get attacked by demons straight from the depths?" "Black sails on the horizon, sir,"
came a shout from above. Katrin recognized Farsi's voice, and he sounded shaken.
"And that black cloud is back on the horizon, except it's bigger, and the wind has died."
Kenward stood with his arms out to his sides and his mouth wide open, but no sound came out. Turning to Katrin and Pellavor, he raised his palms.
"Can you make her fly?"
The look in his eyes made it clear that he really hadn't wanted to ask the question.
"I don't know,"
Katrin said.
"By the gods, does it always hurt this much?"
Pellavor asked, his hands over his ears.
"Should I take that as a no?"
Kenward asked.
"I can try,"
Pellavor said, and Katrin nodded. Kenward softened then and blushed.
"Are you certain? Nimsy, Farsi, help these 2 up on deck."
He hadn't really waited for Katrin to answer, but she just clamped her jaw and got ready to climb to the deck. Unsteady on her feet and feeling only loosely attached to her body, she was grateful for Nimsy's help. Pellavor's head lolled from side to side, and Katrin doubted he was up to the task. He looked barely conscious. As the sun melted into the sea, the largest and brightest comets showed themselves in a wash of color that ranged from gold to deep violet. It was strikingly beautiful, and that alone brought Katrin hope and refreshment.
"Where are we going?"
Kenward asked. Taking a deep breath, Katrin stood on trembling legs. She'd seen the darkness laying siege to the Godfist, and she knew that the odds of any of them surviving were terrifyingly slim. Then she felt a comforting presence, and heard the crew shout out. She saw Kyrian circling low over the ship. Everything before her faded away, and Kyrian sent her a vision of darkness and loss that made her soul tremble. Then he flashed a vision of Katrin and Kyrian standing as the last defense of man and dragon alike. The vision replayed, and each time they made different choices. Over and over again the vision played in her mind, but every time one or both species were lost. For one waited a hollow victory, for the other, extinction. Katrin reeled at the implications and tried to control her reaction to the horror they faced. This decision, her decision, would affect all that happened from here on out, and she could only hope that she chose wisely. Despite the visions, Katrin was determined to save them all, or die trying.
"We go to the Firstland."
"I knew it," she heard Kenward say, and she received a rather shocked look from Pellavor, who was slowly recovering.
"Let's see if we can get this ship into the air,"
Kenward said. Pellavor smiled, then winced.
"I'll give it my best."
Katrin remained by his side as they tried to get the ship out of the water, but the still air made it impossible.
"You're going to have to propel us,"
Pellavor said.
"Are you sure you'll be able to get us out of the water?"
Katrin asked.
"Are you sure you can propel us?"
Pellavor asked Katrin.
"Not really,"
she admitted.
"Then we're even."
Walking to the back of the ship under her own power was an accomplishment, but it seemed insignificant in comparison to what she was about to attempt. Standing beside the massive wooden tube that was bolted to the deck of the slippery eel, Katrin knew that getting the boat moving would be her greatest challenge. Forcing air into the tube had been relatively easy with air already rushing toward them, but grabbing still air and forcing it through was a great deal more difficult. Progress was painfully slow, and Pellavor offered to come back and help her get them started, but Katrin did not want him to exhaust himself by helping her. He would be responsible for keeping them airborne, a task they could not afford to have unfulfilled. Katrin waved him off and applied her will, feeling as if her head might split into 2. At first the wooden tube emitted a low moan, and the ship sank lower in the water, but the ship did move forward, albeit in painfully slow fashion. Still, every bit of speed forced more air into the tube and helped drive them faster.
"Ship's approaching from all sides, sir."
An instant later, Kyrian turned, rolled, and dived into the waves off their port side. Hushed cries from the crew pulled at Katrin's senses. Kenward's every attention centered on Katrin.
"You can do it," he whispered.
Nimsy had remained by Katrin's side, and she leaned on him for support, knowing her task was impossible. Even with her greatest effort, the ship had not gained enough speed to sustain the reaction, instead requiring more and more energy from her. An instant before she released the energy flow, the ship thrummed and surged forward, as if they had been struck from the stern. And in fact, they had. Kyrian proved his swimming prowess by driving the ship forward. His serpentine body and tail propelled him through the water, showing the efficiency of his form. With no time to revel in the marvels of dragons, Katrin redoubled her efforts, and the air came to her more easily, partly because of Kyrian's efforts, and partly because the winds had picked up.
"Did you see that?"
came a shout from on deck, and Katrin risked losing her concentration to look around. Black ships approached from every direction, dark clouds following those from the west. Lightning danced in the charged air amid the rigging of the dark ships. Katrin felt, more than saw, the presence of someone using Istra's powers. She could smell the discharge in the air, and she felt the hairs on her neck rise. Again she regained her focus and applied as much energy as she could to increasing their speed. Pelibor gave no warning, and Katrin heard men hitting the deck as the ship suddenly left the water at a steep angle, and just as suddenly slowed when it struck the next wave. 3 more times they skipped across the waves, and the crew barely held on. After the third, Pelibor gave out a roar, and the ship gained the air, catching the growing tailwind. Katrin worked to shape the air as it entered the tube, and in doing so realized that the design was flawed. If she could change the shape of the inner chamber, it would be far more efficient, but she had no time for that. As the ship's speed picked up, so did their altitude, and she could only hope that Pelibor did not drop them from the sky. Katrin returned her attention to the approaching ships, which were now far too close. The slippery eel was airborne, but was by no means high enough to clear the approaching ships with their spiring masts and inky black sails. Once again they would need to rely on speed and agility. With Katrin and Pelibor not at their best, she wasn't sure how nimble their movements would be, so she kept her focus on speed. The adverse side effect was that the ships ahead drew closer at an alarming rate. A moment later, Katrin's heart fell into her stomach as the ships before them crested a large wave. Racing down the trailing edge of the wave, each left the water at the exact same moment. Lightning flared and created a web between the 3 flying ships. Pelibor turned and looked back to Katrin, and the ship dropped sharply. Pelibor never got to see the panicked expression on Katrin's face, as he needed every ounce of concentration to get more altitude. A cold feeling washed over Katrin as the realization sank in. All their advantages were gone, and they no longer had any way to defend themselves from the darkness that approached. Perhaps they could take out 1 or 2 of the ships if they had enough speed. She looked over to Kenward, who seemed to have come to the same conclusions. He just nodded to her and gave the order.
"Arm yourselves, and prepare for ramming speed."
Chapter 15. Our greatest limitations are often self-imposed. Dirk Burunda, mountain climber. Durin had known Prios his entire life, and knew he was a nice man with Durin's best interest at heart, but he couldn't stop the fear from stirring in his belly. A tongueless man with such power was in itself somehow frightening, but it was the need in Prios's battle-weary eyes that terrified Durin. It made him accept that his actions may have resulted in St. John's death. That thought haunted him, and he wanted nothing more than to believe that this tunnel would lead him to St. John, Brother Vaughn, and even Trinda. But so far this new section of Dragonhold had proven to be little more than empty rooms and halls. The deep rumbles that came from the heart of the mountain had been the most interesting part of their journey thus far, that was, until Prios had arrived. Durin and Strom had been walking at a brisk pace while they explored the halls, but some 3 hours into the journey, Durin had turned around to find Prios stalking him. His shriek had given Strom a start, but then they had seen the look in Prios's eyes. He needed to know if this was the way to where St. John was. No words were required. And of those who had come with Prios, none spoke. When Durin spotted Kendra and Kenna, he looked away, still troubled by their presence. Prios, though, had pushed them on, his herald glow brightly charged and shining the way. Since then, they had been searching through an area that must have once held more people than currently lived on the Godfist. Durin found it depressing. Why would anyone choose to live in darkness, in a place of cold stone that seemed to suck the joy from the air? At least that was how it felt to Durin. Perhaps it was only the product of his current mood, but the tense silence seemed to indicate that the others felt the same. The inherent sense of order in the place also bothered Durin. Here rested an abandoned city, yet the halls were clear, and not a bit of refuse could be found. The chambers they did explore were bare as well, adding to the mystery. It was as if the city had been built as a precaution, and had never actually been occupied. Rumbling echoes continued to break the silence at seemingly random intervals, and each time Prios listened intently. It seemed impossible to tell where the sounds were actually coming from, but Prios continued to lead them with what appeared to be confidence. Strom walked by his side, not questioning Prios's judgment. More meticulously carved entranceways lined rough-hewn corridors, but it came as a shock when they reached an imposing hall, the corridor turning left and right around the perimeter of the hall, and the most elaborate entrance yet stood directly before them, ready to welcome them or devour them. Durin couldn't tell which. Mighty creatures, from dragons to giant cats, had been carved around the entranceway, and their beauty was eclipsed by only the fear they generated. Prios gave them but a single glance. Only Strom's sideways look and his subsequent checks over his shoulder made Durin feel any better. Every footfall sent echoes cascading through the halls, and Durin knew that if there was anything alive in this place, it surely knew they were there. The place must have been designed to carry sound from the dais to the audience, and it did its job well. Prios's sharp hiss reverberated throughout the hall, and Durin fought the urge to hide. Before them lay the remains of what had once been a finely dressed man. His clothing had been almost perfectly preserved, though his body was a desiccated hull that somehow still clung to his bones. Most shocking was the simple dagger wedged between two ribs, and leaving no doubt that this man, whomever he was, had been murdered. The thought made Durin look over his shoulder, though it was obvious this crime had taken place in the distant past. After listening intently to the faraway thumps and rumbles, Prios led them from the amphitheater, and Durin couldn't help looking over his shoulder, wondering if the murderer were lurking in the shadows. The sound of creaking timbers and a low buzz filled the air as the dark ships encroached. Katrin turned to Kenward. "Do you remember the drills we ran when we were lost trying to find the Firstland?"
"We weren't exactly lost. We just didn't know how to get where we were going,"
Kenward said, but he stumbled when he saw Katrin's exasperated look.
"Yes, I remember."
"Can we do something like we did that time you turned to the side at the last moment?"
"I don't know that it would work," Kenward said. "Much of that technique relied on the water, and empty air would not provide the same effect. That would just put our weakest side forward."
"What do you plan to do, then?"
"We'll slip between two ships, turn, and ram one of them in the belly."
"Slip between the ships that have lightning flowing between them?" Pelivor asked, his voice high-pitched and strained.
"I didn't say it was a perfect plan. What do you suggest?"
"I suggest we try to gain more altitude. That's the only thing that will give us room to move." Katrin swallowed hard, knowing she'd already given her best effort, and she assumed that Pelivor had as well. This last effort might be in vain, but she had to try. Working at the wooden tube, turbulent air fought her, demanding its freedom and refusing to do her bidding. Still, she managed to gain a bit more speed, and Pelivor, his outstretched hands crawling with energy, lifted the ship higher. The dark ships stayed just above the water, and from the eel's current height, they would slam into the masts and rigging of the approaching ships. Pelivor cried out as his arms trembled, and the veins stood out on his neck as he tried, without success, to get them high enough to clear the other ships.
"Get ready to board the ship to port!"
Kenward shouted, and Katrin nearly lost her concentration. She could not bear the thought of the slippery eel's crew going to their deaths. She could see the demons on the other ships now, and with them men. Dressed in black armor, and looking as if they bathed in ashes, men worked alongside demons. It was a terrifying sight. Some wore the mark of the hammer, which was Thrakus' sigil. But Katrin could still not figure out why Thrakus would do such things and align himself with evil. It made no sense.
"One more try,"
Pelivor shouted as the ships moved close enough for lightning to reach out to the slippery eel's rigging. Katrin let out a cry of her own as she reached for the comets, begging for the energy she needed, pleading with the goddess for more power. If only she'd had Ko or her staff, but she had none of that. All she would wield would be the sword Strom had made for her against his own will. It was a beautiful blade with a magic of his own, but Katrin was uncertain how much use that magic would be under these circumstances. Nonetheless, the feeling of the pommel in her hand steadied her, and she held the blade high. Just as impact was imminent, the hull thrummed, and the ship lurched upward. Knees bent, Katrin absorbed the upward thrust and did her best to take advantage of the gained height. Pelivor shouted with what sounded like a mixture of terror and relief as they soared above the towering masts. A momentary slowing and the sound of snapping rigging gave everyone pause, as it seemed they had not gotten away clean after all. Katrin moved to the rail and looked down to see wings. Not structures of energy, but real wings. Kyrion's wings. Even as he helped to lift them into the air, he was taking the opportunity to attack the rigging of the ships below. Once he let go, he and the slippery eel turned on the wind and soared back low over the water, now well clear of the ships. The dark cloud that had been approaching was nearly upon them. It overflowed with energy and malicious intent, and Katrin did not want to be anywhere near it. To the east, another bank of clouds threatened. It, too, reeked of energy, but its charge, at least, was that of a natural storm. What approached from the west wanted her dead. She could feel it. The dive back to low altitude had gained them speed, and Katrin shaped the wind to give it the most efficient flow. The air sang, and, as the rigging began to vibrate, Kyrian thrust them upward and into the approaching storm. Screaming gouts of fire clogged the air, leaving behind trails of oily black smoke. One struck the deck, and immediately fire spread. With most of the crew holding on for their lives, the fire got a chance to establish itself. By the time the crew had tied a rope around Farsi's waist so he could let go and fight the fire, the flames were spreading. With Kyrian's unpredictable movements, there was not much Farsi could do to protect himself, and Katrin hoped that slim line of rope would be enough to save him from going overboard. Another flaming projectile struck the mainsail, which was soon awash with fire. Katrin had to remind herself to breathe, as Bryn climbed the rigging without a rope to secure him. Kyrian banked a sharp turn, as another screaming ball of flames arched over the bow. Bryn hung by his arms alone, and he nearly swung in a complete circle as the ship banked, creaking and groaning against Kyrian's back, but when the ship righted itself, he landed deftly. Katrin's efforts continued to lend them speed, and Pelivor kept most of the weight off Kyrian. It was only when they needed to climb or change direction that Kyrian would take more of the weight onto his back. It must be painful, Katrin thought, but she could sense Kyrian laughing. "I am stronger than you might believe." Katrin smiled. "I'm not so sure about this," Kenward said as they neared the leading edge of the towering storm cloud, its structures larger and more imposing than any fortress ever built. The slippery eel was about to disappear into it, even as lightning continued to illuminate it from within. "I didn't agree to this!" Still, Kyrian drove them upward and directly into the storm. Almost instantly it became clear that the air currents within the storm were more unpredictable than Kyrian's movements, and the ship, along with Kyrian, flew erratically, sometimes dropping through pockets of air as if they would crash to the sea. Light flashed around them, and Katrin felt the ship building up a charge. It reminded her of when she'd been struck by lightning in Pinnock Harbor. Her skin crawled with energy, and a coppery taste filled her mouth. The structures Pelivor used to provide lift seemed to gather the charge as they sliced through the excited air around them, and balls of floating lightning danced along the deck and through the solid walls of the deckhouse. The curses that poured from the galley made it clear that the lightning continued to the other side of the walls. "I should have listened to my mother," Kenward said after having to duck ball lightning and nearly being thrown overboard by turbulent air.
"Now there's a first,"
Katrin said, unable to resist.
"Really?"
Kenward said in mock horror.
"You're going to hold that over me now? While we're flying through a storm I wouldn't sail through and being chased by balls of light and fire if we're not tossed into the open air first? I'm not certain which death I prefer, but I'm pretty sure I don't want one of those balls of light catching up to me. Get low and stay away from the mainmast, Katrin said. Oh, I don't like the sound of that at all, Kenward said. Why do I even let you on my ship? Katrin got no chance to respond, as the storm chose that instant to relieve the ship of its charge. She had expected it to hit the masts, but she had not considered that they were inside the cloud instead of below it. In a surreal moment that would forever be burned into Katrin's memory, she saw a fine silvery web of energy form, and in the space of a breath, it grew to blindingly bright light that crawled over every part of the ship and its crew. In the next moment, darkness engulfed them, and rain whipped around them, but the most terrifying part was the feeling of falling. Even stunned and confused, the crew managed to hang on to the now plummeting ship. Pelivor remained where he'd been clinging to the railing, but he appeared to be having trouble hanging on. Katrin couldn't blame him. Neither of them had been prepared for this, and she did not know how much more she'd be able to endure. But for the moment, she knew she needed to get control of the ship. Standing up and supporting herself against the deckhouse, Katrin tied herself to the steerage, having flashbacks of nearly drowning as a result of the same idea, but she forced herself to do it as the prow dipped. The ship dived straight down into the clear skies below the storm clouds, and the seas rushed up at them with incredible speed. More turbulence caused the ship to twist, and Katrin drew a sharp breath when she caught sight of Kyrian below them, falling in a flat spin, as if he were already dead. Katrin cried out across the distance and tried to communicate with his spirit, but she got no response, and his body continued to spin out of control. Knowing everyone aboard would suffer Kyrian's fate if she did not do something, Katrin gathered her will. She created structures more like those Pelivor used than the ones she had created in the past, and she found them easier to maintain, except the speed of the air coming at them was so intense that it tried to tear the structures apart. "I knew this was a bad idea!" Kenward shouted, even as the angle of their descent lessened. The speed made the rigging sing, and Katrin wanted to look down and see what had become of Kyrian, but the ship was far from under control. Backlit by a flash of lightning, a giant shape filled the air near them. One could not confuse a regent dragon with a feral dragon, and this was definitely a feral. Its black scales glistened in the rain, and it matched their dive. Using all her might, Katrin changed the angle of her wings, scrubbing off some speed, and sent them back into as steep a climb as she could maintain. "Hold on!" she shouted. "Now you tell us to hold on. How can it get any worse?" Katrin didn't bother to answer Kenward. She let the port side wing dissolve into nothingness, just as the feral attacked, which sent the ship rolling aside. A mighty crash resounded, and sent the ship careening as the dragon planted its claws on the hull and thrust itself away from the eel. Katrin tried to re-establish the port wing, but the spinning of the ship made it difficult to do anything but hold on. After several tries, she managed to right the ship. Soon after, Pelivor joined her and did his best to secure himself in a similar fashion. With his help, the ship regained stable flight. "Watch for the feral!" Katrin shouted. It wasn't long until someone cried out, "Here it comes!" The information wasn't all that helpful in the sense that Katrin had no idea from what direction the attack would come, only that it would come soon. With a sharp turn to starboard, Katrin hoped she'd guessed correctly. A muffled roar that sounded like a snake moving over rawhide, only 1,000 times louder, shook the slippery eel, but the ship maintained stable flight. Momentarily, allowing her concentration to waver, Katrin looked around, trying to figure out what was going on in the air around them, but once again clouds had engulfed them, and she could see almost nothing. Even sound was dampened by the wet air, and the cries that rang out seemed distant. Grub brought a thick soup that sat heavily in Katrin's stomach, and made her eyelids feel as if they weighed as much as a pair of hams. Nimsy braced her and took more of her weight as she swayed on her feet. It was simply too much to ask of her exhausted body. She needed rest more than anything. Vaguely she thought she heard someone calling her name, wanting to tell the person to go away and just give her a little more time to sleep. Katrin realized she was falling. Everything was falling. Trying desperately to clear the sleep from her mind, Katrin lent energy to Pelivor, who looked as if he too would drop at any moment. "We need to get the ship back in the water," Katrin managed to say between gasps. Pelivor just nodded without fully lifting his head.
Darkness crowded Katrin's vision, and she remained conscious only by the sheer force of her will. Nothing mattered in that instant except getting the eel back in the water. If it killed her, then so be it. None of this seemed worth it anymore. How could anything be worth the pain and suffering she endured? How could anything make up for the anguish of loss or the frustration of failure? Katrin howled in spite of it and guided the ship lower.
"First we need to get clear of that!"
Kenward shouted as the Pharaoh soared straight toward the prow of the ship at incredible speed. At the last instant, the dragon reached out and grabbed a crewman as it passed. The man's screams pounded against Katrin's resolve, trying to convince her that she could not win. They would not survive. Buffeted by the wind, the ship angled toward the waves, and Katrin stood, trembling, ready to release the energy and collapse the instant they hit the waves. Farsi's support appeared to be the only thing keeping Pelivor upright, and she knew he felt the same.
"Get down!"
someone shouted. Katrin saw it then, approaching for another pass, its eyes gleaming with hatred and purpose. Like a giant snake, it undulated in the air, as if swimming through the clouds. Folding its wings, it raced toward the slippery eel, aiming for Kenward. Katrin could not allow it to take him from the deck, not Kenward or any other member of the crew. "I'm sorry," Katrin cried out, not having time to warn anyone or ask permission. Instead, she did something she wished she didn't know how to do. Reaching out to all those aboard, she borrowed their energy. None could resist, and had no chance to avoid her embrace. As quick as lightning, her power locked onto them all, and they were hers to do with as she pleased. With the flick of her wrist, she could drain them all. It was so beautiful, and Katrin wanted more. How could she not? It was the most glorious thing she'd ever experienced, yet she knew the consequences, and it only took an instant to regain her composure. Pelivor stared at her with the widest eyes she'd ever seen, and Katrin loosed a single white-hot bolt of energy that left the air crackling and smelling of charcoal. The crew, still locked in a frozen rictus, was illuminated in morbid detail as the bolt flashed over the deck. Then they were lost in a conflagration that burned into Katrin's soul. She felt the dragon reaching for her spirit even as it died, as if its energy stretched beyond its mortal shell and sought to burn Katrin alive with its last reserve. Releasing the crew as quickly as she could, Katrin threw her arms up before her. There was no time to use the energy to shield herself, and she was suddenly awash with flame and lightning. It lasted only an instant. Then it was gone. Singed, and in some cases still smoking, the crew moved as if they were drunk, and Katrin hoped she hadn't taken too much from them. Aware that she could kill a person by drawing too much energy, she worried what would happen if she drew almost too much energy from them, and she feared permanent damage. The thought was yanked away as she was suddenly thrown forward against the ropes that bound her. Icy water surged over the bow, drenching her and everyone else on deck. Pelivor appeared dead as he floated toward the rail on the receding wave, his body limp and almost liquid in its movements. Everyone aboard was silent, and Katrin watched in mute awe as crewmen regained their feet and began checking the rigging. It was not long before shouts came from below.
"We're taking on water, sir!"
Darkness once again crowded Katrin's vision, and she could no longer fight it. She felt like an empty and desiccated husk that would never be whole again. With a heavy sigh of resignation, she slumped toward the deck, only the ropes holding her upright. As the darkness claimed her, she heard Kenward shout,
"Man the bilges and buckets!" "It's too much, sir,"
came the response from below decks.
"We're sinking!"
Even complete exhaustion could not overcome the shouting of the crew and the complaints of the rigging. Her vision blurry at first, Katrin awoke barely able to make out the dark shapes that ambled past, seemingly standing at the wrong angle. It was then that she realized the ship was listing heavily to port, and the water was creeping ever closer, ready to claim them in its cold embrace. Kenward's orders contained a note of panic she'd never heard from him before. Of all the trouble they'd been through, this was the worst. Kenward's voice and the efforts of the crew, who were no less exhausted than she, especially after her abuse of them, motivated Katrin and drove her back to her feet. Water streaked down her face after a wave broke over the deck. The surf was growing, and the sight of the endless crests and troughs, now white-tipped and blowing in the wind, made Katrin's skin crawl. Hanging at her side, Katrin's left arm was numb and unresponsive. Her right arm trembled as she steadied herself against the rail, the angle of the deck making it difficult to stand.
"The bilge handles are submerged, Captain. We've got to get ahead of this or we're sunk. More men to the bilges," Kenward ordered in a shrill voice. "I'll bail the hold by myself if I have to. This ship will not sink."
Katrin reached his side and used her right arm to take a full bucket from Kenward. Without a word, Kenward dipped back down for another. Pelivore appeared a moment later, holding his head and mumbling something too low for anyone to hear over the furor. As the waves grew, the work became more and more difficult, and Katrin was thrown to the deck when they crested a large wave. It was as if the deck had jumped out from underneath her, only to come crashing back up with explosive force. The taste of blood filled her mouth, and when she put her weight on her left arm, it was too much. She collapsed back to the deck with a whimper. Strong hands grabbed her by the buckles on her leather pants, pulled her upright, and left her standing there. The world moved in unexpected ways, even more than the high seas would account for, and Katrin took deep breaths while she searched for balance and calm. Death was close now. It would take only a little more time, and all of them would be lost forever. St. would be left without a mother, and Prios would be a widower. The thoughts made her weep, but still she helped bail, Pelivore now lending her strength. Where he had found his reserve she did not know, but she loved him for it. When Kenward met her eyes next, she could see the defeat in his visage. Even giving everything they had left would not be enough. The slippery eel had taken too much damage, and there was no way she could be mended on rough seas and nearly full of water. Katrin wasn't even sure what was keeping them afloat. To everyone's surprise, they began to make some progress, the water dropping back below the bilge arms. Katrin suspected a regent dragon was helping them, but her suspicion was based on feelings alone. Nonetheless, this sudden improvement gave Kenward pause.
"We're not going to be able to keep this up," Farsi shouted from below decks. "Even if we can get the bilge emptied, I'm not sure we can plug a hole that big. Not in the water, at least, and we might as well be a lifetime from dry dock."
Kenward scowled.
"Do you all want to face my mother in the afterlife when I tell her you gave up?"
His words got them moving a little faster.
"Would you prefer to face my sister, or maybe you'd like to answer to Prios?"
The words seemed aimed at himself, rather than the crew, but the effect was the same.
"There, see? We can do this."
The water level dropped enough that one could straddle the hole in the ship and still have his head above water.
"Bring me oakum and planks. Use the shelves if you have to. Farsi, you're a lanky sprite. Use your feet to get some oakum around the front of the hole, and then get a board across it. Bryn, you can hold your breath a long time. Swim down there and secure the planks. Just make the hole smaller. That's all I'm asking. Just make it smaller."
By some unknown force, the water continued to drop lower, and Bryn was able to work with his head above the waterline. Still, water surged sporadically through the remainder of the hole, the high pressure making it even more difficult to patch. Then even that flow lessened. There came a strange thump on the hull, and the timbers creaked. The deck rolled back to being almost level.
"What's happening?"
someone asked.
"I don't care what's happening,"
Kenward answered.
"Get that hole fixed. We might live yet."
There was a sound of relief in Kenward's voice, but Katrin knew his hope had the potential to be false. The damage to the eel's hull was extensive. By her guess, the result of giant claws and the collision with a rough, scaled hide. Looking over the side of the ship, she could see nothing in the failing light. A towering wave brought them high above the trough, and as they were about to race down the trailing edge, the timbers creaked again, only this time much louder. Shouts came from below decks as the ship took to the air. Katrin turned to Pelivore, who looked as shocked as she. Both knew there was no time to waste if they were going to capitalize on their good fortune. With practiced precision, Pelivore built his structures of energy, and the ship remained in the air, just barely clearing the whitecaps.
"You've done it!"
Kenward shouted.
"You've given us a fighting chance. Keep us in the air for another couple of hours, and we might just be seaworthy again."
A couple hours. It might as well have been an eternity. Katrin knew they had no more than a few minutes. The world shifted between full color and a dull gray haze. Faraway voices called to her, and strong hands held her steady. In her dreams, they flew across the desert, nightmarish creatures attacking from every side, and nowhere was safe. Dust curled up behind them as they flew, and Katrin could feel that this dream was different. This was a dream, yet it was real, and all of her senses were engaged. The battlefield was a maelstrom of aggression and pent-up rage, and all she could do was fly. Chapter 16. Some of the most beautiful things in this world will kill you quick as death. Farsi, Sailor. Black sands rose from the sea, and the first land looked much different to Katrin. The land had healed itself from the devastation of the tsunami, and now Katrin could see the lush forests in their true glory. Chillingly beautiful was this unforgiving land of her ancestors, with the blacks and browns of the shoreline opposite fertile greenery that blanketed the land like moss on a giant stone. All on board kept their gazes skyward, watching for Ferals, and in Katrin's case, for Kyrian. She knew he lived, knew he had helped get them airborne, yet she had not seen him, and until she saw him, the reality of his survival would not be assured to her. The fact that the First Land looked like a beatific and idyllic setting, and all around them was still and peaceful, only served to unnerve the crew further. All of them knew they had come here for a reason, and they might never leave. The placid beauty seemed almost inappropriate and garish in the face of their impending doom. It didn't help that Kenward was not speaking to Katrin. At first she'd thought him simply angry, but he had attempted to speak to her and had failed. Each time he had opened his mouth, nothing came out. Eventually he raised his arms in defeat and walked away, mumbling to himself about flying through Katrin's nightmares and holes in his deck. Katrin knew she couldn't control her dreams, especially when she was beyond exhaustion, but she still felt guilty for having traumatized Kenward and the crew. The thought of flying the ship while sleeping haunted her.
"I'm amazed you could do it at all,"
Pelivor had said.
"How did you do it?" "No, wait. Don't answer that. I don't want to know."
Perhaps it was best that Katrin could not have explained it if she had tried. Somehow she had transitioned from waking to sleep without letting go of the power. She'd done it once before, in Pennock Harbor, but that was nothing as complex as keeping a ship in the air. And that seemed to be the rub. In her altered state, Katrin's mind had somehow overlaid reality with her dreams, and as she had been dodging monsters and attacks of power and fire, the slippery eel had been under her command. Kenward had insisted that Katrin and Pelivor sleep for at least 2 full nights before they attempted to fly the ship again, and even now they moved through the waves under the power of the wind alone. Katrin knew she would need her strength for the battle ahead. Kyrian had brought her here for a reason. He'd shown her visions of pain and death, and she knew the calm would not remain. Not knowing when the darkness would come made Katrin want to climb out of her own skin, and not knowing Kyrian's true fate gnawed at her.
"You need to eat something,"
Pelivor insisted. The acid in Katrin's stomach stole what appetite she had, and she shook her head. Even the smell of Grubb's fish stew did little to attract her. Kenward stood behind Pelivor, and though he still said nothing, she knew he was coming around. With his arms folded over his chest, he raised an eyebrow and tapped his foot. Sighing, Katrin accepted the mug, thinking she would just sip it to satisfy Kenward. After a few tastes, though, her appetite returned enough to finish the mug.
"You know I love you,"
Kenward finally said.
"But I have to admit that I'll be glad when you're off my ship. You're nothing but the worst kind of trouble, and you seem determined to kill me and sink my ship."
"It took you all this time to come up with that? You're no poet, Kenward, but I can understand you feeling that way. Still, I think you're just jealous because I've managed to endanger your crew more than you have." Those words drove Kenward back into silence that was finally broken by Grubb's laughter.
"I say we keep her on board just to shut him up."
A look from Kenward silenced him, but his shoulders shook as he walked back to the galley. Kenward just shook his head.
"I suppose you'll want me to take you up the river toward Rye? You know, the place where the Golgi nearly sank us the last time we were here."
The memory was burned into Katrin's mind. She could recall every sight, smell, and sensation of that day. It was also the first time she'd been rescued by dragons.
"Yes, I suppose that is what I want. I had hoped for guidance from Kyrian, some sign as to what he needed from me, but no matter how I try, he will not respond. He's alive, I know it, but I think he's waiting for a reason, and until he's ready, we're on our own. "It seems we face the same dilemma once again," Kenward said. "I don't have enough men to send with you and still be able to defend the ship."
"This time will be different," Katrin said. "This time I will go alone."
"But you could be facing dangers far worse than those in the past."
"True," Katrin said. "I'm not as well prepared as I would have liked. But I have done everything within my power to get ready for this, and now I must simply let the bones fall where they may." Instantly, Katrin regretted her choice of words. No one else seemed willing to speak in the silence that followed. "Please, just take me to the place where you dropped me last time. I'll either be fine or I won't, but staying aboard this ship will not accomplish whatever it is I'm here to do. Now I just need to get on with it." Members of the crew approached her one at a time, each in his or her own way, and only when ready. Katrin had known them since she was a teenager. She loved them like family, and to many of them, she was an adopted daughter. To have their love and respect meant the world to Katrin, and their words bolstered her confidence. If these brave and talented men and women believed in her, then surely she could believe in herself, even if she did face an impossible task: win a battle that would take place at a time and place beyond her knowing. Her only choice was to surrender to fate and hope that her knowledge and power would sustain her. It must have shown in her eyes, given the respect she got from the crew. Even those who had nearly died for her cause in the past looked at her with new eyes, as if they only now saw her true potential and sacrifice. It was good that these things propped up Katrin's confidence, as the next moment brought pure chaos. Like a flock of birds launched from a shaken tree, dragons appeared all at once and, within moments, filled the air around the ship. Battle centered on the slippery eel. Ferals dived in to attack, and regents flew in defense. It was impossible to believe the ferocity and power of their attacks. Even one strike would likely kill the entire crew of the slippery eel. If not for the regent dragons, their greenish scales glinting in the sunlight, the eel would have been lost. Kyrian was nowhere to be seen. Katrin would have been able to pick him out of the chaos with her eyes closed, and she longed to find him and communicate with him, but her calls remained unanswered. Crouching and shying away from another monstrous collision, Katrin thought the sound of dragons fighting might be the most frightening part of all. Not only did their growls make the air tremble and their screams inflict physical pain, the sound of their armored bodies slamming together was something Katrin thought no creature should ever have to hear.
"Full sail!"
Kenward shouted.
"Get this ship out of the water! We need to get out of here!"
No one hesitated or questioned Kenward's words. His command gave them purpose and something to distract them from the horror that was taking place around them.
"Look out!"
was all the warning anyone got before a pair of twined dragons struck the ship. Locked in a battle to the death, the two flailed and rolled, taking part of the rigging into the sea with them before disappearing under the waves. Had it not been a glancing blow, they'd already be sunk. Kenward was right. They needed to move. Raising her arms to the sky, Katrin reached for the comets, and to her absolute shock, they felt 1,000 years away, as if they had suddenly been flung back into the darkness. One look at Pelivor showed that he was experiencing a similar horror. Looking up, Katrin saw an unnaturally dark cloud blocking their views of the heavens. Like a stain on the sky, it roiled above them, sometimes lit from within by webs of lightning. The hair on Katrin's neck stood as she realized there was a filament of energy extending from her head and the ship and reaching up to the clouds above. Time was running out. Denied direct access to the comets, Katrin reached to the air around her. Pelivor did the same and was soon trying to generate enough lift to get them out of the water. Katrin did her best to focus on providing thrust. Farsi watched from nearby with a glint in his eye, and Katrin smiled at him despite their peril. Under her direction, he had modified the tube of wood, changing the shape of the inner surface so it opened more at the entrance and remained more constricted midway along its length. The changes reduced the strength and stability of the wood, and Katrin could now feel it trembling as she forced air through. A low whistle began, and as they moved faster, it grew in volume and pitch. Over a steeper wave, the hull left the water, lurching suddenly to one side as a ferrule came at them unblocked until the very last moment. The whistling continued to grow louder, and Katrin applied as much energy as she thought was safe. Again the crew had to trim the sails as their speed increased. Before they were even finished, The rigging began to vibrate, and the wind tore at the crew. Staying low to the water, they skimmed along as fast as they were able. Above, the skies were far too dangerous, and the slippery eel, even with Katrin and Pelivore in control, was no match for a feral dragon in open air.
"At least the water makes it hurt really bad when they miss," Kenward said. "We need to get through the harbor and into the river valley. Then there won't be room for many of these beasts in the air above us. Sails ahead, sir. What the... Sir!"
It didn't take long for Katrin to see what the lookout had seen, or for Kenward to start cursing. Thrakus's sailors seemed to be learning new things at an alarming rate. Hovering above the water came a formation of ships linked together by blood-red lightning. The ships appeared equidistant from one another and flew as a single unit. Standing at the prow of the lead ship was a tall man in long robes, his arms cast out to the sides, lightning flowing from his hands and into the deck itself. Dark paint made him look like the demons that wandered his decks. Again, these Golgi-like abominations would haunt Katrin, and she watched in horror as similarly dressed men emerged on the prow of every ship in the array. When they raised their hands, a new web of power sprang into the air, joining over the lead ship, focusing and splitting the air toward the slippery eel. Katrin banked the ship to the right, accelerated, then slowed. White heat seared the air but went wide.
"Higher!"
Kenward ordered. Katrin and Pelivore did as he said. No sooner had they gained open air than a feral locked onto them. A pair of regents gave chase, but this feral was bigger and faster than most of the others. Closing the gap to the slippery eel and leaving the regents behind, the feral made it clear it wasn't going to give up easily. Dividing her attention, Katrin reached back out to the comets, and as the eel moved out from under the dread cloud, the comets answered, flooding her with energy. The ship whistled as she pushed for more speed, but she wasn't certain the eel could take much more. Instead, she focused part of her mind on building up a charge and sending a finger of lightning back at the charging feral. The lightning connected, and in that instant, she felt small and insignificant. The will of the feral washed over her. None of what was going on around her seemed to exist. All that mattered was avoiding the wrath of the Lord of the Night. Lost in his rapidly approaching eyes, Katrin watched, entranced.
"Why are we slowing?"
The voices were distant and meaningless. Nothing could be more important than what she was doing. Of that she was certain.
"Katrin, wake up!"
Kenward shouted as he shook her. It took Katrin a moment to realize where she was and what was happening, but then it all rushed back at once and nearly caused her to swoon. In the meantime, the feral had drawn closer, and the sight of him sent Katrin scrambling to get them moving fast again. What lead they had was now lost, and the dragon would almost certainly catch them. The regents in pursuit flew in what looked like desperation as they climbed higher and higher. Watching as they disappeared into the clouds, Katrin's hope faded. At the fastest speed she felt the ship could handle, the feral continued to gain on them. Twice more she attacked, and twice more it seemed only to infuriate the beast. Standing near the stern became a liability as the dragon overtook them. It came all at once, as if it had been holding back and only making them think it had been at maximum speed. The sudden attack caught Katrin off her guard, and she scrambled to cast out energy in hopes of warding off certain death. Behind the feral, Katrin noticed two dark shapes diving toward the surface at unbelievable speed. Then those shapes extended their wings and pulled up to skim over the waves, sending spray circling in the roiling wind behind them. They hit the feral hard and fast, knocking him off course and away from the ship. It was a costly victory, though, and Katrin cried out when the feral struck like a snake and sent one of the regents into a lifeless spin until it crashed into the water with a series of sickening pops and snaps. Afraid of going much higher, again in the shadow of the unnatural cloud, Katrin guided them closer to the harbor. Approaching the tall ring of stone that surrounded much of the harbor, Katrin looked up, almost expecting to see a Jean warship still nestled among the peaks, but it was gone, lost to the ravages of time and weather, she guessed. When she lowered her gaze, she let out a gasp, which was immediately followed by shouts from the crew. Another formation of ships was leaving the harbor, just clearing the massive semicircle of stone peaks. The base of the passage was far wider than the top, and Kenward cursed when Katrin took them higher and turned sharply so the ship entered the narrow opening at an angle. In trying to match the angle of the rock face that would likely snap off the mainmast, Katrin pitched the ship onto its side, nearly losing Farsi. The wind whispered over the rocks as they passed, and an instant later, they emerged into the massive harbor. Instead of the giant sea and land creatures she'd been expecting, Katrin saw a waiting navy. A mass of ships clogged the waters, and enough land had been cleared to build fortifications. Smoke billowed from stacks on ships and from buildings. The air above was no safer than that above the open seas. In fact, the rock faces made it even more dangerous to navigate. Bringing the ship down low, Katrin saw dark shapes in the water and knew that the large sea creatures may not be fully visible, but they were still there.
"If we set down," Kenward said, "they'll attack from underneath, just as they did the last time we were here. If we stay here, the dragons will get us, and who knows what's waiting in that river valley. I don't recall it being a pleasant trip, and we had to turn back at those boiling statues."
"Do you have a better idea?" Katrin asked.
"No,"
he admitted. "Then hold on."
"Get ready,"
Kenward shouted to the crew.
"This is going to be a bumpy ride."
The whistle of the ship echoed off the canyon walls, and Katrin brought them higher, even as approaching formations of ships readied themselves to attack. These groups were smaller, some consisting of only 3 ships, but they moved with nimble grace and seemed capable of greater speed.
"This is insane!"
Kenward shouted, as they whisked over the first formation of ships, which remained just above the surface of the water. The air around them shimmered, and the smell of smoke polluted the air.
"They're setting us on fire! Put us down! Put us down!"
Not wanting to lose speed, Katrin tried to only bounce the ship along the surface of the narrowing and shallow waters at the mouth of the approaching river. She'd envisioned the ship skipping like a stone, but the drag was far greater than she had anticipated. Everyone and everything aboard was thrown toward the prow. A jet of oily fire spewing black smoke struck the waves before them and set the water itself afire.
"Up! Up!"
Kenward shouted. Katrin would have obeyed his orders if she could, but it was simply too much to ask, and the ship struck the flames, which left the eel covered in burning pitch. The crew watched hopelessly as smoke streamed up through the railing. Realizing that even the water would not extinguish this fire, Katrin concentrated on getting the ship back into the air. Though it seemed like the worst possible thing to do, Katrin had a plan. Pelivor cried out as he exerted himself, the cut of his muscles standing out as the wind plastered his silks against him. Just before they reached the next cluster of approaching ships, they left the water and banked to port, this time greeted by a series of thumps that slammed into the hull. No one knew how much damage they had taken, but crewmen were shouting from below, and some had to evacuate the deckhouse due to smoke.
"She's gonna burn up!"
Kenward shouted. Left with no other options, Katrin pushed the ship for more speed, even as the valley walls closed in on them. This time the carved figures that adorned the hillsides were even more intimidating, simply because they might slam into one of them at any moment. Katrin soon found herself soaring through a narrow and twisting canyon, mere inches above the waterline, and with far too much speed, yet the fires still burned. No ships pursued them up the river, but a shadow passed over them and raced along the valley just ahead of them, as if the dragon were just biding its time, waiting for the best moment to strike its prey. Prey that had nowhere to go and no place to hide. Feeling naked and exposed, Katrin tried to resist the fear that pharaohs seemed designed to create, but it was difficult to do. Crewmen wept on deck, and Kenward looked more frightened than Katrin had ever seen, but that may have had more to do with the way she was flying his ship. When he looked at her, he wore a look of unabashed horror, as if she might truly be a monster. It was no use. Katrin knew that almost every path would lead to their deaths, and even if her actions left them stranded on the firstland, then it would be better than all of them perishing in the sea or the air above it. Staying low had its own dangers, proven by a protruding rock face that had remained hidden until the last moment, protected by a natural illusion. It smacked into the hull and sent them flying sideways. The dragon picked that moment to attack, and Katrin tried to split her attention between guiding the ship, providing thrust, and sending a defensive strike against the approaching dragon. She never got the chance to release that strike, as Kyrian soared in between them, and sent the much larger dragon careening away from the ship.
"No!"
Katrin cried out, knowing that Kyrian was no match for a dragon more than twice his size. "Fly!" It was the only response she got from him before he collided again with the feral. Katrin could not watch, not only because it was too painful to see, but because the valley continued to narrow, and every instant was critically dangerous to the ships.
"The fires are out, but there are holes in the hull, sir. Big ones. We're not seaworthy."
Kenward looked stricken, but Katrin was not surprised. Still, it didn't matter to her. All it did was reinforce her decision. Ahead lay the Eternal Guardians, watching over the Valley of the Victors. The name seemed ironic to Katrin, since all the images were of men, yet they had not ruled here for thousands of years.
"Katrin!
Hold on, Kenward!
Katrin!"
The panic in his voice made Katrin regret what she was about to do, but he said he had no better ideas, and she did what she could to save all of them, even if it pained her to do so. Though she'd seen them before, the Eternal Guardians formed a daunting barrier. Both figures crouched over waters that swirled around the stone they had sprung from. The one closest to them was worn to the extent that its visage was lost to time, which made it look all the more imposing. The other had only half its face remaining, but even that cast them a baleful glare. The Feral grew larger in the skies before them, and would pass above the Guardians about the same time they would reach the massive monument. No going over the monuments, then.
"Hold on, and stay clear of the masts."
Splinters of wood filled the air, along with a series of gut-wrenching snaps. The mainmast tore up the foredecks and slammed into the deckhouse before launching into the air behind them.
"Katrin!"
The word was now a high-pitched scream, like the sound of a man losing a limb. It was not a sound Katrin ever wanted to hear again, but fate had other ideas. Just beyond the Eternal Guardians, she urged the ship higher, scanning the landscape, looking for something she knew would be there, but not really believing she would find it. With the Feral gaining on them and Kyrian nowhere to be seen, Katrin urged the ship for more speed. The tube of wood singing a howling tune, vibrating and flexing as the pressurized air rushed through. The speed would not be enough, and Katrin forced more air in, but it was too much. With a suddenness that sent Katrin sprawling, the cylinder cracked, split, and exploded. Splinters dug into Katrin's flesh, a large chunk flying by and barely missing her face. She turned back with tears of frustration and loss in her eyes. But then she saw a field of deep, rich grass strewn with megalithic granite boulders, as if they'd been tossed like dice by the gods. A smile came to Katrin's face, and she hoped that once again she would find solace in this idyllic location, despite the pure chaos that surrounded them. The tops of trees slammed against the hull as they made their approach, and only the sound of Kenward's screams rose above the cacophony. "Brace!" Katrin shouted, and an instant later she was vaulted forward, the ropes that held her digging into her flesh. The pain and sensation of being crushed was overwhelming, and she could not believe how hard they hit when they landed. The initial blow had jarred Katrin and Pelivor enough to make them both lose control over the power they wielded. In the moments that followed, dragons unfolded themselves, and Kenward wept. Chapter 17. The most courageous acts are often committed by those who believe themselves already dead. Murchil Vallon, Soldier. The slippery eel lay on her side, groaning as if in her death throes, filling the silence left by what her captain was not saying. He looked at Katrin with horror in his eyes, and she wondered if this would be the end of the friendship they had developed. The loss of the slippery eel was bad enough, but the thought of losing Kenward as a friend brought tears to Katrin's eyes. It was only a single moment in time, but it was burned into Katrin's consciousness. Immediately after, time rushed forward, and there were wounded to tend. Though there were many cuts, scrapes, and bruises, the worst wounds had been Katrin's to bear. She winced as Pelivor removed the splinters of wood from her right side. Large and small, they dug into her flesh and made every movement painful. No one left the ship, as if they feared they would drown in the lush grasses. More likely it was the dragons surrounding the ship they feared. They looked like Kyrian, only larger, older, and far less friendly. They waited, though not patiently. Their eyes urged her forward, and their hearts tugged at her. She could feel them calling to her, calling to all of them. Eventually Pelivor had removed most of the larger splinters from Katrin's side, and both of them stepped onto the grasses and toward the largest of the dragons. He brought his head down low and swayed back and forth in a rhythmic movement. The beautiful dance captivated them. Soon the entire crew of the slippery eel joined them.
"I'm sorry we crashed into your lovely valley,"
Katrin said. If a dragon could smile, this one did, and there was a glint in its eye. "You are ignorant, child. That is among your strengths. This valley has been waiting for you. It was made for you." Those gathered heard the words in their minds, felt the mirth and the warmth in the dragon's communication. It instantly put them all at ease, despite the fact that they had been, up until that moment, fighting for their lives. Here in this valley, under the protection of these dragons, they were safe. "I must ask you once again to save him. You must save Kyrian." The compelling energy, though leaving room for free will, nearly sent them all scrambling toward the sound of distant wailing. Katrin's breath caught in her throat when she heard it. "It has begun. It cannot be stopped. You must save him." Kyrian's call was the same as when she had first heard it all those years ago. Trapped in a cell of stone, fed and made to grow too large to get out of the entrance, he would have been left to die a horrible death had Katrin not defeated Archmaster Bellegra and set Kyrian free. The memories brought physical pain, and that's when Katrin realized the large dragon was now looking her in the eye, its head hovering only a hand's width before her face. She felt the sensation of something pulling on her skin, followed by wet clicks, and Katrin looked down to see splinters on her boot and the grasses around it. The pain in her body dissipated. Moving its head back and forth, the dragon captured Katrin in its gaze once again. "Be strong. You must not fail. The future of us all rests in your hands. Do not let fear stop you. Not your fear or that of another. Know that dragons and humans are not so different. We, too, are gifted and flawed. Not all of us agree about what the future holds, and Kyrian is suffering for that. Go. Save him." Nodding, Katrin could formulate no thought beyond the need to save Kyrian, his wails once again punctuating the silence. "Go. Now." Katrin turned and walked to the northern end of the valley with a determined stride, her purpose clear. All that was left was to find him. If his wailing continued, that would not be difficult. Only when she left the soft grasses and climbed onto the uneven granite did she realize she was alone. The rest of the crew of the slippery eel stood entranced, and Katrin wondered if they would ever forgive her. It was better this way, better that she go alone. At least that way she would not be responsible for their deaths. She couldn't save them, but perhaps the dragons could. Climbing with a mixture of sadness and grim satisfaction, Katrin moved toward Kyrian. The ascent was not difficult, and for much of the way she followed a natural ridgeline that cut through two peaks. It wasn't long until Katrin saw things she recognized, and soon the hollow mountain emerged from the fog, its zigzagging stairs clinging to it like mighty serpents, crawling out of the archways that decorated the massive rock face. It had been in one of those halls that Katrin had faced Archmaster Bellegra, and only barely won. Now that mountain seemed entirely abandoned, only spirits roaming the dark halls. Kyrian's wails echoed from the valley walls, and Katrin could not pinpoint the direction from which they came. Just past the hollow mountain, she turned north, hoping she was right. She listened, straining, and in the distance she thought she heard someone calling her name. It was faint but persistent, and as she listened closely for Kyrian, she couldn't help but hear them calling for her. The voice was Kenward's, she was almost certain, and he sounded no more calm than the last time she'd heard him. She'd hoped the dragons would keep them in the valley and guard them while she went off to help Kyrian, but it seemed fate had other plans. Torn and wanting to go back for them, Katrin forced herself to continue, though she cried at having to choose. If she was abandoning them, it was only for their own good. She doubted any of them would see it that way, but she persevered nonetheless. Cold wind drifted to her, and beyond the valley lay the sea. Rising out of the surf, a megalithic beast climbed into the skies. Dark shapes filled the air around it, and its surface seethed like a kicked anthill. Demons scaled the rock face in unbelievable numbers, making it look as if the mountain were breathing. Ships crowded the shoreline, and formations patrolled the waters beyond. This was a well-organized, massive, lethal attack. Diving and attacking anything that reached the higher parts of the mountain, Kyrian fought as if he wished to die. Her heart breaking, Katrin cried out to him, but all she got back was a wash of panicked energy filled with despair. "This is not how it's supposed to be. This must not be. I cannot take you to her, or her visions will come true. I must stop this." Katrin wanted to stop it for him, and she vowed to try, but she knew her power would be insignificant before such massive forces. The demons and giants outnumbered her by tens of thousands to one. How could she possibly hope to make any difference? She was worthless and small. Nothing she could do would stave off the inevitable. It would be far better to die in as quick a fashion as possible. That, at least, would end the pain, end the suffering. The thoughts themselves were the only warning she had, but Katrin knew the thoughts were not hers, and she turned to find a small feral dragon stalking her. Low to the ground, it remained still for an instant, as if hoping Katrin wouldn't see it, but as soon as Katrin raised her hands, it lunged. Lightning crackled between them just before they collided, and both were sent sprawling. Katrin wasn't exactly certain she had attacked, and she wondered if the dragon had struck her with lightning. It seemed unlikely, since the dragon could just as easily have snapped her up in its jaws. Deep down, Katrin was relieved. Feral dragons with the ability to wield Ishtra's power would be truly terrifying things. Even without power, the beast hunting Katrin seemed made of fear. A single look from it caused Katrin to tremble, and its every movement forced Katrin to envision her own death. None could stand before such a dark and menacing visage and not quail. Katrin did the only thing she could think of, foolish or not. She ran. The dragon moved in slow pursuit, seemingly unworried by Katrin's sudden flight. What looked like a tree branch swung out into the air before her, but it was no branch, and it moved to intercept her neck. The polearm cut the air with a sound that promised death. Only narrowly avoiding the strike, Katrin ducked low and let her momentum carry her forward, which proved to be a mistake. She'd have had a better chance facing the dragon. At least a dozen demons were clawing their way toward her, and behind them came the giants. Each one was a walking exaggeration. Everything frightening about the demons only made larger. And now Katrin was tumbling into their midst. Without much thought, she compressed the air around her and released it all at once. The blast sent demons tumbling, and even the giants took a step back. The smell of ozone assaulted Katrin's nostrils, and a quickly evaporating mist hung in the air around her. The air was cool and moist, and for some reason that meant something to Katrin, though she didn't know exactly what. Lumbering past their fallen and disorganized comrades, the giants continued forward, single file, unable to move two abreast in a narrow valley. Taking 2 steps back, Katrin turned and froze. The feral dragon rose up to its full height. Even if it was a small feral dragon, it still managed to be terrifying, and Katrin considered trying her luck against the giants. When they saw the dragon, the hulking brutes stopped, seemingly ready to assault her if she tried to pass, but nothing more. Cocking its head to the side, the dragon approached, low to the ground, its head now level and weaving in a hypnotic motion. It took one more step forward, then stopped, looking up. A moment later, it was backing up the ravine as quickly as it could before turning and launching back into the sky. Katrin did not want to raise her head to see, but instinct made her look, and she nearly fell down in fear. Staring back was the face of the largest feral she'd seen, one she recognized from when it chased the slippery eel. This massive beast radiated terror, and Katrin raised trembling hands. The dragon struck, quick as lightning, and again Kyrian intervened. Dropping from the sky and flying between Katrin and the feral, Kyrian intercepted the strike with his side, and the regent dragon cried out in pain when the feral bit down. Unleashing all the energy she could muster, Katrin sent fire and lightning at the feral's eyes. It arched back and released Kyrian from its deadly grasp, and Kyrian rolled away. Sensing movement behind her, Katrin lashed out at the giants, again going for the eyes. One managed to block the attack with a massive wrist guard, but another was struck full in the face and went down, leaving the third stuck behind its corpse. Raising her arms for another attack, Katrin felt the air leave her lungs as Kyrian snatched her from the ground in his powerful claws. "This should not be. What have I done?" Katrin could almost feel the tears in his words, and she wept for her friend and for the fact that she was somehow the cause of his anguish. Moving through the darkened halls within Dragonhold, Hamsa of the Wind Clan was determined to learn as much as he could from Katrin, even if he could not learn it in person. Nothing in the prophecies ever said that she had to be there to teach them how to fly dragons. It seemed strange that something that had seemed so far away when he was a child was now here before him. There had always been a silent disbelief in the back of his mind that the things foretold would come to be, and now he was humbled. He had ridden a dragon, and now he was ready to try flying one. These ferals are feisty, he thought. It seemed like a challenge worthy of the Arghast. Feeling like a thief within the hold, Hamsa searched for a room that he knew existed, yet he had few clues to its whereabouts. He knew that holes in its walls faced open air, and that it must be along the outer walls of the keep, but still it eluded him. A deep growl sounded nearby, and even its echo challenged Hamsa's courage. He reminded himself that brave men felt fear, but they did not let it make their decisions. Keeping to the shadows, he waited until the demon passed, this one sniffing the air as it went. Hamsa moved back toward the God's Eye, a thing he would not believe existed had he not seen it himself. Moving deeper into the mountain was contrary to his mission, but there were also more places to hide. He'd found nothing leading from the Great Hall, and this seemed a logical next step. The fact that it moved him away from those growls reinforced the decision. His eyes had nearly adjusted to the darkness when a dim light appeared at the end of a descending hall. Quickly he moved closer, and when he reached a junction, he found another descending hallway bathed in a ruddy glow. Hamsa nearly shouted for joy, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. Moving toward the light, he found a room with 2 head-sized holes in the wall and beyond, open sky. Hamsa smiled despite his fear. He could not fail at this. This was the foretold time. He was certain of it. One of them had to step forward. One of them had to prove himself worthy of the title Dragon Rider, and Hamsa was determined to be that person. In spite of the inherent danger of leaving his body completely unprotected in a part of the hold occupied by demons, in one of the few rooms that gets any natural light, he prayed for release from his prison of flesh. It seemed an unwise thing to hope for, but Hamsa wished with all of his heart as he stared out into the open sky. Reviewing the tales in his head, trying to remember exactly how Katrin had described astral travel, he tried not to despair. He had no access to the Cathuran chant or drums, and he chose to take another wild risk and hum a tune. Katrin had said it was the vibration that helped her, and not the melody. Perhaps, he thought, the melody was there only to entertain those who must chant for hours at a time. Humming, Hamsa stared out at the sky and strained his eyes, trying to look himself into the open air. A trickle of fear ran down his spine when he wondered if he would ever be able to return to his body, should he break free of this mortal shroud. Still humming, he closed his eyes and envisioned himself soaring through the skies, a dragon beneath him. When he opened his eyes, nothing happened. Frustrated, he sighed and sat back. That was when he remembered that Katrin had done the same, only she had smacked her head on the stone chair. Hamsa wondered if it had to be by accident and come as a surprise, and exactly how hard he would have to hit his head. He was not afraid of the pain, or a coward, but no man would slam his head against stone any harder than he might have to. With his eyes opened, he moved his head backward until it struck the stone lightly. Nothing happened. Doubtful but determined, he threw his head back, and it hit with a solid thunk. He had been concerned he would have given away his position, cursing from the pain, but he barely felt it as he soared through the skies. Hamsa of the Wind Clan could fly. Faint sounds melded with the rush of the waterfall, and the calls of birds carried on the light breeze. This place seemed impossible, yet it remained very real. The aroma of grasses mixed with mosses near the falls. The smell of moist soil and supple grasses painted the air. St. John even found ripe strawberries scattered throughout the grasses where the light was the brightest. The afternoon was drawing on, and the light changed to a deeper hue, making the place seem even more surreal. With the shadows growing long, and the light playing tricks with their eyes, Brother Vaughn suddenly pulled St. John and Trinda back behind a squat tree. Holding a finger to his lips, he slid on his belly until he could see the rolling hills beyond.
By the gods! Come on, quick!
Hesitating for only a moment, St. John followed Brother Vaughn and helped Trinda back to her feet. Looking annoyed, she brushed herself off, and St. John didn't bother to tell her that there was nothing to be brushed off. All thoughts of sarcasm left him when he spotted movement back near where they had entered the cavern. In an instant he recognized his father and Strom and Durin. He wasn't quite as pleased to see Kendra, but it mattered little. A huge grin crossed St. John's face, but it instantly vanished. Hissing balls of flame leaped from the shadows and exploded, casting flaming pitch over anything nearby. Waves of what looked like gelatinous air rushed forth from another portal, and Prios's company was quickly pushed into a full retreat.
"I'm here, Dad!"
St. John cried out, and Brother Vaughn looked as if he would scold St. John, but they both saw Prios look up. Issuing a wordless roar, Prios ran toward them. St. John could not stop himself. He had to get to his father, had to have his forgiveness. All of this was his fault, and he could no longer stand the guilt. Tears stung his eyes as he did what he did best. He ran. Stunted trees flew by in a blur. Tiny chipmunks scurried to get out of his path, and for an instant his eyes met those of a hunting cat, which crouched in the lush grass. Every moment in time became images burned into his memory. It was as if he were in a dream. Surely none of this could be real, he thought, as the demons poured onto the field like a dark stain, spreading across the precious landscape. Birds filled the air, driven from the trees by the malevolent forces charging into their midst, with a cloud of angry energy raging around them. St. John could feel the contempt, if not the energy itself. Moving out of the darkness and into the fading light came demons holding weapons of wood and iron, smoking and glowing. It took 2 demons to carry the barrel-like portion, and another 2 to carry a smoking pot attached via a length of articulated wood and steel hose. Truly, this enemy was evolving quickly, and St. John had no idea how to defend against such things. Seeing the barrel belch fire and blackness made his courage flee. Already flames threatened to claim the trees, and the grasses smoldered. This alone raised St. John's anger, and his fury was perhaps the only thing that could conquer his fear and guilt. That these abominations would destroy a thing of such beauty was what allowed him to know that he was right, that his rage could be righteous and holy. Watching his father cast out his energy to shield those in the line of fire gave St. John great pride, and he wanted nothing more than to be by his father's side, but there was still distance between them, and as the light mingled with darkness, more demons came, these like a knife between father and son. St. John could almost hear Brother Vaughn shouting for him to come back, and he could barely hear Trinda crying out his name, but he could not simply turn around when at a full run. It took time for him to slow himself from his fastest sprint to a speed where he could execute his turn, and by the time he did, the flames had grown far too close. He could see the eyes of the demons that wanted him dead, yet when they had him in their firing line, the flames did not come. St. John had expected to be engulfed in a conflagration, and instead something large and black flew at his head. Ducking, he felt only the slightest bump as something heavy but soft whizzed past. A flash of light and fire ripped through the line of demons, and St. John saw his father for a moment. The look on his face terrified St. John, and he never wanted to see such a look again. Such pain, anguish, and desperation should be inflicted on no one. There was no more time for thought as the melon-sized fist landed on St. John's jaw, tossing him backward. Trinda's voice took on a shrill note. The demon grabbed him by his ankle and started pulling him back to their lines.
"No!"
St. John heard a high-pitched but firm voice say. Part of him knew it was Trinda, but she sounded different. She didn't sound afraid. She sounded angry. St. John's head continued to bounce along the soft grass.
"I said no!"
Trinda's command froze the battle as quickly as if the entire cavern had suddenly been filled with ice. St. John willed his body to move, but it seemed to care more about what Trinda wanted than what he wanted. When Trinda turned her gaze to him, he found he could move again and crawled free of the demon's grip. When he saw the demon, frozen in place, he landed a kick square on its rear and sent it toppling forward. Looking back to Trinda, he froze again. In her hands was Brother Vaughn's herald globe. It shone like the brightest comet, and Trinda's eyes were wide, her face locked in a look of shock. When she made a popping sound with her lips, St. John knew what was coming, and he stepped forward to catch her.
"I don't have any more,"
she said, and she handed St. John the blazing herald globe before collapsing into his arms. A moment later the demon stirred, and St. John took the chance to look for his father, but he couldn't find him. Then he saw Strom crouching over a body, and his heart leaped. In the next instant he was running with Trinda over his shoulder. Chapter 18. In the most critical of times, decisions made in an instant can affect the rest of history. To experience such power is my greatest hope and deepest fear. If it comes to pass, I pray I choose wisely. Archmaster Bellegra. Even clutched in Chirion's claw, Katrin could see the demons below on their inexorable climb toward the top of the hollow mountain. The holes in the side of this mountain were larger, and it was apparent that these were not man-made halls. There were no decorated arches, straight lines, or right angles. The way this mountain had been hollowed out spoke of claws and jaws doing the work, and Katrin shivered at the thought of jaws powerful enough to crush stone, and claws sharp enough to part granite. Chirion's firm but gentle grip on Katrin was a marvel. Surely he could crush her without even exerting himself. She knew she was safe in his grasp, but the fact made her feel small and powerless. "I cannot make the decision. I simply cannot. You saved my life." Katrin was unsure what he meant, but he either did not hear her or chose not to respond to her questions. It seemed he was so overwhelmed by his inner conflict that Katrin had almost ceased to exist. This would have been all right if his anxiety were not causing him to tighten his grip on Katrin a little bit more with each passing moment. As Katrin's mental shouts became screams, he realized what was happening and relaxed his grip. In an effort to let her breathe, the startled dragon overcompensated and loosened his grip too much. In a gust of wind and the blink of an eye, Katrin went from catching her breath in Chirion's claws to free-falling. She'd have screamed if there had been enough air in her lungs, but it was all she could do to breathe. Chirion caught her before she took her next breath, and the impact took what air she had. It was thus that she found herself suddenly thrust into the uppermost hall, barely able to breathe, and completely unprepared to face an enormous and unfriendly dragon. "I'm sorry. I could not choose. Now you must. I'm so sorry." Chirion wept in her mind, and Katrin reeled at the possibilities, trying to understand what he meant. "Coward!" came a new voice in Katrin's mind, and it pounded until she thought her head would crack open. "Traitor! Failure!" The words came from what Katrin now knew was the Queen of the Regents, the only Queen of the Regents. How she knew this, Katrin was unsure, but she knew it like she knew the sun would shine. Still, she had no idea what choice she had to make. She knew it was important, but she didn't know why, and she had no idea what to do about it. Standing in front of the largest regent dragon she'd ever seen, Katrin desperately tried to catch her breath. The dragon looked down on her with a clear lack of patience, but Katrin had no choice but to take time to compose herself. Cowed by the Queen's words to Chirion, Katrin quavered and wondered what he had done to deserve such an indictment. He'd fought so hard to save Katrin. How could the Queen talk to him in that way? The more she thought about it, the angrier Katrin became. Soon she snarled at the Regent Queen, power flowing through her. Moving like a giant snake, the Queen made an aggressive move that brought her closer to Katrin. The huge Regent looked down her snout at Katrin, poised and ready to snatch her up in her jaws. "I should just kill you myself. I should do what Chirion failed to do." Given the greeting she had received, Katrin was not surprised by the communication. "Then perhaps I should kill you now and finish off what the demons are taking so long to do." Katrin could almost feel the dragon laughing, but there was no humor in that laughter, only derision and something Katrin sensed beneath it, something she was shocked to find. Fear. This magnificent and powerful dragon, queen of her kind, was just as afraid of Katrin as the human was of the dragon. It was difficult to believe, but she reminded herself that she was perhaps the most powerful person in all of Godsland, and perhaps this Queen of Dragons had good reason for fear. "You should not be here. This should not be happening. I don't want to hurt you or the other Regent Dragons. I don't understand why you hate me and why I shouldn't be here. If you want my help, then you are going to have to tell me what is going on. You cannot help me unless you cease to exist." Katrin gaped. "Surely you can't mean that." "The bones have been cast. The choice is not mine. Never has it been. The choice instead lies upon you, and may you have more wisdom than any other of your kind. May you find the dragon's wisdom in this pivotal time. The rest of this age rests upon you." Never had another creature held Katrin's attention so completely, and yet the effect faded, and Katrin sensed things around her. Powerful things. Very powerful things. "I have seen the future where the humans survive, and I've seen the future where the dragons survive. It is one or the other, you see. There can be no coexistence. Kyrian knew this, and still he brought you here. He left the choice to you. In doing so he betrayed, and most likely doomed his kind, unless, of course, I can convince you to take a nice jump from this ledge." Katrin did not move. The words made no sense. "Kyrian is every bit the traitor and fool I say he is. He could have let you die, could have killed you himself, yet he'd rather doom his entire species. And for what? Love? Then kill me." "I cannot." "Why not?" The dragon managed to look exasperated, as if speaking to a dense child. "I cannot kill you, because I have seen that future as well, and the only thing worse than a future without dragons is a future without dragons and humans. Now there is no other way. You must choose. I have seen the future if you live, and mankind will not stop until the entire planet is consumed. Is that what you want? The future without you is far less creative, but the world will continue to flourish, and balance will be maintained. Don't you see why it must be you that dies and not the Regent Dragons? Do you not love Kyrian? Do you not wish to save his life and let his kind flourish? Are you so selfish that you could let him die just so that you may live? Is there no charity in your heart? Did your mother not teach you what it is to be selfless?" The questions pounded against Katrin's resolve, and she took a step back. The last question, however, raised her hackles and put her on the attack. "Don't you dare bring my mother into this, or I'll turn you inside out right here, right now. You got that? You might think you can threaten and intimidate me, but I'm not afraid of you. At least I'm not so afraid of you that I won't fight you if I have to. And who says both of us can't survive? Maybe if we worked together, we could defeat the demons and the ferals. Then what would that future look like?" "That is the same path that leads to the death of us all. The chances are too great. There is no room for uncertainty when the fate of the world is at stake." "No," Katrin said. "When you are unwilling to face the risk, you take away the chance for hope. Let's fly away from here now." Before she could finish, the Dragon Queen shifted and her pupils narrowed. "You either have no eyes, or you wish to mock me. Which is it?" Involuntarily taking a step backward, Katrin took a good look at the rest of the Dragon Queen. Long and thick, her body was bloated and her wings small. A cold feeling washed over Katrin. The Queen couldn't fly. When the demons arrived, she would be mostly defenseless, forced to hold her ground against the massive horde. There was no way she would survive such an attack. Looking over the interior of the cavern, Katrin saw it was lit by only small holes that dotted the walls and outer edges of the ceiling. Most of the lair was smooth floor and nothing else, but here and there were neatly organized piles of massive stones. Some were little more than vertical columns, but others seemed to form something like a sleeping platform. Besides barricading themselves in, there was not a great deal to work with. It was only a matter of time before the demons reached this level. "Fool, You waste time when it is the most precious thing we have. You must choose now." The thought of condemning the dragons to extinction made Katrin physically ill, and she couldn't keep from thinking there was some way they could all survive. Still, she remained silent, and still more time passed.
"Kyrian was a wretched fool to bring you here."
Farsi and Bryn by his side, Kenward watched with grim determination as their deaths became increasingly likely. An insurmountable army of demons and dragons was slowly swallowing a mountain, the same mountain where he believed Katrin to be. There had been a battle, that he knew. He'd seen Katrin fight from afar before, and he'd recognized the light and the sound of it. The sensations were burned into his memory from one of the most dangerous times in his life. A sick feeling clung to him, and when he looked to Bryn and Farsi, he almost wished he hadn't brought them with him. So dour were their faces. Only the presence of the regent dragons gave them any measure of safety, and Kenward wondered about that. Already the numbers had thinned as 2 dragons would leave, and only 1 would return. Of the last pair that had gone on patrol, based on Kenward's assumptions, neither had returned, and he knew they needed to face a future without the dragon's protection. But Katrin had put them in an impossible situation. She had been his friend for a very long time. She'd saved his life multiple times, and put it in great danger just as many. He knew she did not leave him in this way out of malice, and he knew the world was at war, and nowhere was safe, but none of that prevented him from being angry with Katrin. Seeing one's death rapidly approaching, it can be difficult to think it is all one's own fault. Far better to place blame on someone else, he thought, than to go to your grave feeling guilty.
"What are we going to do?"
Bryn asked.
"How do we even survive this? They're going to come up here in larger numbers sooner or later, and then what do we do?"
Farsi turned back to where he saw Pelibor pacing.
"Maybe the boy can get us out of here on the eel. No wind in that valley,"
Kenward said.
"I know, but—"
Farsi continued. Kenward cut him off with a look. Still, Farsi had sailed with Kenward most of his life, and he knew when not to keep his mouth shut.
"We got dragons, sir. Surely one of them could get us in the air." "The dragons don't seem to care what I say," Kenward said. "They only seem to listen to Katrin, and I'm not sure they actually listen to her. Seems to me they're the ones doing the talking. The more I think about this whole situation, the less I like it. We can't get to Katrin, and it doesn't look like she's going to get back to us. For now, we need to proceed as if we're on our own."
Bryn nodded sadly, and a tear streaked his face.
"Blessings to my friend Katrin,"
he said softly, not meant for anyone else's ears, but by some trick of the wind Kenward heard him nonetheless.
"Keep her safe."
Kenward bowed his head and echoed the prayer. Farsi sniffed and wiped his eye. Then they headed back toward the peaceful vale, to a place that seemed trapped in time, unaffected by the war that raged so very nearby. 6 dragons watched over them.
"Go."
Katrin felt the queen's compulsion acutely, and it shocked her how close to the ferals the regent queen would stoop.
"Fight them. Protect me with your life. Die with honor. You will be martyred, and your name will live on forever."
"Even if human beings cease to exist? No, I don't care for your bargain. I will, however, stay here with you and protect you until my dying breath. No species will cease to exist because of a decision I make."
"Fool," the queen boomed. "Even the choice to not make a decision is a decision, and that choice will have consequences beyond your worst fear."
Screams echoed into the chamber as dragons and demons clashed around the openings that led to this vacuous hall. When the Dragon Queen faced Katrin again, there was real fear in her eyes, and what looked like the recognition of one of her visions, as if she now saw the future, and what she saw terrified her.
"You've condemned us all. You think to protect us, but no one as daft as you could possibly save us now. If there were any other way, I'd not give this to you, but now I must leave the fate of the world in your hands, and though I despise you, I love this world more than life itself. Go, fool. Prove me wrong if you can. The bones have been tossed, and my fate is sealed, but I will do my best to buy you time."
A sound like leather on stone, accompanied by rhythmic clicks, announced demons in the hall, and Katrin knew time had indeed run out. Now she could only act on instinct. The Regent Queen swung her massive body around to face the threat, and her tail smashed into a stack of stones against the outer wall of the cavern, which sent the rock flying into the demons. Bones snapped as the stones crushed rows of dark beasts. More rock collected near the entrance, constricting the demons to a narrow channel. Katrin watched as the queen erected defenses on top of the bodies of demons, using the fallen monsters as building materials. She would have aided the queen, but the mighty serpent swung her head around to meet Katrin's eyes. "Go!" This time Katrin allowed the compulsion, since it only told her to turn and look. Her eyes found a huge, irregularly shaped hall that wound away from the main cavern. Glittering light danced on the floor and walls of the hall beyond, beckoning to Katrin with its beauty. "You will find what you need in there, destroyer. Know that you have received gifts due only to the most noble dragon slayer. Know that your actions will be remembered by all or by none based on your choices, world render. May your fool of a dragon, the betrayer of his own kind, find solace in the emptiness that awaits him. You two are perfect together. Now, go!" Coerced as much by the darkness in her heart as the Dragon Queen's compulsion, Katrin retreated into the glittering hall. As she turned the corner, she saw things she would never have dreamed existed. There was a saddle, like the one she'd made, only hers was the crudest representation of this masterpiece. Every inch glittered in what Katrin knew was dragon ore. She could feel the energy radiating from it. Looking up, Katrin saw that enormous crystals made up the ceiling, and beyond lay open sky. Light poured in from the multifaceted crystals as they somehow gathered, focused, and amplified the light. The feeling of it was overwhelming for Katrin. Never before had she felt so alive, so powerful. The sounds from the great hall kept her from falling into a trance, and she quickly turned to see what other wonders awaited. She could feel complex energies around her, energies more organized and structured than anything she'd experienced before. From her left, she felt a pull that was elegant and poised, yet there was a potency to its touch that promised wondrous power. Katrin's eyes fell on something that looked like a herald globe, only 1,000 times more evolved. It was beautiful. Reaching out her hand, Katrin moved toward the clear glass that housed what looked like a spider, its red and black body perfectly preserved in what had almost certainly once been molten glass. Katrin could not imagine how such a thing was created, and she hesitated before touching it, nervous caution temporarily stifling her desperate need to feel it. Another crash from the great hall, and a bellow from the Regent Queen got Katrin moving again. Her hand closed around the globe, and pulses of power coursed over her body, enshrouding her in a latticework of power that undulated and moved like liquid. Knowing the saddle would be of no use with the flightless queen, Katrin drew her sword and held the spider globe high as she charged back into the main hall, determined to save the Queen of the Regents. Only one dragon remained to guard the Vale, and Kenward knew that they would soon be completely unprotected. The Regent dragons were losing. That much was clear. There was nothing he or anyone else could do about it. His ship was grounded high in the mountains, and even if they could get her into the air or water, she was neither sea nor airworthy. It would take weeks to repair her. Kenward shook his head, cursing his own foolishness. Why worry about fixing a ship that would never sail again? He should be thinking of how to dismantle the ship and reassemble a smaller ship along the water. The thought nearly brought him to tears. Never before had he been faced with the prospect of dismantling his ship, and it was like thinking of taking his mother apart piece by piece and trying to reassemble her somewhere else. He knew he couldn't do it. If he were to build another ship, it would have to be built from what existed here on the Firstland. In truth, there were plenty of raw materials on the Firstland. What Kenward lacked were the skilled hands of shipbuilders and the leisure to employ them. As it was, he had only the hands of sailors. There was not a safe place to be found except where they stood, and with only a single dragon remaining, he wondered how long this place would remain safe. Thunderclaps split the air, and the screams of demons followed. Everyone in the Vale scrambled to high ground, peering into the war-torn valley beyond, and trying to catch a glimpse of what was going on. Most already realized that what they heard was Katrin, and if she was still fighting, then there was still hope. Lightning and fire coursed in and out of the top of the nearby mountain, as if the mountain itself were breathing fire. Dark bodies were tossed into the air and fell back down into the clogged valley below, their bodies acting as weapons as they tore through the rest of the demons trying to reach the top of the mountain. A gasp from behind made Kenward turn, and he saw what had frightened Farsi. Pelivor stood with his arms raised, and power pulsed around his hands like liquid light. A stream of it stretched across the empty air, reaching for Katrin. But what was even more amazing and terrifying was the white-hot line that extended from the mountaintop toward Pelivor, as if Katrin were trying to connect with him. When the two streams of energy were still some distance apart, the air between them filled with a humming line of plasma, and once the two flows were connected, a thundering crack split the air and knocked everyone except Pelivor back. He stood rooted in place, engulfed in a raging torrent of energy. There was no fear in his face, though, only a look of awe and sudden understanding. Then he started to move like a machine, his fists pumping in and out, and each movement released a swirling conflagration that he hurled at the demons and giants. Kenward knew this could be the savior of them all, but it also meant that the demons would know exactly where they were, and would surely send forces here to deal with them. The last remaining Regent Dragon looked down at Pelivor and gave a cry. Kenward tried to discern what the cry meant, but it soon did not matter, as the dragon leaped from its perch of stone and disappeared into the air beyond.
"So much for the loyalty of dragons,"
Kenward said. Chapter 19. Sanity is but a temporary state. Nat Derzinger, Prophet. Feeling like the wind itself, Katrin attacked. Everywhere she turned, demons flew like leaves in the wind, her sword high and the spider globe sending light streaming out through the gaps in her clenched fist. Katrin roared a primal battle cry. Twice she pumped her fist, and thunder shook the mountain. Wild energy reached out from her and licked the walls. Her hair rustled in a preternatural wind that gusted within the charged field around her. The Regent Queen turned to look at her.
"You should be gone. Call him to you. Use the saddle and lance. Become your destiny, and leave me to my fate."
"I don't want you to die." It was the most honest thing Katrin could say.
"You are a credit to your race that you would still feel that way given my treatment of you. I'm afraid it is too late to save me, and in attempting to do so, you are endangering your kind's future. We are lost, but I'll not allow you to be lost as well. Now go. Kyrian, to me."
The last might not have been intended for Katrin to hear, but the powerful call must have been heard on the other side of the world. Katrin reeled with the power of it, but she knew now the best thing she could do was get Kyrian saddled and fight the enemy from the air. She could save the Regent Queen yet. But Kyrian did not come. No one could have resisted that call, and Katrin's heart climbed into her throat. The world moved unexpectedly as darkness crowded her vision. The thought of Kyrian lost, all of his kind dead or dying, nearly brought Katrin to her knees. Needing strength, she reached out for something familiar and comforting. Like the swiftest arrow, power extended from her outstretched hands toward Pelivor. The essence of him slammed into her an instant later, and lightning cleaved the air between them. Katrin staggered back to her feet, feeling the texture of the energy Pelivor lent her, and in doing so, learning all he knew about controlling the power and building efficient structures with energy. His mind amazed her in its precision and logic, the way he moved through problems by breaking them into smaller pieces and tackling each piece individually. Another energy responded to her call, and Katrin was shocked to see Kyrian land within the great hall. Blood dripped from what seemed 1,000 wounds, and his nostril flared with his rapid breathing. Frothy foam gathered around his legs, which trembled as he stood, panting. Never before had Katrin seen a creature that had given so much of itself. Kyrian looked as if he would drop over dead at any instant, and Katrin ran to him, her energy already caressing him, bolstering him, healing him.
"No,"
his voice rang in her mind.
"Save your energy for the fight. I will survive."
Katrin wanted to argue, wanted to take the time to tend his wounds, and give him time to recover, but he pushed her before him, his muzzle driving her toward the saddle. If this must be done, then let us do it. I can no longer take the guilt. Let this be at an end.
Katrin moved as if in a dream, her mind unable to cope with the consequences of this day. Never before had she seen a species wiped from existence, and she prayed she'd never witness it again. When she sat astride Kyrian, goggles on and strapped in, she could barely remember how she had come to be there, and she marveled at the beauty of the saddle. In her hand waited the greatest shock, a lance of gleaming filigree extending from the sword Strom had made for her, as if the two had been made to fit together. When Katrin's memories began to return, she realized that the sword had been made to Kyrian's specifications, yet she could not reconcile why Kyrian would have done that if this were not supposed to happen. Taking a deep breath, Katrin had no choice but to return her attention to the present. Atop the saddle, Katrin felt secure. The many buckles on her leather flight pants allowed her to strap in. Again she was amazed at the foresight of her dragon. Kyrian, though seeming only slightly recovered from battle, tucked his wings and charged back into the great hall. An unbidden battle cry issued from Katrin's lips, and it turned to a scream as Kyrian leaped from the heights without ever opening his wings. Demons clogged the entrances and flew into the open air before Kyrian's maddened charge. With a trail of energy leading back to Pelibor and the wind trying to tear her apart, they fell like a stone. There were lurches and bumps in their descent that Katrin eventually realized were the times Kyrian attacked. They dived along the mountain face, Kyrian extending his wings in only small amounts to make adjustments to their flight path. Katrin would have launched attacks of her own, but she could not get her body to respond. The forces acting on it were simply too intense. Even her scream was choked away. Then the saddle pressed into her hard, and Kyrian extended his wings. Katrin saw the army of demons, giants, and men in orderly formations, waiting to fill the void when their comrades fell. Finally, Katrin was able to control herself, and she reached out for energy. She nearly swooned. The saddle responded with alacrity. The charge of millennia leaped to her call. The fiery link with Pelibor surged, and the energy of the comets resonated in a way she'd never felt before.
"You're burning up!"
Only then did Katrin realize that she rode amid a maelstrom of fire, her body a conflagration. Without hesitation, she launched a dozen attacks at once. Pelibor's control combined with the saddle's energy and Katrin's will caused the world to explode. Ranks of the enemy, formerly so orderly and geometric from above, now looked as if they had been tossed by a giant wave. Trails of smoke filled the air as balls of fire streamed into those who scaled the rock face. Lightning reached out to anything close to the great hall, but in the back of Katrin's consciousness, she knew that she needed to be careful not to hit the Regent Queen. Determination filled her as Kyrian brought them around for a pass along those closest to the Queen, and Katrin almost smiled as a cloud of demons filled the air before them, thrown from the great hall by a very alive Regent Queen.
"We can save her!"
Katrin shouted. Kyrian made no response. The air around them suddenly filled with teeth and claws reaching for Katrin and tearing at Kyrian's already tender hide. Nothing could have prepared Katrin for the maneuvers Kyrian undertook to keep them both safe. It seemed impossible that they were still alive. A sizzling, crackling sound followed by a loud boom made her wonder how much longer that would remain true. Light exploded around her, and Katrin felt the shock of it, even though Kyrian took the brunt of the attack. His flight became erratic, and Katrin scanned the skies, ready to protect the stunned dragon from any new attacks. Kyrian regained stable flight, but Katrin knew he was not fully recovered. Ferals came in close, and Kyrian's reaction seemed delayed. For a brief instant, Katrin's mind registered the fact that the dragons were all riderless. She wasn't certain what that meant, but she was certain it meant something. It was not something she could ponder long. When the buzzing, crackling sound filled the air around them again, Katrin searched the clouds and seas, trying to find its source. It was coming from the ships, which were now moving in formation once again. Katrin opened her mouth to tell Kyrian, but he was already turning to dive for the attacking formation of ships. Just when Katrin thought the lightning would strike, the air exploded with fire, but she felt no pain, only the radiated heat. Alongside them a feral dragon was engulfed in a web of charged air.
It folded up like a swatted moth, dropping beside them. When Kyrian pulled up, the dragon continued falling and struck a warship on the prow, driving it underwater in a shower of exploding timber, and sending its masts crashing into the ship adjacent to it. "Missed me." Katrin almost laughed. Almost. No dragons had gotten close enough for Katrin to use her lance, but it felt good in her hand. Far lighter than she would have believed from looking at it. Even as thin and delicate-looking as the gold wire comprising it would seem, it felt solid and gave her confidence. When she pointed it at the next ship she could hone in on, she applied her will, and the lance responded. The delicate wires hummed and shone, light dancing across them in rolling waves with shape and texture. Like mist over the world at daybreak, it flitted along the surface and even over the empty areas between the wires. Erupting from the tip of the lance like liquid smoke, it roared through the air toward the ship. When the beam of energy struck amidships, the warship did something Katrin had never seen before. It imploded. It started slowly, then accelerated, essentially folding the ship in half and sending it to rest at the bottom of the shallows. Kyrian banked away from another feral attack, and Katrin could hear the cries of man and demon from below. There was panic in many of those cries, and, as unlikely as it was, Katrin felt as if the battle were turning in her favor. The ships had no way of avoiding her attacks, and it was just a matter of time before she took all of them out, stranding them, just as she'd done to the Jean when they had invaded the Godfist. Sending waves of devastation into the midst of every formation of ships she could see, Katrin did her best to cripple them. Only the Pharaohs were able to disrupt her attacks. Kyrian's evasive maneuvers made taking aim exceedingly difficult, and many of her attacks missed their marks. Those that landed, though, were equally as destructive as the first. Doing their best to stay above or behind Katrin and Kyrian, the Pharaohs made for elusive targets. They knew how dangerous she was, and they had no intention of giving her a clear shot. Instead, they tried to hide in Kyrian's blind spot and attack Katrin from above. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling knowing she was being hunted from behind, let alone from above and behind. Somehow Kyrian seemed able to sense them and managed to keep Katrin outside the reach of their attacks. Twice he was able to cause Pharaohs to collide with one another. The first pair had simply flown off in separate directions, but the second pair collided with a sickening crack. Though the impact had killed only one of the beasts, the two became hopelessly tangled, and both plunged into dark water. Neither rose again. The problem was that all of this was but a distraction from their true purpose, which was to defend the Regent Queen. It seemed only an instant had passed, but when Katrin looked back to the top of the mountain, waves of demons were swarming into the great hall, and no more flew from the entrances. Panicked, Katrin shouted to Kyrian, but her voice could not be heard over the rush of the wind. Still, Kyrian made straight for the great hall, his own anxiety radiating from him. Both seemed to realize that their attacks on the ships and Pharaohs may have come at the ultimate cost. Katrin's skin felt clammy, a prickly feeling making her shift in the saddle. Hurling vortices of air before them, Katrin knocked the demons clear, making a place for Kyrian to land. Even as he glided in, Katrin pumped her left fist, and from her right hand issued pulses of power that traveled down the lance, intensified, and pounded back the demon horde. Quickly scanning the area, Katrin could not, at first, locate the Regent Queen. Then her eyes landed on a swarming black mass roughly the shape of the Dragon Queen. The taste of bile filled Katrin's mouth, and she did not hesitate in blasting away the demons using nothing but air, trying to be careful even in her haste. The giant dragon's great maw turned to them, demons still clinging to her face, trying to blind her. Katrin used targeted blasts of air to dislodge them, Pelavor's precision aiding her greatly. The thought of Pelavor caused Katrin to panic anew. The gleaming trail of energy still extended back to the sailor, but she could no longer sense him. Immediately she released the link, and all she could do was pray that she had not inadvertently killed her dear friend. So many consequences rendered Katrin numb. No matter what she did, people and dragons were going to die. This realization made her choices a great deal easier to make. Just act, she thought. With remarkable speed, Katrin removed the buckles that held her in the saddle and leaped to the cold stone floor of the great hall. Demons flew like kindling before her, and more of the Regent Queen was once again exposed to the light. The mighty dragon showed wounds, but none seemed mortal. A spark of hope shone in Katrin's consciousness.
"The future is not written in stone,"
Katrin said to herself, and she leaped into the air, engaging any demon she found still standing. The Regent Queen turned and looked at Kyrian. For the first time, Katrin saw something other than anger and hurt in the Queen's eyes.
"You should not be here, Kyrian. I do not want you to see this. No one should have to see such a thing. Now take the human and go. Please, Kyrian, for your own good, go."
Katrin could feel the emotion, and tears came to her eyes. Kyrian's feelings mingled with her own, and such grief was more than anyone should ever have to bear. Desperate, Katrin continued to drive away the demons. Rearing back, the Regent Queen reached a towering and imposing height. The demons fell back of their own volition, and even Katrin felt fear in the face of such tremendous power.
"You are worthy. Protect him."
The words reached Katrin with a wave of compassion, and she could feel the honesty and sincerity as the Regent Queen looked her in the eyes. The air was sucked from her lungs in shock when she saw a single demon charging through the masses. When it broke into the open, Katrin was terrified to see it wielded a lance similar to her own, save this one looked as if it were made of black glass instead of gold wire. Streaks of light danced over the glossy surface of the lance, and without slowing, the demon thrust the lance into the Regent Queen's exposed breast. There was a wet sound accompanied by a terrible sigh. Not satisfied with simply running her through, the demon twisted the blade, then yanked. Only instead of pulling the blade back out, it yanked it sideways. The lance shattered into thousands of dagger-like shards. With a final wheezing grunt, the Queen rolled to one side and collapsed. In that moment, Katrin realized just how perilous her situation really was. With the Regent Queen dead, the demons could concentrate on killing her and Kyrian, and she wasn't even mounted. Running back to Kyrian, she leaped onto his back. His pain was palpable and unbearable. It tore at Katrin's resolve, soaking her in guilt and remorse and regret.
"We must live,"
Katrin shouted.
"You and I are not done, not even close. If we die now, then she died for nothing."
The last words drove Kyrian to reckless action, his anger a force that polluted the air around them. Demons drew closer, their ranks thickening until they blocked the light, which seemed to be moving farther away. It was a maddening view. "Be ready." Katrin didn't need to ask what for. Instead, she drew deeply from the stones in the saddle and the spider globe. When Kyrian started moving, Katrin unloaded a barrage of attacks that turned the great hall into pure chaos. None were safe from her fury, and the air around the openings was once again filled with flailing demons. A rare few managed to remain in the hall, and only one of those managed to stand. Katrin decided to blast those farther ahead, since Kyrian could easily handle a single demon, but the beast reached down, and from behind a fallen body, produced another of the glass lances. Katrin thought her heart might just burst. Planting its feet, the demon was in a perfect position to strike. All it had to do was let Kyrian's momentum carry him forward, and he would impale himself. The shock of it stunned Katrin and slowed her reaction. The demon smiled, a dark, wet smile, as Kyrian approached, even though it must know its own death came just as surely. As the lance was about to pierce Kyrian's breast, Katrin acted out of pure instinct. She cast a wave of vibrating air that sang a high-pitched note. Part of her brain registered that Pelivore knew how to break glass with sound. Glass struck dragon scale, and for a moment the lance held its form, but then it fractured into 1,000 pieces, just as it had been designed to do, only it did so before entering Kyrian's flesh. The look of triumph on the demon's face turned to utter terror as Kyrian ran him down. Again, Katrin had to concentrate on the demons that blocked their escape. Kyrian needed speed to get them clear of the rock face. His trembling form gave evidence to her concern. Katrin, in contrast, felt as if she could sunder the world, and she feared she would go too far. When she lashed out again, she did so with as much restraint and control as she could. Using a delicate web of energy, whose vibration was extremely high and resonance packed a nasty sting, Katrin went for the enemy's eyes. Though she doubted it did any permanent damage, the result was nonetheless astonishing, as every demon in the Great Hall reeled in agony and disorientation. pushing stunned demons out of their way. Kyrian gave a heroic effort, trying to take advantage of Katrin's attack, but the effort slowed them. Some demons recovered their vision and moved to block their path. Katrin lashed out with short, precise strikes that pierced the demons and dropped them, the sounds of their deaths lost in the screams of the still blinded. Holding her breath, Katrin gripped the saddle horn and squeezed with her legs, some of her straps still not secured. When Kyrian launched himself into the air, Katrin bent her knees and braced herself. Though they dropped sharply, they did not quite clear the rocky crags below the entranceway. Based on the abrupt jolt that felt like it broke every bone in Katrin's body, she wondered how Kyrian could endure, but he extended his wings and caught a favorable wind that sent them soaring into the valley. The air below them hummed with arrows and bolts, and Kyrian turned aside. Only a few shafts managed to strike him, and his scales deflected those. Both he and Katrin remembered the last time she had removed an arrow from his wing joint, and Kyrian still complained that it ached before the rain. Using their speed, Kyrian climbed higher and out of bow range. A pocket of less dense air sent them downward, and Kyrian used it to turn them back toward the mountain. The view that waited would haunt them both, accompanied by a victorious roar that frightened Katrin more than anything she'd ever heard. The head of the dead Regent Queen reached the entranceway and was sent tumbling down the rock face. It was an exceedingly stupid manner of celebration, as the rock face was crowded with demons, and the huge dragon head took out scores of them. For a long moment, Katrin held her breath without realizing it, then inhaled sharply when the ferals filled the air around them. In an instant, Katrin readied herself, but the attack never came. Instead, the ferals attacked the remains of the Regent Queen. Kyrian's outrage flowed through the bonds, but Katrin convinced him that the Queen was already gone, and that this could give them time to escape. Though she no longer maintained the link to Pelibor, she knew that he was still in the dragon's veil, her veil. Kyrian raced along the valley toward the veil unbidden, and Katrin could only hope that her friends were still alive. Guilt and remorse stabbed at her as she second-guessed her decision to leave them. Had she truly been protecting them, or had she simply placed them in even greater danger? The thoughts made her want to cry, but she waited to see what reality truly existed. She saw Kenward first. He was pointing at her and shouting, but she couldn't hear his words. Blood pounded in her ears, and she could hear nothing over the roar of it. Not even the rumble of the wind pierced it. As Kyrian dipped low, Katrin sensed the presence above and behind her, and it was then she turned and saw the giant feral bearing down on them, claws extended and jaws agape. It was a terrifying sight that made Katrin's nightmare seem warm and safe. Nothing can be compared to the feeling of knowing you're about to be torn apart, and Katrin's body trembled. With unsteady hands she unbuckled herself as quickly as she could. Kyrian dipped low, allowing her to roll unharmed from the saddle onto the rushing grasses. Tumbling, she hoped she could stop herself before she struck rock. A moment later she found herself lying face up on the grass, watching a pair of claws only just miss grabbing her, Kyrian having done his best to keep her safe. Kenward ran toward her. Then Pelibor was there, helping her stand. The rest were huddled within the remains of the slippery eel. Pelibor led her back to the ship, and she could barely meet the eyes of those who waited. She had brought them all here, endangered their lives, then abandoned them. And after all of that, after betraying her friends for the sake of the dragons, she had failed. Now they would all die. Her friends, her son, her husband, her people, all would die because of her folly. It hurt so badly that she thought she might crumble under the weight of it. The thing that made her feel worst of all, though, was the fact that instead of wanting to protect her friends, all she wanted to do was abandon them again. Familiar hands pulled her into the hold, and tears came to Katrin's downcast eyes.
"Thank the gods you're back,"
Farsi said, and Katrin felt wholly unworthy of his enthusiasm.
"I'm sorry,"
was all Katrin could manage to say. A long silence hung between them, but the cries of dragon and demon filled the space. She turned to Pelibor.
"I know I can ask no more of you, but I will. Pelibor, you must protect us,"
she said as she handed him the spider globe. He looked intrigued at first when he saw the globe, but when it dropped into his palm there was an audible click and a small spark. His eyes went wide, but a smile crossed his lips. The smile faded when she handed him the lance, his hand sliding into the guard and closing over the handle of her sword.
"The rest of you, please get the drums."
"Oh no," came Kenward's voice from behind. "You're not leaving us again."
"I can go with or without your help, Kenward, but I am far more likely to return if you help me."
Kenward stepped backward, as if Katrin had struck him, but he knew the stakes. This was no time for hurt feelings. He could get her back for those later, provided they survived. The captain looked critically at Pelivor.
"Can you protect us?"
Pelivor responded by smiling and holding his hands out to his sides. Preternatural breezes stirred the silks he wore, and light danced around him. When he spoke, it was not to Kenward.
"Death awaits those who would do us harm."
The words rang through the veil, the deep bass of his voice amplified by the power flowing through him. The spider globe sent beams of light from within his clenched fist as he held it high. In his other hand he held Katrin's lance, and he leveled it at an oncoming feral. He did not wait for the dragon to get close. He used the lance to focus his attack into a narrow beam of boiling liquid fire that seared the air with a roar. Katrin turned to Kenward.
"Drums!"
Chapter 20. Only a fool stands between mother and cub. Wendell Volker. The journey to the Godfist took only the span of a thought, but Katrin's spirits slowed before actually reaching her homeland. Had she been able to, she would have traveled directly to Sinjin's side, but the air grew thick with energy and malicious intent. Hatred washed over her, and it made her want to scream. It was like being covered in fire ants. Dark with malevolence, an unnatural storm, seemingly ready to swallow the world, dominated the horizon. Vast networks of lightning jumped across its surface, and the thunder was nearly continuous. Smaller patches of darkness coalesced and gathered into formations, dragons of black fire with riders of pure night. Never before had Katrin witnessed such utter wrongness, such warping of nature, and she felt naked against the storm. Twisted darkness, launched from the fingertips of the black dragon riders, streaked toward Katrin. She prepared for the assault, casting out defensive energy. As he had in the past, Kyrian took the brunt of the attack, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, his energetic form of lightning and fire pulsing with light. He was a jewel amid the horror. More attacks came, and Kyrian could not absorb them all. Doing so would likely kill him, and Katrin cried out for him to stop. There were simply too many attacks coming at once. Katrin and Kyrian were alone against thousands, and their numbers seemed to grow continually. Weariness overwhelmed her, and a sense of resignation took hold. This was a battle she could not win. When she saw Thrakus, the feeling of utter defeat solidified. Shining like a black sun, he rode atop a gleaming feral dragon. Even at a distance, recognition caught in Katrin's throat. In one hand, Thrakus held a staff, in the other, a carving. A cry escaped Katrin when she realized he held the Staff of Life and Co. Both were precious to her and held great power. Each had been shaped by her hand, in their own way, and she could not imagine standing against their combined might. Ever since she had carved Co., she had not wanted to know what it would feel like to be faced with its aggressive stance, and now she knew. It was terrifying. There was only one consolation, and that was Thrakus did not rest his fingers in the grooves left by Katrin's grip. For some reason that made her feel better. The thought of his touching those places made her feel ill. Thrakus gave her little time to contemplate his presence before he lashed out. Torrents of power slammed into Katrin, and it felt like being caught in the surf before a storm. Energy pounded against her with relentless force, and she felt as if she were being torn apart. In the next instant she could almost hear Kenward shouting. His words had no meaning, though they did serve as the slightest warning before power surged through her. It was a source she recognized, the Queen's saddle. The instant she felt one of the straps hit her physical hand, she sensed the saddle and Kyrian. Looking down, she saw his fiery form now under her, and together they felt more powerful. Their energies mingled, and where she was weak, he was strong, and she felt she brought something to him as well. He was not incomplete without her, but together they were stronger. That thought comforted her, as did the momentary clarity with which she heard Kenward say,
"Go get him, Cat!"
Emotion threatened to overwhelm her, but she kept it in check, using it instead to fuel her rage and fury against the darkness that sought to despoil all she loved. From Kyrian she sensed the burning desire for revenge, not so much out of spite, but out of the need to absolve his guilt. He had let the Regent Queen die. He had betrayed his own kind, and no knowledge could be so damning. Katrin could not completely understand his inner struggle. She could not grasp his relationship with the Queen, nor truly understand how he had betrayed his kind. It was very clear, however, that Kyrian believed he had done just that. Though Katrin had shown love to the Regent Queen, she hated her for that last bit of spite with which she inflicted this guilt on Kyrian. But the Regent Queen was dead. Emitting a roar that would make a lion quail, Katrin unleashed a wave of furious attacks, the line of energy extending back to her physical form now blazing like a new star. Deep troughs tore through the darkness, but like the deepest ocean, more flooded into the void, making it look as if her attack had done no damage at all. Twice more she cast out web-like attacks, trying to break the darkness into smaller chunks, but again it flowed back together. Then there was no more time for attacks. From every direction came a massive assault that dwarfed all those before it. It felt to Katrin as if her universe was collapsing in on itself, and she was at the very center of that crushing weight. Despite her power, despite her will, and even in the face of her closest ally, Kyrian, this attack made them seem insignificant. Nothing could withstand so much hatred. None could endure so many wishing they had never existed. It was the most terrible thing Katrin had ever experienced, being made to think that she was worse than useless. Her very existence was harmful to everything else around her. Seethe. Kyrian uttered a single word in Katrin's mind, and she instantly knew that Thrakus was not the true threat. The real threat was Seethe, the dragon Thrakus rode. Seethe was not Thrakus's dragon. Thrakus was one of Seethe's many humans. This realization struck Katrin like a thunderbolt, and she looked into the feral dragon's eyes, trying to understand the true threat.
"You are worthless. Give yourself to me, and you will be part of something much stronger. How can you hope to stand against this?"
The thunderous voice in her mind was accompanied by a wave of compulsion that made what Archmaster Bellegra had done look like friendly persuasion. This voice sought to obliterate all thought but its own, and it hammered at her as the collective will of tens of thousands joined in. Then something occurred to Katrin. If the feral dragons were so powerful, why did they need humans? This thought must have been betrayed to Seethe as Katrin heard pounding laughter in her head.
"You are but tools to me, implements designed to achieve my will. I wouldn't bother keeping you around at all, but you do have such delicate fingers. But if you prove too troublesome, you are something we can certainly do without."
Seethe then flooded Katrin's mind with the vision of the death of mankind. Perhaps he'd meant to frighten her, but she'd seen it before.
"You underestimate the power of a single will,"
Katrin thought with all her might, and despite the singularity of her statement, she felt the wills of others backing her. The world around her was suddenly filled with light. Flaming dragons surrounded her and reinforced her will. One in particular caught Katrin's attention, as it bore a rider, and Katrin nearly shouted in glee when she recognized Homsa of the Wind Clan, who looked as if he would burst with pride, but moreover he looked ready to die for Katrin. Somehow he thought that Katrin had fulfilled her promise to him and taught him to fly dragons, though she knew not how she had done any such thing. Still, she could feel his gratitude as he sent it toward her. It bolstered her soul. It was a proud and brief moment. Then the world exploded. Both sides released the full extent of their might and fury, holding nothing back. The heavens shook, and the pillars of Godsland trembled. Katrin felt the energy of the planet surging through mighty keystones, 6 of them, one of which was within the Grove of the Elders, another at the Great Shallows. Katrin did not know exactly where the others were, only that they existed. Anyone who controlled them would control the world. Katrin tried to bury that thought lest the dragons find out, that is, if they did not already know. The vision of the Grove of Elders persisted in Katrin's consciousness, like spots left by the sun. There she saw the mighty great oaks as they had once been, and at the center of the grove stood the Staff of Life, blooming. It was an anachronistic vision, true, but it felt real to Katrin, who had planted the staff there. She'd been a fool to leave it there. Chase must have been right when he'd said the staff had given her acorns to replenish the grove, and no more. It must have fulfilled its purpose. He begged her to bring the staff back to Dragonhold rather than leaving it in the lands controlled by Master Edling. Now the staff rested in the hands of Thrakus, a once great man now subverted by Seath. Thus it rested within the Feral's grasp, all that power his to command. It was a frightening thought, and it was painful to feel its bite. Ko reached out to her and left claw marks through her psyche. A creature of her own creation, she was defenseless against it, and Katrin cried out to Kyrian to retreat. Instead, the regents responded, throwing themselves onto Thrakus' attacks, and by their sheer numbers they broke through and sent Thrakus tumbling into the darkness. Seath bellowed, and exacted a costly price for the victory, and Katrin felt the light dimming around her. Despite their heroic efforts, the darkness was still winning. Though despair threatened, Katrin looked around her and found that she was far closer to the Godfist than she had been at the start of the battle. They had taken great losses, but their progress was much more than the Ferals would have them believe. Much of their power was in deception, and Katrin was now fully aware of this. Seath's voice was now quieter in her mind. "Your son is about to die." Doing what he did best, Sinjin ran. Slowly the demons recovered themselves, and Sinjin dodged their sluggish movements as he wove his way toward where he'd last seen Strom. The scene ahead was a blur, and when he broke free of the demons and into the open, he saw them, his father, Strom, and Durin, all laid out on the grass. Sinjin's knees went weak, and he thought he might fall. Only the need to keep Trinda safe kept him from giving in. Kendra and Kenna were among the few still standing, and Sinjin realized how hopeless his situation was. He had left Brother Vaughn behind, something he now regretted deeply. The demons outnumbered them hundreds to one, and they were quickly thawing. Trinda clung to him. He knew she was already overexerted, and he didn't expect much help from her. Seeing Brother Vaughn standing alone, between them a mass of angry demons, Sinjin abandoned fear. "Dad!" he shouted as he ran, and his thoughts turned momentarily to his mother. "Mother, please help!" Kendra came into view, and Sinjin angled away from her. Kenna stood nearby, looking ready to defend Strom, Prios, and Durin, all of whom remained unconscious. Sinjin had no time to check on their conditions as the demons resumed their attack. He wanted to drag his father and friends to safety, but he was left with no choice but to defend their unmoving bodies. After quickly putting Trinda down next to his father, Sinjin turned to face the demons with fury and desperation in his eyes. With the herald globe gleaming before him, Sinjin thought he saw another bright light. Not knowing its source, he threw the herald globe into the midst of the demons. Before the globe struck, he saw Brother Vaughn trapped on the shoreline of the turbulent river waters. A flash of light drove the demons back, and Brother Vaughn dived into the depths. Sinjin would have cried out, but an instant before the herald globe erupted, something slammed into the back of his skull, and the world went dark. Breaking free from Thrakus, Katrin's spirit raced toward where she sensed her son and husband, their life forces dim, yet calling to her. Below her, fields of amber crystal beckoned, and she burst through like rays of sunlight, only 1,000 times brighter. Immediately she was faced with an amazing yet terrifying sight. The underground cavern was beyond images from even her wildest fantasy. Never before had she considered that an entire ecosystem might have survived underground for ages undisturbed. The stain of darkness and evil despoiled the view. Katrin first saw Brother Vaughn alone, trapped by demons on one side and dangerous-looking waters on the other. Not knowing what else to do, Katrin cast her light into the demons. Somehow amplified by the crystals and with an amber tint, her beam sent demons tumbling backward. Others moved in to replace those, but Brother Vaughn took control of his own destiny and slipped into the churning water. Katrin could only pray that he would survive. After losing sight of him, she knew she could no longer protect him, and she began looking for St. John and Prios. Her soul cried out when she found them, both laid out on the lush grasses along with Strom, Durin, and others. Kenna and Kendra alone remained standing, and they appeared to be fighting. Katrin did not understand what could possibly be happening. Confusion and anxiety overwhelmed her as she moved closer. Kendra looked angrier than Katrin had ever seen her, and she moved in to swipe her own mother's knees. Kenna, though older and not as nimble, had a great deal more experience and anticipated the move. With a simple sidestep, she gained the advantage on her now off-balance daughter. A single punch sent Kendra to the turf.
"Get her out of here!"
Kenna shouted, and a demon lifted Kendra's limp form in its arms. Katrin nearly retched. Then the woman turned back to Katrin's husband and son.
"That boy comes with us. Kill the rest."
Roaring, Katrin attacked. Fire, smoke, and lightning raced toward Kenna, but were deflected at the last instant and sent racing back toward Katrin. It was something she had once done to Archmaster Belegra, and she quailed, knowing she was about to feel the bite of her own power. Over the roar of the fire and the crackling of energy, Katrin could hear Thrakus laughing, a high-pitched and maniacal sound that turned into the roar of a mighty feral dragon now bearing down on her. Pain erupted all over Katrin as her very essence was scoured and eroded. Every instant she lost something of herself, and she could hear the dragon calling to her, its voice assuring her that it could make the pain stop. All she had to do was surrender. Then her son, husband, and all those she loved would be spared. All she had to do was join them. The future was already written, and she could not change that which was recorded in stone. The thoughts battered her senses, and it was so tempting to simply give in. But the sight of her son in the arms of a demon shook her from the feral's delusion, and she launched another attack, aiming for the legs of the demon carrying St. John's limp form. Again pain erupted. Thrakus and Seath attacked with overwhelming force and ferocity that exceeded anything Katrin had ever seen in nature. She knew the role of predators, but nothing she'd ever seen compared to the overwhelming desire to destroy, not to kill and eat, but to abolish from existence. This kind of evil would consume the world, and Katrin knew she was among the few things stopping that gruesome future from coming to pass.
"The future is not already written,"
her spirit screamed, as she blocked an attack and launched another of her own. Demons now stood over Prios, Strom, Durin, and Trinda, only the wisp of a girl alert and able to fight. Again Katrin thought it strange that she thought of Trinda as a child, when the girl was actually her elder, and that frailty gave Katrin no confidence that she would be of any use at all in a fight. In that instant, Katrin had to make a choice: prevent the demons from escaping into the darkness with her son, or save the lives of her husband and friends. Trinda's eyes looked up to her, pleading for mercy, and though Katrin had never really liked her, she rushed in to save them all, flames searing the air before her. Demons flew from her path, even as others carried her baby boy back into the depths of the hold. Turning to race after them before it was too late, Katrin felt fiery claws rake her soul, and they bit deep. Thrakus used Ko to flay her, and the familiarity of the attacking energy made it all the more difficult to defend against. Even as Katrin was reeling from Ko's attack, feeling as if she were gulping for air even if not in her physical form, there was no way she could defend herself from the Staff of Life. Its ancient power slammed into her with unrelenting force. It knew her weaknesses and exploited every one. In the next instant, Katrin was back in her body, trying to suck in enough air to scream, then wanting nothing more than to cry as she looked out at what she knew was the last of the Regent dragons. Kyrian wept. Epilogue. Crying as he ran, Durin couldn't believe how things had turned out. His best friend was gone, and there was nothing he could do about it. Brother Vaughn had either escaped or drowned, and there was no way for him to know which. His entire family's fate was unknown to him, and he doubted he would ever see any of them again. It seemed the end of the world had come, and he could see no possible future that included happiness or family. It was the kind of realization that could drive the weak to their knees. But through all of this, Durin had learned one thing. He was not as weak as he had once believed. Now he realized that he had not been lazy as much as he had been afraid to apply himself, since that left him open to failure. Now he realized that failure was necessary for success, something that seemed far too philosophical for his usual thoughts. Durin, though, had left childhood behind in recent days, and there was no time for such thoughts. Running alongside him was Strom, who carried a still unconscious Prios over his shoulder. Trinda ran with them, having difficulty keeping up. Durin thought she might want him to carry her, but he was not St. John, and even if he had grown up quickly, some of his childhood prejudices remained. Trinda would have to stand on her own 2 legs if she wished to survive. Even as he had the thought, he knew he would not leave her to die, but that didn't mean he had to like saving her. What was even more difficult was for him to admit that she had saved him. Strom had been the only thing defending them when Durin had come to, and Durin had been little help, even armed with Strom's wicked blade. Only when Trinda had stepped up and chastised the demons did the battle turn in their favor. It still seemed unreal to Durin that Trinda could do such a thing.
"Bad demons,"
was all she had said, and it was as if she had struck them all with just her words. No matter what Durin believed, that moment had been the key to their escape, and only by moving deeper into darkened halls did they manage to gain any measure of safety. Again, Durin had to admit that Trinda had saved them, since she had retrieved the Herald Globe, and to Durin's amazement, she had somehow recharged it. This girl was really starting to irritate him.
"We're completely lost," Strom whispered, "but maybe that's a good thing."
Groaning as he shifted Prios on his shoulder, he looked as if he might not make it much farther, and Prios gave no indication of stirring.
"I want to go outside,"
Trinda said.
"I'd like to fly too,"
Durin said, not expecting a response.
"It's this way."
Given no other direction, Strom followed Trinda, the light of the Herald Globe drifting away as Durin remained where he was. The darkness closed in all too quickly, and Durin raced to catch up.
"Are you sure you know where you're going?"
Durin asked after a number of turns down seemingly random halls. They passed halls that were still filled with items, but Trinda did not waver in her course, and Durin's imagination was left to run wild as he caught only glimpses of the treasures that waited within. He'd heard the stories about the artifacts Katrin had found at Omahold, and he imagined them stumbling on a similar cache of wondrous things. The thoughts helped to keep him from thinking about the fate of everyone else. When Trinda walked into a circular hall and stopped, it took Durin and Strom by complete surprise. Without a word, she just stared at the markings on the floor of the chamber. Immediately Durin knew this room was special, and the carved tiles were more than mere decoration.
"Step on the one that looks like mountains,"
Trinda said, looking at Durin. Examining the tiles, Durin spotted one in the 3rd row of tiles away from him, farther away than he guessed Trinda could jump. Even for Durin, he had to take a running leap to make it, and in mid-air he heard Trinda suck in a breath. Perhaps she had not expected him to do as she asked. Durin wasn't quite sure why he had. When he landed, the stone sank beneath his weight, and he had a sick feeling in his gut.
"Not that one, silly,"
Trinda said. Durin's sick feeling intensified as a low, grinding noise filled the halls, and the stone beneath their feet trembled. Book 5. Feral. Chapter 1. Permanence is an illusion. Nat Derzinger, Prophet. Shades of darkness crowded close, creaking and rocking in the muffled silence. Unable to move, St. John Volker struggled against his bonds without effect, always expecting something to come hurling at him from the darkness. It had happened before. With the ship rolling beneath him, he imagined finding his end at the bottom of some nameless ocean. Those on this ship bore no love or humor, and though they kept him alive, he wondered how much longer they would do so. Even after days aboard the ship, his guts churned. His mother had loved sailing. It was a painful memory. St. John almost smiled at the memory of his father, who had secretly admitted that he hated sailing, and hoped never to step foot on a ship ever again, especially one captained by Kenward Trell. Though this memory was a fond one, it did little to raise St. John's spirits or calm his stomach. He did not share his mother's love of sailing. Had she traveled in the belly of a foul-smelling ship while trussed up like a spring pig, he guessed she would feel the same. Without warning, a beam of light poured in and brought searing pain. St. John averted his eyes, able to discern only a silhouette. Once again he tested bonds that held him fast. Nothing had ever terrified him more than being helpless in the hands of his enemies. The light retreated as quickly as it had come. The hatch slid silently closed. St. John sucked in a ragged breath. Delicate hands removed the gag and immediately clamped down on his mouth. "Do not speak," came a whisper. St. John could not identify the voice, but his addled mind knew it was familiar. "I didn't know," the voice continued. "I would never have gone along with this. Now you listen to me, and listen to me good. If you want to get out of this alive, you're going to have to trust me. When I take away my hand, I only want to hear a quiet, one-word answer. Do you understand?" St. John nodded his head, and she slowly took her hand from his face. "Do you trust me?" Cool air rushed in, and St. John breathed deeply, not caring about the stench at that moment. His memory fuzzy, St. John tried to understand what was going on, but he just found himself confused and frightened. "Yes," he said, after an overlong pause. "Meaning no. You're still an idiot. Where are they taking me?" St. John asked, his mind starting to warm up. "Somewhere you do not want to go," she said. "Somewhere I don't want to go," she added in a soft whisper. The pain in her voice was clear, but St. John could think of nothing to say. The darkness was silent for a time, but the sounds of boots on the deck soon sent Kendra scrambling back out of the hatch. For a brief moment, he saw her face, frightened and tense, yet he still could not claim to fully believe her. There had been no kindness between them in the past, and he could see no reason for it to start now. Still, he was surrounded by enemies, and no one else was extending a hand in friendship. The sound of boots still approaching drove the thoughts from his mind, as he realized that his gag hung below his chin. In a split second he managed to grab a piece of the gag in his teeth and pull it mostly back into place. The rough-looking man who dropped into the hold barely spared him a glance as he retrieved a wooden crate from the stacks of supplies. Another man reached down from above, and St. John prayed they would leave him alone this time. After the case was lifted from the hold, the man climbed out without a word, and St. John was plunged back into darkness. Those gathered in Catherine's Vale had not yet recovered from the shock of the loss of the regent dragons, Kyrian now being the last of his kind. It seemed too impossible to be true, but that fact hung over every moment, especially since Kyrian rested among them, looking as if he might follow his brother into the afterlife at any moment. The slippery eel lay on her side, a constant reminder that most of them would be stranded on the Firstland. There had been few words since Kyrian had last spoken in Catherine's mind. "Now I will accept your healing." That single thought, full of pain, and the admission of weakness, were the only things he'd had the strength to convey. Her voice had cracked when she told this to the others. "Please help me get the saddle off of him," she said, her voice a little more steady, and those around her assisted wordlessly. No one else seemed willing to speak in this new world in which they found themselves. Everything had changed, and there was no chance of it ever going back. Knowing this, Catherine laid her hands on Kyrian. Pelivore swayed in the light breeze, and lent his energy to Catherine, and thus to Kyrian by proxy. To his eyes, it seemed the poor beast ought to already be dead, but there was a stubborn refusal to die that made Pelivore proud. For Kyrian, he would give of himself freely. Feeling her eyes upon him, Pelivore turned to Catherine. Her smile was sad and forced, and it was almost worse than seeing her cry. Pelivore wanted no more of that. Kyrian's aura, though, radiated remorse, and it was difficult not to take on his dangerous and black mood. Still trying to read Catherine's expression, Pelivore found himself lost in old feelings, and he castigated himself for such treachery. Prios was his friend, and yet he found himself tempted. She was here, in front of him, wounded, her heart broken. Prios was not here. He could not comfort her. Should not Pelivore comfort her in his stead? Would his friend not want his wife to feel consolation and love? No, He had to stop himself before he gave away his feelings. Katrin's eyes told him that he had betrayed them long before. She knew. She would not act, but she knew. It was a heady thing, and he slowly pulled his energy back. The instant she sensed his desire to withdraw, Katrin released him, and the suddenness of it left him reeling. Wishing he had kept his thoughts to himself, he watched her turn away. Their energy no longer connected. She felt distant and receding as she concentrated on Kyrian. The feeling left Pelivor longing. Looking at the last of the Regent Dragons, he could see no visible effect from Katrin's healing. He had felt and experienced the deep impact, though, as if it were his own essence that had been revived. Instead of healing each individual injury, Katrin fed energy to Kyrian's core being and allowed his body to heal from the inside out. The cuts and gouges in his hide still looked angry and grave, but his breathing was deeper and steadier. All the while Katrin drew on the mighty saddle that now sat alongside Kyrian. When finally the dragon forced her away and made her stop, Katrin stepped back, looking unsteady on her feet, the moon and comet light casting her in soft hues and shadow. Even drained and bedraggled, she was beautiful. Pelivor looked to the saddle. The dragon ore stones were now cloudy despite retaining their glossy sheen, proof of how much energy Katrin had drawn from them. Rest, came pure, raw compulsion from Kyrian, and Katrin was defenseless against it. Pelivor felt as much as heard the command, and he caught her before she fell to the ground, but only just, and he helped her back to the slippery eel. With Katrin safe and comfortable, Pelivor returned to the Vale and joined Kenward at one of the massive rock formations that provided a commanding view of the valley beyond. The memory of Regent dragons perched on those rocks not so long ago was like a knife in Pelivor's chest. They had failed the dragons. Even though he hadn't been with Katrin physically during that battle, he had sent his energy to her, but they had failed. Part of him could not believe such a thing had worked, but any excitement over the accomplishment was doused by the painful reality that it hadn't been enough to save the Regent dragons.
"The Black Devils are leaving,"
Kenward said in a flat voice. Moving to his side, Pelivor saw what he meant. Bathed mostly in long shadows and violet, the valley was filled with pinpricks of light from slowly moving torches. Inexorably they marched toward the coast, where tall masted ships waited, silhouetted against the horizon.
"If the eel were still in the water, she'd almost certainly be sunk,"
Kenward said. Pelivor wasn't certain if this statement inspired Kenward to new hope, or if it was simply a reminder of how impossible their situation really was. Pelivor chose hope. Seeing the armies of demons leaving and giants being loaded onto massive barges also made him wonder, though, where this Black Navy would strike next. No force the world had ever known could stand against such a foe, and the thought made him shiver. Returning to Katrin's side, he yielded to Kyrian's continued insistence that he join her in sleep. When the sun sent isolated rays of light through a patchwork of clouds, Pelivor stirred, though part of him wished to sleep longer. Katrin was no longer beside him, and he rose to look for her. Kenward and the crew slept deeply, their snores filling the valley. When Pelivor saw the glittering saddle on Kyrian's back, he stopped short. Though the dragon's hide was crisscrossed with deep chasms and slashes, there was dark, shiny flesh now covering them.
"There is no pain."
Having a dragon speak directly in his mind was not something Pelivor was entirely prepared for, and his reaction proved it, as he fell backward, landing on his rear and staring up at Kyrian agape. Katrin had obviously heard the same, and more while she worked at cinching the girths.
"You're not really going to fly again so soon, are you?"
Katrin looked at him but did not smile. Her eyes carried an apology he didn't want to accept. She was leaving him. She was leaving the crew of the Slippery Eel on the Firstland, alone. The thought was terrifying. Even if the Dark Army did leave the Firstland, how would he and the others ever get off this unforgiving rock? Continuing to strap herself into the saddle, Katrin's expression changed into something that frightened Pelivor more than the Black Army. Smoldering rage built in Katrin like a boiling kettle, and he could feel her drawing on the saddle, its ancient store of power still vast and mostly restored after basking in the light of the comets. It seemed to Pelibor as if Katrin had the power to tear the world apart. It was frightening and exhilarating. Kyrian shifted beneath her, appearing to take on Katrin's mood. The fierce scowl he cast around the veil just about sent Pelibor scrambling for cover. Shining like the sun, Katrin looked like the goddess come to life. So terrifying was her beauty that Pelibor fell to his knees, the lush grasses cradling him, reminding him that this place had magic of its own. Natural or not, this place was magical, and the light radiating from Pelibor's dear friend only served to illuminate that fact.
"When the armies have gone,"
she said after a moment more, her voice loud and clear,
"gather wood and build a fire. A ship will come for you."
Pelibor's head slumped forward.
"This is not the end,"
Katrin said. "You'll have to return this to me one day." When Pelibor looked up, there was confusion in his eyes, which grew wide when Katrin handed him the spider stone.
"I couldn't,"
he said.
"But you will,"
Katrin said, her expression distant and haunted.
"You must keep them all safe, my dear friend. I never meant for this to happen, but I'm putting most of those I love in your care."
Pelibor looked up, unable to hide his emotions, and her look softened for a brief moment.
"I'm sorry, Pelibor. So very sorry."
Those words brought Pelibor great pain, and that seemed to make Katrin even angrier than she had been. Agitated, Kyrian turned, climbed the nearby rocks, and, his tail twitching, launched himself into the air, giving Pelibor no more chance to say what was in his heart. Though the sounds of demons within Dragonhold remained, the attacks had stopped, and Miss Maris insisted everyone stay quiet, even though there was little doubt the demons knew they were there. Still, the kitchens were eerily quiet when the hollow echo began. Gradually it grew louder and louder, and higher in pitch, until dust and the debris of ages began to issue forth from long dormant channels.
"What have those fools done this time?"
Miss Maris exclaimed, earning a few glares from those she'd silenced, but that didn't deter her.
"When I get my hands on those two, I'm gonna—"
Her words were cut short when brackish water gushed from the opening in the wall and began to fill the basin that had been holding a store of brown rice. The rice poured over the ledge, along with the water, and ancient channels that had baffled them all since the hold's discovery were once again filled with flowing water. Despite the dust that hung in the air and the overflowing water, there was a sense of jubilation. Even if it did not solve all their problems, it was something magical and unexpected. It was as if part of the keep had come back to life, not unlike when the central fire had been lit. The water seemed to play counterpoint to the fire, and together they made Dragonhold breathe. One channel brought icy cold water, which was steadily becoming clearer, and another yielded steaming hot water. Throughout the hold, channels were blocked or had supplies and other items stacked in them. Water began to pool and spill from the channels that were clear, and Martik stood watching the situation unfold. Deep vibrations thrummed through the heels of his boots, and he could feel it in his teeth. Some of the tremors were more violent and made him wonder if the keep would collapse.
"I hadn't anticipated this,"
he admitted.
"Well, it's not like those fools could see fit to give us a bit of warning, and since causing the hold to move is nothing to them, why not do whatever they did to cause water that hasn't flowed in a Hazel's age to start flooding the hold? If I could reach them, I'm telling you, I'd throttle them."
Martik didn't argue with Miss Maris, partly because he agreed with her. Strom was his friend, but he wasn't sure what the smith had been thinking. The thought of trying to defend Durin was laughable.
"What do we do about it?"
she asked after a long silence.
"We've got to get the channels clear. Have people gather up broom handles or anything else that is long and thin. And rags. We'll need rags."
Miss Maris knew good sense when she heard it, and was moving before he finished the sentence. Growling, and with her teeth bared, Katrin stood in the stirrups and held on to the pommel with one hand, her lance in the other. Never before had she armed herself with the intention of attacking, for no other reason than to cause the destruction of her enemy. This fight, in particular, was not about protecting what she loved. It was about avenging what she'd lost. Kyrian writhed with furious and righteous intent, ready to throw his barely healed body back into the fray for the memory of his very race, his species, and his loved ones. Such passion and rage could not be contained by their physical bodies, and their fury raced before them like a brooding storm front, dark and foreboding, and promising destruction. When they struck, it was an attack like nothing Godsland had ever seen. With the might of the saddle and lance and total reprieve from all rules and boundaries, Katrin focused and released their combined rage. Spinning and flowing, energy leaped from Katrin's lance with a thunderous clap. Plasma burned and danced across the winding surface of the lance before rings of boiling light and air thrummed toward the remains of the demon army. The bulk of the ships waited in deep water, but a dozen or so were still anchored along the coast, waiting for their turn to load. Demons and men milled around in disorganized groups, and that was where Katrin's cones of destruction struck, tearing into the land and turning it inside out, launching everything into the air. At any other time, Katrin would have been appalled to see such destruction of the land, and surely she would never have conceived of having so much righteous rage. But fate had made it so, and Katrin vented her potent fury. Again and again she pumped her fist, and her enemies were tossed like leaves in the wind. Great swaths of soil erupted, looking like bleeding wounds in the land. Kyrian brought them in low, and vengeance was Katrin's. Thrusting her energy before them, she tore trees from their roots and hurled them at the Black Army. There was no counterattack the army could launch, as Katrin literally threw the forest at them. The song of the Dryads came to her loudly, and it contained a note of vengeance that salved Katrin's guilt over killing the trees. That was one of the problems with acting without thought. Consequences. On the horizon, sails climbed masts, and ships moved slowly out to sea. Katrin let out a harsh and terrible laugh that rang through the valley before turning into a ululating battle cry. With grim satisfaction, Katrin changed tactics, looking for an attack that did not drain her so quickly. Rather than compress air, she evacuated it, and asked the winds to part. She smiled as the vacuum reached the hold of a mighty ship before it imploded and brought the ship crashing in on itself. The sweat on her brow gave proof of the effort required for either attack. Always there was a price to be paid. Ahead, a group of ships gathered into the largest formation Katrin had seen, and as red light leaped and churned between them, they simultaneously left the water. Kyrian used his speed to come in behind the formation and hold at a short distance. With a sort of wicked glee, Katrin constructed a series of latticework structures around the formation of ships, lifting them higher on the growing winds. Red lightning lashed out at her and Kyrian, but Katrin shrugged it off, barely feeling the sting. 8 ships were now joined together by Katrin's will alone. Those aboard with power were concentrating on attacking Katrin and Kyrian with everything they had. Her howling rage made it clear that she had no intention of ceasing her attacks. Higher and higher the ships climbed, until the shouts and cries of all those aboard trembled with panic. Still higher they moved, and a strong tailwind sent them hurtling toward the waiting armada. Soon anxious cries rang out across the water. In an instant Katrin released the structures. What followed was the most terrible sound she had ever heard. They deserved it, she decided. Every one of them. Fully loaded ships dropped from the sky and landed on top of equally loaded ships, and even amid that chaos, attacks of fire, air, and lightning were launched against Katrin and Kyrian. Wood and metal struck wood and metal with thunderous force, and masts tore through hulls like knives at a feast. Screams filled the air, and final bolts of red lightning reached out for Katrin and Kyrian, some making their bite felt, but not stopping the dragon and his rider. Focusing on the remaining ships, Katrin imploded most, and just blew holes in the sides of the rest, as her fatigue threatened to overcome her. Flying in behind a fleeing ship, Katrin swayed in the saddle, and had no good angle for an attack, but found she needed none as Kyrian came in low and grabbed the railing at the bow, their speed and inertia carrying them forward and bringing the ship with them, forcing its prow into the waves and eventually flipping the ship over forward. When not a single ship remained, Katrin felt some sense of satisfaction, which soon turned to even greater anger. Though the men clung to flotsam or drowned, Katrin could see that the demons and giants simply swam away, like a dark current moving in the direction the ships had been headed. Unwilling to grant them this victory, Katrin attacked the seas themselves. Hurling balls of compressed air, she blasted the water to leave the demons bare. Roaring, she sent them into the air, then slammed them back down. Dark water rushed back in to fill the void, and none escaped Katrin's wrath. Kyrian expressed nothing after the battle, but Katrin could feel the same sense of disappointment in him as she felt in herself. It hadn't helped. The vengeance had not eased her pain, but she did not regret it. This darkness had to be stopped, and if that was how she met her end, then she would die an honorable and worthwhile death. She reminded herself that she was a good-hearted person who would not willingly bring violence to those who did not deserve it. But she was cursed to know that some truly did deserve it, and for them, she would become the nightmare. Chapter 2. Even the mighty can be laid low. Morith, soldier.
What did I just do?
Durin asked, as deep booms rumbled and echoed through the keep, lower and different from anything that had come before. Standing within the circular room, he stared helplessly at the stone tile on which he stood. It was now depressed and activated, for good or ill.
"That one means water, silly," Trinda said. "I said to step on the mountains, not water."
Water?
Brother Vaughn said as if to himself.
So I suppose I should step on that one?
Durin asked, pointing at a carving similar to the one depicting water, only there was but a single set of wavy lines with sharper peaks. Trinda gave him a look that said, "Duh." Strom just shrugged. Stretching to make the long step without slipping and stepping on the wrong tile, Durin jumped. When he landed, the tile sank down, and moments later a grinding noise sounded from directly above them. Dust and dirt fell around them, and the ceiling of the chamber suddenly retreated, revealing a gaping cylindrical chasm above them. Though it retained its circular shape and soared all the way up to open air, the shaft was far from clear. The debris of ages had gathered there, including vines that looked like tree branches. This would not have been so troubling if the floor of the chamber had not begun to rise at an alarming rate. Within the space of a breath, all opportunity for escape was gone. The doorway through which they had come disappeared below them. Strom pulled Prios's still unconscious form away from the outer edge of the cylinder as sparks flew and bits of rock were blasted away. Above them the obstructions grew ever closer, and Durin could think of no way to save them. There seemed no way to make the floor stop rising. Durin moved to every tile to see if he could make it stop, but the rapid ascent continued unabated. He looked up at the rapidly approaching debris that would kill them, and Durin felt cold wash over him, the harsh realization that he was about to die. Trinda stood next to him, looking upward, and in that last moment he felt sorry for her.
"Sorry,"
he said. Trinda just stuck her tongue out at him, then thrust her hands into the air, her eyes squeezed shut, and her tongue sticking out of the side of her mouth. Above them the air shimmered, and as the debris raced in to crush them, the translucent shield blasted through, sending an ever-increasing cloud of vines and stone racing before it as the walls of the cylinder were blasted clean. Without warning, they began to slow, leaving a strange feeling in Durin's gut. Light erupted around them, and the air above was filled with soaring debris, much of which was caught by a swift crosswind and sent crashing down the side of the mountain. Bits and pieces fell around them, but most of the big pieces had been carried by the wind.
"You can put your arms down now,"
Durin said with a bit of sarcasm, but then he considered for a moment that Trinda had just saved him for the third time. Gusts of wind cast stinging sand into the air, but Durin could not avert his eyes from the sight. Only a low, jagged stone wall surrounded them. Nothing obscured the view of the twin valleys below, and all the way to the sea on all sides. Much of the scenery was marred by the presence of the demon armies and dragons resting on the heights. Feeling exposed, and knowing how vulnerable they were to dragons while standing on top of this mighty peak, Durin whispered,
"How do we get back down?"
Trinda just shrugged.
"I don't know."
Looking at the tiles again, Durin saw that the one with mountain-like shapes carved on it had risen back into place and was level with the other tiles. Knowing that dragons might come investigate the commotion at any moment, Durin stepped back onto the tile with the mountains carved on it, hoping it would take them back down, and slowly at that. Nothing happened, and cold fear bloomed in his gut. Taking another look at the tiles, Durin saw a symbol that looked like fire, and there was one that looked like water, but he didn't think those were what they needed. He was just trying to figure out what the tile with a series of vertical lines meant, when a dark shadow passed over them, sending more sand and dirt into the air. Strom ran to the stone wall and looked down. After a moment, he drew a sharp intake of breath. Trinda crouched by the still form of Prios. The extent of his injuries was difficult to gauge. He'd nearly given his life to protect his son, and now his son was gone. Durin did what he could to stifle his worry, and ran to where Strom stood. Looking down from the dizzying height stole Durin's breath. Strom shouted, "Look out, Brother Vaughn! Dragon!" Durin hadn't seen him at first, but then he saw the robed man running. He was both thankful that Brother Vaughn was alive, and terrified that he wouldn't be for very much longer. Looking tiny at such a distance, the man who had been St. John's mentor, and thus also Durin's, stood nearly halfway across an expanse of open grass. There was no way he could move fast enough to get to the cover of the trees or back to the river. Sound carried well in the valley, and they saw Brother Vaughn look up. Durin could only imagine his puzzlement at hearing their voices from the top of the mountain. Then he saw the dragon, and turned to run. Durin could see that he would not be fast enough, his death a near certainty. In desperation, Durin threw rocks at the swooping dragon, but the beast was far beyond his reach. The thought of seeing Brother Vaughn taken made Durin nearly ill, but then he heard something that chilled his blood. Trinda sang. The dragon, fixated on its target, did not react at first, but the longer Trinda sang, the less intent the pharaoh remained on Brother Vaughn. Durin realized that this might save Brother Vaughn, for which he was truly grateful, but he also realized that it made their own situation far more dangerous. The dragons would come. The sight of it was more terrifying than anything Durin had ever seen. Mottled black and gray feral dragons came from every direction. Knifing through the air with economy of motion and awe-inspiring speed, they nipped at each other, issuing deep guttural growls that sounded like rolling drums, flying with what seemed pure aggression. With one last glance, he saw that Brother Vaughn was near halfway to the trees. Durin looked back up at Strom, who appeared as worried as he was. Looking again at the carved flames, Durin realized that what he'd thought represented fire also resembled the formations of rock that hung down in the God's Eye. Stepping across, knowing there was no time for discussion, Durin's heart leaped when the stones started sinking beneath his weight, but it stopped sooner than the others had, and nothing happened. It was stuck. The dragons were near, and waves of primal fear washed over Durin and paralyzed him. Strom stepped closer, landing on a tile with a circle carved into it. Nothing happened. The stone Durin stood upon still didn't move, except as part of a tremor that seemed to shake the entire mountain. An instant later, Reaver peered over the jagged stones, his gleaming teeth dwarfing even Strom while promising a knife's edge. Hot breath buffeted them like storm winds, and the eyes of the enormous pharaoh narrowed, seemingly more concerned with understanding how the humans had come to be at the top of the mountain he was guarding, rather than looking for a meal, which to Durin was far more frightening. The beast looked as if it had been in a fight every day of its existence. One dark, back-turned horn was sheared off, leaving a jagged stump, and deep crevices ran across its face, making its scales look like a macabre mosaic. Jagged teeth lined a mouth that smelled of death, and Durin nearly retched. Black nostrils flared with each powerful breath, which knocked the shrubbery low and sent small stones tumbling into the valley below. Nearby, Strom crouched and Prios stirred. Trinda sang. Durin reached out to grab her, but she stepped out of his grasp and closer to Reaver, a feat that Durin was unable to match. Deep-seated and overpowering fear rooted his boots in stone. What looked him in the eye was the worst possible nightmare. Trinda took another step. Then her pale and delicate hand landed on glossy black scales and deep scars. Reaver remained still for the briefest instant, but then he snorted and drew back his angular and monstrous head. The force of his breath sent Trinda stumbling backward right into Durin's arms. Their combined weight on the jammed tile resulted in a loud snap. Reaver roared a deafening call, filled with malice and intent, and the stone beneath Durin dropped. The echoing call from above spurred Brother Vaughn to reckless speed. He'd known that trying to cover open ground would be risky, but dragons had been coming to drink at the river's edge, and it would only have been a matter of time until one of them had found him. As it was, he'd been cold and wet and not thinking clearly. Then the top of the mountain exploded. Brother Vaughn had looked up but saw little besides a cloud of debris and quickly continued his trek, knowing Reaver would come to investigate. Now he stood amid grasses not tall enough to hide him, and Reaver bearing down on him. Breathing hard, he pushed his body for all the speed it could produce, knowing it would not be enough. The trees were too far away, and the shadow of the beast closed in behind him. It felt as if all was lost, when a familiar and wordless tune rang through the valley like a seductive bell, and Brother Vaughn could only hope the dragon would be drawn away by the singing of the little girl. He could not figure out how she could have gotten to the top of the mountain, but that girl was turning out to be a worthy ally. The instant he had the thought, he regretted it, as the realization came that Trinda was at the top of the mountain singing for the dragons. Darkness rushed up on him, and, driven by instinct, Brother Vaughn dived to the ground. An ill wind rustled his robes, and an enormous pair of claws tore trenches in the grass only a hand's width from where Brother Vaughn now lay. Looking up, he saw Reaver extend his mighty wings and soar up to the top of the mountain, where he came to a crashing halt, his claws digging into the stone, and his massive head peering down at Trinda. Jumping up and down, Brother Vaughn tried to get Reaver's attention, but then he realized exactly what he was doing, and started once again to run, hoping to make it to the trees before any other dragons saw him. Like in nightmares, the black devils arrived just as he thought of them, and he wasn't certain what he was seeing was real. The only thing that kept the horror from overcoming him was the fact that the dragons were not looking for him. They were looking for Trinda. That thought made him feel no better. Shouts and singing continued to echo from above, and he couldn't help but look up when he heard Reaver snort. A moment later it looked as if the top of the mountain had exploded again. Dust and debris filled the air. Reaver reared back and lunged at the top of the mountain 3 times as quickly as a striking snake, but with stone-shattering force. With a frustrated and angry cry, Reaver leaped back into the air. Brother Vaughn could only hope that Trinda had found some way to escape. At that moment, though, all he could do was run. To his astonishment, the world above him erupted again only moments later, and Godsland trembled. Katrin and Kyrian rested in the Terhillian Keys for only one night, and she worried over his fitness for battle. His wounds had healed with her assistance, but still she worried. "I am designed for flight, and I can rest while flying. Granted, it is easier to rest on the ground or in water, but I am well rested nonetheless." His annoyance at her worrying over his well-being was clear, but she could not help it. She cared about him deeply, and their fates were forever bound together. In many ways their desires and intentions had become one, as had their guilt. It was something that only the two of them could share, as no one else alive could claim the guilt of having caused the loss of an entire species. Kyrian's guilt was all the worse, since it was his species, but Katrin's pain was as close as anyone alive could get. There had been time for thought and deep reflection, for tears and rage. There had been time to see changes in herself that could not be undone. As the god fist materialized from the rising mists, a sick feeling crowded Katrin's gut, and she could feel Kyrian's apprehension as well. But that anxiety soon fanned the banked coals of her anger. This was her homeland, and she would purge it of these wretched devils. Her son was gone, and she wanted to scream. She had let him down when he'd needed her. She had abandoned him for an unsuccessful quest to save the dragons, and now she had lost them both. Miserable over her failure, The pain of it nearly made her burst. Only the presence of her husband's spirit and those of loved ones still shining from within the hold, waiting for her to save them from this menace, gave her strength and hope. Black ships at the northern harbor came into view first. They would receive no warning and be afforded no mercy. These invaders of her homeland would pay for their arrogance, and Kyrian soared low over the waves, aiming for the ships. A rumbling echo reached them, and a dark cloud rose up from an inland mountain peak. Her uncertainty of the cause became secondary to the realization that the air around that peak was now filled with feral dragons. All of them were in one spot. It took the sum of her will to resist attacking the ships, but she managed. Soaring in low, Kyrian wound through the twisting valleys. Katrin held on and tried to anticipate his next shift based on the approaching terrain. Together they found a rhythm and moved almost as one. Cries occasionally rose up from beneath them, but no warning bells or other alarms rang out, and Katrin watched for signs of trouble. Black armies crowded the valleys, but they were marching out in orderly retreat, leaving behind an obliterated valley. What had been a thriving community was now little more than ash and stone and mud. Another shout rose from beneath them as they passed, and Kyrian soared higher as the alarm bells rang. The ferals, it seemed, had recovered from their fixation and were in the process of dispersing. The alarms, though, had them all coming toward that sound. The sky ahead became aerial chaos. Only instinct kept the dragons from colliding as all of them turned at once to intercept Kyrian. Katrin launched no early attack and waited for as many of them as possible to get close. Trying to appear wounded and weak, she delayed, her true power kept hidden. She knew these cowardly beasts, and she wanted them to believe that the odds were overwhelmingly in their favor. Instead of worrying about how dangerous their prey was, she wanted them to worry over getting their share of the meal. Reaver soared closer, an avatar of madness at the head of this storm of violence. Waiting was terrifying, but she had to let them get closer. Reaver alone instilled debilitating fear, but the raging horde was indescribable. Such fear should not exist, for it was almost more than the mind could bear. What approached was madness. She could feel the will of Reaver trying to crush her, trying to subjugate her will, trying to find a way to shatter it completely. Like water through sand, Katrin felt her energy draining away, and every breath became less her own. The gnarled beast had synchronized its breathing with hers, matched its heartbeat with hers. It felt her fear, and knew her pain, and Katrin screamed. Kyrian was there. Unaffected by Reaver's psychic attacks, Kyrian did something that Katrin had never imagined. He took control of her body. Using Katrin, the saddle, and the lance, he leveled an attack on Reaver. Though it felt as if the attack had been wrenched from her gut, it struck Reaver so hard, he looked like a swatted fly. 2 other ferals were injured in the first strike, but Katrin struggled against Kyrian's will. "Neither of you can control me!" she screamed, and Kyrian immediately released the compulsion. There was no time for anything more. Dragons flew in close. Others landed nearby where crowds of men parted. Katrin launched a series of attacks that would have made Prius proud. Short bursts of thunderous energy cleaved the air and struck dragons, sending ripples through their bodies as the force of the blows spread. At least a dozen dropped from the skies after a single strike, and did not rise again. Others regained the heights. Aerial chaos reached a new zenith, and only Kyrian could predict where they would be in the next instant. When Kyrian leveled off for an instant, he gave Katrin the chance to launch another round of attacks. Using the air itself as a weapon, Katrin created a massive concussion. After what had felt like tearing the winds apart, they soared through a cloud of dragons in a variety of states. Some were stunned, others retreating, and a handful were in freefall, quite possibly already dead. Kyrian did what he could to evade the attacks of dragons still in the fight, but there was no avoiding some impacts, and Katrin did her best to move away from where the next contact would be. The air before them once again cleared. Blue sky showed no hint of the danger behind them, but the battle was far from won. Looking back, Katrin set her jaw. Along the valley floor raced a dozen smaller dragons. now with black-robed men atop their backs. Katrin wasn't certain if Reaver was dead or incapacitated, since she could find no sign of his body. For the moment, these riders presented an even greater threat, and she could not let them escape. Turning away from the riderless ferals, Kyrian and Katrin soared over the Pinnock Valley, gaining on the mounted formation. Edling's wall rose up before them. It took a moment for Katrin to understand what she saw. The massive trade gates, along with much of the surrounding wall, had been blasted away. Almost too late, Katrin saw the black scales that waited just beyond the open gate. Rising to his full height, Reaver extended his mighty wings and roared in triumph. His roar was cut short as Katrin leveled an especially deadly attack at his exposed chest. Reaver's flesh moved like water as it waved away from the impact. Fingers of plasma rolled over the screaming dragon, and the force drove the massive creature backward. Kyrian landed, his claws on the mighty black dragon's neck. Pushing off as hard as he could, he thrust Reaver the rest of the way over backward, and sent himself and Katrin back into the air, which began exploding around them. Chapter 3. Creation is the act of being unwilling to allow something not to exist. Elise Berunda, artist. Katrin had often wondered what it would feel like to be hit by one of her attacks, and now she knew. The energy felt as if it would rip her apart from the inside out, and the pain could not be compared to anything she'd ever experienced. Each time the pain from one excruciating attack eased, another slammed her from a different angle, and she was tossed from side to side by the force. These men on Dragonback were potent and fearsome adversaries. She could feel their hatred of her. She would have screamed if she could have gathered any air into her chest. This attack would surely suffocate her if it continued. In the next instant, though, she was sucking air into her lungs as they had turned upside down, and the attack simultaneously ceased. Feeling as if her ribs were broken, and with blood on her lips, Katrin could do little more than breathe, and that was difficult. Turbulent air buffeted them, and Kyrian's flight path wobbled. Through their bond she could sense his pain, but she could not form a cohesive thought required for action. With growing horror, she watched Kyrian's head jerk side to side, absorbing the attacks. With a thunderous crack, a mighty blow caught Kyrian under the chin, snapping his head back toward Katrin. In the next instant, they were plummeting toward a rocky death. Knowing Kyrian was unconscious and would be unable to save them, Katrin quickly, almost instinctively, mimicked what she'd done when flying the slippery eel. The knowledge that the ship would never sail or fly again haunted Katrin, but she had no time for those thoughts. Flying an unconscious dragon was nothing like flying a ship, and Katrin nearly crashed them into the trees. The Dark Riders had turned and were gaining on her, their dragons looking fresh and ready for a fight. Getting low in the saddle, Katrin connected with it, and the lance she held, her body humming with power, the vibrations singing in her ears. Air shimmering around her, she focused on the approaching formation, which was tight and orderly. Reaching out from them with deadly intent, red lightning tested Katrin's formidable defenses. She waited until they were so close that they could not turn away before she launched a single, concentrated attack. A craterous implosion again turned the skies themselves into a potent weapon. Ferals folded like dried husks and dropped from the sky. All, that was, save two. With a suddenness that made it seem surreal to Katrin, a dragon and rider appeared beneath. The rider's hood was blown back, and his mottled gray flesh could be seen within. His madness was complete, and he hurled insanity at her. There was no pain, no fire, no iron. There was only disorientating madness. Where was she again? What was she supposed to be doing? The questions took only an instant to cross her mind, but that instant was all the time the feral needed to close the gap between them. The feral sailed toward Kyrian's exposed belly, knowing it would have no trouble killing an unconscious dragon. Power pulsed along the lance Katrin held, and she hoped her control of the flight was sufficient. Doing as she had done so many years before on the slippery eel, Katrin created a winged structure that slowed them. By applying this to only one wing, she caused them to suddenly spiral downward and directly into the feral's path. There was no time for dragon or rider to avoid the collision, and Katrin thrust out with the lance. The gleaming weapon danced with energy, and power leaped from its tip before it touched the breast of that mighty feral dragon. Momentum carried both dragons forward, and the lance's impact pressed Katrin backward until the back of her head touched Kyrian's scales. Feeling as if her legs might break, Katrin watched the wild-eyed feral impale itself. The deeper the lance sank, the more slowly the feral approached, until the beast reversed direction and started to fall. Katrin was nearly pulled from the saddle by her grip on the lance. Remembering the demon with the glass lance that had killed the Regent Queen, Katrin gave the handle a twist. The lance did not shatter as the glass ones had, and the pommel was wrenched from her hands. Along with the dying dragon and its doomed rider, Katrin's lance fell. Reeling from the release, Katrin lost sight of the remaining dragon and rider, and she decided it would be best to let that one go. Her vision swam, and Kyrian had only begun to stir. His wings were doing more of the work, but Katrin knew they would fall from the sky if she did not keep them stabilized. She could think of only one place safe for them to land, and she guided them north and east, an odd feeling in her gut, as if none of this were real. When the sands of the Argas desert came into view, warm air greeted them. Before Katrin could figure out how to safely land, Kyrian returned to full, if tenuous, consciousness, and instinctively used the thermals to gain altitude. After taking a few moments to compose himself, and convey to Katrin that he would live, Kyrian used the altitude to gain momentum. Soon they were skimming over the desert sand. Katrin's head spun with the sensation of speed as the sands flowed beneath them, broken by plains of rock, some with openings visible in vertical rock faces. On the horizon came what Katrin had been looking for, tall peaks surrounding a mostly hidden valley visible from only a specific angle. There waited soft sands and cool water, and the tribes of Argast. Katrin could only hope that they remained loyal to her, and would welcome her and Kyrian, and protect them. It was, again, more than she wanted to ask of the Argast, who had already given more than her conscience could bear. Lush grasses surrounded emerald-green water, and thick-maned horses grazed amid the rich pastures. With a single roar, Kyrian announced their coming, which brought something akin to controlled panic to the valley. From what Katrin could see, most of the Argast within the valley were running to their horses. One horse had broken free from the lines and was subdued only when a fleet-footed man blindfolded the animal with a blanket. From outside of the valley, riders sent long trails of dust into the air as they raced toward the valley entrance. Kyrian was sluggish, and Katrin knew she would have to guide him in. The peaks surrounding the oasis were so tall that Katrin dreaded the thought of having to descend into the narrow valley from such a great height. It would have been a terrifying experience with Kyrian under complete control. As it was, they were both just barely conscious. Men on horseback gathered near the valley entrance, and they pointed wildly into the skies behind her and Kyrian. The meaning was clear from their frantic movements, and when the attack struck, it at least did not come as a complete surprise. Pain exploded all over Katrin's body, as every one of her muscles contracted as hard as they could. Red lightning flowed around her, and she lost her grip, only the saddle straps keeping her on Kyrian's back. The shouting from below grew louder, and the Argast did their best to attack the feral and rider that were bearing down on Katrin and Kyrian. The sound of metal striking dragon scales rang out and echoed within the valley. With the smell of burning hair heavy in her nostrils, Katrin did her best to catch her breath. The mountains rushed toward them with what seemed impossible speed, and Katrin prepared herself for impact. They were moving too fast to land outside the oasis, as Katrin had expected they would. Suddenly, Katrin's guts moved to her ears as Kyrian executed a drastic maneuver. Throwing himself up onto his left wing, he put Katrin in the awkward position of staring sideways at rock formations that were hurtling toward her. Despite her trust in Kyrian, she screamed. Below, his left wingtip nearly touched the valley floor, and a trail of dust rose up in its wake. Above, his other wing twitched and flexed as he avoided jagged edges. Ducking as low to the saddle as she could, Katrin prayed Kyrian would find a way to squeeze them both through. In an instant it was over, and Kyrian just as suddenly righted himself. Whipped from side to side by the unexpected move, Katrin barely had time to regain her handholds and brace herself before they slammed into cold, green water. At first, Kyrian dragged his claws in the water, slowing them, but then he gave a mighty grunt, and they dropped into the lake with the full force of his weight. A tremendous roar filled the air, and a wave of white water flew before them. Still their speed carried them forward, and the air was forced from Katrin's lungs in a whoosh as they slowed. Ahead, the water grew shallow before ending at a narrow beach, which opened into a slim pasture of grassland. The pasture was relatively small given the confines of the valley, and horses crowded, trembling against the valley wall. Kyrian skimmed across the water and pitched forward when his chest struck sand. His mighty head stretched into the grassland, and his jaw snapped shut when it struck the ground, most of his body still in the water. The horses beyond were soaked by the wave that preceded the dragon, and they stood trembling and drenched. Kyrian simply gave a great sigh and closed his eyes. If Katrin hadn't been strapped in, she would have fallen from the saddle in a heap. The noise level in the valley continued to rise, and Katrin felt every hair on her body stand. Turning to look behind her, she saw the feral and rider break through the narrow valley entrance. Even as they righted themselves, Katrin could feel this man gathering energy and focusing his will. This attack would do more than singe her hair. Drawing a deep breath, Katrin prepared to defend herself, but the tribes of Argast came to her aid. They did not take kindly to those who trespassed on their lands, and this valley was among their most sacred places. Without the benefit of even a saddle, a tribesman rode atop a shining black stallion whose mane and foretop flowed like the sea at night. Long spear in his hand, he slowly but steadily stood on the horse's back, which was nearly level and steady, despite the full gallop at which they traveled. As the feral approached, its rider stood in his saddle, which gave Katrin a good view of the dark leather that encased his lower torso. It gripped the man in a way that kept him secure, while allowing for a limited range of motion, just as Katrin's saddle did for her, yet accomplished in a completely different manner. She had only an instant to make this observation, as the charging tribesman leaped from atop his horse. In a single, fluid motion, the man flipped in the air directly in front of the feral dragon, which snapped its jaws at him. Just before the dark rider released his attack, the Argast used both arms to throw the spear with all his might. Red plasma reached out to Katrin in what she knew was the precursor to red lightning, but then the spear struck the dark rider full in the chest. The man's torso appeared to implode from the impact, and only the saddle kept him in place. Still, the feral came. The Argast warrior, rotating in mid-air, was about to hit the sand, when the feral's tail whipped to the side and struck him like a stone sledge. The man who'd saved Katrin's life now lay unmoving in the sand. Overwhelming sadness and responsibility welled up in Katrin, and she nearly swooned. Kyrian, who had not moved a muscle since their landing, must have been saving his energy for one last attack. His tail flicked upward and struck the feral an equally devastating blow. The mighty winged beast reeled. Carrying too much speed, it careened across the valley. With two great flaps of its wings, the feral tried to gain altitude, but it was too late. The dragon slammed into the valley walls with enough force to break a section of stone free from where it had rested for eons. The Argast and their horses retreated from the area, and no one was hurt when the stone and dragon plummeted to the grassland below. Argast warriors rushed in to make sure the feral dragon was dead. For a time, only the nickering of nervous horses filled the air, and Katrin tried to focus her thoughts. Slowly she started to unbuckle herself, but a crowd of Argast elders erupted into cries begging her to stop. It took a moment for Katrin to understand, but then she stopped. This seemed to appease the men, and they approached slowly, their hoods pulled back to reveal their faces, and their heads bowed to Kyrian, who was oblivious to their homage.
"May we look at saddle?"
a man asked, and Katrin thought she recognized him, but she could not recall his name. The only thing she could manage was a lopsided nod. The men were quick about their business. They unbuckled Katrin's straps, noting how they worked as they did so. Her head now lolled from side to side, and she was only vaguely aware of the commotion around her. There was a rushing, pounding sound in her ears, and the world took on an amber hue. Katrin slid from the saddle as soon as the straps were loosed, her limbs not responding, and she was glad the men were there to catch her. Younger men and women reached up to her from the water, and she was gently carried to shore, where she was placed in a tent of the finest Argast silk. Strange faces looked down at her and murmured their concern. Wet cloths were used to wipe away blood and grime. Within moments, Katrin succumbed to sleep. Durin wasn't sure which was worse, traveling upward on what he now called the Rock of Death, or hurtling downward. When at last the stone beneath their feet began to slow its unreasonably fast descent, Durin prepared himself, not certain where they would end up. At least, he thought, it had gotten them out of the reach of Reaver, though bits of rock had rained down on them from his attacks on the mountain itself. Soon, though, Durin was rewarded with a most remarkable view. Before him were mighty fingers of rock reaching down toward the glistening surface of a subterranean lake. The Rock of Death had delivered them to the God's Eye. Having been directly below where he was currently standing hundreds of times, he knew that there was no indication from below that this place even existed, yet a finely carved stone railing stood before him, giving him a commanding view of the God's Eye. Seeing the barges drifting in the water with no one on them gave Durin a terrible feeling in his gut. Something else nagged at his senses, but he couldn't place what it was. Still, it bothered him deeply.
"We need to get Prios to Millie and Myrta," Strom said, "and they are in the kitchens. It looks like there's a hidden stair leading down from here to the keepside entrance of the God's Eye. The way to the kitchens is most likely still blocked. As much as I hate to say it, I think we are going to have to go back down and return the way we came."
"That way is longer,"
Trinda said. Durin turned and gave her a look that clearly said he thought she was daft, then began looking at the stones again.
"Do you think the one with the straight lines will take us back where we started?"
The fact that Trinda was the only one likely to have a good answer was less than comforting. She refused to answer, though, and just turned away with a huff. In that moment there came a splashing sound from below. A chill crept into Durin's blood, and he moved slowly to look over the ledge, doing his best to remain concealed. Strom and Trinda crept to the edge as well. What Durin saw brought him no comfort, and confirmed their decision. Several black masses moved through the water, then disappeared beneath the surface, leaving only a few ripples to give evidence that they ever existed. Strom caught Durin's eye and motioned back to the cylindrical platform. Though he doubted the demons would hear them underwater, Durin and the others remained silent. Trying to decide which stone to jump on, Durin considered the one with 3 concentric circles on it, and the one with what looked like a fish on it. Strom looked at Durin and shrugged, then made as if he were tossing a coin. Going with his gut, Durin waited until Trinda was fully on the circular platform, and stepped onto the stone with the straight lines on it. There was no hesitation this time, and it felt as if the stone moved with almost no resistance, and would simply keep on falling. When it finally stopped, Durin stumbled from the suddenness of it. Then the entire cylinder began to slowly descend. This Durin could deal with. He never again wanted to experience anything like their trips to the top of the mountain and down to the God's Eye. His guts still felt as if they had been tied in knots. When the platform slowed and stopped again, they stood in complete darkness. Light poured then from the herald globe that Trinda held. The way it lit her face made her look like a living sculpture, dainty and smooth. Looking around, Trinda rolled her eyes at Durin. Dark halls stretched away for a short distance in 2 directions, but both passages had collapsed long ago and were completely blocked.
"Try again. We need to go back down and return the way we came," Strom said, and Prios stirred at his feet. "That is the only way that should be open to the kitchens." "Open?" Durin said. "Because of us. The demons can get to everyone because of us. We should never have left them."
Strom nodded.
"I know."
Trinda just looked at them both as if they were idiots, then stepped on the stone tile that had what looked like snakes carved on it. Durin had never even considered stepping on that one for obvious reasons. The platform descended much more slowly before depositing them smoothly and gently in the room where they had started. With her arms over her chest, Trinda wore a smug look. Prios moaned and put his hand on his head. His eyes came slowly open.
"Can you stand?"
Strom asked. Prios nodded, slowly, cautiously. He made a motion that let Strom know he needed a moment longer, and Durin could see his chest expanding and contracting for a series of deep breaths. Then he extended his hand, and Strom helped him up. Prios looked around, a question clear on his face. "Sinjin?" Strom shook his head and lay a compassionate hand on Prios's shoulder. A tear fell from the man's eye, but then granite resolve settled over him. With a firm nod, he turned back to Strom and motioned for them to get moving. Durin walked forward without a word, Trinda at his side. Neither spoke. Uncomfortable silence stretched as Trinda's instincts led the way. Prios looked at the girl on occasion, a puzzled expression on his face, but he made no move to communicate further. Durin always marveled at Prios's ability to communicate without words, and knowing he could do so at any time made his silence all the more poignant. A look at Strom revealed his thoughts. The big man walked with his shoulders hunched and his head down. Durin felt bad for him, knowing that all of this was really his fault, and that he had just dragged Strom into it. If he'd never told anyone about making the keep move, they wouldn't be in this mess. Then there was the fact that he'd made the keep move in the first place. Durin guessed that his silence was pretty easy for the others to figure out. It pained him that his loved ones were endangered because of him. His first mistake may have been the result of laziness, but the second truly was the result of his desire to help everyone. Now he'd just gone and made everything worse. He wasn't really certain how he could have made things any worse until they had traveled beyond the underground river and plain, and were nearing the halls that would take them back to the kitchens. There they met a peculiar sight. Water flowed out of the halls. Water, Durin thought. One of those tiles had had water on it. A cold feeling grew in his gut until they reached the room where he and Strom had poured wine and pickle juice into the glowing rune, which had caused the hold to move and the passage behind them to open. Once there, he could clearly hear Miss Maris cursing the name of the person responsible for all this water. "When those fools get back, I'll wring their necks!" Prios looked at Strom and Durin, put his hand on his forehead, and shook his head. Trinda did something he wasn't certain he'd ever seen her do before. She smiled. It was a wicked little smile, and there was no warmth in it. It was very clear that this smile was at Durin's expense. Considerable effort had been put into keeping the runes dry, but most of the water flowed to the far side of the hall. Durin suspected this was part of the ancients' design, and he marveled once again at what those people had accomplished. He could not imagine how they had done it all, or even for what purpose, but their mastery was clear. Prios stepped to the front and led them to the kitchens. When Miss Maris saw him, her face drained of color. "Get Millie," she said. "Prios is hurt, and—" Her words fell away when she saw Durin and Strom standing behind Prios. "Which one of you is responsible for all this water?" No one said anything, but Trinda smiled and pointed at Durin. "Thanks," Durin said. "I should have known," Miss Maris said with clear exasperation. "In fact, I did know. You just confirmed it. Well, I don't care what you have to do, but you go back there and turn it off. Do you understand me? Don't do anything else. Don't try to save us, please, whatever you do." Durin didn't bother to argue. Instead, he just said, "Yes, ma'am." "It wasn't the boy's fault," Strom said. Miss Maris wheeled on him, but he held firm. "Trinda told him to jump on the tile with mountains on it, and he jumped onto the one with waves instead. It was an honest mistake." Durin looked up, surprised by Strom's words, even if they were true. Miss Maris just took a deep breath and sighed. "Fine. Can't say as I completely understand what that means, but I won't be angry with him for the moment. At least not for that. Fair enough. Now go." Oddly, it made Durin feel much better. After being forced into a chair by Miss Maris, Prios looked up to Strom. His eyes conveyed his thoughts. Sinjin was his only concern, and Strom wished he could go with Prios. Torn, Strom also needed to get Durin back to the right place to turn off the water. He wasn't even sure how they would know if they had done it or not without coming all the way back to check, but he really didn't have any other choice. He couldn't expect Durin to go alone, because all of this was partially his fault. Moving his head and his eyes to one side, Prios might as well have said, "Go." Only a nod was exchanged between them after that, Everything was understood. Strom hoped they would meet again. Familiar smells invaded Katrin's slumber. She'd been here before. All this had happened before. Only this time was different. Again, there were Arghast outside her tent, waiting to serve her, but this time they needed no proof of who she was. Katrin was different this time. She, too, no longer needed proof of who she was. She was the most powerful person in the world, and it no longer terrified her. Instead, it filled her with resolve. She knew what must be done, and she steeled herself to the necessity of it. Her stomach growling, Katrin could no longer resist the smell of food, and she pulled aside the tent flap. The muted hush turned to absolute silence, save the occasional rattle of harness. The last time she'd stood before the Arghast, there had been more of them. Katrin had asked them then to protect her and her people. She couldn't help but feel that her request was the reason there were now fewer Arghast. Part of her knew that some were probably still within Dragonhold, but that did not account for the stark contrast in their numbers, and Katrin's mood would not allow for justification. She must choose her words wisely, or the regent dragons might not be the only ones to fade from existence. The Arghast, since they had become convinced of her power, had been the staunchest of allies, and had risked everything for her. They came close to worshipping her. Though she wanted nothing of the sort, she had never tried to discourage it, since doing so would inherently reduce her influence over them. Kyrian, too, they worshipped, and in some ways they showed him even greater respect, which suited Katrin fine. Even as the assembled crowd gathered before her, a host of Arghast were hard at work scrubbing Kyrian's scales and claws. Her concern for him lessened when he spoke in her mind.
"This is not at all unpleasant."
If not for the assembled throng, Katrin would have laughed, but she suppressed her mirth, knowing the Arghast did not always understand her.
"Thank you, mighty tribes of Arghast. You have once again come to my aid, and I am grateful. And my most noble steed and companion Kyrian is also in your debt."
These words rolled over the Arghast like wildfire, and the assemblage hooted and raised a hearty cry. It seemed the Arghast did not want the Herald of Istra to have to ask for food, as she had so many years ago. Men and women rushed forward and offered her a dazzling variety of food, many of which Katrin remembered and had even dreamed of. She reached first, almost involuntarily, to a cake made of roasted nuts, honey, and partially dried fruit. It tasted even more wonderful than she remembered. When someone brought her a leather of desert mist, Katrin thought of Micah, and she sent blessings to the spirit of her old friend. He had been instrumental in her negotiations with the tribes. They were a difficult people to understand. At times they groveled before her, and at other times it seemed they made impossible demands of her, demands beyond her ability to satisfy.
"We have cared for you and your dragon,"
the man Katrin now recognized as Maluk of the Horse Clan said.
"Is there anything more that you require of us?"
It seemed an innocent enough question, but Katrin knew better. There would be a price. They would ask her to teach them to fly.
"Do you have any straw?"
The question caught Maluk by surprise. After a moment, he nodded.
"Do you have enough to make a stack as big around as Kyrian, and enough rope to tie it into a bundle?"
The man's eyes went wide, and a broad smile crossed his face.
"Yes, we have that much straw, and we will stack it as you have said. Thank you, most honored Herald of Istra."
Katrin simply smiled and nodded. Maluk excitedly issued orders to his people, and it wasn't long before they scrambled to comply. Word of the straw dragon traveled fast. Again, though, Katrin's eyes were drawn to where Kyrian rested, his wings extended in the sun, and people scrubbing, polishing, and oiling his hide. Still, she knew he chafed under the saddle, and it was plain that the Arghast would not touch that mystical saddle without her permission. Maluk followed her as she walked.
"I will need assistance removing his saddle,"
Katrin said without a hint of emotion, though she could sense Maluk's anticipation building.
"We must have somewhere to secure the saddle while Kyrian is not wearing it, and we should make sure it is very secure. It is a very precious saddle."
Maluk bowed down before her.
"You honor us."
Katrin did not comment. Instead, she walked to Kyrian's head. A teenage girl was stroking his closed eyelids, and he was practically purring. Laying her hands on him, she sent him energy.
No.
Kyrian's statement was not compulsion, but it also left no room for argument.
You need to heal as well. The tribes will take great pride in restoring my well-being, and I want them to have earned it. It's important.
Though she wasn't quite certain why it was important, Katrin smiled and asked, "Anything else?"
The saddle is restricting me, and it itches.
"Anything else?"
Be ready. We are being watched.
Before Katrin could turn to look, Kyrian showed her the image of a small feral dragon and its rider concealed on an overhang high above them. As if it had heard the entire exchange, the feral moved and sent rocks tumbling into the valley. Katrin and the Argast all turned to where the sound had originated. Alarm cries rang out. Within moments, dozens of men wielded long spears, looking to have been made for the sole purpose of fighting dragons. Katrin admired the Argast for their preparedness. "The Dark One knows it has lost the advantage of stealth," Katrin said, "and now it must wonder how deeply the tribes of Argast will bite. It would appear they have very sharp teeth." Maluk grinned at her, though most of the Argast remained on high alert. Maluk quickly assigned rotating watches and instructed all spearmen to remain on standby. In truth, few could take their eyes from the spot where the dragon and rider were now poorly concealed. Still, the Argast were dedicated and determined. Men and women carried and bound straw until they had constructed something roughly the same shape as Kyrian's torso. With the gathered now turned to face Katrin, waiting for their next instructions, Katrin took a moment to inspect their work. She made a point of checking the ropes that tied the bales and the larger ones that joined multiple bales together. Then she turned to the Argast. "This will suffice. Thank you." She knew she was risking their wrath, but she couldn't have them think her a pushover, no matter how powerful they knew her to be. This was, at its heart, a negotiation, and she intended to bargain from a place of power. She had come to these people a prisoner once, but now they must acknowledge her as a leader. "Come," she said, "let us remove the saddle from Kyrian and make him more comfortable." Another thing Katrin knew was that Kyrian was her greatest source of power over the Argast, even if she hated to think of things in that way. Some of her closest companions had been Argast, and the memory of their loss shamed her. Still, she needed these people, and they were not easily swayed. Using every opportunity, Katrin demonstrated that she knew Kyrian's mind and heart, and that her communication with this most revered of steeds was complete. This, she knew, would be the way to earn their ultimate respect for her. If there was one thing that the Argast respected, it was the bond between rider and steed. The fact that her steed had wings didn't hurt. "Kyrian will now retract his wings and hold them up, so they are clear of the saddle. Then we can loosen the girths." The hush that fell over the tribes when Kyrian did as Katrin had said was broken only by the excited murmur over the saddle and its multiple girths, each one set at its own angle and with subtle stitches in the supple leather that helped the saddle conform to Kyrian's body. For a moment, the air grew tense and the murmur angry when someone asked who would be allowed to touch the saddle first. Katrin had seen the Argast negotiate before, and they didn't have time to staunch bleeding noses, so she held up her hand, and the tribes fell silent. Sweeping her eyes across those assembled, Katrin's gaze landed on a young girl who was soaking wet and covered in sand from her efforts to scrub Kyrian's scales. Without hesitation, Katrin pointed to her. "This girl has earned the honor." Given the unpredictability of the Argast, Katrin didn't know how they would react, and it took a moment for the group to decide its mood. Slowly, though, the eldest of them turned to the young girl and bowed deeply. They did not grovel or supplicate, but they acknowledged the girl with great respect. The girl looked as if she might faint, and Katrin moved to her side, taking her arm to steady her. A collective gasp rolled over the Argast. Kyrian, too, had turned his head to gaze at the girl, and he nodded to her with closed eyes.
"You chose well."
Katrin smiled, and she held on tightly to the girl, who it seemed also heard Kyrian, since her knees buckled when he spoke. "You've done well," Katrin said to her. "Things are going to change for you, but they will be good changes. Are you ready?" The girl nodded unconvincingly. "Can you tell me your name?"
"I am Michaela, most honored herald of Vistra."
"You can call me Katrin, Michaela."
"You honor me, Lady Katrin, just as you honored my grandfather."
"What was your grandfather's name?" Katrin asked, happy to see the girl's confidence growing. "And
"It's just Katrin,
please."
"Yes, Katrin. The people called him Aged Goat."
Katrin didn't let her finish.
"But his name was Micah,
"Wasn't it?"
"Yes, Katrin."
Michaela said, with tears forming in her eyes.
"You do him a great honor by remembering him. Your grandfather was a good man. I miss him."
Those words seemed to seal Michaela to Katrin, and the girl squeezed her hand.
"What do you want me to do?"
she asked. "Place your hand on his side and convey your intentions to him through your physical bond."
"Just as I would with a horse,"
Michaela said in little more than a whisper. The girl closed her eyes, and a look of serene calm came over her face. She laughed. "He's funny." A smile came to Katrin's face. She'd not gotten to see this side of Kyrian often enough, and it was a very nice change. For a moment she felt the stress ease, and though she was still driven to get back to her family, and to know that everyone was all right, she allowed herself this brief pleasure.
"Start with the outermost girth,"
Katrin said.
"then work your way in."
Michaela did as she was told, and Kyrian grunted with each girth that was loosened. When she finished, she turned back to Katrin with a questioning gaze.
"We're going to need some help to get the saddle the rest of the way off and moved over to the straw. Would you please gather 6 strong young people and some rope?"
A giggle escaped Michaela's lips, and she smiled a shy smile.
"He says he wants me to scratch first. May I, please?"
"Of course," Katrin said. Kyrian groaned and stretched out his neck, his top lip moving back and forth, and a faraway look in his eyes. After ample scratching, Michaela brought a group of well-built young men and 1 young woman, along with coils of soft rope. The ancient saddle was lighter than the one Katrin had created, and by a good margin, but it was still large and unwieldy. In truth, Kyrian could have wriggled out from under it now that the girths were unstrapped, but Katrin wanted the Arghast to have a chance to work with Kyrian and the saddle. They did, after all, expect her to teach them to fly dragons. The young people Michaela had selected seemed uncertain if they were worthy of the honor. Watching the reactions of the elders, Katrin was proud to see them accepting the girl's decision, rather than taking Katrin's and Michaela's selections as an affront or an attempt to diminish their authority. This moment had, in its own way, been foreordained, and Katrin knew that the Arghast would tell tales of this day for generations to come. The saddle came free easily in the strong hands of the young people, and it was only the size and complexity of the saddle that made it difficult for them to carry it. When they reached the bales of straw, great care was taken to treat the saddle with the utmost respect. Katrin was unsure if any of them could sense its power, but its beauty alone was enough to create a sense of awe. And, of course, to the Arghast, saddles were sacred, especially the one that would help them fulfill what they believed was their destiny, to become dragon riders. The energy in the valley was almost too much for Katrin, and it made her head swim. She sat down hard and put her head in her hands. Waves of excitement and anxiety washed over her from all around. The rush of blood in her ears drowned out the alarmed cries from the Arghast. Michaela was there, keeping her upright and speaking directly into Katrin's ear.
"Please, Lady Katrin, tell me what I can do." "Call me Katrin,"
were the last words spoken before the world went dark. In the darkness, there was nothing but the smell of salt water and the creaking of cargo. It never stopped. The ship moved at the mercy of the waves, and so did St. John, his bindings secure. Cramped and chafed, he wanted to scream, but he saved his energy, knowing no good would come of it. After trying unsuccessfully to do as his mother had taught him and find his center, he remained frustrated and unsuccessful. In the end, though, he had nothing but time to consider the many questions in his mind, and eventually found himself thinking these thoughts in a field of lush grass, with blue skies and warm sunlight on his face. Only the smell of salt water ruined the illusion, that and the sound of bootsteps on deck.
The sound of the hatch made St. John shy away from the coming light. He never knew what to expect when someone came through the hatch. Most of the crew ignored him or treated him with indifference, but there were a few who liked to take their frustrations out on him, and he squinted, waiting to get some sign of what was coming. Instead of blazing light, St. John saw Kendra silhouetted against the churning black clouds in relative darkness. The girl slipped in as quietly as she could, but it still sounded thunderous in St. John's ears. He tensed when she came near, and closed his eyes when she put her lips up to his ear.
"A storm is coming,"
Kendra said without preamble.
"If you want off this ship, this is your chance. The boats stand at the ready, and with the storm to provide us cover, I think we can launch one without anyone seeing us."
"Us?" St. John asked after she pulled his gag free.
"Of course us. You don't think I want to stay on this ship with these monsters, do you?"
"I don't know," St. John said.
"Oh, shut up and listen to me," Kendra said. "When I come back for you, you have to be ready. I'll cut you loose, and then you'll follow me up the ladder and keep low once up on deck. Just follow me and be ready to pull hard on the ropes when I tell you. Got it?"
"That's a terrible plan," St. John said.
"Do you have a better one?"
St. John had to admit that he didn't, so he remained silent.
"Then be ready when I come back for you, and eat all of this. You're going to need your strength."
Into his hands she pressed smoked beef and dried orange slices. His bonds allowed for some movement, and he managed to get a bite of the smoked beef. It was hard and salty, and the smoky flavor emerged as he chewed. From within her jacket, Kendra produced a flask of water and a partially eaten loaf of bread. It took a moment to identify the items by feel, but St. John accepted them greedily. The water soothed his throat, but made him cough as he tried to drink too much too fast. It seemed to echo within the hold, and the sounds of boots above were getting closer. Kendra retreated again and was gone, the hatch slamming shut behind her. Moments later, St. John could hear conversation from above. He couldn't make out the words, but he didn't like the sound of it. Even if Kendra's plan was crazy, he had to admit that it was better than no plan, which was what he had. For some reason, he still wasn't ready to show Kendra that he trusted her. It might be that he still wasn't certain he did trust her, yet he could find nothing for her to gain from plotting with him, except maybe to gain his trust. His thoughts traveled in a vicious circle that left him frustrated and angry. Only the increased action of the waves distracted him. What had been graceful rocking before had now become moments of being suspended in air before dropping off a cliff, only to rebound and do it again. It was making St. John's stomach churn. Occasionally he heard shouting from above, but the hatch never moved. He began to wonder if someone had found out about Kendra's plan, or if she had only been toying with him by getting his hopes up, only to dash them. He had to accept the fact that Kendra might not be coming back for him. This led to the deeper admission that she was his only hope. He needed her. He hated to admit these things, even if only to himself, but without her in this situation, there would be nothing but darkness and no hope that he would ever escape from these monstrous captors. The ship leaned farther and farther away from the wind, and he considered the possibility that the waves would save the demons the trouble of killing him. When the hatch slid open, St. John jumped and almost exclaimed, but managed to keep his mouth shut. By the looks of the horizontal rain and the spiderwebs of lightning, it wouldn't have mattered if he had screamed his loudest. Kendra was quick and continually looked over her shoulder while she worked to free St. John. Trying to cut St. John free in the dark without cutting him was turning out to be more challenging than either of them had expected, especially with the violent roll of the ship on the growing waves. Finally, Kendra cut through the last of St. John's bonds, and he was, for what it was worth, free. Movement came slowly to St. John's body, and he winced at the pain.
"Are you all right?"
Kendra asked, sounding more annoyed than concerned. St. John could only nod in response. With great difficulty, St. John pulled himself up the ladder behind Kendra, trying to keep the grunting to a minimum. They emerged onto the aft deck, and the wind tried to send St. John flying. With his feet planted on the slanting deck, he walked into the wind. Kendra was quicker about it and waited in the boat, clearly distraught with how slowly he was moving, but St. John was doing his very best. His head swam, his vision was blurred, and the tossing of the deck was sporadic and unpredictable. After a bad step, he fell to the deck. Kendra reached out to him from the boat as if trying to pull him in. With a burst of speed born of desperation, St. John levered himself up and covered the remaining distance. He managed to get into the boat without further difficulty. Aboard, he saw salted fish and casks of water, as well as the ropes that he suddenly remembered he was supposed to pull on. Looking over at Kendra, he saw she had wrapped the ropes around her hands, and he did his best to do the same. With one last glance at her, St. John expected to see a look of fearful excitement, but instead all he saw was her mother's boot as it landed on his face. Chapter 4. Accountability is rarely reciprocal. Gregor Falk, Conscript. When Katrin awoke, even the pale light was more than her eyes could bear. Every part of her body ached, and she thought her hair might shatter if the wind blew. An itch in her throat made her swallow, and her parched mouth and throat were raw. Coughing, she drew herself up and pushed the tent flap aside, hoping the Argast would never have to care for her unconscious form again. It was a very uncomfortable feeling to wake up somewhere strange, knowing you did not get there under your own power. Outside, night had fallen, but comets lit the skies and the beauty of the goddess caressed the world. Moonlight from a nearly full moon in a cloudless sky added to the preternatural glow that bathed the hushed crowd. Having regained her breath, Katrin felt compelled to silence. All faces were turned toward the saddle, where Michaela was strapped in and moving within its confines. The rest of the Argast stood in awestruck silence. As had happened before, the gathered group had swelled while Katrin rested, and it lightened her heart to see more of the Argast. For the moment, she didn't feel as if she would be the death of them all. It was a fleeting moment. An unmistakable sound of wings came from above, and Katrin was afraid the watching feral had finally decided to attack. But the reality was actually much worse. When Katrin looked up, she saw feral dragons alighting on the tallest peaks until they ringed the valley. Once again, Katrin was trapped within the valley that now bore her name. Striking the well all those years ago, she had created the lake, which gave birth to the lush oasis they currently enjoyed. Verdant grasses felt cool under Katrin's feet, and she felt as if she could lie down on them and sleep once again. But the nightmares above would make sure no one slept well this night. The minds of the Argast were so consumed with the fulfillment of their destiny that none of them had seen the additional dragons arrive. Not wanting to cause undue alarm, Katrin approached a man she did not recognize and gently laid her hand on his arm. "Pardon me," she said. The man jumped and turned in surprise. I'm sorry," Katrin said. "I didn't mean to startle you." The man's eyes went wide, and several tribesmen around him turned to see what was happening. "I'm very thirsty," Katrin said when no one else spoke. The crowd effectively blocked her off from the water's edge.
"Yes, most honored herald of Istra and rider of dragons,"
the man said a bit too loudly, and it echoed in the otherwise silent valley. Above, dragons shifted, but still the Argast did not see. Katrin accepted a proffered flask and drank deeply. She took a deep breath before drinking again. Her body felt as if it were made of glass and were being rung like a bell, but the desert mist restored at least some of her strength. After handing the flask back to the awestruck man, Katrin walked toward Michaela, who had stopped what she was doing to watch Katrin's progress. Like magic, the crowd opened before her and closed behind her, leaving Katrin moving through the Argast in a bubble of open space. Michaela unstrapped herself and climbed down. When Katrin cleared the last of the crowd, the girl stood in front of her weeping. "What's wrong?" Katrin asked. For a moment, the girl simply stood, trembling, but then she raised reddened eyes to meet Katrin's. "You honor me too much." Confused, Katrin waited for the girl to continue, but when she didn't, Katrin said, "I don't understand." "You chose me," Michaela said. "I am no one." Katrin smiled a sad smile, understanding better than perhaps anyone else in the world could. "You have always been someone. I just helped them to see it. I'm proud of you for figuring out how the saddle works on your own." Michaela dropped her eyes. "I did not, Katrin. Kyrian has been instructing me. I thought you knew. I'm so sorry, my lady. Please forgive me. There is nothing to forgive, Katrin said with a smile and a hand on Michaela's shoulder, which only seemed to further unnerve the girl. Kyrian is a free creature with a mind of his own. If he speaks to you, then it is he that honors you, though I think you are deserving of the honor. Tears streamed down Michaela's face, and her hands trembled. It is too much, my lady. I mean no disrespect, but already everyone looks at me differently, and Arakan— Her throat constricted around the name, and tears dropped to the grass. Is Arakan your betrothed? The girl shook her head and lowered her gaze further. Is he the one you wish to be your betrothed? The girl nodded slowly, as if admitting to some terrible crime. When he looks at me now, there is fear in his eyes, and hurt. He won't even look at me for more than a breath. Katrin nodded knowingly. Was he one of the young men you selected to move the saddle? Now the girl's shoulders shook, and her words were barely more than a whisper. No, my lady. I did not want him to seem that I was favoring him, but instead I betrayed him. Can you point him out to me? For a moment, Michaela looked up with hope in her eyes, and she nodded, pointing to a group of young men who huddled around one who looked despondent. It took almost no effort to convey a message to Kyrian. Katrin knew that her direct interference might only create more hurt feelings, but the Argast would not question Kyrian. He was above reproach. Though he had been resting with his eyes closed, Kyrian now stirred. The sound turned many gazes in his direction, and the silence took on an extra note of excitement. The crowd parted like waves before a prow as Kyrian swung his massive head toward where Arakan stood, whose eyes went wider as Kyrian drew closer. His gaze focused on Arakan. Kyrian sent his thoughts loudly enough for Katrin to hear. You must protect them both. The words sent Arakan stumbling backward, and he landed on his rear. As he did, his eyes shot upward, and he saw then that the mountains writhed with dragons, like angry hornets ready to protect their nest. He looked as if he wanted to scream, but his lungs could not find enough air. You must act now. If the words had not been enough to spur Arakan into action, then the sudden change in air pressure was. Dragons rained from above, impossibly close to one another in the confined valley. Kyrian thrust himself back into the water. One instant a mighty dragon stood along the shores of the Herald's Lake, and in the next, only a V-shaped ripple gave any evidence that he'd been there. "Defend the Herald, and Michaela!" Arakan cried when he finally found his voice, and chaos erupted within the valley. There were few things St. John regretted more than their escape attempt. Now he was back where he started, except he was pretty sure he had a broken nose. His bonds were tighter, and he couldn't reach to scratch his face. This might not have been that great of a problem, if not for the fact that Kendra was now bound right next to him, and her long brown hair that he had once found so attractive tickled his face incessantly. "This is all your fault," Kendra said from beside him. She too was cut and bruised. "I don't see how," St. John replied, wishing he had the freedom to kick her. "You were slow getting up the ladder, then you were slow getting across the deck, and then you fell down, and then I got kicked in the face. By my guess, it was someone who knew what you were planning all along." "That's ridiculous," Kendra said. "I told no one." "Where did you get the supplies?" Silence. "I appreciated the thought, to tell the truth, but this is a pretty small ship, and that much stolen food won't go unnoticed." "I still say it's because you were too slow," Kendra added. St. John considered saying a few other things, but then he did perhaps the wisest thing, and kept his mouth shut. The creaking of the cargo filled the silence. Chapter 5. Intent cannot alter physics. Brother Vaughn, Cathuran monk. Darkness enveloped the valley as wings blotted out the sky. Katrin remembered seeing the valley from the sky and could not imagine a single dragon trying to enter from above, let alone what looked like dozens. "If I fight now, I die." Guilt and fear echoed in Kyrian's words. Katrin knew he was right. There were too many feral dragons falling on them, and there was nowhere for Katrin and the Argast to hide. Still, she knew that escape from the valley on Kyrian would be nearly impossible, and she decided what Chiron had done was best. Taking a deep breath, and doing her best to center herself, Katrin gathered her might and allowed the waves of raw energy to flood her senses. When open to the energy, she could taste it and smell it, and it was the most intoxicating thing she'd ever experienced. The darkness would not allow her to enjoy the sensations for more than the briefest instant, but she felt as if she were achieving her life's purpose when she released the energy. It left her in a rush that she directed upward. The valley trembled with her might, and it rained stone and flesh. For the Arghast, there was nowhere to run. It was as if the mountains themselves lunged down at them, mouths full of daggers to make certain they all died. Cries filled the air. Dragons swooped in low and sent crowds of Arghast tumbling before their outstretched claws. Horses charged through the valley, broken free from the lines and panic showing in their eyes. But the Arghast horses weren't like most horses. Gleaming in what comet and moonlight still shone through the dust and dragons that clogged the air, they defended the people around them. These horses were trained to fight. As Katrin drew sharp breaths between attacks, she saw a chestnut stallion with a thick white blaze galloping along the waterline, headed toward a group of young women who stood with their backs to one another in defensive position. Black Wing sent a massive moon shadow across the water's edge, steadily catching up with the horse. The girls changed to a straight-line formation and prepared as best they could to face the dragon. They were not armed with spears, and Katrin knew that a knife or staff was no defense against the dragon. Another group of older men faced a similar fate, and Katrin was torn. There was only enough time to launch a single attack, and any time she spent deciding made it less likely that her attack would save any of those in dire jeopardy. With a cry of anguish, she turned back to the girls, only to see the pharaoh bear down on the chestnut stallion. The valiant animal threw its weight forward and launched its iron-shod hooves at the flying beast. Both hooves connected with the dragon's lower jaw and snapped its mouth shut. Without another thought, Katrin launched her attack on the dragon, attacking the older men. Her attack came an instant too late. Mighty claws raked through the men and sent them flying, and Katrin's attack slammed into the dragon from behind, driving the dragon forward like a hurricane wind. Unable to stop, the pharaoh struck the stone with so much force, the valley trembled, and it rolled unceremoniously to the valley floor. It quickly became apparent that even a dead dragon was dangerous when it fell from the sky, especially in such a tight valley. Katrin was forced to not only attack the dragons, but then bend the air to hurl their bodies to where there were no people. With the valley consumed in utter chaos, it was a nearly impossible task. There were too many Arghast for her to protect, and too many dragons attacking them. Picking and choosing whom to save was among the most painful things Katrin had ever done, and tears streamed down her face as she saw a group of men fall to a swooping dragon. Some of the Arghast were armed with long spears, and those men rallied, doing their best to inflict harm on any pharaoh that came close. A loud snap split the air as one of those men impaled a swooping pharaoh, and the spear dug into the rich black soil, then snapped off from the force of the dragon's inertia. Feeling guilty for doing so, Katrin looked for Michaela and Arakan, but it didn't take her long to locate them. Katrin's heart nearly burst in pride when she saw the girl carrying a spear and doing her best to rally her people. Arakan approached from behind her, riding a roan mare bareback. Two dragons swooped down at him, and Michaela screamed. Arakan turned in the saddle and watched the dragon's final approach with defiance. He raised his spear and yelled out a furious battle cry. With only one spear against two dragons, there was no doubt Arakan would die, and he faced death with no fear. There came another battle cry, this one higher in pitch but no less terrifying. Michaela ran toward Arakan and his mount with all the speed she could find with her long legs. Even her mighty strides would do no good, save to allow Michaela and her love to die together, each with honor. Drawing a deep breath, Katrin took a step back with one foot to catch her balance as vertigo threatened to take her from the fight. Her eyes landed once again on Michaela, not wanting to see her die, but unable to look away. It was then that she saw something she'd never thought to see. Michaela reached Arakan's side. He lowered his gaze from the dragons, lowered his spear, and reached out to Michaela, pulling her up behind him in a single smooth motion. While Michaela was still in mid-air, the dragon struck. Crying out, Katrin gathered what energy she could, but before she could unleash her desperate attack, Michaela exploded. At least that was what it looked like. A pulse of energy raced away from the girl in all directions, a living thing with mass and form, filled with patterns amid the light that seemed like things Katrin recognized. The energy struck the dragons with a force even Katrin had difficulty achieving. Both dragons folded up and were crushed against the valley walls. Arakan, his mount, and the other Arghast nearby were mostly untouched. Michaela, though, slammed into the side of Arakan's mount, unconscious, and she slid to the ground. The light had grown brighter with most of the dragons down or fled. Though there was no wind where Katrin stood, winds twisted within the tall peaks, and she watched as one dragon nearly escaped the valley, but was dashed against the rocks by violent winds, and she did her best to keep its falling corpse from landing on anyone. Exhausted, Katrin fell to her knees, her body tingling and glistening with sweat. Arakan was nearby, and Katrin could hear him shouting for Michaela to wake up. Despite the edge of desperation in his voice, Katrin could not get her body to move. All she could do was breathe. The bodies of feral dragons littered the valley floor, and some protruded from the water. Taking one last deep breath before trying to move again, Katrin heard the sound of wings billowing like the sails of a ship. Most of her body still failed to respond, but her eyes did open, and she saw a large feral swooping back in for an unexpected attack. The energy from this beast assaulted Katrin and everyone else in the valley. No one moved, and the dragon could pick its targets. It aimed for Katrin, and, following its course, would also take out Michaela and Arakan. Blinking slowly, Katrin tried to clear her mind as well as her vision, but she was spent. All she managed to do was raise an arm up to protect herself. Like death on wings, it sped toward her, focused solely on her, and it never saw the bulging wave that raced toward it. Just before the beast snapped up Katrin in its jaws, Kyrian burst from the water and struck it in the side of the head. It was a massive collision, and a hail of soil and wind sent Katrin tumbling. The feral's tail slammed the ground not far from where she lay, a parting shot that nearly succeeded. Kyrian took advantage of the distraction and wrapped his tail around the feral's wing. All at once he contracted his tail and squeezed hard, which caused the feral to make a very sudden turn and dive. Adding his weight, Kyrian used the momentum to drive the feral's head into the sand in the shallows. Water filled the giant beast's nostrils, and after it finally slammed to a stop with a sickening crunch, the feral did not stir. This time, when Katrin tried to stand, she succeeded. Though far from steady on her feet, Katrin made her way to where Michaela lay. Arakan shook her, then slapped her face. "Stop," Katrin said. Arakan looked up, his hand poised to strike her again and tears streaming down his cheeks. "She'll be fine. What she needs is rest and quiet. And when she wakes up, she'll have a terrible headache. Give her cool water and a bit of humerus root." His face flushed. Arakan laid Michaela's head gently back to the sand with exaggerated care. "How do you know this?" Arakan asked, doing his best to be polite. Katrin understood his anxiety. "I saw what happened," she said. "That is how it started for me, I think. It looked different from a distance, but it felt much the same." Arakan looked startled at first, but then a look of pride came to his face, and his chest stuck out a bit farther. "Thank you, most honored herald of Istra." Katrin accepted the title, and did not try to dissuade him. In this instance, the title served her well. It would not hurt Michaela if she was seen to be tied to Katrin in some way, and now that was done in more than one way. Nearby, Kyrian rested. Katrin walked to his side and laid a hand on his shoulder. She did not lend him energy, since she had nothing she could safely give at the moment, but she did send her love, respect, and friendship into the bond they shared. It was a small thing, but it helped to get him to sleep, and rest was what he needed most at that moment. At Katrin's request, a tent was erected next to Kyrian, and Katrin slept by his side, knowing the Arghast would watch over her. Crouched behind a bush, Brother Vaughn watched a pack of demons move through the valley. It appeared that most of the enemy forces had retreated to their ships and fled, but these roving packs were proof that the dangers of the Black Army remained on the Godfist. He was no match for even one of these creatures, and if he were spotted by one of these packs, he would almost surely be lost. So many things had happened, and now he had so few choices, and he did not like any of them. He could try to make for the main entrance of Dragonhold, where the primary assault had been, and he already saw that it would be a mistake. Too many of the demons had decided not to make the return trip. Perhaps it was by design, but at the moment, the cause did not matter. The back entrance of Dragonhold was guarded by the God's Eye, and Dragonhold was another place he would likely encounter the demons. The only other option he considered was to go south, over Edling's Wall, and into Harborton, but he knew there would be little help to be found. Even if he could get some of the people behind him, he would need the Council's approval to take a force of any size north of the Wall. He'd met Master Edling on a couple of occasions, and the man did not make a very good impression. A bit of study on the history of the man's rule, and Brother Vaughn had more than enough information to know that Edling would never cooperate unless there was a way for him to gain power as a result. His price would be too high. The demons sniffed the air and scanned the tree line, and Brother Vaughn froze. The luxury of time was no longer his. For tense moments he stood, his heart beating fast, waiting until the demons finally turned and continued south. Even standing still, he risked being discovered. The biggest concern he had was crossing open ground. The Pinnock Valley was wider and had more open grasslands than the Chinapa Valley. He would still have to figure out how to get across the God's Eye and back to the kitchens, but the back entrance appeared to be a far more likely route to salvation. It seemed an impossible task at first, but he kept moving, never losing hold of the hope that there was a chance he would make it, a chance that Myrta would be waiting for him, unharmed and well. Those were the thoughts that kept him moving when the larger part of him just wanted to hide. Signs of the demons were everywhere. Grasses and roots lay crushed against the ground. Tree trunks marked with their claws made it look as if there were hundreds of them wandering around. It made the hair on his neck stand, and he couldn't help but wonder if any of the giants remained on the Godfist. He very much regretted having had that thought, especially when he heard a thump that sounded like muted thunder, then another, and another. Farther south in the valley, farther than Brother Vaughn would have guessed based on how loud the steps were, a giant walked. That just confirmed how monstrous these creatures were, and that they were wandering loose on the Godfist. This one still had chains hanging from the collar around its throat, each one sheared off at a different length. When the beast stood and turned suddenly, the chains whipped through the air and cut through the treetops, sending them tumbling to the valley floor. Brother Vaughn felt as if he'd been transported to another, far more frightening world. He had lived here for years, and had hiked in these forests dozens of times, but now these woods were filled with monsters, and his mind was having difficulty reconciling that fact. So many of the things he saw that normally would have caught his interest or sparked his imagination now only reminded him of how everything had changed, and that he was not safe. After seeing Trinda and Strom and Durin at the top of the mountain, Brother Vaughn had begun to question his mental health, and then he'd seen Katrin riding Kyrian with a saddle that shone like the comets above. Now he was trying to figure out how to climb over a dead feral dragon. Part of him wasn't certain the dragon was really dead, and he was just waiting for it to turn and snap him up in its jaws. It would have been easiest to climb over the beast's head, but the thought of seeing those eyes open while he was on top of its head drove him to the more difficult task of climbing over the shoulders, since the rest of the body was surrounded by thick brush. Pausing a moment to say a prayer, he prepared for the arduous climb, hoping there was nothing waiting for him on the other side. When he reached the top, he had a commanding view of the rear entrance to Dragonhold. It appeared to be completely deserted. Brother Vaughn watched for some time just to be certain there was no one about, waiting in ambush. After a few deep breaths and another prayer, Brother Vaughn rushed away from the dead dragon and covered the mostly open ground between himself and the entrance. Birds flew before him, flushed from the bushes by his determined stride. He did not run, but he did not dally either. A nearby tree branch rattled, and Brother Vaughn stepped as quickly as he could up to the wooden stairs, which he took two at a time. When he reached the lake shore, Brother Vaughn was panting and trembling, feeling more terrified than ever. Never before had he felt so alone and so afraid he would die alone. The thoughts shamed him, but he accepted them. They were a part of him. The mantra was comforting. He had almost returned his breathing to normal when the waters before him parted and a large, dark shape moved straight toward him. Acrid smoke filled the air within the valley, and Katrin wanted to retreat from it. There was guilt in that smoke. No matter how much she felt justified in her fury, she hated to kill other creatures, especially in large numbers. Most of the dragons had been pulled from the valley and were being burned in a single massive pyre. There were 3 that were too large to be moved from where they had died, and they were burned in place. In the end, all that was left were scales, teeth, and claws, all of which were highly prized, and a number of scuffles had already broken out. The Arghast were a fiery people, and these were treasures both practical and sacred. Despite all the work it had taken to burn the dragons, the Arghast had somehow found enough talent and manpower to create a very close replica of Katrin's saddle, minus the dragon ore, of course. The original and the replica sat atop mounds of straw bound with rope, and neither was empty for very long. All the Arghast wanted their turn in the saddle while they had the chance, and Katrin was about to take that chance away from some of them. She didn't have time to stay and help the Arghast. She had to go after Sinjin. Kyrian had already told her that he was ready to fly. There was no more time to waste. Michaela and Erakan oversaw the projects together, and it was clear that the events had elevated the two to new positions of power. Katrin felt she'd chosen well. Kyrian seemed to think so, but there was always doubt. Katrin had no desire to ruin people's lives by forcing power on them that they weren't prepared for and didn't know how to properly use. That was a fate she understood more than any other.
"Thank you, mighty tribes of Arghast,"
Katrin said when everyone stopped to watch her approach.
"You have once again proven to be strong, capable, and wise. I wish I could stay longer, but I must go after the people who took my son."
A wave of anxiety rolled over the crowd and was reflected back at Katrin, who felt overwhelmed by it but suppressed the feelings.
"Would you please help me put the saddle back on Kyrian?"
It came as little shock that the Arghast were honored to have the opportunity to saddle a dragon. This was as close as Katrin had ever come to fulfilling the prophecy that said she would teach the Arghast to fly dragons. She doubted very much she would ever get any farther toward really teaching them to fly. It was a burden she carried, and it had never felt heavier. Michaela and Erakan nominated people, and there was a sense of approval tinged with disappointment from those who had not been selected. Soon, though, there was no time for hard feelings as the saddle was on the move. Like people cheering at the summer games or the spring challenges, fathers cheered their sons, and mothers cheered their daughters, shouting advice from what the tribes collectively determined was a respectful distance. For a group who often fought among themselves, Katrin was amazed at how well the tribes worked when their purpose was united. Kyrian watched those saddling him with a critical eye, and Katrin thought he might be laying it on a bit thick for the Arghast. But she also knew that they would take to it like water from the sky, as the old Arghast saying went. When the saddle had been secured to his approval, Kyrian bowed his head to those who had been so honored. No one seemed to know exactly what to do, except get out of Katrin's way as she walked to Kyrian. Before she mounted, Katrin turned and said, "Thank you again, my friends, noble tribes of Arghast. You are truly worthy allies. I'll never forget those who've given their lives to protect mine. I'll never forget Ervil of the Sun Clan." A cheer went up from a group of those gathered, though most remained silent. "I'll never forget Vertuk of the Viper Clan." Another cheer rose from a different group. "And I'll never forget Micah, whose clan I do not know, for he came to me with no pretense and no desire to do anything but serve his people." The entire valley erupted in cheers. Katrin mounted. Those who had lifted the saddle into place scrambled up and secured her with speed and skill. The Arghast now knew a great deal more about her saddle than she did. Perhaps she really had taught them something after all. "I'll never forget Homsa of the Wind Clan," Katrin said. "May he find his way home soon." Unlike her previous declarations, this brought no cheer from the assembled, and Katrin wondered if perhaps the Wind Clan was not represented. Their clan leader had, after all, been within Dragonhold the last time Katrin had seen him. Regardless of the cause, Katrin decided she'd said enough. Kyrian bowed his head to the Arghast one last time, then leaped into the air. With only a few flaps of his wings, he and Katrin were skimming across the water. As they flew, Katrin couldn't help but wonder what the place would look like the next time she came here, given how much her first visit to this valley had altered it. Even when she had struck the well, she could not have imagined just how much it would change. Her gut told her that this visit might have an even greater impact, yet she couldn't say why. The Argast raised cries of encouragement when Kyrian gained speed and altitude, and turned to enter the narrow valley mouth sideways, hugging the terrain and trying his best to make certain there was enough clearance to protect Katrin. It was a nearly impossible task, and Katrin had to duck to avoid a number of jutting rock formations that approached at unbelievable speed. As soon as they were free of the mountains, the desert before them was mostly unremarkable, save the fires. Kyrian avoided the pyres and seemed to not want to look at the bodies of the pharaohs being burned. Katrin couldn't blame him. The carnage was horrific. Part of her felt great joy at the death of the evil creatures, but another part of her hated to see so much death. The best she could do was to remind herself that these creatures were the reason Sinjin was gone. So many friends and countrymen had given their lives to protect her from the attacks of these monsters. Only when she was able to think of them as monsters could she reconcile her heart and her actions. Only then did the world make any sense. Kyrian took them higher, and Katrin scanned the skies, not knowing if any pharaohs remained. The battle in the valley was blurred in her memory, and she couldn't remember if any of the dragons escaped. She also considered the possibility that some of the dragons may have remained in the Pinnock and Chinapa valleys to keep watch on Dragonhold and what remained of Harborton. That thought pained Katrin as well. Though her countrymen in the south had long since been aligned with Master Edling, who was among Katrin's greatest adversaries, she hated that so much of their history was being lost. The academy where she had studied had been beautifully constructed and had contained the accumulated wisdom of her forefathers. The last time she had seen the academy, it was aflame and being overrun by demons. This was something she would never have wished for, something she had never desired. Even if a part of her had been angry and had felt scorned and abandoned by those who had once been her friends, she would never have wished them harm. Katrin's guts tightened when the mountains materialized from the shimmering haze before her. Visions of what might await her within Dragonhold haunted her. Guilt stabbed at her, and tears filled her eyes. She had asked these people to trust her, to forward her goals, to move underground, inside of a mountain range, and when danger had approached and laid siege to the hold, Katrin and Kyrian had abandoned them. Kyrian's shame mixed with her own, and the two flew with heavy hearts. Despite the fact that they had left only in an effort to save both their species from extinction, that didn't seem to matter now that she had to return and face the consequences of her decision. She knew already that the dark forces had taken her son, and she would soon be going after him. She also knew her people had suffered losses during this conflict, and those losses were her responsibility. Still, she didn't know what she was going to do about any of it. Part of her wanted to turn around and fly away from all of this, but it was a small part, and they continued on a direct course for Dragonhold. Chapter 6. Few things are respected as much as an indomitable spirit. The Pauper King. Dark water rippled and parted, even as Brother Vaughn took several steps backward, trying to escape whatever death emerged from the water. With primal fear driving his heels, he spun around to flee. As his head turned, though, he caught one last glimpse of the form in the water. It took him 4 more steps before he could convince his body to stop running. He had recognized the man coming out of the water. When Brother Vaughn turned back around, there he stood, with a piece of hollow reed in his hand.
"I'm sorry," Homsa of the Wind Clan said. "You must be ready to hide. They come back."
Brother Vaughn did not need to ask who they were. He looked around but saw no signs of any more reeds, and he bowed his head in appreciation when Homsa snapped his reed in half and handed a piece to Brother Vaughn. It was a gesture that Brother Vaughn knew could save his life or endanger them both. Without the additional length, Homsa would have to stay closer to the surface to breathe, and that would make him easier to spot in the water. Brother Vaughn felt a lump in his throat when he understood the level of sacrifice this man had just made on his behalf.
"Thank you,"
he said. Hamza just held a finger up to his lips and looked about. Then he pointed to the water and made a swimming motion with his hands. Brother Vaughn shook his head. He was not an unaccomplished swimmer, but the entrance to the hold proper was farther than he thought he could swim. Part of him admitted that the thought of what might be in that water frightened him. He'd already seen the enormous feral dragon that had been constructed at the bottom of this lake. Who knew what other dark and perhaps living things lurked beneath the deceivingly placid surface? The sound of approaching footfalls stifled any argument that Brother Vaughn might have raised. The demons had returned for him, and now there was nowhere else for him to hide. The only tool he had at his disposal was a piece of reed, and it seemed a slim defense against creatures that he knew were amphibious and could probably see just fine underwater. This ruse would conceal them only if the demons remained on the shore and did not enter the water. This seemed unlikely to Brother Vaughn. Why else would they come back in here but to cross over to the main keep? The barges were drifting in the middle of the lake, and there would be no other way to get there than to swim. That meant that they would be caught in the water with amphibious creatures that could probably fight better in the water than on land. That thought almost kept Brother Vaughn standing where he was, but Hamza pulled him into the water. Fear threatened to paralyze Brother Vaughn as the water closed in around him. He had never tried to breathe from underwater before, and he accidentally inhaled through his nose when only his mouth was closed around the reed. Doing his best not to panic, he took in slow, purposeful breaths through his mouth while holding his nose closed with his other hand. At first he did all of this with his eyes squeezed shut. Then, slowly and deliberately, he opened his eyes and could see multiple, large, inhuman forms silhouetted against the light of the cavern entrance. His heart racing, Brother Vaughn watched his death approach. The demons, 5 of them, moved toward the water. Hamza placed a hand on Brother Vaughn's shoulder, and he nearly bolted upright. When the first demon entered the water, it felt as if all hope had gone. But then a new silhouette graced the entranceway, followed by a hulking shape that blotted out the light and plunged them all into darkness. The sound of scales on stone drowned out any other sounds. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, all at once, the demons turned and moved back toward the entrance at a run. Brother Vaughn felt as if his chest would explode, and he tried to regain his calm while breathing through his reed. An instant later, a blue radiance lit the cavern in a way it never had been before. Waves of blue fire poured over the edges of the demons, and they retreated to the water, which steamed and squealed in protest to the heat. A mighty boom shook the surface of the water, and Brother Vaughn considered raising his head above the surface for long enough to see what was happening, but Hamza kept a hand on his shoulder and helped convince him to stay down. Brother Vaughn couldn't help it, though. He wanted to know who was attacking the demons. He could think of only one who would come with a giant beast, and he feared Katrin needed his help. Discarding caution, Brother Vaughn stood and let his head break the surface. What he saw would remain distinct in his memory for the rest of his days. Katrin stood with her arms to her sides, her hands blazing like twin stars. A nimbus of blue surrounded her and illuminated the cavern. Behind her, Kyrian was poised like a snake ready to strike. Never had he seen such a display of raw power and intimidation. Katrin saw him then, and she turned her blazing hands toward him, her eyes wild and fire leaping at her will. Terrified, Brother Vaughn watched her uncoil like a striking snake, and energy leaped toward Brother Vaughn. Scars marred the landscape, and each was like a knife in Katrin's spirit. She had allowed this to happen. She had failed to protect her family, her hold, and her homeland. And it had been despoiled. Tears threatened to fall from her eyes no matter how hard she tried to suppress them. One thing kept her moving toward Dragonhold. Prios. He was still within the hold. Her sense of him was vague and troubling, but she knew he was alive and waiting for her. Though the main entrance to Dragonhold would have been more expeditious, it was also likely to be more heavily guarded. As they soared over the upper Pinnock Valley, columns of smoke could still be seen, but all signs of the black armies were gone. Only the stains they left on the land remained to give evidence that they'd ever been there. Then Katrin saw movement farther ahead in the valley, near the rear entrance to Dragonhold. Kyrian skimmed low over the trees, coming in fast and silent. The dark forms climbed the stair and moved into the darkness. "Wait for me out here," Katrin said, when Kyrian alighted on the massive wooden stair.
"No."
Katrin climbed from the saddle and looked Kyrian in the eye. He just nudged her toward the entrance with his rock-like jaw. Rather than question him, Katrin moved into the chamber that held the god's eye. The demons must have heard their approach, as they were frozen on the stone shore of the lake, listening. Then they were moving into the water. Not wanting them to escape, Katrin stepped onto the shore and breathed in deeply, drawing on the power. Blue light sprang from her hands, and she felt it course through her. Like a candle wick, she felt as if she conveyed the energy and was mostly untouched by it, but over time it wore away at her until she felt that she might evaporate or crumble. Once the power had come to her only through great effort. Now, though, things had changed. Katrin felt as if she had far too much power. The currents of it threatened to sweep her away, and only the strength of her will kept her from tumbling into madness. Still, there was a beauty and sensation that could not be described. It felt as if she could burn very brightly if she chose, but only for a short time. The demons ran toward her then, and time seemed to progress once again. Katrin cast flames into the faces of those who had invaded her homeland and fouled the very air she breathed. The demons sickened her. They were twisted perversions of nature, something that never should have been. These beasts had been created as killing machines, and Katrin could feel no mercy for them as she did what was in her nature. She, too, was a killing machine, and she knew it. But what she did was for a purpose, for the greater good, and for all those she loved. Just as she was about to release a massive killing strike, something in the water moved. A new threat registered in her battle-ready mind. Without time for another thought, reflex brought her about to face this new foe, and her concentrated attack leaped from her, eager to split the air between her and the enemy, ready to light it up from the inside out. Somehow intellect overruled instinct as Katrin recognized the face of Brother Vaughn. Twisting back toward the demons, she did her best to redirect the attack. It struck several demons and was accompanied by a loud scraping sound, but despite her efforts, it still reached out for Brother Vaughn. The demons retreated to the water, their reptilian hides smoking and hissing as they hit the surface. Katrin realized then that Brother Vaughn would be in great danger if the beasts managed to get themselves underwater. Without another thought, she pulled the air to her breast and flung it toward the demons, hurtling them far out into the water. Kyrian uncoiled and struck two that had escaped Katrin's attack, and sent them nearly as far as she had. Hamsa of the Wind Clan emerged from the water next to Brother Vaughn and cast him a very disapproving look. "Are you all right?" Katrin asked as she stepped forward and helped Brother Vaughn from the water.
"I'll live," he said. "I'm so glad you recognized me. If you hadn't redirected your attack, I'm certain I'd be dead."
The words brought Katrin little comfort. She'd nearly killed her dear friend and mentor. Even after she'd recognized him, her power had been out of control and struck him anyway. The fact that he smelled strongly of burned hair did little to ease her conscience. Hamsa had stayed underwater and appeared to be uninjured, though he looked at the singed upper portion of his hollow reed and seemed to be wondering just how safe he'd actually been. "Are you all right as well?" Katrin asked Hamsa, but the man was distracted by Kyrian's saddle. As soon as he laid eyes on it, Katrin might as well have ceased to exist. Hamsa approached Kyrian, bowing with his hands pressed together before his face. Kyrian gave him a respectful nod. Katrin knew that Kyrian remembered Hamsa as well. There was something between the two of them that Katrin could not quite understand. Kyrian seemed to want it that way, and would express nothing more about it.
"It's so beautiful,"
Hamsa said.
"I agree,"
Brother Vaughn said after a moment. "It was a gift," Katrin said, her voice thick with emotion. Neither pressed her further about the saddle. "I'm so glad to see you well, Brother Vaughn," Katrin said. "When I last saw you, you were jumping into the river to escape the demons."
"You were there?"
he asked, incredulous. "I was there in spirit," Katrin replied. Brother Vaughn looked as if he were trying to decide exactly what her meaning of "in spirit" was. Katrin knew it was certainly more than in the traditional meaning of the phrase. "Do either of you know what the state of the hold is?" Katrin asked.
"Parts of it are closed,"
Hamza said.
"and sometimes it moves."
Katrin wasn't certain she'd heard him correctly.
"I don't know," Brother Vaughn admitted. "Sinjin, Trinda, and I became trapped when the hold moved the first time, and the second time—"
"Dragonhold moved?" Katrin's question cut him short. Both men just nodded, and Katrin took a moment to let that sink in.
"The walls moved and blocked us in the first time, and then they opened, and the mysterious hall to nowhere opened up to parts of the hold that have been locked away for only the gods know how long," Brother Vaughn continued. "We were trying to find our way back when we found the underground river. You say you saw the demons take that place?"
"Yes," Katrin said. "You did the best you could." Brother Vaughn looked at the ground.
"I tried to keep them safe. I know Trinda lived because I saw her, but I didn't see Sinjin with her. I did see Strom and Durin, though. I'm so sorry."
"They've taken Sinjin," Katrin managed to say, though the emotion constricted her throat.
"By the gods,"
Brother Vaughn said.
Hamza looked furious. "We will make them regret this," he said.
Katrin could find no more words to say on the subject, and she was reminded that she had no time to waste. "I need to find Prios."
"The last I saw him," Brother Vaughn said, "he was by the underground river. I can take you there."
Katrin was torn. Her sense of Prios was weak, and he had not responded to her calls for him. She was worried. "How far is it from here?"
"Half a day's walk,"
Brother Vaughn said. It was difficult to imagine such distances, all completely underground. The scale of Dragonhold increased dramatically in Katrin's mind. Truly, the ancients created the most wonderful things. "How far is it from the river to the kitchens? Do you know?"
"I don't know," Brother Vaughn said. "I believe that is where Prios and the others came from when they came to the river, but I can't be certain."
"We can make it directly to the kitchens in less than an hour," Katrin said. "We should check there first, and then we can find out how to get to the river from there."
"Kitchen's blocked,"
Hamza said.
"Blocked how?"
Brother Vaughn asked. Hamza just shrugged.
"Rocks." "Lots of rocks, correct?"
Brother Vaughn asked. Hamza nodded. Katrin cast Brother Vaughn a quizzical glance.
"When we were trapped in the hall to nowhere, it was not fallen rock that trapped us. It was enormous sections of granite that moved across the doorway to form a new, nearly seamless wall. That, I don't know how we could get through, but I think we can clear away enough loose stone to get through as long as there are none of the black devils there."
"I think most of them have left," Katrin said, knowing they had gotten what they came for. "I'll take care of any that remain. The primary challenge remaining is to cross the God's Eye."
"I'm not a very good swimmer,"
Brother Vaughn admitted. "We won't have to swim," Katrin said. "Kyrian managed to squeeze himself into the cavern, and he says he will take us to the other side."
"We're not going to fly in the cavern, are we?"
Brother Vaughn asked, looking torn between being excited and terrified. "No. Kyrian says that while you may not be a good swimmer, he can swim just fine." Brother Vaughn actually looked disappointed, yet she could sense that he was relieved. Kyrian moved closer to the water and extended his wings so Katrin and the others could climb up. Katrin went first, since neither man made any move to get closer to Kyrian. Once up in the saddle, Katrin extended her hand to Brother Vaughn. He came slowly, reverently. He knew Kyrian, but this would be the first time he would ever have done anything close to flying. Sitting on this beautiful saddle atop this gorgeous creature appeared to overwhelm him more than a little bit. Hamza looked much the same when he climbed up. His eyes took in everything, and he spent most of his time inspecting the saddle. Katrin moved to one side and offered the main seat to Hamza. He took it in awed silence, and Katrin strapped him in. As Kyrian slipped into the water, Hamza grinned. He moved within the range of the harness, and seemed overjoyed by the design of the saddle and the maneuverability it afforded him. Brother Vaughn watched in fascinated silence. Kyrian's speed in the water was surprising, and he moved almost effortlessly, though the saddle moved from side to side with his serpentine movements, which was a little unsettling. When they reached the middle of the lake, they came upon the barges. Floating aimlessly, they were an eerie reminder that all was not as it should be. Kyrian didn't spare them even a glance. At one point, Kyrian stuck his head under water.
"I wonder what he's looking at,"
Katrin said.
"There's a crystal dragon down there,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"A what?"
"It's not alive,"
Brother Vaughn said in response to Katrin's alarm.
"I mean, it's like a sculpture of a feral dragon made out of crystal on the bottom of the lake."
"How did you find that?" Katrin asked.
"I accidentally dropped my herald globe in the water. It got really bright and we could see the dragon. Logan, the spear fisherman, got it back for me."
So much had happened in such a short amount of time that Katrin knew she was missing things, but her mind was overwhelmed with details. For the rest of the ride, they were silent, and Kyrian was able to get close enough to the docks for each of them to simply walk from the saddle onto the dock. Before she even left the saddle, Katrin noticed something strange. Water poured into the God's Eye from the hall. The others saw it as well, but no one offered an explanation. As soon as Katrin's boots were on stone, Kyrian slipped beneath the water and disappeared.
"I don't know about you, but seeing something that big disappear into the God's Eye makes me want to stay away from the water."
Even knowing Kyrian was on their side, Katrin couldn't argue with Brother Vaughn. Before they walked away, however, there was a terrible noise from the lake. Kyrian's head burst from the water, his head and neck thrust into the air. In his jaws was a demon. Kyrian gave the thing a couple of good shakes, then spit it out. Katrin felt better knowing that Kyrian would free the waters of demons, but she grimaced at the thought of what they must taste like. Suddenly, she was very glad not to be a dragon. Kyrian was very close to her thoughts at that moment, and he did not appreciate her sentiment. Katrin led the way, the light that radiated from her being the only illumination they had. Brother Vaughn walked alongside her, and Holmesa kept a watchful eye as he followed. When they reached the great hall, Katrin moved more slowly. The shadows seemed to dance and move. The sound of water spilling onto the floor was persistent, and seemed to be filled with other noises and often voices. Everyone was on edge as they crept along the inner wall, staying well clear of the shattered entranceway, not knowing if dragons still lurked outside. Other noises started to emerge over the sound of water, and Katrin thought she recognized the thudding of rocks being moved. Her sense of Prios had been growing stronger, and she was now confident that she had found him. When they reached the area that was blocked with fallen stone, there were already hands reaching through and pulling away the last few stones they would need to create a hole big enough for a person to slip through. The first person through was Prios. Tears came to Katrin's eyes instantly upon seeing him, and she rushed forward to take him in her arms. He looked weak and seemed to be in pain. Her concern for him suddenly blotted out the rest of the world, and she began looking him over with her eyes, hands, and other senses.
"I'll be fine."
"You're hurt,"
Katrin said.
"I'm not hurt badly. We must go after St. John. I'll heal on the way."
Katrin wanted to argue, wanted to say no and force him to get into a bed and recuperate, but the greater part of her knew that he was right. It would take both of them to bring St. John home safely. She reminded herself that St. John was no good to anyone dead. Thrakus would keep him alive as a way to manipulate Katrin. He had done this out of fear, and now his worst fears would be visited upon him. Katrin knew this situation well. It had happened before.
"What's with all the water?"
Brother Vaughn finally asked.
"Durin,"
Prios said in Katrin's mind, and for a moment she smiled through the tears. More of the barrier blocking the kitchens was being cleared away, and Morif made his way through. A broad smile crossed his face when he saw Katrin.
"It's good to see you back,"
he said. Katrin gave him a sad smile and hugged him as he moved close. "We're going to need some supplies for traveling," she said by the way of greeting, and Morif just shook his head and gave her a wink.
"How many will you take with you?"
he asked. "It will just be Prios and I. I'll need enough provisions for a week." Morif frowned and looked concerned, but he did as she asked. Millie, Miss Maris, and others began to stream out of the kitchens to see Katrin and, no doubt, enjoy some fresh air. "I'm sorry I left all of you," Katrin said when the people gathered around her. "I had to try to save the Regent Dragons, but I failed. Kyrian is the last of his kind." None of the assembled could find any words. So much guilt pressed down on Katrin, she thought she might be crushed.
Now I plan to go after St. John, and I will not fail. I will not rest until this threat that faces us is no more. Miss Maris, I charge you with managing the food stores and rationing. Morif, I leave you and Chase in charge of the defense of Dragonhold. Millie, I ask that you and Myrta care for the sick. Brother Vaughn can handle the day-to-day management of the hold, which means you don't really need me for anything. It felt strange to explain why she was not needed, and it was not the best feeling when she realized her arguments were sound. At least it eased her guilt about taking Prios and leaving to find St. John. Stores were packed as best they could, and a few young men carried them back to the God's Eye. Prios and Katrin walked hand in hand, each leaning on the other for physical and emotional support. Brother Vaughn and others escorted them to the God's Eye, and she could feel their objections, even if they weren't voiced. She didn't want to feel these things, and often wished she could block them out, but they were readily apparent to her, and there was nothing she could do to stifle that knowledge. The hold was vulnerable, but there should be no one on the Godfist capable of launching an assault. By the time Master Edling had the people in the south rallied, Morif would have the defenses back in place. With the river and plains that had been discovered, growing food should be much easier to accomplish within the hold, and as much as she hated to fall back on it, the people could farm outside once again. Katrin hoped the recent events would convince the people that they needed to figure out how to live underground, just in case the need returned. Katrin said as much to Miss Maris before she climbed aboard Kyrian. Prios sat behind her, and they arranged the straps so they held him nearly as tightly as they secured Katrin. There were no buckles on his pants. They had to make do with what they had. Katrin made a mental note to have riding pants made for Prios and St. John at the first opportunity. It was a somber and tearful goodbye as Kyrian swam away from the dock. They did get to see the three of them twice more before they left, since Morif had asked Kyrian to retrieve the barges. Once those had been delivered, though, Kyrian wasted no time getting them to the far shore. "Get off." Katrin laughed and shook her head when she realized that she and Prios would have to unstrap themselves and dismount for Kyrian to squeeze himself out of the cavern. When they dismounted, Katrin saw deep gouges in the walls of the entranceway where there had been none before. The dragon ore must have bitten into the granite, she concluded, and it was about to do so again. "Do you want us to take the saddle off?" Katrin asked Kyrian. "No, I want to mark our passage in and out of this hold. I want people to remember." The result was a series of deep gashes in the entranceway walls that formed a diagonal checked pattern, which Katrin knew would be almost impossible to reproduce. This was, in as close an approximation as possible, Kyrian's signature. Leaving Dragonhold behind, Katrin wondered if she would ever see the place again. There was a feeling of finality in their departure that had her on edge, but she knew she'd done the right thing. Prios was with her now, and together they would bring St. John back. Kyrian gave a triumphant roar at that thought, and Prios gave her a squeeze, as if both had been reading her mind. Chapter 7. Let our sails scrape the sky, and rake the moon. Orestes, Captain of the Landfinder.
"I know you're angry, but would you please just listen to what I have to say for a moment?"
The words left Jarman Kite like a sacrament, something uttered so many times it had become ingrained and reflexive. Such were the arguments with his fiery wife, Lissa, intense and heated. After she stomped from the room, Jarman ran his hand over the vase that rested nearby on a marble table, supported by richly grained wood in natural shapes, yet polished to a fine sheen. The vase was anything but smooth. Lines crossed its surface, and chunks of the ornate scene were missing completely. This was what had happened to every precious vase in his hold the last time Katrin had come up. Jarman had commissioned chairs as a gift to Katrin and Prios on the birth of their son, but he'd never told Lissa. That had turned out to be a mistake, since the chairmaker's wife went out of her way to thank the Lady Lissa for the generous commission. The chairs had been worthy of royalty, and had fetched a kingly sum. When he thought about it now, it was almost inevitable that Lissa would find out. This was exactly why he needed her to listen to him now. He did not want to repeat that mistake. She'd slept in the atrium for nearly a month. With a determined sigh, Jarman went after Lissa, knowing that it was the lives of their people at stake, those around Wolfhold and those around Ravenhold. Jarman preferred to remain within Wolfhold since it was the seat of his power, though it didn't please Lissa much. If he stayed in Ravenhold for any period of time, he knew he would appear weak, and that was something they simply could not afford. Lissa knew it as well, but she didn't want to admit it. Anything that related to Lissa's cousin, Katrin, was likely to raise her ire, and there was nothing Jarman could do about that. Even with his personal feelings aside, Katrin was a powerful ally, and allies were exactly what they needed most. Thrakus had gained control of much of the Greatland under the guise of a savior. He'd brought food to many people, Jarman conceded, but at a high price. All of the men and boys had been conscripted into his armies and forced to build more aqueducts, which meant more food, more water, and more people under Thrakus's control. The man had not yet shown his dark side, but the time was coming. Jarman could feel it. When he found Lissa, she was in the war room and looking at the representation he'd had created of Thrakus's system of aqueducts. Depending on how you viewed these structures, they could be seen as defensive barriers to keep out brigands and thieves, which was how Thrakus described them. But Jarman saw something far more sinister. "You're right," Lissa said without looking up, her fingers running along the miniature aqueducts. They looked like a giant claw inexorably reaching toward Wolfhold and Ravenhold. If you looked at the aqueducts as roads, then the intent became clear. These structures could act as supply chains from a nearly unlimited food source, the fishery at Riverhold. Already they knew that the open channels were used to float barrels and other large goods outward from Riverhold. Why could they not be used to transport troops? When Thrakus shows his true face, we're doomed. Jarman felt no joy in the admission, though moments such as this had been few in his marriage. Given the rumors he'd been hearing about black dragons and armies of demons, it seemed clear that Thrakus would reveal his true might sooner rather than later. There's no strength around us, no one else to align ourselves with, save Madra, but she has her own lands to try and hold on to. Our situation is untenable. Lissa spoke the words coldly, with only brief glimpses of emotion through the cracks in her facade. Jarman knew Lissa possessed a kind but heavily guarded heart that had been broken too many times. Circumnavigating those defenses had taken him years, and still he caught only occasional glimpses of her true feelings. She was a challenge, his wife, but she was no fool. If we're right about Thrakus, then I don't see how our people will stand against him. It would seem they'd be better off to serve him than to die fighting for us. Jarman knew this wasn't true, and he knew she didn't believe it, but he let his wife brood. It seemed a necessary part of the process. I don't want her to come here, Lissa finally said, her back stiff and her eyes boring into the map, steadfastly refusing to look at Jarman. If she's to aid us, then she can do so by engaging Thrakus. That'll give us more time to prepare if she's defeated, and if she were to be victorious over Thrakus, then perhaps our debt will not be so great. I don't want to owe her anything, but I may have no choice. Jarman did as he thought was best, and he stood, listening, waiting for her to say more, his mouth firmly anchored shut. You may send her a message, but do not disgrace us, and offer no long-term alliance. Instead, simply make her aware of the situation, and let her decide if it's her desire to come to our aid. Ask nothing, and you will owe nothing. Given Lissa's feelings about Katrin, Jarman knew this was a concession not easily granted, which did not speak well of their circumstances. Lissa knew as well as he that they had failed, and only the most powerful person in the world might be able to help them, provided she was willing. In some ways they had both known it all along, for neither was without intelligence. Each had continued family traditions of maintaining spy networks. Jarman suspected there were overlaps between the two networks, and it was part of the game to send as much disinformation as information. Jarman would admit only to himself that Lissa was the greater spy master, but he did his best to keep up. My sources say that Katrin and her dragon abandoned those within Dragonhold. How will you get this message to her? No one knows where she has gone or why, and the poor people of the Godfist are not faring well at all in her absence, I'm afraid. Jarman continued his silence. It was rare for Lissa to reveal so much of her intelligence, and he was amazed by not only the quality of her information, but the timeliness of it. She left her husband and son behind, Lissa continued. Which one do you think Thrakus will take?
You don't think he'd really do that, do you?
How else would you defend against her power? Lissa asked, still not looking at him. Even with Thrakus's seemingly unending supply of gold, it can buy no sufficient defense against her unnatural powers. This conversation seemed to require all the restraint she possessed. I would take her son, she continued. I've considered doing it in the past. It is the only thing that might keep her in check. No one should have so much capacity for wickedness and not be limited in some fashion. If she grows too powerful, and the world has no recourse, then she could be the death of us all. Jarman tried not to push her over the edge, but could not resist one more question. How do you get your messages from the Godfist so quickly? Surely there are no birds so swift as that? Lissa finally turned to him and smiled. The world is changing, my husband, but the one thing that hasn't changed is the need for me to have my secrets and the need for you to have yours. That being said, if you wish for me to send the message through my network, it will undoubtedly reach its destination sooner. Her smile didn't fade, and Jarman smiled back. Of course, he said, knowing full well that sending the message through her network would mean that she would know every word. In truth, she would know every word either way. Having her send the message worked to his advantage by making it clear he had nothing to hide. Still, he wished he knew how those messages traveled so fast. It seemed unnatural. Selling spoiled wine had become a lucrative business for Kevlin Weil. He and Hera made regular trips to Riverhold, though he'd been instructed to do it under the guise of trading other goods. Those who sold him the wine believed he'd learned some recipe that allowed him to make something delicious from it, but he wouldn't tell them what it was. It was a tenuous secrecy, and he did his best to keep his growing stash away from prying eyes. It was far better for him if everyone thought he was just barely getting by. Hera wore a new halter, though, and he had a few repairs done on his wagon, but even for those, he'd haggled as if the seller were taking his last coin. The most difficult part was finding people to give him silvers and coppers for his gold. If any of those he dealt with regularly knew he had gold, their prices would double. There were a few men who would discreetly handle such things for a price. It was a hefty price, but Kevlin had no more appealing options. Still, most of his gold remained stashed away. Some day soon he would take his new wealth south and buy a farm. There he and Hera could live out their years in peace. That was all he really wanted. Trips to Riverhold had begun to feel almost normal. Even the mighty freestanding aqueducts that reached out from the keep like spiders' legs seemed commonplace. That was when Kevlin knew the time for him to leave was rapidly approaching. Just a few more deliveries, and he could disappear. He had plenty of gold to bribe his way out of Riverhold and south, with plenty left over to buy himself a comfortable future. Rarely did he deal with Grimwell these days, and rumors said Thrakus was not even within the hold. But Kevlin didn't want to become complacent. He'd been playing with hot coals for some time now. Eventually, he was going to get burned. The steward inspected his cargo ever so briefly, handed 2 gold coins to Kevlin, and ordered the cargo unloaded. Kevlin stood and watched, his hand casually sliding the gold coins into his purse, which he then slid back into concealment. It wasn't long before he and Hera were on their way back out of Riverhold, and Kevlin found it difficult to complain. It was, in fact, the easiest work he'd ever done. Perhaps that was why he distrusted it so much. The only way to make that much money with that little work was to be dishonest, he thought, and a number of secrets he was keeping attested to that fact. Again, though, he told himself it was only temporary, and he'd soon leave all this behind. Soon he'd be free to live life by his own rules, instead of the rules set down by one man, a man no one ever seemed to see. For most, the food in their bellies was enough. It was certainly better than the years after the Herald War. This seemed an improvement and a sign of progress, but Kevlin saw the price, and he was unwilling to pay. There were dark things lying under the surface, and he did not want to be around when those things reared their heads. Doing his best to appear downtrodden and beaten, Kevlin rode back into town, hoping no one noticed him. Becoming part of the scenery was among his more finely honed skills. It was something he'd learned long ago. If you look miserable enough, you won't be observed for long. This knowledge had served Kevlin well. When at last he returned to the place he called home, he put Hera in the only stall and climbed to his quarters above it. Reaching up, he ran his fingers along the top of the beam above his bed, found the recess he was looking for, and pried the wood loose. It was a tight-fitting lid that most would assume was solid wood. Inside the hidden compartment, his fingers found his stash of gold. It felt good in his hands, and he couldn't just add the new coins to the stash. He had to feel the coins in his hands. It shamed him to know such greed, but he could not resist. Never before had he held so much precious metal in his hands. He was now richer than even the traders and business owners who had always looked down on him. The coins shifted in his hands. Click, 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 clack. Clack, click, click, click. Back and forth he moved the coins, and something bothered him more and more with every movement. One coin did not sound like the others. Kevlin could find no good reason for this, though along with a sinking feeling in his stomach, he could imagine some bad reasons. Very bad reasons. The more he thought about it, the more Kevlin knew the time had come for him to leave. He said no goodbyes, left no notes, and did his best to slip away from Riverhold unnoticed, hoping to be far away before everything came tumbling down. Sculpting the wind, Katrin did what she could to increase their speed. Bolstered by the power of the saddle, she and Kyrian applied their wills. Prios rested, and Katrin smiled, knowing that was what he needed most. Though he wouldn't admit it, he was wounded. The more time he had to recuperate, the better. He was stubborn, but he wasn't stupid, and he took advantage of the opportunity to rest. Part of her was tempted to slow their progress, just so he'd have more time to rest before they entered battle once again. But she was also frightened for St. John, so she did her best to aid their flight. Much of the time Kyrian also rested while he flew, his eyes hooded, and only a small part of his brain still active. He seemed able to hold a course while completely asleep, which amazed Katrin, and also frightened her a little. Afraid to sleep while he slept, she was unable to trust his instincts as much as he did. When the black ships finally came into view, all three came to full awareness. Katrin's mind grew crowded as both of them communicated with her without speaking. With a thought, she silenced them and focused on the ships. She needed to identify the ship that held St. John, and that required complete concentration. His energy was muffled and weak, making him more difficult to locate. She wanted to see that gleaming beacon of life that was her son. But instead, what she finally found was a dull pulse, beaten, defeated. Her heart broke at the sensation of his loss, but Katrin now knew exactly where her son was. Clouds gathered around the Falcon Isles, which materialized beyond the Black Fleet. It would be easier to fight them in the water, and Katrin prepared herself for battle. Silently she instructed Kyrian and Prios to do the same. Both had already begun to do so. A cry split the relative silence, and Katrin saw one of the lookouts pointing toward them. Surprise was no longer theirs. The air pressure change was the only warning they had before dragons attacked from above. Kyrian dived steeply, leaving Katrin and Prios holding on and still straining against the harness. It was terrifying to feel as if you were going to be hurled into the open air at any time. The harness was strong, but even that would fail given enough force. As old as the saddle was, Katrin couldn't help but wonder if it would hold up under both their weight, though it showed no outward signs of stress. Prios, the less firmly secured of the two, was breathing heavily, and Katrin could see his tensed, white hands trembling. His panic was entirely understandable. Doing her best to breathe in deeply while she could, Katrin hoped to keep from blacking out. Huge claws raked past her face, and Kyrian banked hard into the clouds. Even within the turbulence and dismal visibility within the clouds, the ferals continued their attack. With what seemed complete disregard for their own safety, dragons dropped through the clouds like stones, likely to kill themselves and their prey if they collided at such speed. One passed near where Kyrian flew, and Katrin's eyes met those of the dragon as it passed. Immediately, the ferrule unfolded itself and slowed its descent. Knowing they had been found, Kyrian gave Katrin and Prios a quick warning, then tucked his wings and dived toward the ships. Attacks launched from those ships, and Katrin let the buffeting wind become their shield. Instead of working against it to make it match her vision of a shield, she asked the air to protect them, and it conformed to her intent. It took a great deal less energy, and Katrin barely felt the stings of those attacks. With their defenses easily maintained, Katrin concentrated again on locating Sinjin. The ships had been shifting and moving, and it took her a moment to find him. His light shone brighter now, and she cried at the thought of her son having hope from her presence. He would know now that she'd come for him, and he'd know how much she loved him. Light and sudden movement brought Sinjin awake with a start. His aching body failed to respond when a voice shouted for him to move.
"Arrakis has ordered them transferred to one of the dragons,"
a voice said from above. Sinjin and Kendra both cried out as they were grabbed and pulled roughly up to the deck. Their hands remained bound, and fear made Sinjin's heart race.
"She's attacking from above!"
came another shout from the steerage. These words brought hope to Sinjin, and now his heart thundered from the thought of possible rescue. His mother had come to save him. She was here, now, and that was why they had been brought on deck. That was why they were to be taken by a dragon. Sinjin prayed his mother got there first, prayed it would be Kyrian who grabbed them in his claws. When it happened so fast that he didn't know who had grabbed him, or if Kendra had also been taken. The answer came a moment later when he heard Kendra cursing at the dragon and trying to fight her way free. The beast just squeezed tighter, and Kendra screamed one last time before going limp. Afterward she lay very still in the feral dragon's claws.
"Kendra!"
Sinjin shouted, the claws tightening around him as well, and he prayed they didn't get any tighter. Already he was having difficulty breathing. Kendra didn't respond. Sinjin fumed. Though he didn't trust Kendra, he knew she did not deserve to be treated in such a manner. He wasn't even certain she was still alive. Who were they to kidnap them and to kill them? His anger grew, and a plan began to form in his mind. If only Kendra were still conscious, he thought, or at least alive. That's when the thunder began. Watching in horror, Katrin saw Sinjin's light grow brighter. She watched as he was brought out on deck, and she could do nothing. Kyrian moved in closer to the ships, but the attacks continued. While her defenses kept the assaults from inflicting serious injury, the energy of those strikes still slowed them and altered their course. Katrin was about to start attacking the other ships when the barrage from below intensified. The enemy seemed to have figured out that they were inflicting no harm. They concentrated instead on preventing Katrin from getting close to the ship where her son was held. Now that he was on deck and Katrin was unable to get to him, she realized that she'd put him in even greater danger. Sinjin was closer to death than ever before. He stood there, aboard an enemy ship, without even any shoes on. Kendra stood next to him, looking just as vulnerable. At any moment, both could be taken from her. Then they were. A great black mass blotted out the ship as it flew in between Kyrian and where Sinjin and Kendra were so woefully exposed. The mighty dragon swooped in and, in a single fluid motion, snatched Sinjin and Kendra in its claws. It felt like a knife blow to Katrin's chest, and she collapsed under the weight of it. Behind her, Prios tensed. He, too, knew their chance to rescue Sinjin from the deck of that ship was lost. The dragon flew off as quickly as it could, and other dragons surrounded it, flying in erratic patterns that made it nearly impossible to tell which dragon had Sinjin and Kendra. Screaming in frustration, Katrin readied herself to launch a massive attack. She communicated this to Prios and Kyrian, and they were ready to do the same. The three of them, for that brief time, were of a single mind, and when Katrin dropped their defenses, all three attacked the ships. New attacks sprang from below, and Katrin felt their bite. She knew Kyrian and Prios did as well, but each protected himself enough to prevent serious injury. Still, the pain was incentive not to take any direct hits. With defenses erected and slowing them once again, the three prepared for another attack. Sweat streamed down Katrin's face as the effort of holding back the deluge of power taxed her will. Much of her effort went into using restraint and making sure she didn't burn up amid such potential energy. When she did release her power, She attempted to use it in ways that she could predict and control. It didn't always work out that way, even if it was her intention. Just as Katrin was about to drop the defenses again, she saw a group of ferals turn back and close in. On the backs of these dragons rode dark-robed men, and Katrin could feel their power. It polluted the air and smelled like the coming rain.
"I don't know if we're ready for this,"
Katrin said. "There will be a price." Prios must have heard Kyrian as well, and they all accepted the truth. Prios squeezed Katrin's arm, and she dropped their defenses. Kyrian turned and dived, then pulled up sharply to soar just above the water, their speed causing spray to leap from the water and swirl in their wake. Using the waves as a shield, Kyrian rode within the growing troughs, bringing them closer to the ships. The formation of dragons was close now. Despite poor visibility, Katrin could see that there were 5 of them. One rider bore a long staff, and Katrin knew this was going to hurt. Using all her energy to create a shield above them, Katrin left an opening along the waterline for Prios to attack the ships, and that was exactly what he did. Instead of trying to battle those aboard the ships, he attacked the ships themselves. This sudden change in tactic was especially effective the first time he used it. A half-dozen ships were in various stages of sinking after only a single attack. Katrin should have been watching what was happening above them. When Thrakus's attack came, her shield was not enough. His massive blow caught them off guard and slammed them into the water. Kyrian let out a giant woof when he struck the waves. At their speed, water might as well have been stone. Katrin and Prios were thrown forward by the impact, and Katrin's defenses failed completely. For an instant, they were simply floating in the water, unprotected. The dragons were coming in for another attack, and the ships were turning back to face them. With several powerful strokes of his wings, Kyrian turned to face the wind and let it carry them upward. Ko's energy washed over Katrin, and having his potency aimed at her was more unnerving than the pain. Seeing the Staff of Life used for dark purposes made her want to vomit. It was the manifestation of life, and it should not be so polluted with wicked intent. The staff had given Katrin one of the greatest gifts in her life, absolution, the chance to make things right. Again she heard Chase in her mind, urging her to retrieve the staff from the Grove of the Elders. If only she'd listened, she might be using the staff to defend herself, instead of defending herself against its awesome power. If Thrakus ever figured out how to tap its true potential, none of them would survive. Prios regained his composure first, and told Katrin to keep her defenses down until he signaled. This allowed Katrin to catch her breath, and she made no argument. Power welled up behind her, and the energy marched across her skin like ants. Her mouth tasted of copper, and her teeth vibrated. Releasing his entire store of power, Prios issued many small bursts of energy in sequence. With speed unlike any living creature Katrin had ever seen, Prios thrust his force into the enemy. Though his body barely moved, the bursts of fiery plasma that issued from his hands scorched the air, roaring and hissing. When they struck Thrakus and his dragon, the plasma exploded into thousands of tiny spheres, each burning like the sun, and they clung to Thrakus's robes and seethed scales. With a roar of pain, the two dropped out of sight, presumably seeking water. Still Prios attacked, seeking out the remaining dragons and scorching their hides. When the dragons fled, Prios turned his attention to the ships. Katrin had regained her breath, and she cast ropes of liquid fire into the ships beyond Prios's attacks. It seemed the battle had turned in their favor. That was until Kyrian suddenly lurched upward violently, slamming Katrin's face into the back of Kyrian's neck, nearly knocking her senseless. Prios slammed into the back of Katrin, and was presumably faring no better. The ringing in her ears drowned out the sounds of battle, and it seemed like something from a dream when a dragon and rider swooped down at them, their speed difficult to believe. Breathing in through her mouth, since her nose was now filled with blood, Katrin issued a scream that she barely heard, and she launched a desperate attack. Even though she'd landed a direct hit, there was no stopping the momentum of the soaring beast, and its unconscious rider's limp hand struck Katrin and Prios a blow as they passed. There was not much more that Katrin, Prios, or Kyrian could do. They were wounded and weak, and though the ferals were in much the same condition, they had to quit the fight and find some place to rest and recuperate. On this day, they would fight no more. Chapter 8. Under Istra's light shall the nightmare be made real. Matteo Derzinger, Mad Prophet. There had been a time in Homsa of the Wind Clan's life, not so long ago, that he would have only believed in what he could touch with his hands or see with his eyes. Those days, however, were past. Now Homsa knew that he had to put at least some stock in what his mind alone could see. It had seemed foreign at first, but now it felt as natural as the wind he so revered. Most times his eyes could not see that either, and though he could touch it, he could not capture it as he could sand or water. And so it was that he departed Dragonhold in the middle of the night, his guts churning. Until that night he'd been committed to staying, to waiting for Katrin to return so she could teach him to fly. The time would come, of that he was certain, but that time was not now. Katrin was gone. She was an enigma, and his head hurt from trying to understand what he should do. His people were depending on him. So many had been lost. The weight of it pressed down on him and prevented rest. His only choice was to act. For that reason, the dream had been a welcome one. It gave him immediate purpose where none had been before. Beyond that, though, the dream vision had provided precious little direction. For a moment he questioned himself. How could he let dreams decide his actions? It was something he would have ridiculed others for in the past. It was the dream itself that gave him resolve. Like no other dream before, it had taken him fully. He could still feel the hot wind on his face. A heavy, musky scent filled that wind, and would not be denied. So strong was the smell that Homsa could still taste it, even in his waking state. A truly powerful vision indeed, he thought. After climbing to the top of the ridge that divided the Pinnock and Chinapa valleys, he gazed out over the moon and comet-lit landscape. It looked like a different world. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to the uncertainty and committed himself, once again, to doing whatever it took to reach his destiny. Under the ever-watchful eyes of Moref and Martek, the gates to the great hall were being reconstructed. Only this time they were far more substantial. Brother Vaughn observed from a distance, marveling at the way these men took the theories and learning he treasured, and applied them in such magnificent scale. It made him feel inadequate. He was a learned man, but not necessarily an accomplished man. He chided himself for doing the very thing he advised others not to do, be his own worst enemy. There was great value in imparting knowledge to others, and he could feel a small amount of pride, having taught both Moref and Martek something in their time together. Miss Maris approached, looking ready to level anyone who stood in her way, though few were so unwise. There had been disagreements over rations, and arguments over whether rationing was still necessary with the enemy gone. Brother Vaughn knew where Miss Maris stood on the issue, and he stood with her. The danger was far from averted. Katrin had been right all along, and the best thing they could do was to continue as Katrin had wanted. Trinda stood at his side, looking bored. He patted her on the shoulder and looked to see if Martek and Moref showed any signs of being ready. This meeting was being held in the great hall at their pleasure, since that was the only way they could continue to monitor the construction of the defenses while meeting with the rest. Brother Vaughn couldn't argue that the construction was of the utmost importance, but this was a most inconvenient place to meet. His back ached from standing, and he considered sitting with his back to the giant throne the ancients had cut into the wall. It had stood empty for many ages, and had been left untouched out of respect. Myrta came to the meeting in Millie's stead. "They're wounded who require constant care," she said when she arrived. Brother Vaughn nodded his understanding. "Stay here," he said to Trinda. She just rolled her eyes at him and crossed her arms over her chest. It was time to get this meeting started. He approached Martek with a cautious eye on what the workmen were doing. Work of this scale was what got careless people killed. Brother Vaughn did not want to be one of those people. Martek sensed his approach and turned, his face going from stern to a frown. "You really couldn't have picked a worse time to do this," Martek said. "We can manage without you," Brother Vaughn said. "We know what you are working on is of the highest priority, but we need Moref. Chase is busy overseeing work at the God's Eye, and there are issues that'll require the support of the Guard. Even if we can't solve all of the problems, we need to at least manage them." Both men looked over to where Moref stood. He was pointing and shouting at the group of workmen who were moving the new gate into place.
"Just a few more minutes,"
Martik said, and he firmly pushed Brother Vaughn back before he charged forward, now pointing and shouting himself. A loud creaking sound filled the hall, and grew louder and higher in pitch. One man leaped from where he'd been working atop the hinge. Wood screamed in protest before it split and splintered. Martik stood with his hands on his head and said nothing for a long moment. Morif issued a steady stream of curses that let the workmen, the trees, the rope, the hold, and anyone nearby know exactly what he thought of them.
"Perhaps we should have this meeting another time,"
Brother Vaughn suggested meekly, knowing his interference could certainly be seen as part of what caused the catastrophe.
"I don't see why we should,"
Martik said, and to his credit, it seemed he didn't place blame on Brother Vaughn's shoulders.
"We're going to have to send the logging crew back out, and that'll give us more than enough time to remove the damaged timbers. I suppose I'll remember the virtues of grease next time. If those timbers hadn't ceased going into the hinge, we would have had our new front gate in place."
Morif approached, looking ready to loose his tongue on anyone who dared speak.
"The fools wouldn't listen to me," he said. "I told them it was going to bind up, but they didn't stop in time, and it got away from them. Boiling idiots." "It was my fault," Martik said. "I shouldn't have put them in that position. It won't happen again."
Morif just glared at him, somehow his one eye making his stare even more intimidating.
"I still think they should have listened to me."
Martik wisely let it go.
"Let's go have this all-important meeting,"
Morif said. He walked past Brother Vaughn and, with a short nod, said,
"Vaughn."
That was it. Brother Vaughn just shrugged and followed him to where the others stood. It took him a moment to find Trinda, but she stood, running her hand along the rough-hewn stone walls of Dragonhold. Hoping she would behave long enough for him to participate in this meeting, he turned to Miss Maris, who obviously had something she needed to say. Unlike most of their meetings, a crowd had gathered around to watch this one. None of them had anything to hide, but it felt uncomfortable to have the proceedings witnessed by so many. The construction of the gates had drawn the crowd initially, but this meeting now had the potential to be far more interesting.
"I don't care what any of these fools say,"
Miss Maris began, drawing a wince from Brother Vaughn.
"We need to continue to ration our supplies until such a time that we have sufficient supplies to replace what we currently have."
"The demons have gone!"
someone shouted from the crowd. Miss Maris scowled and scanned those assembled, trying to identify who had spoken, but no one took responsibility for the statement. Most likely he or she was worried, and rightly so, about never getting fed from the kitchens again.
"Dangers remain,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"Not all the demons have gone, and we need to be ready to defend ourselves or survive a siege should it come to that. These are not pleasant eventualities we must prepare for, but prepare we must, or we put the lives of all we love at risk. How many of you would have preferred to have lived outside during the invasion?"
No one responded this time, and Brother Vaughn knew he'd struck the right note.
"I ask that a vote be taken in affirmation of Miss Maris's assigned duty to ration the supplies as needed, to keep the hold sustained and prepared for the worst."
Among those who'd been left in charge, the vote was unanimous. Among the gathered crowd, the results were split, and Brother Vaughn recognized the danger in that. They would soon need to find ways to get more food and supplies so the people would not feel deprived. The last thing they needed was revolution. It seemed odd to even consider the possibility, since all they were trying to do was protect the people of the Godfist, but politics were rarely so straightforward.
"The Guard will do its part to make certain the provisions are protected and that rationing orders are obeyed,"
Morif said.
"But I must express my regret that it is so. Those people would better serve us by working on our defenses and gathering more provisions. Keep that in mind when next you protest."
"What of the water?"
another voice shouted from the crowd.
"That is the job for everyone in the hold,"
Miss Maris retorted.
"Every one of us needs to help carry water or run the pumps that Brother Vaughn and Brother Milo created. Then you need to make sure that all of the water channels around your living area are free of debris and will allow water to flow through freely. In this case, Brother Vaughn and Martik have developed a method and the tools needed to clear long sections of channel that are completely encased in rock. If you want easy access to fresh water, then this is a project that should be a priority for you."
"I'd also like to ask the Guard to provide an escort for an exploration party,"
Brother Vaughn said.
"There are only so many of us, Vaughn." "Yes, I understand. I'm just about certain that additional sources of food exist within this hold. At the very least, there is access to the river, which should mean fish. Could you spare one good soldier?
2, Morif said. Brother Vaughn wasn't going to argue the point.
It's my intention to install gates at the entrance to the God's Eye, to the kitchens, and to the newly opened part of the keep. These gates will be guarded at all times, and I don't want anyone giving my people any trouble. If you do, you're going to have to stare at my face for a long time.
The infirmary is overloaded,
Myrta said, when it was her turn to speak.
We need help. Millie and I can only do so much, and even those without healing skills can be of help to us. Please come and see what we are doing, and I know you'll find a way to help.
Brother Vaughn heard an annoyed sound at the mention of Millie, and he turned to see where Trinda had gone. Millie had been the strongest opponent to Trinda's being in the hold, and he suspected he knew who had made the sound. When his initial scan of the area failed to find the girl, he heard the rustle of clothing higher up, and he looked up to what should have been a vacant throne. Trinda sat on the edge, appearing impossibly small with her legs hanging over. She looked down on them as one might look down on ants, and it gave Brother Vaughn a chill. He gestured to her, indicating that she should get down, but she pretended not to see. If the others saw her, it would not go well for the girl, and Katrin was no longer here to protect her. Brother Vaughn knew his influence went only so far, and it could hardly stand up to an insult of this magnitude.
I say we should reclaim the valley and rebuild Lowerton.
Another shout came from the crowd.
It won't take that much work to repair the terraces, and we can be farming again in no time.
This man seemed to have no hesitation in taking credit for his statement, though Brother Vaughn didn't recognize him. He didn't know many of the farmers who had lived in the valley, so it was not surprising.
No,
Trinda said from atop the throne, and Brother Vaughn felt the blood drain from his face. A few people looked around to see who'd spoken, but no one looked up to the throne. It was almost as if Trinda were somehow invisible, yet Brother Vaughn could see her clearly.
I agree that we'll need to grow as much food as we can,
the farmer said.
Certainly we should concentrate on ways to grow food within the hold, but in the meantime, we should take advantage of whatever is available to us.
I said no.
Trinda's voice carried over the crowd this time, and everyone looked up to where she sat. The spell was broken, and Brother Vaughn sighed. This was not going to go well.
Come down from there, he said, and don't interrupt the...
A sharp look from Trinda reminded him that she only appeared to be a child. She was older than Katrin by a couple of years, and now the courage and resolve of those years shone in Trinda's eyes. How could he not have seen it before? How had he allowed her to come into the hold? What had he done? A very cold feeling came over him, and he waited to see what would happen next, afraid to act, afraid to make things worse. This was entirely his fault, and he could think of no excuse or justification that would absolve him of guilt. He'd felt sorry for an adult in the guise of a child, and she'd played on his sympathy with extraordinary skill.
You come down there this instant, you insolent little monster,
Myrta said, but she too was cut short by a look from Trinda. There was a warning in her eyes, and Myrta, surprisingly, heeded it.
I will not come down,
Trinda said.
If you don't come down from there, I'm going to come up there after you,
Morif said, and there was no humor in his tone. He and Myrta were Millie's closest companions, and her hatred of this girl seemed to have influenced them as well.
I said no,
Trinda commanded, and she slammed her closed fist down on the stone. Radiating from the impact was an ice-blue wave of energy and air that sent Morif and the others backward a step.
Your ruler has left you behind, and now you have a new ruler. If you wish to remain within Dragonhold, you'll swear fealty to me. Now, those who do not swear fealty will be asked to leave.
You don't think a little cold air is going to keep me from paddling your bottom, do you?
Morif asked as he stepped forward once again. A deadly silence hung in the air, and Morif took another step forward. Brother Vaughn prayed Morif would stand against her and end this madness.
You may leave, Trinda said to Morif. You and the fat woman.
This brought a flush to Morif's face, and Brother Vaughn had never seen the man so angry. In 2 steps Morif would reach the base of the throne, but he managed only a single step. In the middle of the second, he he was thrust backward. He could not even remain upright. Still moving backward and sliding on his rear end, Morif slammed into the unmoving gate. The workmen stopped, and everyone moved away from where Morif was now pinned to the gate.
"You there,"
Trinda said to Myrta. "You are forgiven because you were influenced by the fat woman. You may stay. Go back to the infirmary and send the fat woman to me. Do you understand?" Myrta nodded and ran from the assembly, tears streaming down her face. Moments later, Millie's voice could be heard across the distance, echoing within the hall.
"The little chit did what?"
Brother Vaughn tried to catch his breath, and hoped Millie would cool her temper before she reached them. It was not to be. The woman was in a red-faced rage when she approached the throne.
"Well, your highness, how might I be of service to your royal self?"
"You may leave," Trinda said.
"I most certainly will not."
"You will leave." Again Trinda slammed down her fist, and another cold blast shook the great hall. It sent Millie falling backward, and she looked up at Trinda with undisguised hatred.
"I don't like you,"
was all Trinda said before she sent Millie sliding across the mosaic floor to rest next to Morif, who still looked as if he were paralyzed.
"You,"
Trinda said, pointing to Brother Vaughn, "may stay, but you will never scold me again. Is that understood?" He nodded. "The gate to the great hall shall be secured and then reinforced again," Trinda said.
"It'll never open,"
Martek said under his breath, but his voice carried through the silence. "I do not wish the gate to open," Trinda said. Only silence greeted that statement. "If there are any who would not swear fealty to me, move to the gate. You will not be harmed, and you will be allowed to leave before the gate is sealed. You will, however, never be allowed to return." Brother Vaughn looked around, waiting to see who would join Millie and Morif, but no one did, and so it was that control of Dragonhold passed to Trinda Hollis, the daughter of a baker. Brother Vaughn was surprised to see Trinda reiterate most of the orders that had already been given, and only a few things changed with regard to how the hold was being run. Food would still be rationed, the water channels would be cleared, and the guard remained intact, although missing its leader. Morif had been in charge of the guard since its formation, and Chase now quietly maintained control, though everyone wondered how long it would be before Trinda realized Katrin's cousin was leading her guard. He supposed the biggest change, though, outside of Millie and Morif being exiled, was that the hold had been closed to the rest of the world. By Trinda's orders, the keep would have to function in an entirely self-sufficient manner. This was something Katrin had never been able to achieve, and it saddened Brother Vaughn that tyranny was required to accomplish the goal. When Trinda spoke again, her forceful words made it clear to Brother Vaughn that a great many things were about to change. "Who among you will swear fealty to me and guard me with your life? Step forward." No one moved or spoke. Brother Vaughn was imagining what would happen if no one stepped forward, when Bradley left the crowd and stood before Trinda. He went to one knee and bowed his head. "What is your name?"
"Bradley, your highness."
"You are the chief of my guard. Assemble 5 of your best men before me." Bradley hesitated only a moment before he called out 5 names. 2 young men stepped forward immediately. There was a delay before 2 more came. Bradley scanned the crowd, looking to see if Feddy, the last he had called, was among those gathered. When the young man finally stepped forward, there was hesitation in his stride, but Bradley gave him a reassuring nod. "I have a special task for you," Trinda said, "a task of the utmost importance. I want you to bring me every one of these that was ever made." In her hand she held a herald globe that glowed more brightly than one fully charged in sunlight. Most would not have noticed this or understood the significance, but Brother Vaughn knew very well just how dangerous herald globes could be in the wrong hands. It definitely seemed that Trinda's hands were now the wrong hands. One herald globe in her possession was enough to worry Brother Vaughn. Every herald globe in existence would give her an arsenal the likes of which the Godsland had never seen, or at least had not seen in thousands of years. When Bradley turned to his men, he caught Brother Vaughn's eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. "I need a messenger," Trinda said next. Brother Vaughn noted that this girl wasted little time.
Who will serve?
A young man Brother Vaughn didn't know was shoved forward by the woman behind him, presumably the boy's mother.
I don't need one so unsure. Are you certain you wish to serve as my messenger?
The boy drew himself up and raised his eyes.
Yes, lady, I'm certain. Good, Trinda said. Go to the master house. Tell Master Edling, and only Master Edling, that I now hold Dragonhold. Tell him to come here with my father at their earliest convenience. Tell them I look forward to giving them a tour of my new keep. Now, repeat the words to me.
The young man repeated the words, and stammered only twice, but he managed to get the words in the right order.
Go,
was all Trinda said. Katrin knew the Falcon Isles when she saw them, and she urged Kyrian to land west of town, closer to the wilderness. She could sense his anxiety, and she shared it, but they needed rest, and the Isles were the only land nearby. The Ferals and the Black Navy had gone east, but that didn't mean they wouldn't come back. They may even have left a force behind to act as a rear guard. The thought further eroded Katrin's confidence. When traveling between the Greatland and the Godfist, the Falcon Isles were the only significant landmass. It would make sense for their arrival to be expected. Turning to Prios, Katrin smiled. A sad smile came to his face as well, and he nodded. They would stop here to rest. Kyrian came in fast, and he overshot the beach where Katrin had asked him to land. This alone was enough to let her know that he needed rest and healing. She hadn't intended to search out the Gunada or Nat Dersinger, but she saw people in a clearing as they turned, and it was clear that they'd been seen. That would be all the signal Nat needed. Though she considered him a friend, he'd always managed to complicate her life. The thoughts were muddy and indistinct, a sign of her own fatigue. After they landed, her body still tingled from flight, and her legs were unsteady beneath her when she stood in the saddle. For a moment, Katrin considered remaining strapped in and just sleeping in the saddle, but Prios squirmed behind her, freeing himself from the straps. It took Katrin a few moments longer to unstrap herself and climb down, and she walked with a stiff gait to where Kyrian's head rested.
"You're a valiant soul," she said.
"I'm a traitor and a failure. No matter what I do, I can never make up for what I've done. I still have hope for you, but for me, time is punishment."
Katrin felt his pain deeply, and she wished there were some way to prove it all untrue. It was odd that he had hope for her, and she hope for him, yet neither could scrape up much hope for themselves. Perhaps that was why they were together, to provide hope for each other. Prios somehow maintained a positive outlook. The pain of his childhood had prepared him well for hardship, and he seemed to deal better with that than when things were going well for him. For Katrin, he was strength and stability. Prios was always there for her and for Sinjin. He'd always been a good husband and a good father, but no one else knew him as Katrin did. No one else saw the warrior who'd fought for his freedom, who had fought with everything he had for Katrin ever since. Katrin knew his power and fortitude, and she was grateful. Before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep, leaning on Kyrian. A pale red hue painted the cloudless sky, and the shadows were deep when Katrin awakened. It took some time for her to realize where she was, and to recognize her surroundings. When she cleared the fog from her mind, she realized they were not alone. Prios slept nearby, and Kyrian was in a stupor. They were about as unprepared as they could be.
"Hello, Katrin,"
Nat Dersinger said.
"I hope I didn't wake you. My people stand guard over you. If you need more rest, then sleep. We will be here when you wake."
Katrin should have taken his advice. Instead, she stood, walked to Nat, and gave him a hug that he did not fully return.
"It is good to see you,"
she said, and he did not reply. His eyes were scanning Kyrian and the beach around him.
"Where is the staff?"
he asked, and there was a dangerous note in his voice. Guilt washed over Katrin. Nat's family had cared for that staff for generations.
"Lost," she said. "Stolen. Thrakus has taken it."
Nat's face grew red with rage, and his hands balled into fists.
"How could you let this happen? You know the power of that staff. How could you let it fall into the hands of someone like Thrakus?" Katrin took a step back from his unexpected anger. "I've seen, Katrin. I've seen what happens if you have the staff, and what happens if you lose it, and you've lost it. May the gods have mercy on your foolhardy soul, for I will not. You, Katrin Volker, are hereby banished from the Falcon Isles. You will find no respite here unless you return with the staff. Do not make me force you from here. Do the honorable thing, and go." Stunned, Katrin took another step back. Prios stirred on the shoreline, and Kyrion's great-lidded eyes drew open, just a little. "Come," Katrin said through her tears. "We're no longer welcome here."
Chapter 9. Dragons are as easy to understand as the wind. Brother Vaughn, Cathurin Monk. Millie walked in a daze, with Moref guiding her around obstacles and looking out for any other dangers. Even he was driven to speechlessness by the turn of events. Millie had said all along that Trinda was trouble, but even she would never have guessed just how much trouble. Katrin would not have allowed them to be cast out of Dragonhold, to be sent without so much as a biscuit and knife into countries still harboring demons. Millie had disliked the girl before, but now it was personal. Now she would spend the rest of her days searching for a way to repay the kindness. She also worried about all of those who had stayed. Though it stung a bit that no one had chosen to stand with her and Moref, it was probably for the best. Moref didn't need more people to look after. He took them north, through the Pinnock Valley, heading toward where Upperton had stood. Neither knew the fate of the town, but optimism was scarce. When the first ruined structures came into view, it was clear that the obliteration of Upperton was complete. Shadows moved in the distance ahead, and Moref pulled Millie behind a fallen building. Slowly they moved from shadow to shadow. Millie could feel the presence of something else, and her blood went cold. Moref was a seasoned warrior, but he was no match for demons. Those unnatural creatures were aberrations, a twisted mockery of nature's true intention. An involuntary whimper escaped her lips. Pulling her to speeds that she could not maintain, Moref tried to get Millie clear of the destroyed town. At every turn there were movement and shadows, and it felt as if the darkness were gathering to smother them. Daylight was fading fast, and Millie shivered at the thought of sleeping out here in the dark. Ahead, a section of roofing from a building leaned against the valley wall, and formed what appeared to be a stable, dry, and defensible space. A triangular opening stood dark and foreboding. Millie wanted nothing to do with going into that space, but she would follow Moref with her mouth closed if that was what he told her to do. For as much grief as she gave him when they weren't in danger, she knew just how close death was now, and her trust in him was complete. It brought a flush to her cheeks that blended with her already reddened and sweaty skin. It shamed her that she could not keep up, and she swore that she would make changes in her life. It actually seemed that Trinda had made that decision for her, and she didn't like that feeling one bit. Moref moved in closer to the lean-to, and Millie's blood ran cold. She knew it was only her fear that had her convinced monsters waited in the darkness, but still that fear kept her frozen in place. Moref turned and waved for her to follow. Then the blood drained from his face. In the next instant, his powerful hands grabbed Millie by the shoulders and propelled her into the darkness. With her hands thrust out before her, it was all she could do to keep from crying out. Some instinct stilled her tongue. Luckily for them, the space sheltered by the roof was otherwise empty, and just enough light crept in to allow Millie to find her way to a place where she could stand and remain hidden. Moref held a finger to his lips and moved to the opposite opening. Unable to remain where she was, Millie followed him and peered out, trying to see what it was that had Moref afraid. Her knees trembled at the thought of demons and giants coming to eat them, and she cursed herself for a coward, though she knew it wasn't true. Anyone who felt no fear in the face of those horrors must already be dead, Millie thought, still unable to see anything. Then she heard something that gave her a start. Weeping, accompanied by hushed, yet harsh conversation. Light danced across the valley floor, painting the destruction in swaying shadows. Finally Millie saw a group of dark shapes with torches. Her breath froze in her throat as Moref tensed. When the group drew closer, wary of the darkness where Millie and Moref hid, she knew they would be found. Then a familiar voice called out,
"Who's in there?"
Relief flooded through Millie, and just as suddenly rushed away. From nearby came a deep growl that sounded like rolling drums. That was the only warning the approaching group had before the demons attacked. Rushing out from behind another nearby structure, they entered the fray in a state of frenzy, and to their credit, the group recovered from the surprise almost instantly. Battle was joined. A small form was thrust into the middle of the scuffle, and Millie sucked in a breath. Morph squeezed her arm and emphatically motioned for her to stay in the darkness, and before she could object he was gone.
"For Katrin!"
came his shouted war cry. Millie couldn't hide in the shadows and wait. She had to know what was happening. Otherwise, every sound and every cry created visions in her mind of Morph's death or vengeance. She knew he was who had spoken, or Gwen, or any of the others who had sailed on the dragon's wings so long ago. When blue fire and lightning lit the entire valley in its pulsating light, Millie could see Kenward Trell, and beside him a man she didn't recognize. She was certain she would remember meeting such a fine specimen of a man, and the feel of his power in the air, streaming from his fingertips. It was intoxicating. The sound of battle was otherwise terrifying, but it was the howls in the distance that raised Millie's flesh. These demons were calling out to their brethren, and the responses were drawing ever closer. Soon, she knew, this part of the valley would be overrun with demons. Why hadn't these gone with the rest? Millie asked herself in frustration. In the end, she knew the why didn't matter. What did matter was figuring out how to get all of them to safety. The tempo of the battle slowed, and the demons drew back, seemingly content to keep them trapped until reinforcements arrived, which would be soon by Millie's reckoning.
"We need to get back to your ship,"
Morph shouted to Benjen and Kenward.
"They'll not welcome you at Dragonhold."
No one questioned him, though there was an even cooler feel to the air. This was not a joyous homecoming, and Millie felt for them. For her, this had been real for some time, but for Benjen, the destruction of much of his homeland was fresh and new. In some ways it was new to Millie as well, and the scope of the devastation was difficult to grasp.
"We're going to knock a hole in their line,"
Morph said, and he waved for Millie to come out and join them.
"We'll head north, back towards the cliffs. When we do, get yourselves through. We'll fall in and defend you from behind. Sounds like most of them are coming from the south. You should be all right. You understand?"
The demons knew they were planning something, and they lunged and feinted to disrupt their communication as much as possible. During one such feint, one of the demons moved between Millie and Morph. The seasoned warrior let out a howl, and the men attacked. Gwen and Millie were shoved through a breach in the enemy line, and the charge was on. Millie wasn't really prepared for that, and she could not keep pace with Gwen, who was issuing a steady stream of curses. It seemed she felt she was old enough to fight, and to be herded off with Millie had injured her pride. The battle was close behind Millie, and she had to push herself for speed. Her heart pounded, and her breathing was ragged, but she pressed on, hoping she wouldn't drop from the exertion. Again, she swore to get in better shape, and again, she resented Trinda. The little traitor had set all of them up and played them like lutes. Then, as soon as the opportunity presented itself, she stole Dragonhold from under them and tossed out those who would oppose her. When Millie put her ego aside, she realized that many of those who had stayed had probably done so to get an opportunity to depose her, or to just wait for Katrin's return. Still, she couldn't understand Trinda's motives. It seemed foolish to make an enemy of the most powerful person in the world, but those thoughts would have to wait for another time. When the lifts came into view, Millie nearly tripped and fell. Only a splintered heap remained. They were trapped, unable to get down to the water from the high cliff. Fear nearly overwhelmed her again. That was when she saw it. Sad and pitiful in comparison to what the lifts had been, this was little more than knotted rope forming a basket of sorts.
"Get in,"
Benjen ordered. Both Millie and Gwen hesitated, but Benjen cast them a commanding glare and pointed.
"I don't even know why he let me come,"
Gwen said, as she helped Millie into the net. Millie's steps were hesitant, and she nearly fled, except her fear of the demons far exceeded her fear of heights. Far below, she could see dim lights reflected on the water, and she knew there were people waiting on the ship below. She wondered if it was only one ship, but that was when Benjen and a young man Millie recognized as Jessup Tillerman pulled hard on the rope that was looped over a part of the old lifts. The net cinched up around Millie and Gwen and pressed them together. Millie felt extremely self-conscious, but Gwen made no complaint. In the next instant, they were pushed out over the cliff's edge, where they descended far more quickly than seemed safe. She couldn't blame those up above, knowing the demons would be pressing them hard. Even at that speed, the fall seemed to take forever, giving Millie too much time to think about what it was going to be like when they struck the water. Nothing could have prepared her for the impact or the cold embrace of the sea. When she regained her senses, Millie was coughing and sputtering. Gwen had an arm around her neck and pulled her free of the net, which was now racing back up to where the others would meet their fates. Only fear of drowning kept Millie from feeling guilty. She knew it was very unlikely that all those above would escape with their lives. Gwen was a strong swimmer, and she pulled Millie to a boat launched by the nearby ship. Millie wasn't certain if she would see the slippery eel or the dragon's wing, since both ships' captains were above. But her vision was so blurred at that moment, she had no idea who was in the boat with her, let alone what ships waited in the darkness. When the boat reached the side of a ship, Millie did her best to climb the rope ladder, but Gwen had to push her from behind. Moments later, Millie lay, breathing hard, on the deck of the dragon's wing. The ship was unmistakable. Having been carved from the trunk of a great oak, the ship was seamless. When Millie levered herself up to lean on the rail, Fasha was there to lend her support, and Grub brought out broth. Bryn arrived shortly after with warm blankets.
"If you'll just come with me,"
Bryn said,
"we can get you something dry to wear."
"Not yet," Millie said.
"I have to know."
Her voice caught in her throat, and she could say no more.
"What are they facing up there?"
Fasha asked, concern clear on her features.
"Monsters,"
Gwen said, her lip quivering from the cold.
"Demons,"
Millie agreed. The blood drained from many faces. Again the net crashed into the water with what looked like a bone-crushing impact. The boats were there quickly, and everyone watched in tense anticipation as limp forms were pulled from the water. Millie held her breath until she saw Moref sit up in the boat. Benjen also managed to get himself upright. The net started back up fast, but then it dropped to the water. Millie willed the net to rise again, and when it did, she gasped. The motion of the net was jerky, and it stopped at times, but steadily it moved back upward. From atop the cliffs, blue lit up the mountainsides. Muted thunder made it clear the fighting was nowhere near over. The body of a demon hurtled over the cliffs and crashed to the waves below. It did not surface. A moment later the net descended again, this time with Jessup Tillerman inside. That left the handsome young man all alone up there. The net descended quickly at first, but then it cut loose completely and dropped like a stone. Millie gripped the rail and held her breath again, making her feel faint. The boats moved in to rescue the young man, who was clearly in grave danger. Before they reached him, though, a pair of reptilian claws latched onto one side of the first boat. With inhuman strength, the demon pulled down sharply, causing the boat to flip. Two men managed to right the boat and climb back aboard. The third screamed just before disappearing beneath the waves. Jessup didn't regain consciousness after being pulled in by the second boat, but both boats made their way back to the dragon's wing as quickly as the rough seas would allow.
"He's breathing,"
Millie heard someone say, and she started to do so again herself. She wasn't certain how much more of this day her heart could take. Thunder from above continued for a time, then stopped abruptly. A luminous form, rimmed with fire, leaped into the air and swooped down toward the ship. He did not fall or scream, despite the rapid rate of his descent. He traveled in a graceful arc toward the ship. Then he turned one hand as if to cup the wind, and he slowed, his cloak billowing behind him. His other hand clenched tightly around something that appeared afire. The wind pressed his supple clothing against his body, and Millie found herself staring. When he landed deftly at the prow, she realized her mouth was hanging open, and it shut with a pop.
"What happened?"
she heard Jessup ask. The young man's voice trembled with uncertainty.
"You're gonna be all right,"
Benjen said.
"But you pretty much took it on the chin when you hit the water."
Benjen might have said more, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of his wife giving orders. As soon as Jessup, the crew, and the boats were aboard, they would set sail. Though Jessup could speak, it took two crewmen to get him onto the rope ladder. Just as they were hauling him up, claws once again reached from the depths. Men screamed, and there was a snapping sound as rope strained beyond its abilities. The demon certainly couldn't capsize the dragon's wing, but it was trying to pull the rope ladder into the water. From the sounds of the rope and wood straining, Millie thought it might succeed. Leaning out over the rail and trying to get a good angle, the handsome man shouted for someone to help him, to grab his ankles. When no one else moved to do as he asked, Millie did. Though she lacked his physical strength, she gripped his legs and used her body as an anchor. For once, she wished she were heavier, since the man's violent and sudden movements nearly sent them both over the edge. Then she saw lightning flash around his hand, which he thrust downward. The ship rocked, and a thunderous boom echoed from the bluffs. Given respite, the crew moved quickly, not knowing how long they would have. When the demon attacked again, all were on deck, and the beast had to settle for sinking one of the boats. The other was raised with long poles capped with sturdy hooks. It seemed surreal as they moved away from the Godfist. It soon became even more unreal.
"Are you well enough?"
Gwen asked the handsome young man. She was a comely lass. Her still wet hair hung in long curls that shone in the moon and lamplight.
"Yes,"
he said with a respectful nod.
"Then let's get this ship out of here before more of those devils come looking for us."
The man moved to stand near the steerage, still holding something in one palm. Gwen strode to the aft, where Millie saw something strange. She'd been on the deck of this ship years ago, and she didn't remember it having massive tubes of wood mounted side by side at the stern. The wooden structures were supported by a retrofitted platform that used what looked like shims of burlap to secure the structures while still allowing a small amount of movement. Millie went from puzzled to amazed when Gwen walked between the cylinders of wood and placed her hands on either side. A small platform gave her a place to sit, and the girl settled in as if she had spent a considerable amount of time there.
"Flight Master Pellavor,"
Fasha said.
"you have the helm. Set a course for the Falcon Isles."
"Yes, Captain," Pellavor said, giving Gwen a nod. The sound of rushing air rose up behind her, and Millie turned to see lightning crawling over Gwen's hands and onto the wooden tubes. The wind rushed into those tubes, and the ship moved forward with ever-increasing speed. When Millie dared to take her eyes from Gwen, she saw Pellavor cast his closed fists out wide, and she could feel his power on the air. The dragon's wing slipped free of the waves, and Gwen could be heard laughing as the air whined a high-pitched song. The rigging vibrated, and the sails were quickly lowered.
"It's going to be fine,"
Pellavor said to Millie, his smile calm and confident.
"You can trust us to keep you safe."
Though his words had been soothing, his actions were not. The ship angled upward, and Gwen shouted with glee as the dragon's wing outraced the clouds.
"By all the gods in the heavens!"
Millie cried, and she crumbled to the deck, unable to take any more in one day. Travel had been difficult for Kevlin Weil, and he still found himself within half a day's walk of an aqueduct. Those stone leviathans, he knew, were what he really needed to escape. Keeping from starving in the meantime was proving difficult as well. In Thrakus' lands, Thrakus provided the food, and those under his command received their rations. He could claim no ration without having to explain his absence from his designated duty. Whether these people knew it or not, they were trapped. They were entirely dependent on Thrakus, and none were likely to stick their necks out for the likes of Kevlin Weil. Fear was a powerful thing, and Thrakus wielded it well without ever openly acknowledging it. More and more, though, there were whispers and rumors. Some said Thrakus was gone from Riverhold, that he'd flown away on a dragon and attacked the Godfist with a host of black ships. Kevlin wasn't sure how much faith to put in rumors, but there were too many whispers to completely ignore. Events of historic proportion were underway, and Kevlin couldn't shake the feeling that he would get caught under the wheels of those events. One staple that Thrakus didn't ration was ale. For some reason, every village had an overlarge supply of ale. Still, when Kevlin made his way into a busy inn, it was filled with a crowd who looked to be drinking away their cares. The innkeeper gave him a suspicious look, and Kevlin knew he was on dangerous turf.
2 coppers for a mug."
Kevlin had realized long before how foolish he'd been to keep all his savings in gold. The coins had been easier to carry than smaller denominations, and they had somehow served his ego better than silver or copper, but spending them made everyone look at him crosswise. Kevlin didn't care. His stomach demanded sustenance, and ale would have to do. If he was lucky, the innkeeper would have something salty to serve. That always seemed to sell more drink. Sheepishly he handed her the gold coin. The woman looked back at him with the hard eyes of one who'd seen her share of cons and thieves. She bit down on the coin, grimaced, then slammed it on the bar.
"You won't get nothing for that."
Kevlin blinked, unsure of what to say.
"You got any more gold in your pocket?"
Kevlin said.
"No, that's everything I have."
Though gold in his pocket there might be, he didn't need anyone here to know that. Already people were casting him sideways glances. Some of those glances were decidedly unfriendly.
"You hadn't heard about the false coins, eh?"
the innkeeper asked, the look on her face softening slightly. Kevlin just shook his head, hoping the lie wouldn't show.
"I'll tell you what. I can melt it down and sell it for the silver."
She took the coin, and Kevlin would have been grateful, but her words haunted him. It had begun. Once the people's faith in the currency failed, Thrakus would exert military force to maintain control. Already the people were dependent on Thrakus and his fishery, but it would get worse. It would get much worse. Perhaps there was still time for Kevlin to escape to the south, but he knew time was slipping away, and the longer he remained within the reach of the aqueducts, the longer he was a prisoner of Thrakus. When the innkeeper returned, she carried a mug of ale and 3 pieces of smoked fish.
"I don't know what you're running from, or how you came across that coin, but you look like an honest man. Your hands show the signs of hard work. That's good enough for me."
"Thank you," Kevlin said.
"What happened to the coins?"
he asked, trying to sound pitiful.
"People are saying it's Thrakus. They always said his coffers were endless, and now we see why. Things are gonna start getting real bad real quick. No one knows exactly how he did it, but it had to be him. Who else could do such a thing?"
Kevlin didn't answer. The innkeeper just shrugged and walked to the other end of the bar, where patrons waited. They leered at him, and Kevlin kept his eyes averted. Eye contact would only provoke them, and all Kevlin wanted was to get away as quickly as he could. In 4 overlarge gulps, Kevlin downed his ale and was stuffing one of the salted fish in his mouth when he pushed his way through the door at a fast walk. Voices rose from within as the door slammed shut behind him, and Kevlin knew he needed to move fast. Running as hard as he could without risking a fall, he passed by people who stopped and watched him go. He could hear little over the sound of his breathing, and he didn't stop running until he entered a thin line of trees that bordered the town. What he saw on the other side frightened him. Somehow he'd gotten turned around and had run right into the aqueduct. Looming like a massive wall, it penned him in. Kevlin was certain that was part of its intent, and it did the job well. His gut told him that going back could be a fatal mistake. Too many people had taken an interest in him, and Kevlin was certain he didn't want to run into any of them again. That left the aqueduct. Perhaps if he just followed it south for a time, he could slip back into the countryside unnoticed. Afternoon was fading toward evening, and he didn't see anyone else around. Hoping all the workmen had retired for the evening, Kevlin left the trees and walked along the stone structure. The land alongside it had been cleared, which left an unobstructed roadway for Kevlin. Feeling exposed, Kevlin moved quickly and covered as much ground as he could while he still had daylight. He'd been able to walk in the light of the moon and comets, but running would be unwise. Ahead he saw a section of the aqueduct that was under repair, and he ducked into the trees. No one stirred around the worksite, but Kevlin could see the exposed cross-section of the aqueduct. Water dripped from a temporary structure that bridged the gap, and it was clear that the stone structure had recently collapsed. Part of that, Kevlin realized, was because the structure was hollow, something he had never before realized. Cradled within the stone was a walkway, a tunnel. Cold realizations washed over Kevlin, and he knew he'd been right about needing to get away from the aqueducts. Now, though, he knew why, and he also knew that he would have to get very far away from them indeed. Those thoughts vanished when his attention was drawn by movement in the corner of his vision. Dark shapes left the trees not far from where Kevlin had emerged. Preceding them was a pair of hounds. Kevlin's blood ran cold when he saw the hilts of swords at the men's sides. It was difficult to see any detail, but Kevlin had seen all he needed to see. He made a snap decision then, and before he could second-guess himself, he ran across the clearing between the trees and the worksite. When he reached the strip of muddy stone, he leaped with all of his might to make it into the stone tunnel in a single jump. Water rained down from the temporary construction that bridged the gap in the stone above. Kevlin's boots left tracks on the muddy stone, but the workman had left a myriad of tracks outside. Hoping the water would cover his scent and wipe away his tracks, Kevlin crept into the darkness. Running his hand along the cold, damp stone, he moved south. Chapter 10. Only when the will is singular can truly great things be accomplished. Thoracus the Builder. The shallows came into view when a new day bathed the world in a dreamlike glow. Katrin watched the sunrise and cast its fiery light onto the lopsided volcano. She'd seen it whole once, that megalithic spire. She'd seen it breathe and move. Even the memory was terrifying. They had lost good friends that day, and only the knowledge that they had gotten some of those friends back helped temper the loss. Tears slid down her cheeks when she remembered her reunion with Benjen and Fasha amid the shallows. The place had still been recovering from the eruption when she last saw it, and it was encouraging to see new growth, new saltbark trees, and new dryads. For years when Katrin had lain down for sleep at night, she dreamed of the dryads she'd seen in the shallows. She had longed to embrace that lonely soul who had reached out to her, but that embrace had been impossible. Part of Katrin was glad to be in the shallows again. Even if she somehow knew that dryad had moved on from this life, Katrin felt closer to her here. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the blue water shone, and a shelf of land could be seen rising from the depths. It was there that giant sharks lurked, and Katrin had no desire to ever encounter them again. Kyrian soared low over the water, sending spray up behind them. Soon his shadow raced over white sands beneath shallow water. Even at their high rate of speed, Katrin could see the diversity of life this place supported. Though she saw none of the giant rays she'd seen in the past, she saw brightly colored red, yellow, and blue fish. Impossibly long snakes moved sideways across the water or hung, coiled, from the branches of saltbark trees. The trees themselves were a marvel. Katrin could never quite get over the crystals that encased the leaves, making them look magical. What was certain was that the leaves had powerful restorative properties, and were a legendary cure for a long list of ailments. Knowing the results some of those close to her had seen, she vowed to gather some. For a while, Katrin simply basked in the beauty of the place. Prios rested comfortably behind her, and her only real worry at that moment was making sure Kyrian rested. Bad weather had harried them, and she knew he was nearly spent. If she'd been honest, she would have admitted that worry of St. John shaded every thought, but she did her best to stuff those feelings deep down inside until she was ready to deal with them. Rising out of mist-covered waters ahead were stone pillars the size of great oaks. Within the ring, Katrin knew there was a place of great power, a place where the land's energy was somehow closer and more accessible. Kyrian cut a wide turn to bring them within the ring of pillars, all of which stood in turbulent water that frothed and foamed around them, forming whirlpools and areas where the water seemed to bulge upward. A steady wind cut through the grove of water and stone, much like the grove of the elders, yet very different. The power of the place coursed through her, and Katrin knew Kyrian too could feel it. Perhaps that was why he'd chosen this place, or perhaps it was the constant, steady wind. With his eyes closed, Kyrian hovered in place, letting the rush of air cradle them and keep them aloft. At first Katrin worried a gust of wind might ram them into the pillars, but compensating for changes in the wind appeared to be something dragons could do in their sleep, and again she was awed by the majesty of her companion. Prios and Kyrian slept, but the pain in Katrin's head prevented her from doing the same. Knowing she was surrounded by saltbark, Katrin decided it would be best to leave them sleeping and gather some leaves. After unstrapping herself, Katrin climbed onto Kyrian's shoulders, the wind buffeting her as she worked to keep her balance. She turned and stepped out onto the bony wing structures, hoping she wouldn't hurt Kyrian, but the wing barely moved, and she was able to walk along his bones. The thought of walking out on his wing membrane made her worry about hurting him, since it looked more fragile, but she somehow knew that Kyrian found this amusing. Near where the tip of his wing hovered, the water was shallow, though still turbulent. It was a short drop, and Katrin was soon wading toward a cluster of trees. She had wondered why Kyrian wouldn't just land, but she remembered when she looked closer that the trees were the only things above water in most of the shallows. He would have had to land on the trees themselves. Katrin was thankful he had not. This was a place deserving of respect and reverence. The water was cold, but not frigid, and the trees were not far away. When Katrin stepped out of the shallow of the pillar, she caught movement from the corner of her eye and froze. Remaining still for some time, Katrin was confident that, whatever it had been, it wasn't hostile. The first tree she came to was bursting with deep green leaves, whose crystals cast rainbows around them. It was almost difficult to look upon. Its leaves seemed as if they were always moving. Perhaps that was why Katrin didn't see the snake. Brighter green than the leaves, and coiled around the inner branches, the snake's head managed to sufficiently blend with its surroundings. When Katrin did see it, she recognized the wide and full head of a viper. Knowing that even moving away too quickly could cause the snake to strike, she remained frozen.
"Do not be afraid of Ellison, heart of the land,"
came a high, rich voice, and Katrin could now sense the presence behind her. It appeared friendly, but Katrin did not like being caught unawares. Given who she was, it could be fatal.
"Ellison is protective of the tree, yes, but a respectful hand he will not bite. And you are respectful of us. I remember you."
Katrin's breath caught in her throat, and she slowly pulled her hand away from the snake. It wasn't that she didn't believe the snake saw her as friendly. It was simply impossible for her to overcome the fear of venomous fangs sinking into her flesh. When she turned, her eyes were greeted by one of the most beautiful faces she'd ever seen. Green eyes danced with life, and vine-like hair sparkled within a coating of crystals. Leaves covered most of the dryad's body, somehow making her look more appealing than the finest silk would have.
"Greetings, Tree Mother,"
Katrin said.
"Were you the one I saw all those years ago?" "No,"
the dryad said, a hint of sadness in her voice.
"That was my cousin, but she passed down the memory of you to me, you and the man and woman who stayed here. The trees miss them, though the fish do not."
She laughed at this, and her laugh was like a healing salve. It loosened Katrin's stiff muscles, relaxing her.
"It's all right,"
the dryad said.
"You're safe here, and your companions are safe where they are. I've asked the land to hold you."
Katrin wasn't certain what she meant, but she did feel a great deal more calm. Tension and fear eased, and into that space rushed grief and frustration. She wanted St. John back. She had failed him, and she worried she would do so again. Tears again filled her eyes, and she resisted the urge to wipe them away, resisted the urge to tell herself she was weak. She needed to feel this pain. She needed to grieve for the loss of her son to the enemy, so she could dedicate herself fully to getting him back.
"You have pain,"
the dryad said.
"Let me give you a gift."
Reaching out her hand, the dryad placed it under a glistening leaf. After a soft, rustling sound, the leaf fell from the branch and landed soundlessly in her palm. She handed it to Katrin, as if it were the greatest treasure, which Katrin knew it to be. When the dryad placed the leaf in Katrin's hand, she said,
"Put this on your tongue, and let the crystals dissolve. Then chew and swallow."
Katrin was about to ask the dryad's name, but when she withdrew her hands, the dryad made contact with Katrin's hands. For an instant, Katrin saw richly painted images in her mind. Memories that were not hers flowed between her and the dryad. They remained connected for some time. The experiences of entire lives entered Katrin, though she knew not how much she would retain. So much of it was like smoke in a strong wind, there one moment, and gone with the next breath. When finally the flood of information stopped, the dryad broke contact, tears streaming down her face.
"You've been given a gift by a dryad before."
While it was a statement, it came out sounding more like a question.
"Yes,"
Katrin said.
"It is so wonderful to have news from our cousins. The birds bring us bits and pieces, but they are forgetful. What you have brought us is truly a treasure. I'm so glad,"
Katrin said, amazed to learn that she'd been carrying all that around with her for so long. She'd never noticed it or been aware of it, yet she suddenly felt as if a burden had been lifted from her, a debt paid. When she placed the leaf on her tongue, she did so with joy in her heart. The taste was difficult to describe, but the crystals seemed a mixture of salty and sweet. The meat of the leaf was tangy with a spicy bite. The instant she ate it, Katrin began to feel better. The pain in her head was mostly gone within moments, and it continued to fade.
"I don't know your name. I am Bellatarina. You may call me Vel."
"Thank you, Vel. I'm Katrin." Vel nodded as if she already knew this.
"There are many who rely on you and expect things from you, and I do not wish to increase your burden, but I've something I must ask of you."
"Ask."
"There is something I want you to take with you. It's small, but it's very important."
"What do you want me to do with it?" Katrin asked.
"You'll know when the time comes,"
Val said, and she turned aside as if she needed privacy. Katrin heard soft words spoken and a catch in Vel's voice. When the dryad turned back, it was clear that she had been crying again, and in her cupped hands she held a single, perfectly formed seed. It was white and tan, and each color was layered on top of the other over and over again until the seed was covered in concentric, wavy stripes that were always the exact same distance apart.
"Take this, please. Carry it with you, and when you become inspired, please think of me."
Vel's voice cracked again, and Katrin could only imagine what it would feel like to entrust your seed to another. In some ways it mirrored her own worries about how St. John was being treated, but Katrin knew this was something more. This was important on a completely different level, even if she couldn't quite see how or why yet. It bothered her a bit that there had been things in her head that she'd been unaware of, but that was overshadowed by the joy it clearly brought to Vel and her cousins. When Katrin parted from Vel, she left with saltbark leaves for Prios and Kyrian. They, too, needed restoration and healing. When she reached Kyrian's wingtip, he dipped it low until it almost touched the water. Climbing back up, Katrin hoped he'd not been awake and waiting for her all this time.
"I'm already feeling much better. You should rest now."
To Katrin's surprise, he accepted the 5 saltbark leaves she had brought for him. That left 2 for Prios and another for herself. Vel had been most generous with her gifts. The seed Katrin had tucked away in her pocket, though she knew she needed a better way to store it. She knew how important it was to Vel, and she would never forgive herself if something happened to it. Prios accepted the leaves, and Katrin placed the last one on her tongue, relishing the taste. Putting his hands on her shoulders, Prios began kneading her muscles. Despite the relief the saltbark provided, he found places where she was stiff and sore, and through some magic, he convinced her muscles to relax. Within moments, Katrin slept. Her dreams were filled with vibrating light and a warm hum that soothed her, as if it were shaking the pain loose from her body and the shadow loose from her soul. When her eyes opened again, she saw something beyond her wildest imaginings. Near the base of each stone pillar sat a beautiful dryad, each sparkling in the light of a new morning. Between them danced intricate patterns of light that made Katrin's and Prios's power look like a child's stick drawing compared to the work of a master artist. Even given use of her saddle, staff, and Katrin doubted she'd ever be able to create such delicate and complex structures. Even more astounding was the rotation of the water within the pillars. The dryads were feeding energy to Kyrian, Katrin, and Prios, and it seemed they did so in a circular pattern, which pulled the water along with it. So strong was the rotation that a huge spout formed, exposing the seabed below to the air. Kyrian could easily have landed in that space, but Katrin had a vision of the water suddenly crashing back in on them, and she was glad that he kept them airborne. There was something else that tugged at Katrin's senses. Mixed in with the hum of power and the wind was a subtle and beautiful melody. The dryads were singing, Katrin realized, the old songs that Shirlafana had spoken of so long ago. Had Katrin truly had them in her head for all these years? It seemed too strange to be true, yet the dryads practically glowed. Prios pulled her back and kissed her cheek, and Katrin smiled. Slowly the dryads decreased the level of energy, their singing grew quiet, and the waters inexorably reclaimed the sea floor, though not as quickly as Katrin would have imagined. The vibrating and buzzing feeling remained, but the Dryad slowly slipped back to the trees and disappeared. Only Vel remained sitting on the base of the column near Chirion's wingtip. "We've given what we are able to give. Be well. I can offer no more gifts or healing, but I'll impart this one last thing to you. You must not leave here yet. Stay one more night." It seemed a small request, but it was a great deal to ask of Katrin. Already she'd been delayed too much in the quest to get Sinjin back. Prios, too, was anxious and ready to get going. The energy imparted by the Dryads had them eager to be on their way. "Can you tell me why?" Katrin asked. The look on Vel's face in response to the question showed disappointment, but she answered nonetheless. "There's something you need to hear. Your coming is fortuitous, and your wait will be short. Had you come on the morrow, you'd have had to wait a week." Though Vel had still not been entirely clear, Katrin asked no more, since the Dryad was clearly reluctant to speak of it. With any luck, this message would arrive soon, and they could be on their way. The wind continued its steady gale, and the waters below them were back to their usual turbulence. Warm air buffeted Katrin, and she watched hummingbirds as they performed aerial acrobatics. Prios pointed out a massive sea turtle, its shell divided into golden squares separated by dark chasms. It basked in the energy below them for a time, and regarded Katrin and Chirion with curiosity. The turtle swam on, surprisingly swift as it moved deeper into the shallows. It was then that Katrin first heard a voice. "Are you there?" Startled, Katrin looked to Prios, but he just shrugged. It wasn't his voice Katrin had heard, and it wasn't Chirion's. From behind the pillar Vel appeared again. She held her finger to her lips, and Katrin stifled her nearly automatic response. Then she thought she heard an irritated sigh. "Must think I have all the time in the world to stand around and wait." For tense moments nothing happened. Katrin did her best to remain silent, and even to keep her thoughts close. She wasn't certain exactly what was happening here, and she didn't want to give them away. "Are you there?" There was irritation in the voice, and again Katrin didn't answer. Now, though, something was really starting to bother her. She recognized that voice. "Of course I'm here." The response bore an equal share of irritation, and Katrin would have fallen from Chirion's back in shock, if not so firmly secured by the saddle. She recognized the second voice as well. "Get on with it, then. I've no time to spare. War is brewing," Lissa said. "It is indeed. The Black Navy has sailed for the Greatland, and you'll soon have more dragons than you'll know what to do with. Your beloved cousin's Get is on one of those ships, so I assume Thrakus won't have much to worry about from her," Master Edling responded. "A mistake in birth and marriage hardly makes her my cousin." There was venom in the words, and Katrin couldn't help but feel the sting. Though she was tempted to tell Lissa exactly how she felt, she remained silent. "Your cousin and her tongueless husband ride the last of the Regent dragons to retrieve their son. In your cousin's absence, Trinda Hollis, the daughter of the baker, has taken control of Dragonhold." Again, Katrin reeled. How could Trinda have taken control of Dragonhold? Feeling suddenly foolish and used, Katrin made herself pay attention to the rest. There would be time for anger afterward. "The girl sent word asking for her father and me to visit Dragonhold, and I expect to control the Pinnock and Chinarpaw valleys within weeks. The devastation from the attacks is widespread, but now we can rebuild. We will, of course, still need the supplies that you committed." This, at least, was some consolation to Katrin. Even if the people of the Godfist were not under her rule, which she had never really asked for anyway, she wanted to know that they were well taken care of. Any supplies Lissa could send would certainly help prevent widespread starvation. "Supply ships were on their way weeks ago. You've mostly held up your end of our bargain, and I'll hold up mine. The religious artifacts you requested, however, are beyond my reach. I doubt very much that I'll ever get within sight of the objects you mentioned. Thrakus has men scouring the land, looking for the gifted and for relics. More and more the people distrust Thrakus. His power has grown too great, and the fools are just now starting to wonder if they made a mistake putting one man in control of all the food. If Thrakus turns off the water, he turns off the food, and those aqueducts will keep the people divided." Though she'd been born on the Godfist, Katrin felt an affinity with the people of the Greatland, the place of her mother's birth. Everything new she learned about Thrakus made her despise him more. Though Katrin tried to reserve those feelings for only the most vile, this man presented the greatest threat she'd ever known. To have the ability to starve an entire population at will was more power than any one individual should ever have. It must have seemed so innocent to the people at first when Thrakus's laborers brought the aqueducts to a town. Water, fish, and other supplies could then easily be sent to the people there. Even when he'd asked for all able-bodied men to join his forces, it must have seemed harmless enough. Certainly it had made sense for those men to help bring the same food and supplies to other areas where people were struggling to survive. With the men had gone the horses and oxen, leaving the people without what they needed to farm, without what Thrakus provided. The people had inadvertently enslaved themselves, and many of them still did not even know it. Even those would soon find out. Master Edling continued,
"It took a great deal of effort, gold, and a lot of convincing to get people to let go of the items you requested. If you cannot get me the artifacts, then I'll need Pyre Orchid. Or, if you wish, you could simply tell me the location from which you speak. You have me at a disadvantage."
Katrin thought that perhaps she too knew from where Master Edling spoke.
"There have been no forest fires that I am aware of, and even if there had been, that would be no guarantee there would be Pyre Orchid. It is a rare thing. I cannot grant that request. I am able to tell you where I'm standing, but I will not. You must ask for something else."
Lissa, it seemed, had not lost her charm. There was a hint of something dangerous in Master Edling's voice when he responded, as if all of this had been an elaborate gambit, and it was about to come to fruition.
"Perhaps, then, you will tell me of another location such as these we currently occupy. You do know of another, do you not?"
There was a long pause before Lissa responded.
"I do know of another such location, but I'll not tell you where it is. You ask too much. Think on it between now and our next meeting. My time has run short, and I've a long journey ahead of me."
The annoyance returned to Master Edling's voice.
"Yes, yes, of course. Please, don't let me keep you from your arduous journey. I'll count the hours until we speak again. I'm certain there are more of what you want on the Gonfist, especially within Dragonhold, and I will, of course, be happy to send them to you. Until next time."
There was no response from Lissa. Katrin could not be certain what Lissa had asked for, but she had a good guess, and the thought gave her a cold feeling in her gut. It felt to her as if she had made a terrible mistake, but had yet to fully realize it. It was difficult to shake, but Kyrian took them higher and executed a banking turn that took them through the columns. In that moment, Katrin wanted nothing more than to say goodbye to Vel. When she looked back, she saw the Dryad waving from beside her tree, and the other Dryads showed themselves as well. In silent salute, they watched as Kyrian, Katrin, and Prios flew away. Chapter 11. It is within the subtleties of light that one finds the greatest power. Gemino, sorcerer and artist. Benjen Hawk stood at the prow of his ship, still amazed by what he saw. In all his days, he'd never have thought the dragon's wing would fly, and at such speed. Certainly he'd known that Katrin could make a ship fly, but finding out that others could do the same had been a shocking realization. And then there were the wooden tubes. Those confused him more than anything else, partly because he couldn't grasp how they worked, but mostly because his teenage daughter seemed perfectly adapted to using these strange pieces of wood art to propel his ship faster than any ship had ever sailed. It seemed unnatural and amazing and frightening all at once. When the Falcon Isles appeared, Benjen wanted to know, more than anything, that Katrin was there and safe. Hearing the sound of a cane on the deck, Benjen knew it was Wendell who had come to his side.
"It's been too long since I've seen my daughter," Wendell said. "I miss her." "So do I," Benjen said. "It seems like yesterday that she wanted my help building a tree fort. Now I'm not even certain that tree still stands." "She's a tough one, that one," Wendell said. "Like her mother." Benjen made no response. "And now we get to see our old friend Nat," Wendell continued. Perhaps I'll wait on the ship, Benjen said. Still holding grudges, eh? I've managed to forgive him for many things, but that does not mean I've the desire to seek him out. More often than not, talking to him means trouble. We'll make it brief, Wendell said.
From nearby, Fasha smiled sadly, seeing that her husband was taking the worst of it.
There could be any number of demons, turncoats, assassins, or worse on these islands, Morif said. I suggest everyone stay on the ship, and only 2 of us go to see the mad prophet.
He's not mad, Millie said, but the others ignored her statement. When the ship dropped anchor in shallow water north of the harbor, a single boat was lowered, and aboard were Wendell, Morif, and Benjen. Morif looked less pleased than usual. That alone would have put most men off, but Benjen had just shouldered his way onto the boat and refused to budge. Rowing to shore didn't take long, and they soon stood along a sandy stretch of beach. The once devastated vegetation had returned in full force.
You don't really want to go in there, do you?
Morif asked. Benjen scanned the tree line for some sign of a trail, some sign of where Nat Derzinger and the Gunata tribe could be found. He knew what kind of dangers lurked in those jungles, and Nat was not the least of them. He had influenced Katrin over the years, and Benjen had always disliked it. He didn't trust the man, and it pained him that Katrin did. Wendell was probably right, but Benjen still had a bad feeling that grew worse the longer he stared at the livid jungle. This wasn't a place to be trifled with. Within those leaves waited both marvels and deadly things large and small. The main problem was that he still didn't know which were which. That left them trying to avoid everything.
Perhaps we should build a fire, Wendell said. That would bring him to us. That'll bring everyone to us,
Morif said, looking worried. Wendell had known the man long enough to know that he had good instincts, and if he was worried, then Wendell was worried. In the next instant, though, the choice was taken out of their hands. A booming explosion split the air. When Benjen looked out to the dragon's wing, where the sound had seemed to come from, a puff of white smoke rising into the air above the deck told the tale. Kenward stood at the rail, waving. When the wind shifted, Kenward could be heard shouting, "That should get his attention!"
"Does that man ever think anything through?" Benjen asked. "It would appear not,"
Morif said.
"We can wait maybe an hour, no more. The only blessing is that Kenward didn't make that noise twice. To be honest, I'm still trying to figure out how he did it. Under different circumstances, that might actually be useful."
Time passed slowly, and tension hung heavy in the air. Benjen knew someone must be coming to investigate, but thus far they had seen no one. Nat and his people were nomadic, and he knew they could be anywhere on the island. The people who filled the harbor town were potentially far closer, and could be there at any time.
"We have to go,"
Morif said suddenly, and Benjen turned to look where the man pointed. Once again, the one-eyed man had seen what others missed. Like a stain on the horizon, a black ship moved their way. It could simply be a pirate vessel destined for the harbor, but it looked to be coming straight at them.
"I knew this was a bad idea," Benjen said. "Always you have doubted,"
came a voice from the tree line, and the hair on Benjen's neck stood.
"To what do I owe the honor of being summoned by the father of the herald, the guardian of the herald, and the servant of the herald's mother? Given your lack of proximity to the herald, I'd say you're not doing very well at performing your duties. We just need to know if you've seen Katrin,"
Wendell said. His tone was civil, but there was an unmistakable hint of exasperation.
"I have."
"When?" Wendell asked, his voice trembling with hope. "Where is she?"
"Several days ago,"
Nat said, and there was clear disdain in his voice. He stepped a couple of strides away from the trees. As he did, the trees around him moved. Bodies that had been concealed now revealed themselves. A clear message had been delivered. If only Benjen had been able to hear it. What he heard instead were Nat's next words.
"The herald of Istra did light upon these lands with the last of the regent dragons, both seeking absolution for what they've done, but they found no respite here. The herald failed at her duty to keep safe the staff of life, and she's been held accountable. Her request for healing and sanctuary was denied, and she was sent away." "She's hurt?" Benjen asked in an angry bark. She and her dragon bore the wounds of battle, yes, but they should live. How could you turn away your wounded friend?
Benjen asked, and he moved toward Nat without waiting for an answer.
You're a monster, plain and simple. You're no better than the demons. Don't blame me, Nat said, his hands held out wide. I'm not the one who let the Staff of Life fall into the hands of the darkness. My duty was done. It was the Herald who failed in hers. I've seen the future in which she loses the staff, and the blood will weigh heavily on her soul.
Nat may have had more to say, but Benjen uncoiled his anger like a striking snake, and Nat was thrown backward by the sudden blow.
How come you didn't see that coming, prophet?
Benjen, too, was cut short. The sharp tip of his spear jammed against the tender flesh under his chin and pressed his mouth shut. Nat approached, dabbing the blood from his nose.
That's twice, Benjen Hawk. If you ever strike me again, it will mean your death. Don't speak or nod. The spear at your throat is tipped with a very powerful poison. Even if the slightest amount gets into your blood, you'll be turning black in minutes.
No one made a move until Nat nodded, and the spear was removed from Benjen's throat. At the same time, voices echoed along the beach, and a group of armed men made their way quickly toward them. The black ship had also drawn dangerously close, the wind blowing in its favor.
"We need to go, now,"
Morif said. When Benjen looked back, Nat was gone. No evidence that he and his people had ever been there remained, which was perhaps for the best. Morif, Benjen, and Wendell got the boat back into the water and rowed against the tide and the wind to the Dragon's Wing. The exertion had Benjen's shoulders burning, and it looked as if the black ship would arrive about the same time as they would, if not a little sooner. A terrifying sight emerged from the Dragon's Wing. Benjen had never seen anything like it before. It looked like normal air, only it distorted the light and made the things beyond it seem warped and twisted. Like tendrils from some unnatural vine, they grew and stretched, reaching toward the slow-moving boat. There was a sickening thud and a jerking sensation when the tendrils wrapped around them. Without warning, the boat surged forward and raced toward the waiting ship, toward Pelibor, who appeared to be pulling them in.
"I don't know if I'll ever get used to this,"
Wendell said. Benjen had to agree. When they reached the Dragon's Wing, lines were quickly dropped, and they were hoisted back up to the deck. The black ship was closing fast, and those on the beach were running back to the harbor. At the stern, Gwen stood, smiling, her hands caressing the wooden tubes. With a flick of her hair and a broad smile, she let the power flow through her, and lightning crawled from her hands and over the tubes themselves. Benjen watched again in awe. Fasha reached his side.
"It looks like it's time we leave."
Benjen nodded, still watching Gwen.
"She gets it from my side, you know,"
Fasha said with a grin. The ship moved slowly at first, but then they turned to catch the growing wind. Gwen increased the airflow, causing the tubes to whine with a higher pitch. Pelibor extended his arms.
"Get us out of here,"
Fasha said. It was, after all, her ship, though she'd been saying an awful lot lately that there seemed to be too many captains on her ship. Far, far too many. The flightmaster and thrustmaster, on the other hand, seemed to suit her just fine. Benjen couldn't argue with her. When the ship left the water and Gwen applied her will, the Dragon's Wing was the fastest ship on all of Godsland. It was in the morning that she saw it, rising out of the mists that blanketed the waters, a solitary structure that defied logic. This was no lighthouse or island castle. This was a keep in the middle of an ocean, a keep that, as far as Katrin could see, had no entrance. Kyrian flew in for a closer look, and Katrin gasped when she saw a figure standing atop the towering structure. Dark and fluid, it moved with the wind, and Katrin knew that this was no natural being. The hair on her neck stood, and her breathing quickened. Kyrian must have sensed the presence as he suddenly veered away from the keep. Before he did, though, Katrin got to see the slick, black rocks that formed this megalithic structure. Relatively small chunks of the black stone made up the entire keep, and it looked as if it fit together like a giant puzzle, not loose and disorderly, but as if every stone had been molded to conform to its neighbors. The effect was unforgettable. Katrin could not imagine how such a keep had been constructed. Erecting any structure, let alone one with masterful stonework, amid these deep waters seemed an impossible task. The place beckoned to Katrin, calling to her like the song of a dark siren. Something waited for her within that keep. Somehow she knew, though she didn't think it would be pleasant. When she looked back, the figure was gone from the rooftop, but she could still feel it watching her. For the briefest instant, she considered asking Chiron to go back, to let her search the keep and find what it was that awaited her, but there had been too many delays already. St. John was all that mattered. Prios had slept through the experience, and Katrin did not want to wake him. For some reason, she did not want him to know about the Dark Keep. Something deep down inside told her that the place was meant for her alone. It made her feel guilty to keep it from him, but it felt as if it were for his own good, and that was all the justification she could find. It was enough.
"I'll be able to find that place again," Chiron told her. "I don't want you to go in there, but if you must, then I'll take you back there when the time comes."
Ironically, that knowledge made Katrin feel no better. The whole thing left her with an odd mixture of excitement and foreboding. Prios stirred behind her, and she handed him a water flask and a piece of salted fish. He accepted them with a grateful nod. There was still a great deal of water to cross before they reached the Greatland, and even more land to cross before they reached Riverhold. Katrin assumed that was where St. John would be taken, but even if it wasn't, that was the most likely place she would find Thrakus. There she would make him pay for the lives he'd taken. There she would retrieve the Staff of Life and Co., and there she would find the information that would lead her to her son. Prios put his arms around her, as if reading her mind. His presence was comforting, grounding. When she and Chiron had been alone, the burden had been heavy on Katrin's shoulders, but Prios somehow knew how to lessen that weight. Perhaps by taking it upon himself, Katrin thought, and again he seemed to read her mind. He patted her on the shoulder and kissed her cheek. With both of them awake and refreshed, Katrin began to gather her will. Prios said nothing but did the same. They had been practicing much of what Katrin had learned during the flight, especially the things that allowed Chiron to fly farther and faster. Every minute they saved made up for some of the delays, but it still was not fast enough to suit Katrin. Jarman Kite could find no solace. Wolfhold had become a prison, and being trapped here with his wife was like being trapped in a cage with a very beautiful and alluring tiger, who might purr at you while ripping your throat out. He loved Lissa, but not because she made it easy for him to do so. Perhaps he loved Lissa in spite of her efforts to make him hate her, though sometimes she succeeded. There were quiet times, when she was warm and she would smile and laugh, but then there were the days when she was as dark as a storm cloud, and even less friendly. The events of her childhood had made her suspicious, and she carried the weight of her anger like a burden of pride. She had suffered more than he, and she made certain he knew it. Today, he hoped for a reprieve. Today, they would have to make difficult decisions. Lissa entered the room without a word, and Jarman waited to see what energy she brought with her. He could sense her mood from across the room most days, but on this day she remained shielded from him, her emotions kept close. He had no doubt she was feeling something very strongly, and he had no less doubt that she didn't want him to know what it was she was feeling. She was a difficult woman, his wife. Neither spoke for some time, as if the first one to speak would be responsible for what was to come.
"I leave for Ravenhold in an hour,"
Lissa finally said. Jarman was silent for some time. He supposed he'd known all along that she would go, but still it made him angry.
"You know I can't leave Wolfhold, and you know you're safer here than at Ravenhold. You know these things."
"And I know my people need me there."
"They don't need you to be a martyr," Jarman said.
Lissa looked up with fire in her eyes, and Jarman knew he'd lost her. Now there was no chance she would stay. She turned to leave without another word.
"Wait,"
Jarman said.
"I'm sorry. I just don't want to lose you."
"If you keep your mouth shut and let me go defend my hold, then you won't,"
Lissa said, her voice low and angry. She rode out on horseback with her guard an hour later, and Jarman watched her go. The people would know she was gone soon enough. They would know that war was coming. So many were just getting their lives back in order after the last war, and now it would haunt them again. Jarman prayed he was wrong. but his intellect suggested otherwise. Black ships and blacker dragons were said to be on their way, and Thrakus's endless supply of gold had finally run out. He'd seen the map, and Jarman knew that the aqueducts were machines of war. They would be used to keep the people dependent on Thrakus, and they had clear roads on either side to allow for fast deployment of soldiers. They also made for highly defensible walls that divided communities and prevented them from joining in an uprising. If the people in one area did rise up, they could easily be put down with troops from adjacent areas. Then, once the troops were deployed to an area along the aqueducts, they would have access to nearly unlimited supply of fish from the Riverhold fishery. Jarman had always suspected that Thrakus could individually control the supply of water to each section of the aqueducts, and that he might use this to exert control over the people. When all these things were added up, especially considering the fact that 2 of the aqueducts reached toward Ravenhold and Wolfhold respectively, one couldn't help but come to the conclusion that they were about to be attacked. The counterfeit coins troubled Jarman greatly, since they threatened the entire monetary system. Without that stability, the Greatland's fragile and still recovering economy would likely collapse. The best he could do was to keep himself safe, so he could provide some level of stability when all this was over. It was a thought that made him sick, but it was among the things his grandfather had taught him. The need of the people outweighed the need of his own ego or preference. It might ease his conscience to go out and fight, and die what some would call an honorable death. But death, as his grandfather had always said, was death, honorable or not, and dead leaders save no lives. Drummond, the captain of Jarman's guard, approached. Rarely was he an effusive man, but the fact that he looked gruffer than usual gave Jarman pause.
"I can have them all inside the keep within 2 days of when the order is given, sir,"
Drummond said without preamble. The man had never been one for small talk. Jarman didn't like that estimate. He needed his people inside his walls within a single day. 2 days was too long, and Drummond knew it.
"If we try to prepare them, the word will spread that we're at war, and I know that's not what you want. Given the state of the villages and fields as I see them, there is no way to get them all here in any shorter amount of time."
If Thrakus massed troops along the aqueduct, he could have an army here in less than 2 days.
"I know, and I'm sorry, sir. I can find no solution, and I won't lie to you."
"I know, Drummond,"
Jarman said.
"You're a good man. I'm not displeased with you. It's the situation. I need to figure out how to protect the people and the keep without causing riots or drawing the attention of Thrakus."
"Maybe drawing Thrakus's attention is exactly what we want," Drummond said. "You know as well as I that war is coming. Anyone with a sense can see that. It may be that he hasn't attacked us yet because he isn't fully ready. Perhaps we can draw him out and force him to make his move before he can gather his full strength. And though it may sound crazy, perhaps we should strike first."
The idea seemed ludicrous at first, but Jarman had to admit that it had some merit, though there were holes in the plan big enough to sail a ship through.
"The Cathurans certainly have seen the signs," Drummond said. "Almahold and Draskastone are sealed up tight. No one's getting in or out of those places any time soon. The rest of the world is going to figure it out soon enough. What do we gain by keeping it from the people?"
"Order,"
Jarman said.
"If we lose order, we lose control. It'll be better if we take the time to prepare as much as we can and hope Thrakus doesn't attack in the meantime."
Drummond clearly didn't agree, but he kept his mouth shut.
"I need some time to think and clear my head, Drummond. Find out what you can about the inventory I asked for, and rationing projections. I need to know how many people we'll have in the hold, and how long we'll be able to feed them. I'll come find you when I'm ready."
"Yes, sir."
Knowing Drummond would probably handle the matters better than he ever could, Jarman walked deeper into Wolfhold, beyond his personal chambers, and into a place that only a few knew existed. When Lissa had first come here, this had been one of the few things that kept her from leaving. The atrium was the very heart of Wolfhold. A crystalline ceiling allowed natural light to flood the park-like setting. Deep green grasses, lush and cool, awaited Jarman's now bare feet. Beyond a sweeping hill and within a circle of pillars waited a patch of marble that had been weathered by the ages. Above these pillars stood open sky. Here he could commune with the rest of the world and not feel as if he were sealed away in a granite tomb. When he was young, He'd come to this place to play and to see the open sky, but for much of his adult life he had avoided the atrium, preferring instead to exercise his freedom and leave the keep altogether. It was Lissa who had reminded him about the magic of the place. Every day she had spent in the hold, she had gone to the atrium, sometimes for many hours. Jarman knew she'd even sneaked away from their bed in the middle of the night to go there. Now he went there because it made him feel closer to his wife. Despite everything that could have come between them over the years, Jarman truly cared for Lissa. He'd never admit he still had feelings for her cousin, Katrin. Those feelings did nothing to reduce what he felt for Lissa, and not for the first time. He wished there were some way he could make what he felt for Katrin go away. Those feelings did not serve him, and he did his best to suppress them. Settling himself down at the center of the worn marble, Jarman did his best to meditate. It wasn't something he'd ever really believed in, but Katrin had once told him about the benefits of meditation, and Lissa had later told him similar things. He, of course, never mentioned that the two had actually agreed on something. Sitting with his legs crossed, he wondered how they ever managed to find peace and serenity. His mind was a cloud of anxiety and emotions that moved in a circular fashion and never left him without something to worry over. Slowly, though, he thought about each thing, and he began to chip away at that seemingly endless supply of anxiety. Inexorably he began to drift away from the sensations of his body, floating instead in the space of his mind. The worry faded some, and his fears seemed farther away. Finally, after what felt like days, Jarman Kite found the silence within. For a time, he simply reveled in the stillness, floating formless and nameless in a deep sea. Then he was yanked from his meditation in surprise. Within his mind he heard voices, still distant but approaching fast. Never would he have guessed what would happen next. Chapter 12. To find what another man has hidden is to glimpse his soul. Sevalon, Thief. Moving into the darkened inner halls of Dragonhold, halls that Katrin had never seen, felt surreal to Chase. It probably would have felt strange even if Katrin were there, but under Trinda's rule, everything felt strange. At first he'd wondered why Trinda had allowed him to stay when she'd forced Millie to leave. Surely she knew Chase was loyal to Katrin, and he too should have been asked to leave. But that wasn't what had happened. Instead, only Millie and Morif had been ejected from the hold. He worried about them. At the time, he'd been tempted to go with them voluntarily, but something had told him to remain silent and stay where he was. Trinda had yet to acknowledge his relationship to Katrin. In fact, Katrin had never been mentioned at all since that first day. Now it was as if they had always served the Child Queen, as people were calling her. The girl had been cleverer than he would have imagined. She did the last thing anyone expected. She told people to keep doing what they had been doing, to continue to enact Katrin's will. Why go to the trouble of seizing control just to have everyone do as they had been? Chase asked himself. The answer chilled him. It was to make the transition easy for the people, to allow them to serve out of habit. And once serving the Child Queen became habit, then she could demand anything she wanted. Chase knew she was nowhere near that point yet, but she'd made more rapid progress than most would have believed. This was due in part to the discoveries that she and Durin and Strom had made within the hold. The water alone was enough to bring the people closer to Trinda. It was on her request that Durin had mistakenly jumped on the stone plates that controlled the water. Whether Trinda's request or Durin's mistake resulted in restoring the water was subject for debate, but nonetheless, Trinda got most of the credit. At first, of course, the water had been a nuisance, due to clogged channels that prevented it from flowing freely and caused widespread flooding in the hold. Much of that had been rectified now, but Miss Maris still had to haul water from the kitchens by the bucketful. This fact reminded Chase that Durin walked beside him. In truth, the boy walked behind him.
"Do you still think he's all right?"
Durin asked when Chase looked back.
"With all my heart,"
Chase said. Durin nodded, and Chase could feel his pain. It was one thing to lose a friend. It was another to believe it was your fault. Chase knew that feeling all too well, and he wouldn't wish it on anyone.
Now most of the channels are unclogged and the water was flowing. Do you think she'll let us try the other stones? I mean, they all have to do something, right? What do you think they do?"
Chase didn't know the answers to any of the boys' questions.
"I don't know, Doran, but I think for now we should concentrate on what we were asked to do." "I still think she just doesn't want us around," Doran said. "Why else would she send us looking for an underground forest? That can't really exist, can it? I mean, I know there were some trees by the river, but an entire forest?"
His questions poured out so fast that Chase had no chance to answer them. Not that he had any answers to give.
"How can Trinda know all this stuff? And if she had power before Katrin, then wouldn't that make her the Herald of Istra?"
The thought hadn't occurred to Chase before, and it chilled him. But in the end, he knew it didn't matter.
The Herald of Istra is whoever people believe it to be.
The belief is all that really matters. Without that, the whole prophecy falls apart. Doran cast him a sideways glance, and Chase was pretty sure he'd lost the young man.
"Who do you think is the Herald of Istra?"
he asked Doran.
"I've no idea," the boy said. "That's probably the smartest thing I've ever heard you say."
There seemed to be nothing else to say for a very long time. They just kept walking, and Chase spent most of his time sketching a map of what they passed. The size and scope of Dragonhold was becoming apparent to Chase, and Doran, and a few select others. Most knew that there was more of the hold being discovered and explored, but few got the chance to experience just how massive the place was. It was as if the mountains themselves were hollow, and in many places the stone above was translucent and allowed soft amber light to wash over them. What amazed Doran most was the number of rooms, dwellings, caves, corridors, and other structures. It seemed as if the entire population of Godsland had once lived within these mountains. It would take years to properly explore. Every hall or doorway they passed sparked Doran's desire to search for magic or treasures or who knew what mysteries that waited beyond, but Chase kept him pointed in the right direction. The only way they would find this forest was to be methodical, assuming the forest even existed. In a way, Chase wished Doran hadn't raised that doubt.
"I need another torch,"
Chase said as the one in his hand sputtered and looked close to going out. Doran had already grumbled about being along only to carry torches, and he said no more when handing another to Chase. At least his load was getting lighter. Trinda's request for the Herald globes was another thing that concerned Chase. Doran had told him that Trinda somehow used a Herald globe as a weapon, and a devastating one at that. In the short time that the globes had existed, Chase had become accustomed to having one with him at all times. Perhaps it was just the fact that he had been spending a great deal of time in the darkness of the hold that the globes had become such a crucial tool. Turning over his globe had been one of the most difficult parts of this entire experience. After all, what could one person do with more than 1,000 Herald globes? The question bothered him greatly. Struggling to get the new torch lit, he fully realized just how revolutionary the globes really were. They represented progress, a leap ahead for all of Godsland, and now Trinda was hoarding them.
"Wait up,"
Doran said, and Chase realized that he'd been walking faster and faster, driven by his anger. When he lifted his head, though, his anger faded away.
"No way,"
Doran said from beside him.
"There's absolutely no way that's real."
"Are you there?" a voice called from the emptiness above the sacred stone. Jarman Kite sat very still.
"Are you there, Lady Lissa?"
came the voice again. This time, the voice named his wife. All at once the realization hit him. There really was magic here. Not just the sense of magic, but real, functional magic. This magic did something important. Then the anger crept in. How had Lissa kept this from him? How many secrets did that woman have? So many questions ran through Jarman's mind, but he knew his chance to act was fast slipping away. "My wife is not here," he said, and he actually heard the sharp intake of breath from wherever it was that the other spoke. "But I recognize your voice, and I believe you've served me longer than you've served my wife." Stunned silence hung for a moment before the man Jarman knew was a spy that he himself had placed within Omahold spoke.
"I'm sorry, sir,"
Hand said.
"I would never betray you, sir, but I could not turn your lady away, and she swore me to secrecy. I've done my best to serve you both."
The fact that Jarman had agonized while waiting for messages from Han to arrive by bird fueled his anger, but he drew a deep breath.
"Tell me everything." "I would, sir, but there is no time. Katrin's son will be here soon, and I must be there to greet him, or he may not be left in my charge." "Katrin's son?" Jarman asked, shocked. "St. John is coming to Omahold?" "You didn't know?" Hand asked, and Jarman flushed, but didn't answer. At least Hand could not see his reaction. "What do I need to know?" Hand considered for a moment before speaking. "The darkness will come for you soon, and the Herald will not be able to help you. Her son will be used to draw the Herald north, where she will likely die. That will leave the armies free to take Wolfhold and Ravenhold." "And when in blazes were you going to tell me this?" Jarman choked. "A bird should arrive today, sir. I'm sorry, sir."
Lissa had known, and still she had chosen not to tell him. Even though her leaving was warning enough, it still galled him that his wife would keep so many secrets from him, especially those that would affect the fate of both their peoples.
"What else?" "May the gods be with us all,"
Han said. Then he was gone. In the blackness of night, surrounded by clouds, St. John knew fear. Thin air left him weak and light-headed. Whenever he woke from his fits of sleep, it didn't take him long to realize where he was. The grip of the dragon's claws added to his discomfort. It was, at least, a more relaxed grip now than it had been.
"Dragons can sleep while they fly, you know."
Kendra's voice danced on the wind, making her sound distant. St. John hadn't known that, but he supposed it did make sense.
"I think the dragon carrying us is sleeping right now."
This statement led to the sickening realization that the dragon was also holding on to them while sleeping, and if it twitched in its sleep. St. John tried to drive the thought from his mind. Rubbing his still sore wrists, he waited to see what else Kendra would say.
"I need your rope."
"What for?"
St. John asked. Part of him wished to be rid of the rope that had once bound him. It had taken hours of painful contortions to free himself. Though the rope had caused him pain, it was also a tool, one of very few at his disposal. Part of him wanted to tie himself to one of the giant claws, not so gently cradling him. That way, at least, if the dragon twitched, he would not fall.
"I need it to secure myself so I can climb up to the dragon's head," Kendra said, sounding annoyed.
"You've lost your senses."
"Just give me the boiling rope. Or don't you want me to save your life? They probably won't kill me, you know, but you're a dead man."
"I appreciate your concern,"
St. John said, trying not to sound sarcastic.
"I really do, but getting yourself killed isn't going to help me."
"I'm not going to get myself killed,"
Kendra said with exasperation.
"I'm going to make the dragon alter its course. I learned everything I could about dragons from the time we left the Godfist. The walls on that ship are thin, and I could hear things I wasn't supposed to. I knew you'd be transferred to a dragon if your mother arrived."
St. John remained silent, made ill by the way people plotted against his mother, who had done nothing to harm any of them. His rage grew, silent and smoldering, like the coals of a banked fire, breathing and ready to erupt into flame at any instant given the right conditions.
"Something my mother taught me about pigeons gave me an idea, and it might be your last hope."
From within her cloak, Kendra produced a black stone with irregular facets. The stone did not shine. Instead, it seemed to drink in the light.
"What is that?"
"Lodestone," Kendra said. "Now just give me the rope while the beast still sleeps. I'll explain later."
Reluctantly, St. John attempted to do as he was asked. Only it proved to be both difficult and terrifying. Kendra was clasped loosely in the dragon's other claw, and there was a sizable amount of empty space between them. Kendra stretched out toward him with her hand, the wind casting her hair out behind her like a dark flag. It shimmered and she looked beautiful, but St. John tried hard not to think about that, even if it was a good distraction from the fact that he could get sucked into open air at any moment. His knees trembled as he reached out to Kendra. The distance was too great.
"Throw one end to me,"
Kendra shouted into the wind. St. John wrapped one end of the rope around his wrist multiple times and hoped it would be enough. If he lost his hold on the rope and Kendra didn't catch it, then it would be lost. With a tentative throw, The wind caught the rope, and it immediately stretched out behind him at the mercy of the wind. He tried again, throwing it far in front of Kendra, hoping to compensate for the wind, but it was not enough.
"Ball up your coat and tie the rope around it," Kendra shouted. "That will give it some weight."
St. John did as she asked, all the while knowing he was going to regret it. The cold air bit through his loose clothing, and he shivered as he tied the rope around his wadded-up coat. Reaching out as far as his courage would allow, St. John threw the jacket with all his might, again aiming ahead of Kendra, and this time it worked. Reaching out farther than seemed safe to St. John, Kendra caught the jacket and pulled it in to her. The rope between them was caught in the wind and went taut when Kendra held firm. This sent St. John moving toward open air. With a desperate lunge, he crashed into the dragon's claws. After he released the rope from his wrist, he wrapped his hands around the mighty claw and panted. The dragon's grip tightened momentarily, and St. John feared his movements had awoken the beast. Moments later, though, the dragon's grip relaxed once again, and St. John gathered enough courage to look over at Kendra. She was gone. With his breath stuck in his throat, St. John searched for her. Leaning out more than he cared to, his entire body trembled with anxiety and fatigue. He could see nothing in the darkness, until a brief clearing in the clouds allowed in the light of the moon, stars, and comets. In the pale blue light, he saw Kendra climbing the dragon's neck, the rope looped over her shoulder, and St. John's coat over her own. St. John shivered. The girl was brave. Crazy, true, but brave. She climbed with skill that made St. John feel as he always felt around Kendra, inadequate. His breath caught when she reached the base of the dragon's skull. Enormous spikes of jet black bristled around Kendra, yet she was able to traverse the bizarre and dangerous landscape. When she removed St. John's coat from her back, St. John couldn't imagine what she was planning, but he had a very bad feeling in his gut. As gently as she could, given the fact that the wind was threatening to send the girl hurtling through the open air, she managed to loop the rope around the dragon's snout and cover one of the dragon's hooded eyes with St. John's coat. After securing the coat with the rope, she took off her own cloak. St. John was really starting to dislike her idea, and would have shouted out if not for fear of waking the dragon while Kendra was standing between its eyes. Other dragons were out there in the darkness, and St. John could only guess what chaos a blindfolded dragon would cause. Once Kendra had her cloak secured over the dragon's other eye, she gave the rope a good yank. As she tied the knot, St. John felt the dragon's claw constrict around him, making it difficult for him to breathe and impossible for him to move. His gaze was locked on the place where Kendra crouched. Moving away from the dragon's eyes as the lids began to move under the blindfold, she retreated. Kendra was almost beyond St. John's field of view. When the feral dragon eased its grip for an instant, he shifted so he could see more clearly. "Hold on!" Kendra screamed, and St. John did what he could to secure himself in the event the dragon released its grip on him. Kendra knelt behind the dragon's eyes, near the top of its skull, and she appeared to be lifting up on the dragon's scales. When the dragon became fully aware, a lot of things happened at once. The last thing St. John saw, before the world began to spin, was Kendra jamming the lodestone beneath the dragon's scales. Almost immediately, the feral changed course and thrashed its head about. This would have been less concerning were it not for Kendra being atop that head, with no rope to secure herself. All the rope she'd had was keeping the blindfold in place. St. John saw another dragon through a quick break in the clouds, and he prayed that the beast did not sense their mount's distress. Still they spun, and St. John's vision grew darker until he thought he might soon pass out. All he could do was pray that Kendra would find a way to hold on. He might not like the girl, but she'd at least attempted to save him twice, and he certainly didn't want her dead. Though he wasn't certain any of them would survive this. Deeper into the clouds they dropped, and the dragon now changed direction at random, which only increased St. John's disorientation. The changes in air pressure made his head feel as if it might explode, and only the sound of Kendra screaming told him that she was still alive and relatively close by. A moment later, they burst from the clouds into the purple light of a new day. Waves rushed beneath them, closer than he'd been expecting, and offering a cold, silent death. The dragon eased its grip once again as it oriented itself, seemingly using some innate sense to gauge its proximity from the water, a sense not affected by Kendra's lodestone. The beast then let out a terrible roar, one that was answered by a chorus of ferals. Kendra's plan had failed. The other dragons would soon be there to aid their brethren, and Kendra's efforts would all be for naught. The dragon could not maintain a direct course, but they would still be easy to find, especially if the beast continued to howl its haunting call. St. John sighed in acceptance of defeat, knowing what an unenviable fate now awaited him. But then he screamed. To know one's death approaches is one thing. To see it rise up before you is another. Like lumbering giants of stone guarding the coast, mighty bluffs emerged directly in their path. Even with the random changes in their flight path, St. John could see the bluffs getting closer and closer. "Take off the blindfold!" St. John screamed. For a moment, there was no sound. Then, to St. John's relief, came a stream of curses that would have made a soldier proud. The calls of the other dragons were getting closer, and St. John could hear the panic within those calls. They would not get here soon enough to save their brethren from being dashed to bits against the wall of granite. Kendra made no response, and St. John held his breath, waiting for some word, some sound, some change in the dragon's behavior. None came. It was as if the cliffs drew them closer, just as the lodestone under the dragon's scales would draw bits of metal, as if by magic. St. John closed his eyes as cold stone rushed toward them. In that same instant, Kendra let out a strangled cry, and then came a sound like sails in the wind. The dragon vibrated as it let out a startled cry and pulled up as suddenly and violently as it could. St. John watched the texture of the rock face flash by, and was amazed by the details he noticed in the instance before what would certainly be his death. Nests made from finger-thick twigs housed white birds with sweeping wings that looked too graceful to be real. The dragon's ascent slowed, the startled feral having only so much momentum, and the beast flapped its wings furiously to clear the tops of the cliffs. There a wooded plain gave way to rocky and barren inland stretches before a mighty fortress rose from the plains, backed by a range of foreboding mountains. This was an unfriendly place indeed. Forced to land, the dragon released its grip on St. John, and he went tumbling to the narrow strip of grassland that divided the cliffs from the forest. The impact was jarring, but he felt no pain. The shock of it took his breath, and for a moment he lay gawking at the dragon and those fast approaching. Instinct screamed for him to run, but he could not leave, not without Kendra. It took a moment for him to locate her. She stood atop the feral's head, holding on to the spiny protuberance that jutted from the leviathan. The dragon shook its head violently, and Kendra could hold on no more. Spinning like a windmill, she flew through the air and struck the ground with force. The grunt that escaped her brought physical pain to St. John. She lay there, amid grasses strewn with stones and gravel, and didn't move. St. John knew he should run, knew he should try to get away from the dragons and hide, but he simply could not. He couldn't leave Kendra behind. Still, she did not move. The feral dragon spared her not another glance. Its eyes were on St. John alone, and he could see the surprise in them when he ran toward Kendra and away from the tree line. The other dragons were only moments away, and there would be no place for St. John to hide. In that moment, he did not want to take cover. Despite the fear in his belly, he needed to be the kind of man who lived by his convictions. He needed to be the kind of man who could hold his head high and know that his actions had been beyond reproach. He did not necessarily feel the need to be a hero as much as he felt the need to help his friend. It had taken him a while to admit it, but when he finally reached the crux of his decision, he had done it because Kendra was his friend. There had been a time when he'd never have thought it possible, but war and dragons and demons had changed his perspective. And if he was honest, he'd admit that there was something else as well, but he was definitely not ready to deal with those feelings yet. When he reached her, she'd already started to come around.
"What are you doing here?"
she asked, rubbing her head.
"I came back for you."
"You're a fool," Kendra said, looking up at the dragon now looming over them both with livid eyes. "Now everything I did was for nothing." St. John felt the sting of her words. He also saw something else in her eyes, and he knew he'd done the right thing, even as waves of fear washed over him in the face of an enraged feral dragon. Chapter 13. Without communication, we are forever divided. Prios. cold gray stone of the northern shores and bluffs came into view, and Katrin felt the full weight of her troubles. She could sense St. John, and he was frightened. This alone was enough to make her want to leap from her own skin, but she also sensed the staff of life and Co. She couldn't decide if it was better or worse that her staff and Co. were still moving inland and growing more distant, whereas St. John's movements had slowed. Prios stirred behind her, and she could feel the energy pulsing within him. He was nearly afire with it. Despite their combined rage and desperate need to get to St. John, or perhaps it was because of that shared need, she wanted to kiss him. Omahold jutted from the plains, barring access to the mountain passes beyond, an impenetrable fortress that had never been taken. Memories of her time within Omahold were vivid and painful, and she could not think of this place without thinking of Mother Gwendolyn's death. The fortress now dominated her view, and she could think about little else. She doubted those within the hold had forgotten either. Many of the Cathuran order blamed her for Mother Gwendolyn's death, since the assassins had been there to kill Katrin. Those within the order who supported Katrin had all fled from Omahold in fear of their lives. There would be no kindness within Omahold this time, and enter the hold she would, even if she had to tear down the mountains to get there. Her worsening mood was contagious, and Prios bristled with so much power it felt as if knives were pressed against her back. "This day will not be forgotten." It was the first thing Prios had said in quite some time, and Katrin couldn't help but recognize the truth of his words. Kyrian expressed his agreement wordlessly. The keep appeared deserted, but all of them knew it was a ruse. Kyrian sent Katrin and Prios a mental image of demons, dragons, soldiers, ballistae, and catapults. It wasn't until they were soaring across the plain that Katrin was able to see them. Covered in tarps painted to match the surrounding landscape, an army waited. Thrakus, too, knew this day would be historic, yet he wasn't even present. He cowered within Riverhold, if Katrin was right, and part of her wanted to go attend to him first. By her guess, he would attack Ravenhold and Wolfhold as soon as Katrin attacked Omahold. Her cousin, her friends, and her people would die. No matter what Lissa said, the people of the Greatland were her people, and the people of Mundleborough were especially dear to her. Memories of her grandmother brought tears, and Katrin was conflicted, torn by choices no one should have to make. Tactically, they would be best served by flying to Riverhold and disassembling it, and Thrakus along with it. He was the root cause of this war, and he alone deserved to pay for it. Katrin didn't understand what had created the demons and giants, but it seemed obvious to her that they were perversions of nature. The horde below them remained concealed, but Katrin could feel the twisted energy they exuded. The place reeked of foulness. Someone must pay for these crimes against the natural order. Often Katrin had wondered where the demons and giants had come from, along with the soldiers who doused themselves in ash. At times she'd thought they must be coming out of the Westland wastes, the places now fouled by the statue of Terhillion that had exploded there. Golgi were not native to the Westland, they were indigenous to the Firstland, but Katrin had seen no evidence that the twisted and perverted demons and giants had originated from there during the fight for the Regent Queen. Not knowing gnawed at her, and as the smell of demons grew stronger the closer they came to Omahold, it became more difficult for her not to lash out. It was to her advantage, though, to get as close as possible before initiating any attack. So far they were not accosting her, and she could feel St. John's presence growing nearer, even if she could sense that he was moving deeper into the hold. As they crossed the last stretch of land leading up to the rock face, gongs rang out their discordant calls. The clamor arose from the narrow ravine that served as the main entrance to Omahold. Katrin didn't have to worry about navigating the gates that guarded the hold. As famously defensible as Omahold was, Katrin remembered nothing of the keep that would defend it from above. Kyrian could simply land in the gardens surrounding the inner sanctuary, and Katrin and Prios could take the keep. There would be feral dragons, of course, but Katrin's own determination was bolstered, knowing Prios and Kyrian were equally driven. There would be consequences, and none of them cared. When the pharaohs appeared atop the fortifications and nearby mountains, the fighting began. The air rang with the sound of taut ropes releasing their energy, accompanied by thunderous booms and the roars of dragons. Arrows, bolts, and ballista bolts darkened the skies around them. Balls of liquid fire streamed sooty black smoke that clung to the air, and soon formed a crisscrossing pattern in the skies above Omahold. It took only an instant for Katrin and Prios to respond, even as Kyrian took evasive action. Katrin had fought on Kyrian's back before, but never before had he been forced to evade so many projectiles. He did what he could to warn Katrin and Prios of his sudden moves, afraid one or both of the humans would be thrown off balance, or caught by surprise, and accidentally unleash one of their potent attacks on him or each other. The thoughts came and went in a flash, and Katrin had no more time to consider the dangers of two powerful people attacking from the back of the dragon that was dodging attacks. Feral dragons leaped from the man-made fortifications and mountain peaks, filling the air above Kyrian. The intent was instantly clear: force them lower and into ballista range. Two black dragons bore dark riders who cast fire from above. Katrin was glad for the time she'd spent atop Kyrian's back before this moment, because even with the saddle holding her and Prios in place, Kyrian's movements threatened to unseat them. Katrin's guts churned as Kyrian dipped, dived, and spun. What Katrin liked the least were the times he tucked his wings and shot straight toward the ground. Though it gave them great speed and the ability to evade ferals, it drove Katrin's heart into her throat. Prios gripped her from behind, and neither could launch any attacks while Kyrian dived. When he reached the bottom of his arch, though, Katrin felt herself pressed down into the saddle, her body feeling as if it were made of stone. At times her vision darkened, and she thought she might pass out. When the pressure eased, though, they skimmed along the ground, too low for ballista fire and catapults to target, but low enough to be hit with spears, pikes, and balls of lightning, and fire that erupted from the hands of dark-robed men. Katrin targeted these men first. Bursts of blue fire, filled with geometric patterns, streamed from Katrin's outthrust hands, and Prios sent spheres of twisted lightning into a formation of soldiers with polearms. The metal-tipped weapons danced with energy, and arcs of power leaped out to grip the armored men and make them dance a pulsing, hypnotic jig before crumpling to the ground. More attacks came from above, and Katrin craned her neck to see. Attacks of power still came from in front of them, but Katrin knew she could not allow the ferals to come at them from overhead. The dark men on Dragonback must have sensed the coming attack, as they all launched attacks at once, showering Kyrian, Katrin, and Prios with fire. Pain erupted along Kyrian's wings, and Katrin could feel his agony as it scorched the skin and threatened to burn through his thick outer hide. Quickly gathering air, Katrin used it to snuff the flames. Prios did what he could to deflect incoming attacks, but Katrin had left their flank exposed, and fire erupted across the saddle. Now it was Katrin and Prios who were afire. A wordless scream rose up from behind Katrin, and Prios's voice was filled with agony. Trying desperately to get free of the fire, Katrin panicked and lashed out with random bursts of air. She exercised no control over the power, letting it go where it wished. Prios's scream became a strangled cry as her energy doused the flames, but nearly launched him out of the saddle. The straps only loosely held him in place, and he had to grab onto Katrin when Kyrian suddenly climbed, thrusting Prios back into the saddle. Katrin wanted to ask him if he was all right, but she could not catch her breath, and the pain made thought almost impossible. Prios remained silent behind her. Only his firm grip on her gave evidence that he was still alive. Katrin could sense him, though. She could feel his energy, just as she could feel Sinjin's energy below them. That was the only thing that kept her going. Kyrian's pain became her pain, and Prios's pain burned into her consciousness, even if he did try to hide it from her. But then she also felt Sinjin's pain. A mother's cry escaped her lips as pain exploded through his body. Over and over, it felt as if his body were being torn apart. Then came the sensation of being choked. If Katrin could have breathed, she would have screamed again. The spiraling steps seemed to go on forever, winding down the walls of a massive cylinder that dropped away to what might be the very heart of Godsland. Kendra walked behind, chained and shackled, just as he was, but alive nonetheless. Every now and then she would push him forward and curse him under her breath, as if just to remind him that she was angry with him. Sinjin tried not to care, since he'd done what he thought was right, but her persistent anger wore on him, and if she pushed him one more time, he was certain he'd snap. Two burly men walked in front of him, and he wouldn't want to stumble into either of them. They didn't appear in any way friendly, and they were already struggling under the weight of something St. John couldn't quite make out. By the sounds of their grunts and whining, it was heavy. The men who came behind were even more frightening. They spoke in low, deep tones that seemed almost like growls to St. John. One of the men was among the tallest St. John had ever seen, and lanky as a rail. The other was shorter, stockier, and had a face made for scaring children. It was this man who directed the others, and it was this man St. John knew he'd have to watch. Kendra pushed him from behind, and he would have said something, except this time he knew he had slowed down and was in her way. Still, he didn't appreciate some of the things said under her breath.
"Once the deception is cast," the ugly man grunted, "we'll need to move quickly if we're to catch the full moon." "Shouldn't we just go there now?" the tall man asked. "No," the ugly man said. "We can go down, but we cannot move beyond the outwardly visible extents of Omahold until the deception is complete. And since I don't know exactly where that line is, we're going to stay close to the heart of the hold."
St. John did not know what deception they spoke of, but he certainly didn't like the sound of it. From his position, he caught only bits and pieces of the conversation, and he hoped that Kendra was able to catch more of the important details, if she could hear anything over her own curses. Though impressed with her vocabulary, St. John hoped she would run out of hurtful things to say about him sometime soon. After what felt like ages, they reached the bottom of the winding stair, and new torches were lit before they continued into the waiting darkness. St. John had heard stories about the tunnels and mines beneath Omahold, and the ugly man's comments about the full moon sparked a memory from the tale of his mother's escape from this very place by swimming through daggerfish-infested waters. St. John didn't even want to think about it.
"This place will do,"
the ugly man said, and the two men in front of St. John seemed greatly relieved. Immediately they lowered their burden to the floor. It made a muffled clinking sound like a coat of mail, only it appeared to be covered in thick fabric. Kendra bumped into St. John, and he nearly snapped at her, but she spoke under her breath.
"Get ready to run."
She spoke the words as if they were a curse, and none of the men reacted, seemingly engrossed in their own thoughts. St. John had no chance to respond, since Kendra did her best to whirl and attacked the men behind her. Limited by the shackles, she was only able to stomp on one man's toes, though she did manage to smash her chains into the other's face. For a brief instant, St. John stood, stunned. He knew he really should run this time. These men would not kill Kendra. He was certain of it. This might be his last chance to escape. Again his mind flashed to the story of his mother and the daggerfish. Pushing back his fear, St. John lunged for the guards in front of him, even as they were turning around. Grunts and cries echoed in the tight halls, and St. John feared Kendra might convince these men to kill her after all. St. John borrowed Kendra's move and stomped on the toes of the guards. One went down in agony, but the other just grinned and looked down at his reinforced boots.
"My mother made me these,"
the man said just before he wrapped his arms around St. John in a bear hug and squeezed. There was nothing St. John could do. He was trapped and could barely move. Kendra still struggled behind him, shaming him, taking on two men when a single man had incapacitated him. It was as humiliating as it was terrifying. "Can you do nothing right?" she growled at him when she could struggle no more. St. John never got the chance to respond.
"If your mother doesn't kill you, I might," the ugly man said.
Kendra spit at him, but then the sound of gongs filled the hold and filtered down even to the dark tunnel in which they stood. Then there came thunderous booms and the cries of dragons. It sounded as if an army had descended upon Omahold. An army, or his parents, St. John realized. The thought made him feel physically ill. No matter how powerful his parents were, he did not want them to be in danger, especially not because of him. Guilt began to eat at him. If he hadn't allowed himself to be captured, none of this would be happening. His thoughts were cut short when the tall man turned to him with an almost apologetic look in his eyes.
"Now?"
he asked the ugly man, who nodded.
"Sorry, kid,"
was all the tall man said before he punched St. John in the face, hard. St. John fell back against the cavern wall and hadn't recovered from the first punch when the second came. "Stop!" Kendra shouted. "What are you doing? Stop!" St. John wasn't sure who was hitting him, but every new strike dazed him and kept him from properly defending himself. The shackles and chains weighed on him, and he fell to his knees, where a mighty kick drove the wind from his chest and made his ribs hurt terribly. "You're killing him!" Kendra shrieked. Then she sobbed. "Please stop! Please don't kill him!" St. John heard no more, as a hand closed over his mouth and nose. He felt a heavy weight, and darkness settled upon him. When the pain stopped, Katrin's heart nearly stopped with it. St. John was gone. She could no longer sense his presence. Prios stiffened behind her, his grip on her shoulders too tight. Kyrian wept. Pain no longer registered in Katrin's mind. Rage and grief and anguish welled up in her like groundswell and burst forth in the form of words and power, raw, unrestrained, focused, and potent. Katrin's rage found an environment rich with targets, and she attacked with unmitigated fury, sweeping the landscape clean of demons, giants, soldiers, and their monstrous weapons. The dragons must have sensed the change as well, as they retreated to the clouds. Thrakus was not within Omahold. St. John was no longer within Omahold. At least his spirit was no longer there. There was nothing holding them there except anger. And one of the first lessons her father had taught her was that intellect trumped anger. If you were going to fight back smart and on your terms.
"Let them retreat," Katrin said. "Our battle is no longer here. My son is dead."
She choked on the words.
"Our son is dead."
Prios wrapped his arms around her, and Kyrian turned for one more pass at the battlefield, taking out his anger on anything that still moved. Katrin made certain that all of the ballistae and catapults were destroyed, and she set fire to supply wagons that had congregated not far from the entrance to Omahold. Then the mighty keep was behind them. A beautiful landscape swept beneath them, seen from a vantage few others would ever experience. St. John would never see it. Always Katrin's thoughts returned to St. John. If she didn't find something else to focus on, she thought she might explode. Only when she turned to look at Prios did she realize the extent of his wounds. Livid burns covered much of his body, and his clothing was charred. One arm hung limply by his side, and the other he used to staunch the bleeding from a shoulder wound. Katrin laid her hands on him as gently as she could, and still he flinched at the contact, at the movement of his clothes, at the breath of the wind. Channeling her emotions and needs into singular focus, Katrin fed energy to Prios' spirit. His breathing slowed and became more regular, and though he looked no better on the outside, he let out a deep sigh and slept. When Katrin ran her eyes over Kyrian, she found him not much better. Kyrian's hide was blistered and blasted away in places, and there were deep gouges in his wing membranes.
"I can still fly. I can still fight. I will do so until those responsible are dead."
Those words contained as much vitriol as Katrin had ever heard from Kyrian, and the sound of it frightened her.
"We will avenge my kind, and we will avenge your son."
Katrin's loss somehow seemed smaller in the face of that statement. No less painful, but smaller. She could not even imagine the extent of Kyrian's pain, though it was clear that he did not begrudge her pain. He made no comparison between the extents of their losses. He simply wanted vengeance for what was lost, and for what had been forcibly and intentionally taken from them. Ignoring his bravado, Katrin drew deeply from the saddle and lent that energy to Kyrian's spirit. She had half expected him to balk, but he received the healing with good grace, and for that Katrin was grateful. Ahead of them, the skies darkened, a storm cloud crowding the horizon. Kyrian flew straight toward it.
"The herald is coming, my lord,"
Grimwell said, unable to keep the tremor from his voice.
"Good,"
Thrakus said in a long breath, his eyes distant.
"The men are in place, awaiting your word."
Thrakus looked as if he would speak, his focus suddenly returning, but a black-scaled tail coiled around the base of the basalt throne. This throne was new. The dragons had brought it from where only the gods knew, and ever since, Thrakus had been more and more difficult to reach. The time had come for Grimwell to leave. There was nothing more he could do. His master was lost, and everything they had built was about to come down around them. Seath was the one truly in control here, Grimwell thought, and that evil beast cared not a whit about what happened to Thrakus or any other human.
"The herald will be angry.
Thoracus said, looking semi-lucid.
"She will come for revenge. She and her tongueless husband will want me to pay. This time there will be no caution, no restraint, and I'll do exactly as I want them to."
"Yes, my lord," Grimwell said, not knowing what else to say. He felt as if his time were rapidly slipping away. The smell of feral dragons filled his nostrils, and he nearly choked. Not far away, the abominations watched. Grimwell could still not believe such things existed, yet they stood, watching him, as if they knew his treasonous thoughts. Swallowing hard, Grimwell tried to pay attention to what Thoracus was saying.
"The men at the bell are ready?"
"Yes, my lord,"
Grimwell said hurriedly.
"Good men, all of them. I chose them myself."
Thoracus nodded, looking only half satisfied with the response.
"And what of the second phase of our plan, wizard? Have the riders been sent?"
"They have, my lord. And may the gods have mercy on the people of the Greatland,"
Grimwell thought.
"May they have the wisdom to accept defeat before they are destroyed."
Though many of the people had treated him as if he were the enemy, Grimwell did not wish all the peoples of the Greatland dead. Yet he'd sent the riders. He'd given the orders. How could he claim anything but responsibility? Again, he hoped the people chose to surrender to the might of the greater force. Perhaps then they would have a chance. Grimwell had seen the men who bathed in ash, and he knew they outnumbered the conscripted men from the Greatland in Thoracus's armies. For even those conscripted men from the Greatland, Grimwell felt a hint of compassion. They had done only what they thought was best for their people and their families, just as he had. They had been wrong. It would have been better to have starved, but it was too late now. That was the thought that rang most loudly in Grimwell's mind. It was too late. Chapter 14. Words of disparagement often drown out the sound of praise. Master Jarvis, Teacher. The mists of the morning hung over the land, blanketing it in white. Hills, houses, and barns poked from the mists, and Kyrian flew down low, weaving between any obstacles that protruded from the fog. Looking behind her, Katrin saw that Prios still slept. It was a blessing, since she knew how great his pain must be. Kyrian was awake and alert, and Katrin could sense his pain as well. It mixed with her own, and left Katrin's thoughts in a red haze. None of them was in a fighting condition, yet none of them would be turned away from this fight. Nothing was more important to Katrin than finding Thoracus at the earliest possible moment, and putting an end to him. Only then would she be able to stop and properly grieve the loss of her son, her home, and the regent dragons. Even the thought of processing so much grief nearly overwhelmed her, and she forced the feelings back down into her gut, all the while knowing she would pay the price later. For that moment, all she wanted was justice. In truth, she knew what she really wanted was revenge, but calling it justice made her feel better. Before, she'd always found some way to forgive those who'd hurt her, even those who'd taken her mother's life. But what Thoracus and his black army were doing was beyond her ability to forgive. It shamed her, yet she also drew strength from it. Human and fallible, she was no goddess or deity, no matter what power she possessed. In many ways, she was still just a frightened little girl, but not at that moment. Fury made her strong. Kyrian stayed low to the ground, and shouts rose up from around them as they passed. Behind them the mist swirled and parted before slowly drifting back in to cover their path. The land rose up before them, an irregular and angled peak jutting from the mists. The saddle creaked as Kyrian followed the contour higher and higher. More cries echoed from behind them, as they could be easily seen against the side of the mountain. As soon as they crested the peak, Katrin felt her skin crawl. Before them lay a sight that inflamed her blood. Dark soldiers, demons, giants, and what looked like normal soldiers, clogged the landscape like a black infection. More of the monstrous weapons had been erected here, only these were of a different sort. Katrin was trying to understand the nature of them when a haunting sound cut the air. Ringing a discordant note, what sounded like a giant fire bell rang out in a measured beat. It made Katrin's teeth hurt. Prios stirred behind her, and his grunts made it clear that his pain was as great as she had expected.
She wanted to soothe him, but there was no time. Darkness seemed to spring from everywhere at once. Dragons dropped from the ubiquitous clouds above. Only a brief stirring of the gray mists served as warning before angry ferals burst from within. The clouds roiled in the aftermath, and the air around them was filled with wings, teeth, and claws. Despite his condition, Prios launched attacks of lightning, fire, and air, though it seemed with little thought or aim. There were so many of the ferals that his attacks struck nonetheless, and Katrin did her best to match his intensity. Her chest swelled with pride at the strength of her husband, and tears refused to remain within her. A price must be paid for their son's death, and the time had come to exact that price. There was no room for restraint or forethought. This was the time to act. What leaped from her fingers was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. Black flames, tipped with orange and blue, reeked of her darkest feelings, things she did not want to admit existed within her, yet it poured from her like poison from a festering wound. Only then did she realize she was screaming, and she could feel the satisfying resistance when her attacks struck prey. Even with her and Prios attacking, and Kyrian doing his best to evade incoming attacks, there were too many ferals to avoid. The beasts took advantage of every opening, and Katrin just barely avoided being impaled on a gleaming black claw. Prios was not as fortunate. There came a terrible sound from behind Katrin, a sound she hoped never to hear again, especially from her husband. She wanted to turn and see how badly he was hurt, to lend him energy and heal him as best she could, but there was no time. Weapons Katrin had seen, and an even larger number that she had not seen, sprang to life and delivered their deadly charges. Some hurled clusters of sharpened saplings that fanned out and filled the air. Others spit fire. Still others hurled smoking clay pots shaped like teardrops. When these struck, they sent flaming pitch in a wide radius. Again Prios and Kyrian were burned, and this time Katrin knew their pain as she was unable to escape the grip of the sticking pitch, which refused to be put out. Still burning, Katrin cast a spherical barrier around them. It would not keep out the dragons, and probably would not deflect projectiles, but it would hold air. Drawing the remaining air within into her palm, she effectively created a vacuum. The flames died immediately, and Katrin's ears popped. Releasing the barrier, the air rushed back in to fill the void with a clap, and Katrin felt as if she were within a giant bell. Her head felt as if it might explode, and she reconsidered the wisdom of that tactic. But it had, at least, put out the flames. It took several deep breaths for Katrin to regain her senses, and Prios launched attacks from behind her, grunting and panting as he did so, and she knew he was hurt badly. Unable to stand the thought of him in pain, Katrin turned and saw him fighting with everything he had left, which was terrifyingly little. Concern for him was accompanied by pride. She reached out her hands to him, intending to lend him energy, to let him fight, and to bolster his strength. Her hands never reached him. In one swift motion, a feral dragon swooped in and snatched Prios from the saddle. A moment later, that dragon was soaring back toward Riverhold, which was now clearly visible in the morning sun. The feral and Prios' silhouette was clearly defined against the towering walls of Riverhold. Where most keeps had walls protecting them, Riverhold was more wall than keep. From her current vantage, she could not even see an entrance. Yet the dragon was headed straight for the keep, and Kyrian was in fast pursuit. The air tore at Katrin as Kyrian dived, and she thought her ears might explode. Finally, she created pressurized pockets of air around her ears, and cursed herself for not thinking of it sooner. While it did reduce her hearing, her head no longer felt as if it would split in two. Lightning enveloped the feral dragon from underneath, and Katrin knew that Prios was fighting for his life. Katrin considered launching attacks of her own, but she held back, knowing that dead, the dragon would surely let Prios fall. Katrin and Kyrian were too far behind, and Prios would be beyond their reach. Each time Prios attacked, Katrin cried out, exulted that he was still alive, yet wanting him to keep the dragon alive. Given the scope and power of his attacks, he didn't share that desire. The walls of Riverhold rose up before them, the Yan River pouring out of the bottom of the hold, creating as formidable a barrier as Katrin had ever seen.
One last time Prios attacked, and the dragon looked as if its insides were on fire. It shone from within. The pharaoh released Prios from its grip, and his trajectory would land him in the raging falls that poured from the keep. Screaming, Katrin hurled ropes of air to catch him, knowing she was already too late. The turbulent air around the falls tossed Prios, and Katrin's ropes of energy were twisted and warped, no longer doing as she wished. Prios fell away from her. She was losing him. Even as he grew smaller, he began to glow from within, and by the time he reached the base of Riverhold, Katrin had to avert her eyes. Perhaps, she thought, he had done that as a kindness to her, not wanting her to witness the moment of his death. In the next instant, Katrin knew it was much more than kindness. This had been Prios's final attack, and the power of it was terrifying. She felt the pressure change first. Immediately after came the light, fire, and a racing shockwave. Kyrian folded his wings and could do little else as the wall of energy threw them backward harder than anything either of them had ever experienced. Darkness crowded Katrin's vision, and only the defensive energy she cast out about herself and Kyrian, albeit late, kept her from passing out. With tremendous effort, Katrin was able to divert much of the energy from Prios's attack around them. She tried hard not to think of it as Prios's final attack, even if she knew it to be true. She could no longer sense him. Prios was gone. Sound came to St. John in muffled bursts. Everything hurt, and the air he breathed tasted thin and overwarm. Feeling as if he would suffocate, St. John forced his aching limbs to respond, and pry himself out from under whatever it was that was trying to kill him. From the way he felt, it was succeeding. The weight shifted, and light poured in from a lifted corner. Slowly, St. John remembered that he'd been beaten and shoved under something heavy. With the light came fresh air, and St. John felt some relief immediately.
"But you tried to kill him,"
he heard Kendra say, and he remained very still, not wanting anyone to know he was awake.
"I regret that it was so," came the voice of the tall man. "It was required to maintain the rules. Had I refused, I would have had to fight these men. That would have ended badly for me." "Will they die?" "No," the man said. "They'll sleep until we're well away from here. It's true that some may not wake, and that's something that I'll have on my hands. I regret that it is so, but it is." "So you want me to help you get dead weight over there to some stone forest so you can ask what to do next? Have I got it right?" The man sighed. "I suppose you could put it that way." "Who's pulling the strings? Tell me," Kendra said, and St. John could almost see her standing with her legs slightly apart, her knees bent, ready to fight. It was an oddly alluring vision, and St. John struggled to focus. "As I've already told you, I cannot say. I've sworn an oath." "Perhaps I should make you swear some new oaths," Kendra said. "I'm really starting to think unchaining you was a bad idea." "Tell me," Kendra said with a threat in her voice, and St. John thought he heard the man swallow hard. "Tell me." "Lord Jarman Kite." The words fell from the man like an admission of cardinal guilt. "Wait," Kendra said. "Katrin's cousin's husband?" "Yes, the same." "Why?" Kendra asked, no less insistent. "Why what? Why are you here? Why is the boy under that armor, or whatever it is? Why did you betray your brothers? Why should I believe anything you say?" "It's a long tale, and we need to get away from here." There came a strangled sound, and the tall man continued in a higher pitch. "I'm a spy, sent here by Lord Kite. Lady Kite enlisted my help in using the magic of the stone forest." "Magic? Pah! I swear to you, there is magic there, and I can hear Lord Kite." Again there came a strangled sound. "I thought you said Lady Kite enlisted your help with the stone forest." "Yes, but she has left Ravenhold." The man stopped suddenly, as if he had suddenly realized he'd made a very big mistake. "Go on, and now I talk with Lord Kite in her stead." "You're not telling me everything," Kendra said. "I am. I swear to you that I am." "I almost believe you," Kendra said. "Get him out from under there before he suffocates." "No," the man said. Again came the strangled sound. "My orders are to keep him under the blankets until we reach the forest." "Do I have to explain to you who's giving the orders now?" "It won't hurt him any.
I assume you mean it won't hurt him any more, Kendra said, the accusation heavy in her words. Yes, it won't hurt him any more than he's already hurt. Let's see if we can get the little man up, shall we? St. John bristled at her remark. St. John, came the man's voice, can you hear me? It took a moment for St. John to decide what to say. When he did speak, his face ached, and there were shooting pains in his swollen lips. I can, was all he could say. My name is Hand, and I'm sorry I hurt you. It was necessary. I'm in the employ of House Kite, and Lord Kite wishes I deliver you to him. Do you capitulate? Take me to him, he managed. What is the purpose of the blanket? Kendra asked, her voice insistent. Hand considered for a moment before answering. It keeps people from sensing his presence. People like who? She persisted. People like Thrakus and the monks above and the dragons. Need I go on? If they know he's out from under that blanket, they'll come to find him. Kendra waved him off. He can't even stand. How's he going to walk under the weight of that thing? Hand again considered his words. Though St. John didn't like him, he admitted Hand might be a wise man. I thought perhaps you would help him. Me? Why would I help him? You begged for his life. The hall was silent for a few moments, and St. John wished he could see what was happening. Fine. An instant later, the weight lessened, and Kendra was suddenly under the blanket with him. She was very close, and he could smell her heady scent. He didn't mind the pain as much when she brushed up against him. Then she put his arm over her shoulder, and her arm around his waist, and tried to lift him from the stone floor. It was awkward. His limbs did not want to obey, and the pain in his ribs was almost unbearable, but they eventually managed to stand. The weight of the blanket was a major hindrance, and St. John still felt smothered by it. His legs were unsteady, and he put his other arm around Kendra and grabbed on. "Watch it, little man," Kendra said, and St. John moved his hand up. Despite everything else, he smiled, and had to admit that having his arm around her felt good. Perhaps he held on at times a little tighter than needed. Fluttering torchlight fell on a silent and unmoving forest, though when Durin shifted his viewpoint, the forest did seem to move. Even frozen in oddly weathered stone, this forest was alive. Durin could feel it, and it made the hair stand on his neck. Chase stood just in front of him, as he always seemed to do, and the two of them remained silent, waiting for some sign of real movement within the magnificently carved trees. No sound came. Finding his courage, Durin followed Chase and tried to look wherever Chase wasn't looking, so nothing could sneak up on him. The feeling of some other presence in this place was so strong that Durin could not stop looking for whoever it was that dwelt here. Chase must have felt it as well, for he moved in silence and used hand signals to communicate with Durin. A sound like the scuffling of boots echoed around them, and Chase turned to Durin with a question in his eyes. Durin just shook his head. He hadn't made the noise. This raised their concern to a new level, and while Chase stood, frozen, listening, Durin couldn't help but run his fingers along the bark of the nearest tree. It felt almost real, and that made the fact that it wasn't even more remarkable. He could almost pretend that he was outside, resting in the shade of an oak grove, and he guessed that was why it existed. The scale of the place spoke of people being trapped underground for untold ages, and memories of the outside world would become precious indeed. It looked to be almost as large as the chamber that contained the God's Eye, though in truth the size was difficult to judge from below the canopy. "Wait here," Chase said, and he started climbing a nearby tree. Durin stayed where he was, having visions of branches of stone falling from the tree. Chase moved like the trained soldier he was, and though slow at times, he methodically climbed to the stone oak. The branches did not move, and leaves did not stir. The entire experience was wholly unnatural. When Chase finally dropped back to the floor of the cavern, he grunted, and it took him a moment to stand. "There's a clearing ahead. It's a good walk, but I think that'll tell us a good bit more about this place." "Maybe we should go back," Durin said. "Maybe we should get some reinforcements. I didn't see any signs of movement while I was up there, and I think perhaps we are just hearing things. Regardless, it's a long walk back, and I'd like to have a little more information than just the fact that we found a stone forest. Let's go."
Following reluctantly, Doran let Chase lead him into the heart of the forest. Here the trees bore dark stains, and they were adorned with gray and black lichen.
"Do not touch these trees,"
Chase whispered. Doran made no response. He had no desire to lay even a finger on them. Every instinct was telling him to run back the way they had come. He was about to suggest they do just that when the black trees thinned. Looking down, Doran saw that the floor of the chamber here was carved with a flowing pattern, like graceful branches but with no leaves. The pattern grew denser closer to the center of the clearing, where there stood a single massive tree that dwarfed all the rest. From here, Doran could see the vaulted ceiling of the chamber, and marveled at the fact that it must have been man-made. It was carved to look like wispy clouds, though now they, too, were covered in black and appeared threatening. The branches of the mighty tree reached out over those that surrounded the clearing, and the air in the shade of this tree vibrated as if it were alive. This stone copse reminded Doran of Katrin's tales about the Grove of the Elders. That was a place that was said to have its own power, a site where the power of the land was closest to the surface. Perhaps this place, too, was similar. Doran had never been to the Grove of the Elders, but he had a picture of it in his mind, a picture that he knew was inaccurate, but he preferred to envision the ancient great oaks as they were before Katrin destroyed them. Seeing this place somehow made his mental image of these trees even larger. It changed Doran's perception of what was possible. Never before had he realized that mankind could achieve such things. Indeed, he would bet that most of the people of the Godfist would feel the same way. The ancients had bested them in almost every way. Doran was humbled by the experience, and wondered if his kind would ever ascend back to such heights. When Chase finally stepped from the trees and into the open, Doran felt as if there were squirrels in his guts, and his knees trembled. Nothing happened. No attacks came, and no sounds broke the silence. Instead, Chase just walked into the clearing, and raised his eyes to gaze at the mastery of the ancients. Here their kind had reached some kind of pinnacle, while at the same time, presumably being at an all-time low, since they had been trapped underground. Doran finally followed when it seemed as if the shadows behind him were moving, and he thought he heard that scuffling sound again. What amazed him the most about the trees were the details and the durability of what looked delicate and fragile. Leaves with narrow stems hung from slender branches, and it seemed inconceivable that such slight structures could have survived the ages. As they moved closer to the tree, Doran saw that there was more wear on the floor here. The design was still clearly visible, but many of the edges were rounded and worn, and there was a place on the trunk of the tree, at about arm height, where the bark was worn smooth. Doran had visions of people congregating here, and each one stroking the tree in that same place. It came and went in a flash, but he felt a nearly overwhelming urge to place his own hand on that worn spot, to join the exclusive group of people who had done so, to connect with those who had come before, and he was there before he knew it. Without thinking, he placed his hand on the tree. Nearby he heard Chase hiss. Doran nearly fainted when the tree spoke.
"Is that you? Are you there?"
Doran slowly took his hand away from the tree, and turned with wide eyes to Chase, who looked almost as startled as he. Chase held a finger to his lips and remained still and silent. Doran did his best to follow Chase's example. While it had seemed the tree spoke, it spoke with what sounded like a very human voice, yet no one could be seen.
"Yes, I am here,"
came another voice, calm and smooth, the sound of nobility.
"I've secured the package and the accessories,"
came the original voice, which sounded a great deal more stressed.
"Excellent. Bring them to me with the greatest haste. I want to know why."
This new voice actually sounded familiar, and Doran gaped. Again, Chase held his finger to his lips. No answer came.
"Answer me,"
Kendra said, and Doran had no doubt it was she. She sounded meaner than usual, though, and that was saying something.
"If you don't tell me who you are and what you want with St. John, your man Han's name is going to become an irony. You understand me?"
Doran nearly shouted for joy when he heard St. John's name. Still, it didn't sound as if his friend was safe, and Doran did his best to remain quiet. It was difficult considering how many of his questions demanded answers. Where was his friend, and how could they hear those who were presumably so far away? Even the slightest possibility that St. John was on the Godfest gave Durin hope. "With whom do I have the pleasure of negotiating?" the noble voice responded, seemingly unperturbed. "My name is Kendra Ironfist, and I'm about to start cutting. I mean you no harm, Lady Ironfist, and I mean my nephew no harm. I suppose our relationship is a bit more tenuous than that, but with his leave, I would call him nephew. My name is Jarman Olaf Kite, and I wish to bring you to Wolfhold, so that I can keep you safe until Lady Katrin can come for you." Nephew? Durin asked himself. But then he remembered the tales of Lady Lissa and Lord Kite. This was the man who had formed a truce with Katrin that ended an ages-old feud. "Why should I believe you?" "I don't see that you have all that much choice," Lord Kite said. "There is a keep full of people ready to prevent you from escaping the way you came in. Hand knows other ways out of the keep, and provided you don't hurt him, he will show you the way. After that, he'll be able to use my gold to arrange for suitable transportation." "The blanket is hurting him," Kendra said. "I'm going to take it off of him." Durin couldn't imagine what she was talking about, but he didn't like the sound of it one bit. "As soon as you do," Lord Kite said, "they'll come looking for you, and you can bet they'll find you. The dragons have your scent, boy. I know you can hear me, and I know that if you want to live, you must remain hidden. If not for Thrakus wanting your mother to think you dead, you very well might be." "My mother thinks I'm dead?" came St. John's voice. It sounded thick and heavy, as if he spoke without moving his jaw. The sound of that voice made Durin smile, and some of the guilt lifted from him. It was becoming increasingly difficult to remain silent, but Chase reminded him with a gesture to do just that. "I regret that it is so," Lord Kite said. "When you're here and surrounded by friendly stone, we'll remedy that, but it must remain so for now, or you'd be able to hide from no one." "That figures," Kendra grumbled, and Durin was amazed he could hear her. Whatever magic this was, it was powerful indeed. "If I feel at any time that you've betrayed me, then Han's life is forfeit. Am I perfectly clear?" "Perfectly." The silence grew longer after that, and Durin wondered if they had gone, if he'd lost his chance to talk with St. John, to find out where he was and how to help him, and he opened his mouth to speak. Chase moved to his side, put a hand on his shoulder, and spoke loudly. "Wait! Don't go! You're not alone." Durin wasn't certain St. John or the others could hear him, and he waited in intense anticipation. Chapter 15. The oceans are the greatest mystery mankind will ever face. Those lost may never be found. Orestes, Captain of the Landfinder. Walking along the valley floor, Master Edling looked upon what would soon be his. All of it would be his. Everywhere he looked, people were working to clean up the devastation left by the war, and it appeared they were doing an admirable job of it. When he cast his gaze upon the valley walls to where the entrance of Dragonhold waited, he saw new stairs leading down to a massive foundation. It appeared as though the girl had some good ideas, but such a massive construction was far beyond what was needed. It would take some time to get things moving in the right direction, but that was a small price to pay, he supposed. Baker Hollis walked wordlessly beside Master Edling, who found the silence annoying. "I would have thought you would be happy," Master Edling said. "Your daughter finally found a way to make you important." "I am happy," Baker Hollis said, not sounding it. "I'm just a little worried is all." "Worried? About what?" "I worry for my daughter," Baker Hollis said. "She's not had an easy life." "Bah! You worry she'll have more power than you, and take revenge for every time you ever disciplined her. But don't worry. I'll assign you as Chancellor of the North to assist with your daughter's rule. As long as you don't do anything stupid, you'll have real power," Master Edling said, wondering if Hollis knew just how lucky he was. After all, few had power handed to them. When they reached the mighty foundation, Master Edling felt a momentary twinge of jealousy. This was the work of a shrewd and creative mind. Never would he have had the audacity to order something of such magnitude constructed.
Master Edling remembered the girl. He'd always assumed she was daft. This, and the capture of Dragonhold, proved that there was more to Trinda than met the eye. No matter, he thought. There was no reason not to let the girl reinforce the hold's defenses. What Edling wanted was within the hold. He wasn't even certain what it was he sought, but he knew Dragonhold was where he would find it. He'd known it from the time Katrin had declared the place her own, and Master Edling cursed himself for a fool for not having attacked before the girl could establish her stronghold. It had been the fault of those around him, sniveling and weak, all of them. The sight of war had reduced them all to uselessness, and none was willing to risk the people who had survived. Edling had always figured that fewer people on the Godfist would mean more food for those who remained. After all, they lived on little more than a rock sticking up from the sea. There was little enough to be had, and Master Edling had never been fond of sharing. The climb up the winding wooden stair was long and arduous, and it left Master Edling wet with sweat. He looked forward to settling into his chambers and having a nice, cool bath. For the moment, he continued to be grudgingly impressed with what Trinda had accomplished. Even the temporary fortifications around the entrance to Dragonhold, which was far above the valley floor, were of higher quality than what had existed before Thrakus's army attacked. But he also knew that mentally challenged people sometimes had remarkable abilities, and he figured Trinda must be one of those cases. Baker Hollis breathed heavily and constantly wiped the sweat from his brow and eyes. "Perhaps you shouldn't be so sedentary," Master Edling admonished. "Now you're old and sloppy and weak. It's unbecoming a man of power. I suggest you remedy that situation. Perhaps you should climb these steps every day. Maybe that'll clean you up." Baker Hollis looked as if he might be ill, and the thought of climbing these steps even a single time clearly did not appeal to him. Not for the first time, Master Edling wished he'd brought along servants. At least then he could have ordered someone to mop the sweat from the baker before the man accidentally came into contact with him. The thought made his skin crawl. Such was politics, though. Sometimes you had to be friends with those you'd rather see dead. As long as Master Edling got control over Dragonhold, it would all be worthwhile. He would then control every part of the Godfist except what was held by the savages, and Master Edling was pretty sure he didn't want their desert. There was nothing there for him but death, so they could have it until he decided otherwise. The rest would be his before the day was out. Both men were soaked by the time they reached the top of the stair, and the breeze cooled them as they were escorted inside by a guardsman who didn't appear entirely comfortable with the task. Master Edling had expected the girl to meet them at the entrance, and the guards looked less friendly than he would have imagined. With every step, he questioned his judgment until he stood before a massive throne. Baker Hollis had not uttered a word, and Master Edling could almost smell his fear. The men escorting them were armed and armored. He considered turning back then, but he chided himself for such cowardice in the face of a little girl sitting atop an oversized throne. Yet when he looked up to the eyes of that woman, still trapped in the body of a little girl, he saw his mistake, and he saw that it was too late. He should have run when he had the chance. In the silence that hung over the forest of stone, Durin wondered if the others had already gone, but eventually Jarman Kite spoke. "Who are you, and where are you?" he asked with no warmth in his voice. "I am Chase Volker, and I am on the Godfist." "Katrin's cousin?" Jarman asked. "The same," Chase said. "I suppose you already know who I am?" "I do, Lord Kite. You've been kind to my cousin, and I am grateful for that, but I fear for my nephew's safety." "With good reason," Jarman said. "But this conversation is only increasing the danger. My people will bring him to me, and then I'll be in a better position to ensure his safety. As you must have heard, my intention is to keep him safe until Katrin arrives." "I did hear that. What's the boy's current condition? He didn't sound well when he spoke." "I'll be all right," St. John's voice carried into the stillness, though still sounding as if he were speaking with his mouth full. "They beat me up and covered me in some kind of heavy blanket to make Mom think I was dead." "I'll kill them myself," Chase said, unable to hold back his anger. "The boy's in good hands now," Jarman said. "We must let my people do their work. This conversation must end. Come back to this place in 1 week, and I'll update you on the situation." Agreed,
Chase said.
Wait,
Durin said, unable to keep silent any longer. His friend was half a world away, and this might be his last chance to say goodbye. Chase turned a hard eye on him, but then the look on his face softened.
You'll come back home when all this is over, won't you, St. John?
Durin? Is that really you?
Idiot,
came Kendra's voice.
It's me, St. John,
Durin said, ignoring Kendra's remark.
We have to go, now,
came Han's voice.
I'll come back,
was the last thing St. John said before the mighty stone forest fell silent again.
Well,
Chase said,
now we know why Trinda wanted us to find this place. I'd love to know how she knew it was here, but I doubt she'll ever tell me. I guess we should head back.
Durin wanted to stay, even though St. John was gone. This place made him feel closer to his friend, and he wished he could somehow transport himself through the tree to where St. John was. The two of them had always been stronger together than apart, and it seemed St. John needed him now more than ever before. It was with a hollow feeling in his gut that Durin finally let Chase lead him away from the stone forest and back toward the main keep. A single thought consumed Katrin. No, this could not be happening. Her heart could not cope with such loss, and she thought it might burst. Kyrian, too, wobbled in flight, and the two were clearly in no condition to fly, let alone fight. When her vision refocused, Katrin could see the dragon ore in the saddle around her was now milky white, especially where Prios had been sitting before his. Anguish washed over Katrin again, and she issued a wordless cry filled with vast melancholy. It was drowned out by the sound of Riverhold collapsing. Katrin could not believe her eyes. Kyrian had pulled them up higher, and as he swung back around to face the keep, the upper walls began to crumble. An instant later, one of the footings failed with a massive thump, which accelerated the chain reaction Prios's final attack had started. Pride swelled in Katrin's chest at what he had accomplished, all the while knowing it hadn't been worth it, and she would change it if she could. But she couldn't. It was a strange mixture of pain, regret, resignation, and commitment that rose up in Katrin when she saw a feral dragon perched atop one of the few towering parapets that remained standing while most of the southern face of Riverhold collapsed. The crushing weight destroyed the mountain-like foundations of the hold, and eventually even the parapet on which the dragon perched tumbled away into the rushing fall. Katrin watched, fascinated, as towering stone statues were exposed and went through their final motions before being destroyed by an avalanche of stone. The feral dragon simply extended its wings and caught the wind, which was quickly filled with dust and debris. It was then that the man riding the dragon was brought into Katrin's view. Thrakus, a brilliant man who'd given himself to the darkness. Beneath him was the darkness itself. It oozed from the feral dragon like a living thing, coiled and ready to strike. Katrin felt the threat deeply, and knew that she and Kyrian were overmatched. Under other circumstances, perhaps they could have been on equal terms, but in their current condition, they would almost certainly perish. It was not only the threat of the dragon and Thrakus. She could sense the presence of potent weapons finely tuned to her that could cut her like no other. Her connection with the Staff of Life had been forged over time, but the Battle of Adderhold had forever linked the two. Katrin's fingers had bitten deeply into the living flesh of the staff. Her defenses against the staff were few and feeble. If Thrakus landed an attack with the staff, Katrin knew it could be deadly. Then there was Ko. Katrin didn't even want to think the name because it gave the carving even more power over her. She had created it, or at least she had released it from within its prison of stone. Ko had been her comfort and security for so long, and now she feared the cat's raw power would reduce them to dust. Though she knew Ko wasn't sentient, the carving had a life of its own. If only it had the will to resist Thrakus, but Katrin knew it wasn't so. She could fully avenge her son and husband, only if she survived this encounter, and she tried desperately to arrange her muddled thoughts. Thrakus didn't give her the chance and attacked, even as his keep dropped away into the waters of the Yan River. Massive amounts of water flooded into the aqueducts, which were suddenly and violently relieved of the great stone valves that had previously moderated the flow. The structures that reached out from the keep, like the legs of a giant spider, swelled with a deluge,
and it looked to Katrin as if they would soon fail altogether. She could only hope that the people of the Greatland who lived along those aqueducts were not harmed. Part of her knew that losing the aqueducts would wreak havoc on the farmers who had come to depend on them, but that was not a problem that Katrin could fix, or even face at that moment. It was everything she could do to face the coming onslaught of Thrakus' rage. Prios' attack had destroyed all that Thrakus had wrought, and Katrin knew the resulting rage would be directed at her. His energy radiated and polluted the air. She could taste the madness in it, and it made her want to vomit. In choking, cloying waves, it threatened to relieve her of her own sanity. Kyrian turned away from the crumbling remains of the keep and soared down low over the water of the Yan River, dodging the tips of trees and even shrubs, so low did he fly. Perhaps he'd hoped to escape the wrath of Thrakus. Katrin didn't know, since he hadn't communicated with her in some time. This gave her cause for concern, but she had no chance to ask him if he was all right. Seethe reminded them that he had power of his own, and a river of cold fear washed over them, accompanied by the sound of black wings cutting the air in fast pursuit. Raw, untempered power radiated from Thrakus, and his first attack was almost the only attack. Red lightning and fire erupted around Katrin and Kyrian before she even knew what was happening. For a terrifying instant, she was afire, but then it was gone. Still, the damage was done. Her ears rang, her clothes smoked, and her exposed flesh stung and burned. She took solace in the fact that she hadn't breathed in while surrounded by flames, and did her best to catch her breath. Though she was weary and injured, she knew it was time to take defensive measures, or Thrakus would be the end of them. He wielded her weapons with no restraint, and mixed with his madness, they targeted Katrin's spirit as easily as her physical form. Feeling as if she were slowly fading away, Katrin cast a shield about herself just before the next attack came. Looking strained and fractured, the shield heaved and bucked in the face of that force, and Katrin could feel the staff and co in that attack. A webbing of cracks that covered her shield grew more defined, and even as the massive attack was abating, the shield failed, and Katrin was struck in the face by lightning that arced between her teeth and lit up her face from within. It felt as if she had been kicked in the face, and along with the taste of burned flesh came the coppery taste of blood. Seethe used his fresh muscles to gain speed, whereas Kyrian had already given his all. Katrin could feel it in his energy, and see it in the way he held his head. She couldn't blame him. They had tried to save the Regent Dragons. They had tried to save her son, and they had failed. And now she had lost Prios as well. There was no more reason to fight. Death had come for them, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. The thoughts were familiar enough to Katrin. She had felt the coercion of a feral dragon before, and she knew it for what it was: lies. Drawing a deep breath, she clamped together with her knees, giving Kyrian a signal that the feral would not be able to hear, and hoped against all hope that Kyrian had simply been playing at being hurt worse than he actually was. Her command was answered in either case, and Katrin had to focus on readying herself to attack. If she could not defend herself, then she would have no choice but to eliminate the threat. Kyrian soared straight up, his change in direction as abrupt as he could manage. The feral dragon did not fly beneath him as Katrin had hoped, but instead gained on them. Drawing as deeply as she dared, Katrin felt as if the rush of power would slowly but steadily consume her, eating away at her like sand in a windstorm. When the dragon drew close enough that Katrin could almost reach out and touch him, she released her attack, not on Thrakus this time, but on Seethe. She aimed for the dragon's eyes, and was rewarded when the beast began shaking its head back and forth and fell behind, steadily losing ground. Katrin, though, had to relent, unable to sustain such a massive attack for any length of time. She felt like a piece of metal that had been heated, and she needed time to cool down. But Seethe was now even angrier than before. With a terrible bellow, the writhing black mass cut through the air with unbelievable speed, regaining the distance that had been lost and closing fast, and this time Thrakus was ready with an attack. Katrin prepared herself, knowing that she would be unable to defend herself, but Kyrian rolled to the last instant and took the brunt of the attack on his now exposed underbelly. Black smoke rolled around Katrin, as if Kyrian were on fire, and she could hear him straining to breathe. Then they were dropping from the sky so fast that Katrin thought Kyrian might be dead.
but he pulled up at the last instant and slowed to skim the surface of the water. They slowed violently when he let his body come fully into contact with the water, and she sensed relief from Kyrian. Seethe, though, would not be put off, and after executing a wide turn, dropped toward them with terrifying speed. Katrin opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Kyrian leaped from the water with a thrust of his mighty webbed feet and powerful strokes of his wings, which pushed Katrin down hard into the saddle. With one hand she cinched the lines that had been loosened when Prios had been ripped from the saddle, and she tried to tighten them, but Kyrian's abrupt evasive maneuvers made it impossible to do anything more than hold on. Thrakus didn't seem to be having any better luck on the pursuing Seethe, since no attacks were launched during this mad rush. In a move that made Katrin's stomach leap, Kyrian suddenly reversed direction. He threw his head back. At one point his head and tail nearly touched, and Seethe flew between Kyrian's head and tail, his massive jaws open and revealing huge, drool-covered teeth that appeared to have much of the beast's last meal stuck between them. The smell of that breath reached Katrin, and she gagged. Kyrian, though, moved like a whip and used the tip of his tail to smack Seethe in the face as he soared past. A range of sensations assaulted Katrin's senses, and her head swam with it, but she was able to sort out bits and pieces from the onslaught. Thrakus was winded, his energy nearly spent. What he had in potency, he lacked in stamina, and that was something Katrin could use to her advantage. Seethe, on the other hand, was lean and strong, and showed no signs of fatigue. His jaws alone would be enough to put an end to her and Kyrian, and his equally deadly claws moved like caged lightning. Kyrian gave an effort born of pure love for Katrin. She could feel him straining beneath her, and she knew that he wouldn't have given such an effort to save himself alone, especially since he blamed himself for the death of his queen and all of his kind. Katrin's heart threatened to break, but life had hardened her and lent her strength. She would not break. She would not relent or be defeated. Her cause was righteous, and she cast aside the restraint that had always underlain her attacks. Turning to get a good angle on the rapidly approaching Seethe, Kyrian kept their path straight and level. Seethe earned his name as he approached, and it was difficult not to lose courage in the face of such malevolence. Black death stalked her, and she waited until the jaws were nearly upon her, and this time she attacked only one eye, but she attacked it with the full force of her will, no restraint, no holding back. It felt as if chunks of her chest were being pulled out and cast into the wind before vaporizing in the path of such massive flow. The air vibrated and shimmered between Katrin and Seethe. Even when Thrakus leveled another, weaker attack at her, Katrin maintained her assault on the dragon's eye. Smoke poured around it, and the beast roared in pain, even as Katrin cried out from the pain of Thrakus's hit. When flames erupted around Seethe's eye, he turned and dived down low to dunk his head in the waters below. Kyrian took advantage of the respite and gained altitude. Towering plumes of vapor soared above them, and Kyrian aimed for the biggest ones. Below them she heard Seethe roar in anger, and she dreaded their next meeting, provided her and Kyrian's wounds didn't kill them first. When the white mists closed around her, though, she knew they had a chance. Chapter 16. The forces that hold us together can be used to tear us apart. Gemino, sorcerer and artist.
"Let me out of here!"
Master Edling demanded from behind an iron-shod door.
"I'm afraid I can't do that yet,"
Baker Hollis said, and Master Edling thought he sounded smug and self-congratulatory.
"If you don't get me out of here, I'll call the liens on your bakery and put you out of business."
Baker Hollis actually chuckled.
"I don't really have to worry about that now. Let someone else bake the bread. My daughter is queen."
"You can't really think the people will accept her as their queen, do you? Come on, Hollis, get real. The girl's a freak, and people are afraid of her."
"Even more afraid of her than they were of you."
The way he said "were" made the urge to throttle Baker Hollis almost irresistible. If only the man would step a little closer to the bars that allowed the only light into the tiny cell in which Master Edling was being held. The place was dirty and smelled of mud and urine. The mud, he knew, was left over from the floods. This would not have been so bad if one of those precious water channels ran through his cell,
but they did not. Knowing that the keep was equipped with such amenities only fueled his jealous rage. A daft child would take it all away from him. He'd always disliked children, and perhaps this was why. Even if he knew that Trinda was of a woman's age, she still looked like a child, so he assumed she still thought like a child. "What's it going to take to get me out of here?" "Nothing beyond your ability to provide," Baker Hollis said, and he stepped a little closer to the bars so he could speak at little more than a whisper. Just a little closer, and Edling would be able to reach out and choke the traitorous fool. For the moment, Edling let the man speak, letting him lower his guard even further. The rational part of him listened, since this was probably the only way he could get out of that cell. That part of him knew he couldn't kill Baker Hollis now. It would have to wait until later. He could be patient to a certain extent. "First, you have to apologize to my daughter in writing." Master Edling bit back his retort and waited to see what would come next. "You can do this as part of your relinquishment of power to Queen Trinda. You'll cede to me all land south of the wall that bears your name, and all the way to the sea. You'll deed the Master House, the cold caves, the mills, the mines, all of it. All of this you'll sign with your official seal, and then you'll deliver it to the council at the Master House. You'll assist with a peaceful transfer of power, and then you will be free to select a parcel of land north of the wall on which you can retire. Security forces will be assigned to you, to ensure your safety, of course. You've not managed to make many friends along the way." Master Edling wanted to shout, wanted to scream while wringing the life out of Baker Hollis and his ill-begotten get. To the fires with all of them, he thought. No one could make him do such things. No one could force his hand. He knew the thoughts were false even as they flashed through his mind. Already part of him had accepted his fate. At least it would get him out of this forsaken place, even if it was only to pick out a larger cell in which to live. In the end, he had to accept the truth in Baker Hollis's words. He'd not made many friends. Removed from power, he'd be lucky to live a month. Trinda's mercy might be the only thing keeping him alive. He would admit it to no one, and he would spend the rest of his days plotting his return to power if that was what it took. But for that moment, he relented and admitted defeat, however humiliating it was to be beaten by a mere girl child. When Baker Hollis moved closer still, Master Edling nearly lost his self-control, his fingers itching for the baker's flesh. From out of the morning fog rose Wolfhold. Atop an aged wagon rode a tall man and what looked like two people huddled under a thick blanket. A swayback mare pulled the cart forward at a slow but inexorable pace. It seemed to St. John as if they would never get to Wolfhold, and he'd never get to see his mother or his homeland again. The world had gone even crazier than it had previously been, and now nothing was certain. Even his relationship with Jarman Kite was a mystery. This man was married to St. John's mother's cousin, not exactly ties of blood. Not many in the Greatland were likely to find any sympathy for St. John, especially if they knew who he was. On the other hand, having him as a prisoner could perhaps give Jarman power over St. John's mother. More likely, Jarman's concern for him was genuine, and he did actually have St. John's and his mother's best interests at heart. St. John felt better when he considered the latter, despite knowing how much Lady Lissa disliked his mother. What if she was also at Wolfhold? Lord Kite had said that she had left, but he didn't say she wouldn't return. The thought made his guts hurt, but Kendra shifted next to him, and he said nothing when she used his shoulder as a pillow.
Initially, she'd ridden under the blanket to keep from drawing anyone's notice, but during the night, it had been pleasant to share the warmth with her.
Breathing shallow breaths so as not to wake her, St. John watched through the small hole he maintained. He might have to stay under the cursed blanket until they reached Wolfhold, but that did not mean he had to be suffocated or deprived of a little light. Hand had seemed to want to argue, but after a while, he stopped trying to persuade St. John to keep the blanket all the way down. If nothing else, he needed to breathe. Guards lined the roadway that led to a stout drawbridge. A deep channel filled with rushing water ran beneath. Beyond, the keep rose like a towering spire that used a natural formation of stone as its foundation. A thriving community surrounded the inner walls, and rural lands extended from the hold like spokes from the hub of a giant wheel. As they crossed the bridge, St. John couldn't help but wonder if he'd ever leave this place. The wagon wheels found a protruding lip of rock that sent the wagon rocking back and forth. Kendra was thrust closer to him, and he put his arm around her to help support her. The motions of the wagon roused her from her sleep, and she came around slowly. When she realized St. John's arm was around her, though, she cast him an accusing glance. After peeking out from under the blanket, Kendra saw that they were nearly there, and were now surrounded by Lord Kite's men. Lifting the blanket and exposing St. John to the light, Kendra shrugged the blanket the rest of the way off. "Not until we're inside," Hand said, trying to lift the blanket back over her head, but failing against its weight. "We don't need everyone to know that you're here." "If they're just Kite's men around here, why would anyone else find out?" Kendra said, refusing to rejoin St. John under the blanket. In truth, St. John was considering shrugging the heavy burden off as well. "Just as I worked within Omahold and yet served Lord Kite, so do some of those here serve another master. I know not which, but I know they're here none the less. Now please get back under the blanket for just a short while longer." Kendra did as she was asked, but it was clear that she did so grudgingly, and she couldn't seem to resist showing Hand her blade one more time before joining St. John. "Keep your hands where I can see 'em," she said in response to St. John's glance. Watching through the gap St. John maintained, they saw hurried preparations being made by people with haggard and worried looks on their faces. St. John could feel the dark and tense mood of the place, and the worry in his gut grew more intense. He tried to hide the trembling of his legs from Kendra, but she was so close to him that it was impossible. She looked at him once, an indecipherable expression on her face, but she said nothing. "Where are you from?" St. John finally asked to break the silence. "I mean, before you came to the Godfist." "My family was from the Westland," Kendra said after a while, which surprised St. John. He hadn't really expected an answer. The truth was that he never really knew what to expect from Kendra. "I never got to see my homeland. By the time I was born, my family had lost everything. Our lands were poisoned, and no one and nothing could live there." St. John could hear the pain in her voice as she spoke. He knew that somehow Kendra's life felt incomplete to her, because she'd never been to the Westland, and now most of that place was lost to mankind forever, fouled and poisoned by the detonation of a statue of Terhillion. "The woman I call my mother and I moved around a lot, and we only stayed as long as the work lasted. I never really knew how long that would be." St. John considered saying something, but this was the most Kendra had ever told him about herself, and he decided to hold his tongue. "It wasn't so bad," she said with a shrug, as if trying to cast off the mood. "I learned to fight and defend myself. That's more than I can say for most folks, so I suppose I made it out all right." She didn't say any more, and St. John concentrated on getting a good look at Wolfhold. A defensible place, he thought, and beautiful. Everywhere he looked, there were defensive structures that were also majestic works of art. Perhaps the defensive nature of these features was invisible to the casual eye, but St. John's training was not forgotten, and he knew what was coming. He'd been educated more than most on the nature of war and sieges. He'd known all along that Wolfhold would be as safe as its ability to repel armies and dragons. The last bit changed everything, of course, as had proven true for Omahold. For all their defensive advantage against traditional armies, a handful of dragons could take this place. An army would not even need to attack the city. They could just surround it and wait for the dragons to drive out those within the keep. Certainly, there were places within the Spire of Stone where the dragons could not themselves go, but their ability to carry troops and place them within the walls was devastating. Even if Jarman were able to conceal him at the heart of this mighty keep, he wouldn't be safe, and that haunted St. John. When they approached the keep proper, St. John's stomach clenched. Once again, the feeling of entering a place he might never leave made him want to scream, to claw his way out from under the blanket, and make a break for freedom. Freedom, though, was nowhere to be found. All paths pointed toward his death, and again St. John trembled. "We'll find a way out of this," Kendra said, as the shadow of a mighty stone archway enveloped them. The noises of the outside were almost immediately silenced. Hooves on stone made the only sound, and they echoed sharply. St. John wasn't certain he believed Kendra, but he said nothing. A crowd of people worked in what bordered on chaos within the stable yard where they now found themselves, and there was a sense of deadly urgency in the air. These people knew the storm was coming, and St. John got the distinct impression that no one believed what they did would be enough. That was until a man in fine but simple garb walked into the stable yard. Men stepped aside to let him pass.
A young man struggled to maintain control of the colt he held.
The horse looked to be about 2 years old, and, by the look in his eyes, was about to panic. The confident man stopped and turned to the young man holding the colt. With quiet calm, he took the lead line out of the young man's hands. The colt continued to prance, sparks flying from his shoes as they struck stone. Other horses were riled by his panic, and the situation threatened to escalate. But the man St. John guessed was the stable-master, reached up and grabbed the colt by the halter, and laid a calming hand on the horse's neck. Still the colt danced in a circle. The man just moved with him, sure and steadfast. Slowly the panic receded from the colt's eyes, and he soon stood trembling and blowing but overall unruffled. The man handed the lead line back to the younger man with a soft word, then headed toward Hand. "I didn't think it was possible to cover the distance so quickly," he said. Hand bowed to him. "I didn't either, my lord. You urged me to make great haste, and I did everything within my power to comply." "You've done well, Hand. You're a good and loyal man." "Thank you, my lord. I never meant to deceive you, and I never will again. You've my word. I'm yours, my lord." "Stand, my friend. I understand that you were trying to serve me and my wife in the best way you could. Now I think the time has come for my nephew to reveal himself. The moment he does is the moment the sands begin to fall," Hand said. "We made what preparations we can," Lord Kite said. "My wife is preparing Ravenhold, but we both know it will fall. I wanted the fool woman to stay here, but she's as stubborn as a stone mule. Now the best I can do is draw the armies here instead. And what better way to do that than to let them know St. John is here? Then we'll find out if the legendary defenses of Wolfhold are as impenetrable as the old stories say. The decision is made. St. John, you may come out from under that dreadful blanket now. I'm sorry that you've had to endure it this long." Looking over at Kendra, who had remained concealed along with him, St. John felt a long moment's hesitation. Once he came out from under this blanket, if he were to believe what he'd been told, the feral dragons and Thrakus would know exactly where he was. He had no reason not to believe what he'd been told, and no matter how much he detested being stuck under a blanket, he was afraid. It was an admission that hurt his pride, but that didn't change the truth of it. Kendra gave him a nod, then poked him in the ribs. Together they moved out from under the blanket. It felt good to have fresh air on his face, but the glory of it was short-lived.
The reality of what was going on around him was instantly sobering.
These were the preparations for war, and St. John couldn't help but wonder how many of these people would find their deaths before the winter. That was the problem with understanding sieges. St. John knew what horrors to expect. "I'm Jarman Olaf Kite, and you're my wife's cousin's son. A tenuous relation, I know, but I nonetheless greet you as family and welcome you to my home. I wish I could greet you under more welcoming circumstances, but it seems the world has come unglued, and we get to have seats close to the action." St. John wasn't certain what to say, and he fumbled for words. Thank you, my lord. Please, my boy, call me Uncle Jarman. I insist. We're family, after all, and we don't get to have family here to visit all that often." His words were spoken more loudly than needed to carry to St. John, Hand, and Kendra. "And I'm remiss. I've not made the acquaintance of the lady." "This is Kendra Ironfist," St. John said. "She's my friend." The words came out without much thought. Kendra made a rude sound in her throat, but St. John also caught something else in the look she gave him. He did his best to conceal his smile. "I welcome you both to Wolfhold. Please, let us retire within. You can refresh yourselves after your journey, and then we can have some time to talk." Kendra said nothing, but she matched St. John's stride. The interior architecture of the hold was majestic, yet barren of inspiration. The arched entranceways were unadorned, and the vaulted ceilings bore no decorations. The walls, however, were covered in works of art that St. John thought somewhat overcompensated for the otherwise bland surroundings. The quality of the works displayed was far beyond anything that St. John had ever seen before, and the sheer number of them kept St. John's attention rapt. Jarman walked ahead of them, and a young man approached at a very fast walk from deeper within the hold. Jarman stopped to listen to the page's whispered message, and Kendra leaned closer to St. John. "Don't trust anyone," she said. "People are rarely what they seem at first glance, and there are people within these halls who would do you ill." St. John would have liked to scoff at her concerns, but he knew she was right, and that knowing gnawed at him. No one here was familiar, which meant everyone was potentially an enemy, and St. John found it exhausting. Hand continued to watch over them, and St. John had to wonder even about Hand. The man was a spy. How could he possibly trust a spy? And this spy had beaten St. John senseless. That was more difficult to forgive. This man was a professional liar. St. John knew he could trust Hand only so far, but he still trusted this man more than he trusted anyone else in this place. Once his captors had been neutralized, Hand had kept them safe. He'd protected them during the harrowing journey from Omahold to Wolfhold, and that counted for something. Even with the warm and personal welcome extended by Jarman, and the insistence that St. John call him uncle, St. John wasn't certain he could trust Jarman either. The man's beloved wife despised Katrin and, St. John assumed, himself as well. He had to accept the fact that Jarman could have far different reasons for bringing him to Wolfhold, and he'd need to be careful of everything he said and did. When presented with food and wine, St. John looked to Kendra with doubt in his eyes. "Don't quite trust your loving uncle?" Kendra teased, but then she grabbed a quartered apple and a flagon of wine. Before St. John could say anything, she was washing down some of the apple with wine. "They went through an awful lot of trouble just to poison us, you know," she said with her mouth full. Blushing, St. John grabbed some apple and berries for himself. For the moment, he preferred to forego the wine. Wash basins and towels were brought to them, and St. John wasn't certain what to do. His clothes needed washing. He needed washing, and the rooms to which they'd been brought didn't seem an appropriate place to bathe. "For you to wash the travels from your face and hands," a young man said in response to St. John's confused stare. "Thank you," he said, and he used the damp corner of the towel to wipe away the grime from his face. He supposed it would have been better to have washed his hands before eating, and he continued to feel out of place and embarrassed by his ignorance. Despite his mother's position, he'd never been considered anything like royalty. Many of the people of his homeland had treated him with respect and kindness, but overall, he was just a regular boy. This place made him feel inadequate and crude. Kendra didn't appear much more comfortable in these surroundings, and she seemed mortified that the towels had turned dark by the time she finished cleaning her face and hands. "Now that you've had some refreshment, may we measure you?"
the same young man asked St. John.
"Measure me? I'm sorry, my lord, but you didn't have any trunks or bags. I assumed you'd need new clothes." "Oh," St. John said, feeling small and uncomfortable. "Okay." Though he'd been measured before, the way the young man deftly tied knots in a length of string to record his measurements amazed St. John. "I'll take you to the baths now," the young man said. "I'll get you something to wear until your new clothes are ready." "What's your name?" St. John asked. "Munson, my lord." "My name is St. John, and you don't have to call me my lord." "Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Munson proved a competent guide and attendant, and before long St. John was washed, dressed, and somehow feeling even more out of his element. Some things about the hold reminded him of home, yet it wasn't the same. It felt different, smelled different, and he realized its energy was different. Not necessarily better or worse, but different. For a moment, St. John wondered how Kendra had made out with her attendant, but he heard them before he saw them. "I look just fine," Kendra said. "I certainly do not need you to brush my hair." "But, my lady," came the voice of the unfortunate young woman tasked with making Kendra presentable. St. John knew it must be like trying to brush a wild boar. Granted, Kendra was a lot prettier, but no less dangerous. When Kendra entered their assigned apartments in a frilly dress, St. John had to stifle a laugh, and he wasn't certain he'd managed to entirely keep the smirk from his face. Given the look on her face, it didn't seem anything he said would be appreciated. so he managed somehow to keep his mouth shut. Still she glared at him, and that was when he remembered the grin. Even as he wiped it from his face, she turned her nose into the air and sniffed. So much for self-control, he thought. Long after his grin had faded, though, Sinjin could not stop looking at her. Chapter 17. Some paths lead only to darkness and must be guarded. Brachus, Arch-Sorcerer. Given brief respite, Katrin and Kyrian did what they could to rejuvenate themselves. The clouds had provided cover, and Katrin suspected she and Kyrian were not the only ones nursing their wounds. Sleep alone had been restorative, and the water she gathered from within the clouds had refreshed her, but Katrin longed for something more substantial than jerky to eat. There was little enough of that remaining. No matter how much she wanted to defeat Thrakus and defend the people of the Greatland, she couldn't do so if her own personal needs weren't attended to. However humbling that may be, it was what maintained her humanity, and perhaps her humility. She didn't think herself better than anyone else, but she did feel capable of making a bigger difference with her actions than most. With that came a huge responsibility, and the people of the Greatland had always been precious to her. They connected her to her mother, and for that she was grateful. There was precious little of her mother's memory for her to cling to, and that hurt as much as anything else. Kyrian shared her mood, and they said nothing. In the mid-morning light, the land looked like a carpet of green divided by wagon trails and farmsteads. And then there were the aqueducts, which more closely resembled walls dividing the land in more than spirit. This far from the keep, the aqueducts remained undamaged. When they neared a mighty keep constructed within a towering spire, she saw parts of the aqueducts where the stone walls had fallen away, revealing a chamber within. Pouring from it were steady streams of dark forces. Katrin could only hope that the destruction of Riverhold would keep any more troops from marching through the aqueducts. The possibility that Prios's attack had taken out a large number of dark troops put a sad smile on her face. She'd never wanted to kill anyone, but when people and creatures are determined to take from you everything you hold dear, things change. Priorities change. Values change, or are at least tested. The dark troops moved south, where a gathering host surrounded Wolfhold, which looked like a pale, dead tree jutting from a festering swamp. Black smoke rose from many cook fires, and larger fires whose purposes could only be nefarious by Katrin's estimation. This didn't look like a force that could take this keep through conventional means, save an extended siege meant to starve the occupants out. Katrin knew, though, that this army had far more devastating weapons. Dragons. The Ferals were awesome weapons that could easily tear Wolfhold to pieces. Casting her senses about, Katrin tried to find some sign of the black dragons, but she sensed none. Seath had been wounded and needed rest as much as they. Katrin had thought for certain that other dragons would have come after her and Kyrian, yet they flew through clear blue skies unaccosted. Kyrian soared higher and gave them a better vantage. The aqueducts, if repaired in the north, would sustain the armies, but Katrin knew that would require time Thrakus didn't have. Higher Kyrian soared, causing Katrin's ears to pop. Soon she had to open herself to a trickle of power and pressurize the air around her. It came to her more easily now that she'd done it so many times, and she was able to maintain it without thought. Kyrian continued higher, then flew east for some time. He said nothing, and Katrin asked nothing. She trusted him implicitly, and despite the lack of communication, his determination and purpose were unmistakable. Some of the lands below seemed familiar to Katrin, though they were difficult to recognize from above. Still, she knew they were above part of Mundleborough, and eventually Ravenhold became visible in the distance. It was a distressing sight, festering as if consumed by plague. An army equal to the size of the one surrounding Wolfhold laid siege to Ravenhold, and here there were dragons, slowly tearing away the hold's defenses. Ballistae and catapults fired from within the walls, but the dragons quickly targeted these, and they were able to bring down only a few of the flying devils before they themselves were destroyed. Thrakus was here. Now that she was closer, Katrin could sense the staff and Co., and she knew that there was 100 times more power here than needed to defeat her. While they remained undetected, Katrin tried to decide what to do. Her family's ancestral home was under attack, and would surely be destroyed. Katrin had no warm feelings for her cousin, but neither did she wish to see her dead. Knowing it might mean her death, she decided it was a worthy cause. If the dragons were allowed to raise Ravenhold unchallenged, then surely they would go to Wolfhold next. At least if she were able to reduce the dragons' numbers here, Wolfhold might stand. No matter what she chose, Ravenhold seemed lost for certain. Much of the outer city and villages burned, though they did appear completely abandoned. Those within would not last long if the dragons continued to peel away their defenses. There was nothing more to do but let Kyrian know her desires. "Death from above!" she shouted, and Kyrian required no further instructions. Wings folded and torso straight as a pike, Kyrian dived at the cloud of black dragons. The vicious beasts swarmed in the air above Ravenhold, taking turns at the beleaguered defenders. If they sensed Katrin and Kyrian's approach, they gave no indication, and Katrin searched for Thrakus. Unable to sense his presence, she finally unleashed her attacks on the dragons nearest to her. Kyrian kept their path true, and Katrin attacked with impunity. Bursts of radiant energy crackled and split the air, and exploded with percussive thunder on impact. Again and again, dragons fell to Katrin's attacks, and the thrill of victory ran through her, but surprise was no longer hers, and she was now grossly outnumbered. Among the dragons were those that bore riders, though there were fewer than she'd faced in the past. Katrin took some satisfaction in that, but her time for gloating was short. Concentrating on those below her, Katrin hadn't paid attention to the skies above her. If she had, she would have seen the dragon coming. Only when the air pressure changed around her did she finally look. It was only to see massive claws descending and wrapping around her. The pain was unbelievable, and she would have screamed if she could get any air back in her chest. The straps that held her to the saddle strained, and one snapped, but Kyrian was trying to stay close to the ferrule and keep Katrin in the saddle. Katrin was being crushed, and only the energy flowing through her kept her from succumbing to the pain and pressure. Instead, she pulled from deep within herself the will to live and fight. Light flared, and Katrin concentrated her attack on one single point where the claw bones came together. Smoke poured from that spot, but nothing else happened. Katrin's vision swam in yellow and brown, but then the pain seemed to hit the dragon all at once, causing it to twitch violently and release Katrin from its grip. Unable to breathe deeply due to the pain in her ribs, Katrin took in rapid, shallow breaths. Kyrian continued to make evasive maneuvers, and everyone revisited the pain in Katrin's ribs. With one hand on her side, Katrin did what she could to direct healing energy to that area. As had been the case for many years, all she had to do was ask her body to heal, and direct some of Ishtra's energy to that purpose. Her subconscious had been silent for more than a decade, and though Katrin sensed the presence and acknowledgement of the need, there was no overt communication. Given Katrin's current predicament, she was grateful. Communicating with her subconscious mind always left her dazed. Though by no means gone, the pain in Katrin's ribs abated enough for her to let go of them. Breathing was still painful, but it was at least now possible. The dragons below had been alerted to their presence, and the battle was soon joined. Wings, teeth, and claws flashed around them, seemingly coming from every direction at once. Katrin had seen crows harass and chase away hawks by attacking them in mid-air, but the violence and speed of these attacks were like nothing Katrin had ever seen elsewhere in nature, except perhaps for daggerfish. The thought was not comforting. Casting offensive and defensive energy around her in reaction to whatever threat she detected next, Katrin knew she wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. After sending a thought to Kyrian, a skill that was becoming easier every day, and making sure the beleaguered Regent Dragon was prepared for what was about to happen, Katrin reached out to the air and clouds around them. Fire and lightning sailed toward them from the backs of feral dragons, and Katrin used no restraint. She tore the clouds from the sky and compressed them into a raging black mass that surrounded her and Kyrian. She could feel the potent and concentrated energy. Her senses were overwhelmed with the taste of copper and the smell of coming rain. In that instant, they were the storm. Katrin and Kyrian became the embodied power and primal fury of nature, and they unleashed that potent force on the feral dragons. In a flash of light that spiderwebbed out across the skies, away from Katrin and Kyrian, a thunderclap radiated outward in all directions with such ferocity that it folded up the feral dragon's wings and sent them spinning outward. If Katrin could have changed it, she would have. As it was, a rain of dragons caused destruction in all directions. There was nothing she could do about it, but that didn't stop her from wishing it were different. Tingling all over, she felt light-headed after the release of so much power. The stones in the saddle were milky white around her, and she worried she would damage the stones and destroy the saddle, just as she had Imitri's fish. She'd have to be very careful about how much energy she drew from the saddle until it had a chance to recharge in the light of Istra and Vestra. Few dragons had evaded her massive attack, and they congregated around Ravenhold, perhaps knowing Katrin wouldn't release such a devastating attack so close to her ancestral home. Katrin was just glad they thought her capable of launching another attack of that magnitude. The last thing she wanted them to know was that her nose was bleeding, and her vision was like looking through water. Her body vibrated and thrummed in the wake of the massive release, and she could barely move. When she saw Seath perched upon an upper balcony of Ravenhold, though, she forced her body into action. Kyrian interpreted her thoughts and swooped toward Seath. Other dragons did their best to intercept Kyrian. He would not be deterred. Claws raked his flesh and jaws closed around his neck, and still he managed to move them closer to Seath, who waited expectantly. Thrakus was nowhere to be seen. A huge black torso slammed against Kyrian's side, and Katrin was trapped between the two dragons from the knee down. The pain was beyond anything she'd experienced before, and she cried out. As if on cue, Thrakus returned to the balcony, smiling and with a dagger at Lissa's throat. Katrin's cousin stood, stoic, no emotion registering on her face, and guilt stabbed at Katrin. Lissa had never liked her, and had never been anything but cold to her, but what Thrakus was doing with her now was purely because of Katrin. Otherwise, he'd have no doubt taken her prisoner. But because of her, Thrakus forced Lissa to her knees, and looked up at Katrin, making it clear that she was the reason he would slit Lissa's throat. Seath raised himself up, and partially extended his wings to shelter Thrakus. At the same time, he puffed out his chest, and raised a taunting, one-eyed gaze at Kyrian and Katrin. She could feel the boiling rage over the loss of his eye, and Katrin knew the only thing Seath wanted was to see them dead. This time it was Kyrian who discarded all restraint. His movements were violent, and Katrin could do nothing but hold on and try to keep from getting crushed. His chest extended. Kyrian slammed into Seath with every bit of force and speed he could muster. There was a sound like a volcanic explosion, followed by a monstrous landslide when the two dragons connected. Seath's claws were still wrapped around the ornate stone railing that bordered the balcony, and it was torn away on the impact. Bits of stone showered Thrakus and Lissa, and it was not at all certain that the balcony would remain where it was. The jarring force seemed to rattle the foundations of Ravenhold. Seath released his hold on the railing, which soared into the town surrounding Ravenhold, and tore through a storefront as if it were made of cloth. A cloud of dust and debris erupted from the back of the shop. Fully extending his wings, Seath did his best to get away from Kyrian, who had sunk his claws into Seath's lower torso. The mighty feral dragon let out a high-pitched cry and squirmed in Kyrian's grasp, and Katrin heard a loud crack. The feral dragon's cry became even higher in pitch, and it struggled in a wild frenzy, thrashing back and forth. When Seath's tail whipped past and nearly took Katrin's head off, Kyrian released him and pushed off hard. The two dragons flew away in opposite directions, neither looking truly flight-worthy. Seath's wing flaps were jerky and sporadic, but he did manage to remain airborne. He landed back on the balcony, and Katrin saw Thrakus buckled over, and Lissa was retreating into the hold. For once, Katrin cheered for Lissa. In the next instant, though, everything changed. It started as a confusing but comforting sensation that grew steadily into wonder and understanding. Sinjin was alive. Somehow, beyond all hope, Sinjin was alive. A thrill ran through Katrin that breathed new life and commitment into her. The thought of finding her son gave her strength she never would have thought she possessed. Only in a time of true need did such strength assert itself. Thrakus abandoned Ravenhold and climbed onto his ailing mount. Seed looked as if he'd had enough. Missing one eye, and with something in his hind quarters broken, it was all the beast could do to get airborne and fly. Kyrian would have launched into immediate pursuit, if not for Katrin's mental request to see her cousin. The more she communicated with Kyrian, the more she realized she didn't have to shout. So connected were their minds that a firm thought was all it took. She didn't see all that was in his mind, and he didn't see all of what was in hers. But when she wanted him to know something, he knew it. The better she got at it, the easier it was to fly, since she also now knew how to receive his thoughts without having to shout, which allowed him to give her fair warning before his more violent moves. Kyrian landed on the partially ruined balcony, and Katrin waited in the saddle. Moments later, Lady Lissa of Ravenhold emerged from the doorway, looking every inch a queen, save the bruise on her cheek. In her eyes burned a raging fire, but she could not seem to leave that heated gaze on Katrin for long. "I just wanted to know that you were well, Lady Lissa." "I am, Lady Katrin. Thank you." The words were said somewhat grudgingly, but Katrin didn't care. It was the most acknowledgment she'd ever received from her cousin, and it was, at least, a sign of progress. "Does your son live?" Lady Lissa asked, and her concern appeared genuine, which also surprised Katrin. "Yes," Katrin said with a catch in her voice. "I believe he does." "Then go to him," Lissa said. "Ravenhold will stand."
There were no more words to be spoken between them, and Kyrian waited until only an instant after Lissa disappeared back within the hold before launching into the air.
With mighty wing strokes, the last of the regent dragons sent them soaring away, heading in the direction which she now knew would lead her to her son.
Chapter 18. Sometimes, in order to find the light, we must walk through the darkness. Gemino, Sorcerer and Artist. Wolfhold was surprisingly silent, given the size of the army that surrounded it. There were no cries of alarm and no sounds of ballistae or catapults. It was as if the attackers had no intention of taking the keep, but would simply wait until the inhabitants all starved to death. The silence drove St. John to distraction, and Kendra paced the apartments like a caged beast. Sometimes she'd disappear into her sleeping chamber, and St. John suspected she was pacing in there as well. But most of the time, she walked around the common room and cast dark looks at St. John. He wasn't certain what it was that he'd done this time to deserve her ire, but he was pretty sure she'd think of something. It was something of a trend in their relationship. In spite of that, her company was better than being alone. At least her footsteps broke the awful silence. An unrelenting line of questions competed for his attention and his worry, for that was the only thing he could seem to do. Worry. His parents had always been the ones making things happen. St. John had spent most of his life trying to stay out of the way. Now, though, he wished he had his parents' ability to actually affect the future. Thinking of them made his chest hurt, and he tried to push them from his thoughts. A dark and foreboding feeling crept over him whenever he thought of them, and he didn't want to look that fear in its ugly face. Soon his thoughts turned to other worries, such as wondering what would happen if Thrakus suddenly decided to attack Wolfhold. The force gathered could potentially take the keep on their own, but it would be a bloody thing, St. John knew. But Thrakus had dragons, and that changed everything. After a firm knock, Munson entered the apartments.
"Lord Kite requests your presence, my lord, my lady."
Neither St. John nor Kendra made any response beyond a nod. Munson nodded in return, and led them through a series of blandly constructed but ornately decorated halls. It was, in some sense, an embarrassment of riches, but it did add an air of age and tradition to the place. St. John supposed that Dragonhold was not very well decorated, but the place possessed majesty that overshadowed even the greatest works of art in Lord Kite's collection. Thinking of home made St. John long for days past, but at least he'd gotten to hear Durin's voice, and he knew his friend was all right. That counted for something, and boosted his spirits, even as the notion that he might never get to see Durin again threatened to send his mood in the other direction. Still, he almost managed to smile when entering Lord Kite's chambers. What lay before him was truly something magnificent. Behind Lord Kite stood an open-air terrace, and the view beyond would have been breathtaking, if not for the dark forces that marred the landscape. Even with the army, he could see all the way to the inland sea. Within, the walls followed the natural contour of the stone, which ran with rich veins of yellow and brown, and were polished to a liquid sheen. Set into that stone were shelves and nooks filled with books, parchments, and scroll tubes. It was the table at the center of the room that drew St. John's attention, though. Hewn from the mountain itself, it was irregular, yet orderly, and somehow carved into a near-exact replica of Wolfhold and the land surrounding it. Laid out like pieces of some game of gods and kings were carved wood representations of their enemies. Looking like scars on the land, it was obvious that the representations of the aqueducts were new additions and were clearly meant to be temporary. The quality of the original work was in every way a marvel, and St. John felt the irresistible urge to run his hands over the carved, polished, and painted stone. At least, he thought it was painted. When he looked more closely, the color seemed to come from within the stone itself, but he could think of no way that could be possible. It was unlikely he'd ever know for certain, and he let his attention drift to the many wonders adorning the shelves and work surfaces in Lord Kite's chambers. "Thank you for coming," Lord Kite said. St. John did what he could not to smirk. It wasn't as if he'd had much choice. "I brought you to Wolfhold because I wanted to be able to protect you, but now I wonder if I made a mistake. If the dragons come, Wolfhold may fall. This place was designed to repel armies, not flying devils. The problem is that I can't think of nowhere safer for you to be. Unless you go back under the lodestone blanket, there is really no hold that can protect you." St. John listened with his head bowed. "I don't mean to frighten you, nephew," Jarman said when he recognized St. John's discomfort, "but I want you to understand the true magnitude of this situation. You're the best collateral anyone can have when negotiating with your mother. She's the most powerful person in the world, and that makes you the most valuable person in the world." Kendra snorted, and St. John squirmed. "You're not a prisoner here, nephew. You're free to go at any time you choose, and I wanted you to know that." It seemed a silly thing to say since there was an army surrounding the keep. It wasn't as if he could somehow walk out of Wolfhold and avoid the demons and dragons, but he tried to take it as he assumed it was meant. His uncle was not holding him prisoner. It didn't make him feel any better. "If I knew a safer place for you, I could get you out of here with no worries from the scum on the plains, but I truly can't think of a safer place. Now that you understand the danger and the situation, do you wish to remain here and have it be known to Thrakus, or will you go back under the blanket and perhaps try to sneak south?" St. John didn't answer. "I don't envy you the decision, my boy," Jarman said with a knowing nod. "I made the decision partly for you when I said you could come out from under the blanket. I'm sorry about that. I knew the dragons would take Ravenhold first, and though my wife is difficult at times, I truly love her. I wanted to draw the dragons away from her. I wanted to draw them here, and you were the best way to do that. I knew what was going on when I came out from under the blanket," St. John said. "I can't hide for the rest of my life, and I didn't want my mother to believe me dead. There are some things more important than safety." "Wisely spoken, nephew. What defenses do you have against the dragons?" St. John asked. "That's probably the smartest question you could have asked," Lord Kite said. "We've pikemen along the parapets, ballistae in concealment within many of the balconies, archers spread throughout, and hot pitch for any who fly in low." "Precious little defense," Kendra snorted. "We won't last a day. I have other methods at my disposal, but they'll only be used as a last resort. I'm not inclined to discuss that at this time, so please do not ask. Just know that Wolfhold is not without teeth." The way he said it made St. John shiver, but all he could do was hope that those teeth were enough to defeat an army of demons, giants, and dragons. It seemed unlikely. Though St. John didn't know much about Jarman, he liked the man. From what he could tell, Jarman had done things in St. John's best interest, and he had no reason to doubt what his uncle said. Thinking of his uncle made him think of Uncle Chase, and he had to wipe away a tear as he pushed the thoughts aside. In that moment, St. John noticed a bit of green flame escaping from Jarman's clenched fists. St. John was just wondering if Jarman was aware of the flames when the explosions started. As soon as Wolfhold came into view, Katrin knew St. John was there. She could sense the vibrancy of him, and she knew he was not seriously injured, though it was clear he'd been through an ordeal. The dark forces she'd seen before remained around Wolfhold. The camps were quiet and orderly when Seath crested the rise and came into view. Once he'd been spotted by the sentries, though, the alarm was raised, and the dark forces writhed over the landscape like swarming ants. Giants fanned the flames of oversized bonfires, and firebrands were now making their way to all corners of the encampment. Before the black smoke even began rising up to meet them, Katrin knew that Thrakus had no intention of mounting a lengthy siege. He would burn them out. Both fates disgusted Katrin, and she did what she could to prepare for the coming fight. In truth, she'd had precious little time to recover from the previous battle, and a voice in her head screamed for retreat. She needed time to heal, but that would also give Seath time to heal, and Katrin knew his current wounds were worse than Kyrian's. At great cost, she forged an advantage over Thrakus, and she decided nothing would deter her from finishing what she'd started. Kyrian heartily expressed his agreement, and as soon as the torches lit pots of steaming pitch within the demon's camp, Katrin attacked the pots. Bright flashes rose from the shattered pots, and the flames spread outward, engulfing many catapults. There were too many, though, and the sound of catapult fire was followed by a hissing, whistling sound. Then came the screams. The dark forces attacked with their full might, and more dragons were arriving. Too many, Katrin thought. Kyrian agreed. Not for the first time or the last, Katrin mourned the loss of her lance and sword. It was something that would haunt her. A single dragon and rider flew toward the inland sea, its flight erratic. Katrin watched Thrakus and Seath go, and she tried to find a way to justify staying, to justify saving St. John. The primal need was even more poignant with only the recent knowledge that he was still alive. Every part of her wanted to hold him, to comfort him, but she also knew this could be her last chance to defeat Thrakus. While the advantage was hers, she had to strike. Only when Thrakus was dead could St. John ever truly be safe, and that made the decision. Flying in low, Katrin saw 3 figures watching from a terrace high above the attacking army, high enough that the entire keep would have to be aflame for the fires to get there. Instantly, Katrin knew it was St. John, and she could sense Jarman there as well. As she drew closer, she saw Kendra, and a mixed bag of feelings rushed through her. In the end, though, all that mattered was seeing St. John alive and safe, or at least relatively safe.
"Be strong, my son,"
Katrin shouted as they flew past, and she could see the look of disappointment and fear on his face.
"I cannot let him escape."
There was no more time to be spared. Already Seath had put distance between them, and though Kyrian was in better shape than Seath, it wasn't by much. He would have to give everything he had to catch Seath, but Katrin knew he would. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Katrin set her sights on Thrakus, and exacting the price for all those who'd been lost.
"No!"
St. John shouted, and he ran to the edge of the balcony, nearly tumbling over the ledge in his need to stop his mother. Somehow he knew that if he let her leave, it would be the last time he ever saw her, and those words would be the last thing she would ever say to him. The certainty of it felt like an axe in his chest, and he reached his hands out to the retreating forms of Kyrian and his mother. Because of the view, Seath and Kyrian remained visible for some time, and St. John could not pull his gaze away.
"Get back from there!"
Lord Kite scolded, and he pulled St. John away from the carved stone railing, despite its sturdiness.
"You can see just as well from here."
Jarman spoke with a mixture of compassion and firm-handed reprimand. Flames raced through the air and spread along the outskirts of town, and finally to the lower keep itself.
"Lord Kite,"
said a hard-looking man in uniform, who burst onto the jutting stone balcony, showing none of the awe over the view that St. John had experienced. St. John pulled his attention away from the shrinking form of Kyrian on the horizon.
"We've deployed bucket brigades, and the grey water cisterns are being emptied first."
Jarman nodded.
"Keep the archers and guards pulled back and have them assist with fire control. But the instant those devils come within bow range, I want to rain death on them. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. Should we consider more drastic measures, sir?" Surely the moors will burn.
No, Jarman said, and it was clear that he would speak no more of the matter. St. John wondered what kind of measures the man had been talking about, and he guessed they had something to do with the teeth Jarman had said Wolfhold possessed. It seemed only a few breaths between volleys, and St. John didn't think the people of Wolfhold would be able to extinguish all the fires that bloomed from the raining hellfire. He felt guilty then for standing so high above it all, watching dark forces set fire to the place while its defenders gave their lives to spare those within. There were men sacrificing themselves for the sakes of their wives, sons, and daughters, for fathers and mothers, for friends, for kin. A pain swelled in St. John's chest, and he found no relief when he looked back to where his mother and Kyrian could still be seen, though they had grown much smaller now, and he knew that if they flew too much farther, they would disappear from view, and perhaps from his life, forever. Nothing could have been more agonizing than knowing his mother was gone, except the feeling of his father's absence. Like a nagging itch, the feeling had grown over time, and now he was almost certain his father was gone. Having just seen his mother and not having seen his father with her only served to solidify what he already felt, though he chided himself that he had an awful lot of premonitions for a man without access to Ishtra's power. It was a frightening reminder of just how powerless he was. The feelings intensified when he saw the two distant dragons collide. Seath flew in the way a wounded fish swims, and Kyrian's instincts latched on to that. Deep within him, he invoked primal and ancient skills to make speed and close on the wounded beast. Thrakus also did not look well, which led Katrin to believe that she'd made the correct decision, no matter how painful it may have been. She had done the right thing. But still it hurt, and she wanted to inflict that same emotional pain on Thrakus and Seath. She knew it was impossible. She would have to settle for physical damage. Like cold air bursting downward from a thunderstorm, Kyrian descended on Seath. Thrakus was not caught unaware, and with a wild look in his eyes he held Ko and the Staff of Life above him. Again Katrin felt the guilt that Nat Derzinger had laid upon her soul. She'd allowed one of the most powerful forces in the world to become a tool for the darkness. It was unforgivable. Returning the staff to the hands of those who had served the light was a task for Katrin alone, and she would die for that cause, though she wanted desperately to survive and once again hold her son. For too many years she'd let the power of her position keep her from him. Too many Herald Globes, and not enough time playing Fitch or Strawman as the other boys had with their parents. So many times he had wanted her to play, and so many times she'd allowed the world to take her away. Though she knew she'd been driven by the need to save all those she cared about, that did little to lessen the guilt. Too many of the current circumstances working against her were the result of her own mistakes. That thought was burned into her mind when Thrakus's fire struck. The pain was worse than what Katrin had felt before, and she did what she could to snuff the flames out as quickly as possible. Even with a quick response, the pain and lingering effects were devastating. Now it was Kyrian's flight path that wobbled and strayed, and the two dragons looked as if they might both crash into the waves of the inland sea. Katrin could figure no reason for Seath to come here, and she knew that flying out into the storm-plagued inland sea was suicide in their current condition. Even if Kyrian could rest and fly at the same time, Katrin knew storms on the inland sea were unpredictable and often formed rapidly. Unwilling to relent, Kyrian pursued Seath, and Katrin could feel Thrakus preparing for another attack. It would be the last attack, she knew. There was a certainty that drove her to reckless action. Instead of erecting defenses she knew would not hold, Katrin did something she'd never attempted before. Reaching out to the staff and Ko, Katrin tried to align herself with their energy, as she'd done so many times before. Even as she did, she found a harmonic resonance in their connection that allowed her to feel the power that coursed through them along with the brute force Thrakus used to control them. He didn't connect with them and draw from them as Katrin did. Thrakus wrung them like a wet towel. She could feel the stress it put on the very structure of these objects that were so sacred to her. The pain of it made her think she might faint, or perhaps it was the thin air around her since she was no longer maintaining the pressure. So much of her energy had been expended that even simple things such as breathing became much more difficult, and her head swam with the slow realization of a fogged mind. Still, she had made a connection, and though she could draw no energy from them, she felt she could send energy to them. For a moment she considered flooding them with energy and attempting to overwhelm Thrakus. Perhaps he would burst into flames from the excess, but she knew that she would destroy the staff and Co in the process, and she looked for another way. She would have to find another solution fast. Time was running out. Power gathered within Thrakus, wrenched free from every source available. Without another thought, Katrin lashed out at the staff, not to destroy it, but using her energy to form a connection between the staff and the base of Seath's massive skull. Lightning flashed between them, startling Thrakus, who then released the energy he'd accumulated, but it did not obey his intention. Instead, his energy followed the path of least resistance through the staff, which glowed from within. The massive charge was diverted through the staff, along Katrin's tendril of energy, and into Seath. The Feral's wings twitched violently, and he veered to the right, spiraling toward the water below. Katrin watched him fall, knowing the staff and Co would be lost. The wounded dragon seemed to be trying to get back over land, to have some chance of landing and surviving, but Katrin knew he would die. In the end, the mighty feral dragon struck solid ground with fatal force. Black smoke curled up from the many fires burning within Wolfhold. At the height where St. John stood, it all seemed to congeal into a continuous, noxious haze. Still he watched the pair of distant dragons as they struggled. A bright light flashed between the two, and Seath veered off. "The whole lower keep is aflame, sir, and they're going to make a run at us with ladders." St. John wasn't certain who had spoken, but he didn't turn his head. His mother's fate mattered more than anything at that moment. Even as the cries of "dragon" rang through the hold, still he watched, and even after it appeared that Seath had landed or fallen from the sky, unable to be certain, he watched. Squinting, he ignored the command from Jarman, telling him to get back inside. Still he watched as a giant shape rose from the waters of the inland sea and engulfed the distant silhouette that was Kyrian and his mother. St. John would have continued to watch if rough hands hadn't grabbed him from behind and pulled him away. "Put me down!" he cried out, and struggled against the man who carried him away. He could no longer see what was happening to his mother. He could feel only primal fear after what he'd seen. Nothing could be that big, his brain screamed. But he'd seen it, and there was no other explanation he could come up with. He considered for an instant that it might have been a dragon closer to them, but he'd clearly seen it leave the water, and he knew a monster was attacking his mother. He would have continued to struggle if not for the giant black claws that reached for him, amid the flapping of massive wings, and the huge jaws closing around them as the man ran for the entrance to Jarman's chambers. The teeth snapped shut on nothing but air. Though closed, those jaws showed they were far from harmless when they slammed into the entranceway with force that shook the room. Chunks of stone flew across the rooms and demolished whatever was in their path. In the bustle, the man carrying him stumbled and pushed St. John forward. Finally showing his good sense, St. John tucked his head and ran, trying to catch up to Jarman and Kendra and his guards. They were only a few steps ahead of him when the dragon struck again, or perhaps it was another dragon. St. John had no way of knowing. Again chunks of stone launched into the air, and one of Jarman's guards was struck. He went down in a heap. St. John paused for a moment in shock, but then he pushed after Jarman as fast as he could. The remaining guard urged Jarman and Kendra to reckless speed, and they were pulling away from St. John, but at least he too was now beyond the reach of the dragons. He hoped. Somehow he knew the dragons would tear the place apart to root them out if that was what it took. The ferocity of their attacks conveyed such hatred that there could be no other outcome. The Ferals would find every last one of them until they were gone from Godsland. Perhaps he should just go back and enjoy a quick end. Why prolong the misery? It took some time to realize that he was not beyond the reach of the Feral. Dark thoughts continued to assert themselves, but St. John knew them for what they were, and that made them at least a little easier to resist. It seemed such an insidious and evil power to control the mind of another, to impose the will of one on the many, to remove the ability for an individual to make his own decisions. It was this knowing that bolstered St. John's will, and the distance he continued to put between himself and the outside world also seemed to be helping. Ahead of him, Jarman and the guard turned, and St. John raced along behind them. He thought he heard his uncle's voice shouting his name and saying something else, but he couldn't make out the words over the sound of his feet hitting the stone and the pounding of blood in his ears. When he made the turn, he found a tight spiral stair that had been cut into the stone. The cylinder was narrow and close, and St. John felt confined by the encroaching stone as he climbed. Twice he passed equally narrow landings that opened into larger tunnels that led only to darkness and the unknown. Above him he could see a dim light and hear the sounds of shuffling boots. Hoping there were no enemies within the hold, St. John climbed. When at last he found the dimly lit chamber, he saw Jarman and his guard struggling to turn an apparatus with long wooden spokes poking out of it. "Help us!" Jarman barked as soon as St. John entered, and Kendrick gave him an exasperated look from another of the spokes. Together they pushed, toward what purpose St. John had no guess, but he wasn't fool enough to stand around, asking questions at a time such as this. Slowly the stone pedestal began to move, and they had it. Movement continued to be slow, but it was steady. As it turned, St. John saw for the first time what surrounded them. Giant spheres of stone, as big around as great oaks, looked as if they were suspended in air. St. John could not tell how many there were, but there looked to be many. With a bone-jarring thunk, the wooden shaft in St. John's hands vibrated and stopped. It felt as if the entire keep responded to whatever command it was that turning this device had given. A creaking sound filled the hall, and Jarman waited with an expectant look on his face. The creaking grew higher in pitch, and there was another bone-rattling thunk just before the huge spheres began dropping from sight. The chamber that held the spheres was revealed as more stones dropped, and St. John could see that there must be hundreds of them. The keep vibrated and hummed. Running to where the light streamed in, Jarman climbed so he could look through a natural break in the stone. St. John followed, and no one tried to stop him. When he reached the place where Jarman now waited in tense anticipation, St. John saw what a commanding view the height provided, and he watched in silent awe as the lands around Wolfhold exploded. Some of the spheres erupted from hillsides nearly whole, blasting away whatever had stood there, then rolling and crushing whatever was in their paths. Others erupted from under roadways and bridges. Almost no homes lay in the paths of the crushing monolithic spheres, and St. John knew this must have been by design, though he'd never have guessed it prior to this moment. From the view he'd had when they approached Wolfhold, everything had seemed perfectly normal, not that looking out from under that infernal blanket had given him much of a view. A cloud of dust clogged the air, and it became difficult to see what was taking place down below. What St. John did notice was that many of the demons, giants, and soldiers were crowding into bits of land that had not been disturbed, only to be annihilated when a stone burst out from underneath them. Some were clever and ran to places where a sphere had already erupted. As the stones continued to drop, St. John saw that some followed the same path as stones before, and the Black Army found that those places weren't safe either. Dragons continued to fill the air, and St. John still had the sense they would tear the stone down around him to get to him, and he suddenly wanted to get away from the opening, remembering how devastating the dragon's attacks had been. But another part of him needed to see this, needed to understand the circumstances in which he'd found himself. He'd been trained all his life to understand his situation and act accordingly, and all of his training said he needed to find a way out. The blackness rose up before them so suddenly that Katrin nearly bit her tongue when Kyrian climbed, thrusting her down into the saddle so hard that her arms were glued to her sides from the force. With a wingspan larger than any dragon Katrin had ever seen, a feral queen rose from the depths and gained the skies. This was a foe like nothing she or Kyrian had ever faced, and she could feel the power of the beast. The air practically crackled with it, and a musky smell that Katrin couldn't identify assaulted her senses. A tingling sensation washed over her, and it took her a moment to realize the feeling was coming from Kyrian. She could not imagine how he could cope with a feral queen after losing his own queen to the ferals. It was cruel irony. The two dragons flew in near synchronicity, one following wherever the other would choose to flee, so they twisted and spiraled through the air. Katrin knew this battle was one they could not win, especially not in their current condition, and her only thought was to launch a massive attack to buy time for them to take evasive action. No! Raw compulsion reeked from Kyrian. His command held her suspended, and she stopped her preparations, trying to understand what it was he wanted from her. Still they soared higher in the air, and still the Feral Queen mirrored Kyrian's movements like a deadly dance. Katrin's jaws slammed together from the jarring impact when the two collided. She watched in horror as Kyrian wrapped his neck around that of the Feral Queen, and she